Did Bo Nix miss a couple throws? Sure. Did he underthrow Sutton on a one-on-one ball in the end zone? Yeah. Do I think that's any indication of what's to come when week 1 rolls around? No. Nope, really don't. You know, Texter said, I cared about the result. I had $20 on the Broncos at -6. Well, then cash the ticket, buddy. Way to go. You nailed it. All I'm getting at here is there is things that I want to talk about that I feel like are takeaways from this game. But if one of them that sticks out to you is, hey, the offense stunk, I'm not buying it. Or starting defense, first drive, gives up a touchdown, don't really care. That's not the stuff that I'm looking for. Individual things are different. Now, I'll tell you, when you're playing against backups in the way that the Broncos starters were, I mean, first of all, some of the guys that they're throwing out there on San Francisco's side, which was when they brought in Carter Bradley, I'm like, what in the world is a Carter Bradley? Never heard of that before. Tanner Mordecai, I did, just because I kind of remember him from college, kind of. But there was a guy named Kiner running the football. There was just a whole bunch of dudes that you've never heard of, and your expectation is, well, then the starters will go out there and roll. I don't think that's the way that things are played. If you think that Sean Payton is going to go out there and actually show some sort of offensive something, you're nuts. But I went into the game looking for a few things. So, if you would like to, quote, overreact to the Bo Nix debut for this season or whatever else, then, I mean, go ahead. I had my eyes set on just a couple of different details. Number one, did it look like they could run the football? And I'll tell you this, RJ Harvey, I thought looked really good. They certainly gave him his touches early. They were trying to get a look at him, trying to get him in a rhythm. And I thought RJ Harvey, he showed, it's what I've said all camp, an explosiveness from that position that they otherwise have not had for a long time. I think pre-Javonte knee injury is the last time they had somebody with a burst like that. So that was nice to see. Getting the mix in with J.K. Dobbins, in where I think they're going to be a pretty heavy 1-2 punch. I think Dobbins is probably going to take, at least initially, on the year, a lot of third down duties. If there's one criticism I had of R.J. Harvey, it's that it felt like he tried to bounce things outside maybe a little too much because he knows he's fast. He knows he has that burst, and so he wants to get outside and make something happen. But other than that, I mean, just seeing that the burst was there was good enough for me. Perhaps the most interesting thing of that entire game, in my opinion, because I've been trying to figure out this running back room for a long time, and it's been very confusing for not just this offseason, but the offseason previous. I had a burning question that's just sat with me that I don't really understand, and it was, why was Audric Estime inactive for that playoff game? He was healthy and did not play. And we've heard some grumblings that maybe he's a little bit upset at camp with where his touches are and where he's at in the rotation and blah, blah, blah. So I was watching, all right, what's Estime going to do? And here's what's really interesting. I watched RJ Harvey play, and then I watched J.K. Dobbins come in, and then I watched Jaleel get a few carries, and then I watched Tyler Bidet And then I watched Blake Watson get in the game. And then I saw Estime, which for him I don't think is a great sign. And it's probably not a great sign for multiple reasons. One of them is they gave Estime a lot of run at the end of that game because they were up big. And Estime had 8 carries for 21 yards. Now, backup offensive lineman, maybe couldn't create holes. I mean, whatever you want to say. But the rotation's the rotation. And the thing is, Bidet and Blake Watson actually look pretty good. Like, if you're looking for the guys that sort of fill out the practice squad depth, they looked a lot better. And I don't know, even for me, I don't know why the Estime thing is such a big deal that sticks out in my mind. He's a 5th-round pick. And we have discussed Audric Estime as if he's like a second. And I think part of the reason was he was kind of exciting to watch last year during the offseason. He was a guy that with his size, it looked like he's a dude that could do some damage. When he gets to top end speed, he's pretty fast. Like, there's just a lot of like physical attributes about his game to like. I'm sure we've all kind of had that before where you see, I think a great example is probably Quentin Johnston over in Los Angeles. That, like, do you want a guy who's 6'4" that's really, really fast? Yes, I do. But he can't catch. And it's a pretty big job of being a wide receiver. And that's why he's frustrating the hell out of people in Los Angeles with the Chargers. Like, Estime has you look at the guy physically and you go, I would love for that guy to be a running back on my football team. But he really just hasn't taken advantage of opportunities he's been given. It looked like he had a couple of nice runs early in the year, and then you put the ball on the ground. The number one thing that Sean Payton is looking at or looking from guys is trust. Can I trust you when I put you in to not do something stupid? Well, you put the ball on the ground a couple of times and you had a tough time getting on the field before that. That's how you find yourself in a little bit of a pickle. But I said this during camp. I talked to people at camp about this. Here's a name that I'm just going to tell you to look out for, okay? There was a guy that was signed in the offseason that was the reasoning behind it was that he's a special teams ace, and that's what his role is going to be. And it is going to be a role that he has. I just don't know if it's going to be the only role. Because on the subject of trust, we've seen Sean Payton put guys in that maybe have this ceiling and the potential that is less than somebody else just because he trusts them when they're on the floor. He's got a little bit of that Michael Malone in him where it's like, I would be way more willing to put the less talented guy out there because I know what he's going to do as opposed to the guy that has a higher talent level but a lot more variance in the day-to-day. Or I guess in this case, play-to-play. Trent Sherfield is somebody that could be your little Jordan Humphreys. He could be the guy where you're like, why is he playing over X guy who's got way more potential? Well, because he does his job in a way that Sean Payton can trust. And to be fair, he had a great game. He's had a great camp. If you watch him out at training camp, Trent Sherfield is somebody that sticks out. He really does. But you look at just a loaded room because Pat Bryant had a really good debut. He was the 3rd-round pick that I'm still kind of wondering where he's going to fit, at least early in his tenure as a Bronco, because he's got talent. It's funny, every time they lined up for a pass, everybody looked the same. Everybody was 6'4", with a big butt. All of them. He's got a type. Sean Payton's got a type at wide receiver, and they all look like that. But I thought Pat Bryant played great. It's a very, very obvious thing of what they're trying to do on offense. Now, there's a lot of things defensively that I would like to talk about here in a little bit, but don't be a stranger. I'm back after a week off, so go ahead and throw a text my way, 303-504-0925. Texture says, where the hell were you? I was playing golf most of the time. And if you're curious, of course, my team won this Ryder Cup. It was the most obvious thing in the world. I thought about coming back on Wednesday because we had it in the bag. But go ahead and throw me a text, 303-504-0925. Shump Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Remember, whether we're out at camp or not, we are always, whenever we are discussing camp, breaking it down on behalf of our friends at Ramos Law. So, a lot more on the defensive side that I want to get to in just a little bit, because if there was concerns about the offense that you had in the first team and how they played against the backups against San Francisco, I'm surprised that Nick Bonito didn't play that one drive, tally 2 sacks, and then almost get a third, walk off the field and just say, I refuse. Like, take his pads off, set them in front of Sean Payton and be like, next time I put these on, I will be paid. And I'll tell you this much. We've kind of had the discussion when it comes to Nick Bonito. There is a balance here, and it just depends on what you want to do and how much you trust that this guy is going to replicate what he did last year. If you think he's gonna, then you pay him now. If you still have questions, then you make him prove it. The good news would be this. If he is going into, quote, a contract year where he's looking to make, top-end edge rusher money, that is a motivational chip that leads to some huge seasons that would be really beneficial for the Broncos, but wouldn't be beneficial for how much they're going to have to pay him afterwards. So I do want to talk about the defense in just a couple of minutes. Happy to be back. Back in 3 minutes. I thought about just doing my best Birdo voice and just pretending that it was still Birdo that was here. Broncos game over the weekend. Like, I couldn't do that for like 5 minutes. Anyway, so to the Broncos defense. Fade this music down for me, Jesse. Fade my music down. There we go. To the Broncos defense. We know how good this defense is going to be. And again, I'm not concerned at all with you give up the touchdown on the opening drive and Bo Nix took a sack because he didn't want to take a hit in the end zone. That's what that play was, by the way. Regular season, I bet you Bo Nix tries to do something differently, but it was a free rusher, and he was like, I am not getting smoked by a free rusher. You can go ahead and have 2 points. This doesn't matter. Bottom line is, the defense looked great. And you could say, outside of that first drive, do not care. You can tell with all the pieces that they have that there is just an insane talent level to them with depth at a lot of different positions. I mean, right out of the gates, Justin Sternad, who's filling in for obviously Greenlaw, who didn't play, blows up a play in the backfield. Just absolutely demolishes it. You had sort of one bad play in which McMillan got beat on that first drive, but everything after that was kind of like, okay, door is shut. And you can see it. Like, I give Sean Payton full credit, by the way, for putting guys out there and playing them. I don't know what the aversion is for most teams to not doing this is. I know it's like you're concerned about guys getting hurt and blah, 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 but it's like, if you want to be good at football, then you need to practice football, and that includes taking guys to the ground, and the only way you're going to get that really is in these preseason games. So if you give them at least a couple of drives out there to actually go hit somebody, take some aggression out, I think it's smart. But each position on defense has good starters with people behind them that are trustworthy. I mean, the one possession out of Nick Bonito was just like a message of, I'm ready for my contract now, please. That's it. He has pretty insane bend. He's really quick to get around guys. And then when he does get a step on somebody, he's on top of the quarterback within like half a second. It's that quick. But one of the things that, if you remember from last year, that was a big concern for the Broncos, their defensive front was as dominant as you could get. They led the league in pressures, and it wasn't particularly close with teams that were in second and third and fourth place. They crushed them. The concern happened towards the end of the year, and this is where numbers get a little bit screwy. You look at the end of the year, where did the Broncos defense finish? And in a lot of categories, whether it's team defense, talking about total yards, or you're talking about points allowed per game, like they were third in the league in points allowed per game. They were seventh, I think it was, in yards allowed. But you have to factor in, the defense kind of struggled towards the end of the year. What really started to even things out was the throwaway game that Kansas City gave you the last week, in which you won 38-0. And in that game, if you remember, Carson Wentz didn't even throw for 100 yards. They had 5 total first downs in that game. Like, Kansas City just punted it. They're like, we don't care. We're the 1 seed. We made the playoffs. That's it. Have your win. So I think those skewed the numbers a little bit more towards the Broncos looking better statistically than maybe they should have finished last year. And a big reason for that was because when the Broncos got towards, I would say, like week 13, they had a lot of struggles in the secondary because their secondary was beat up. You know, there were games in which Surtain wasn't fully healthy. They lost Riley Moss for a while. They were trying to find his replacement. Levi Wallace wasn't the answer. Throw in a rookie. It was tough. And in that stretch, you gave up 31 points, then 13 to Indianapolis, then 34 to the Chargers, 30 to Cincinnati, and then you had the Chiefs game in which they didn't try. Once you got to the playoffs, I think you saw some cracks defensively, and it was in that depth of the secondary. You know, the season ended with the 31-7 loss to Buffalo. They have depth in the secondary now, or at least it looks that way. And that's why, you know, didn't see a lot of Jahdae Barron in that game, but the one play that he did, he was noticeable. You know, we said this about him a lot. He might not be super tall and big. You know, it's not like his size is going to stand out to anybody, but he has a willingness to hit, and he did that in the game. He had one pretty big hit. I think it was early second quarter, if I remember right. But he laid a lick on somebody because he's willing to stick his nose in there and do some dirty stuff. But the drafting of Jahdae Barron was, I think, a direct sort of answer towards not having that happen again, which is guy goes down with an injury in the secondary, and then you're just kind of panicked. But you've now given a guy like Chris Abrams-Drain another year, and Abrams-Drain looks like he's taken a pretty big jump. You know, I've always been curious, guys like him, when you're a mid-round pick-ish in the draft at that position, you're typically not ready to jump in right away because corners, it takes a second for them to get it because they're playing a really, really different style in the NFL than they were in college. And a lot of guys have like a year two bump, and I think Abrams-Drain is one of them. I thought he looked great. But able to come away with a few interceptions in that game, one from that linebacker Reed, who pulled one down. McMillan got one, and then Josh Pickett with another. But it's just, it's a different level of depth that they had in the secondary than certainly the previous year and last year. But they seem to have depth kind of everywhere. You know, the guy who's kind of been the darling of camp at the linebacker spot, Lavelle Bailey, I thought he played well. Justin Sternad, obviously, is always somebody that they've been able to trust in a pinch when they had to. But even, like, I am so excited about the year two depth or in year three depth of some guys on that defensive line. You know, Q Robinson has been pegged as somebody to watch, their rookie this year. But another year under the belt for Jonah Ellis. You know, you can finally sort of get an answer on a really interesting guy. They had high hopes for him. A dude I'm about to bring up right now. But because of injury and a fully suspended season for him, he was one of the first guys, talking about Awazarike, who got hit with that gambling, so you're suspended for the year thing when they were just sort of implementing that stuff. So he's now heading into year 4? I think it's year 4 for him, with really no playing time under his belt. He's played 12 games in his career so far, but he's a really intriguing guy because he's big. It's like 6'6", 330, big dude, really strong, just adds a lot more depth to the interior of that defensive line. Provides depth behind guys like Zach Allen and Malcolm Roach and JFM and a whole bunch of different guys that are kind of doing the dirty work up the middle. They just got depth in a lot of different places. Texture says, love the excuse for Bo. If he would have went off, you guys would have been putting him in MVP contention. Maybe others would have. It wouldn't be me. If you think that I have a year's worth of evidence with Bo Nix so far, if you think that I'm going to throw that away for like 3 drives in a preseason game and have that be my measuring stick, then you're nuts. If Bo Nix went out and did what Stidham did, which, by the way, haven't even mentioned Stidham yet, but he went 14 of 15 for 136 yards and 2 touchdowns. Also ran the ball 3 times for 36 yards. You're saying if he did that, then I'd be freaking out? I would not. Part of it is that's what you're supposed to do. He didn't look great. I don't really care. I've seen what he looks like against the Chiefs already. I've seen what he looks like against a lot of different teams in this league. I'm not concerned about him. I saw what he did towards the end of last year once he finally got a little bit of experience. Oh, say this, it would make you feel better. Like, you'd feel better about him going out there if he had, a couple of touchdowns and was 8 of 9 throwing the football for 90 yards. Yeah, you'd feel better. I just don't really care. See, I had pretty specific things that I was looking for in that game. And one was the running backs. It's been like that all offseason for me. And the other was just sort of individuals that have been sprinkled in. And if they had the ability to, I think, not just make the team, but be contributing factors to what should be a really good team. I don't take lightly the fact that Sean Payton discusses them in a way that, I'm sure they talked about the Yahoo Sports article a lot last week. But when Sean Payton brings the championship level rosters that he's coached, and this is one of them, and blah, 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 like, he's not bluffing. Sean Payton's a confident guy. Always has been that way. But you can tell he feels a little bit differently about this team and the way they're constructed. And Sean Payton only feels that way if he trusts his quarterback. We've seen what it sounds like when he doesn't. With Bo, almost immediately when he got here, the tenor surrounding him was much, much different than it was, obviously, when Russell Wilson was here. And you only have a few quarterbacks to sort of base that stuff off of under Sean Payton because he coached Drew Brees forever. But when you have that sort of confidence in a guy like him, who I don't think he's one for the bombastic. Like, I don't think that he's going to say something he doesn't believe, especially on the positive end. I could almost see it more that he would lie the other way and nitpick a player before being overly complimentary. So, another text coming in. Yeah, Bo looked really, really bad. So, let me just ask the people then. Do you care about the result of the first team and the offense for a couple of drives or not? Again, I just saw it as something like it would have made you feel better if they played better. But I didn't see this as anything overly concerning. I mean, to be fair, there was a couple of plays that first team offense went out there, and it was just a matter of execution. There was a great throw that Bo Nix had to Courtland Sutton right on the sideline. He's got a step on the corner, throws it over the left shoulder on the left sideline to Courtland Sutton. It's a perfect ball. It's in a perfect spot, and Courtland just dropped it. He makes that catch. Maybe that drive turns out something different because I believe that was third down. They extend the drive. Maybe they get in the end zone and you think differently. But a drop ball by Sutton on, I'll give it to him. It's a tough catch, but it's one that he's got to make, and he knows that. He makes that catch. Maybe something's completely different. I have no idea. And that's the little stuff that I think gets ironed out before week one. That's why I'm not concerned. So I am very much in the camp of don't care. It's just it would make you feel better had they played better. But I think there was a great catch by Troy Franklin on fourth down. It was sort of a throw that was high and hot. Over the middle, you got your ribs exposed. It's always a nervous thing for wideouts when they go over the middle and they do something like that. I thought he had a great catch. But if you want to freak out about Bo Nix, then you should be freaking out in the opposite way about Jarrett Stidham. And I don't see anybody doing that. And that seems inconsistent on your part if you are concerned about a bad couple of drives. Or not even bad. I would say an uneventful couple of drives from the offense. So again, you can always get in touch with us on the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Happy to be back in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Other things I want to talk about. Let's talk about Shadeur, shall we? The conversation today surrounding Shadeur is going to be a lot of I told you so's from a lot of different people. I would take the same approach as I'm taking with Bo Nix and everything else when it comes to the preseason. Do not take too much from one game. But I will say this about Shadeur. I think what's happened with him, and if he continues to play well in the preseason, could all be a giant blessing that maybe couldn't have been seen during the draft process. So we'll get there in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. All right. So, Shadeur. Shadeur had a really, really good debut. Again, I would caution people, put too much stock in. But his feels different, and here's why. He needed to play well. The other guys were discussing, Bo Nix, he doesn't need to play well for anything. He's proven. We know what Bo Nix is for the most part. He's not competing for a job. Shadeur Sanders is competing to, not just prove people wrong and potentially compete for a starting position. He's competing to show he belongs, which you would have thought college tape-wise, he belongs in some sort or in some form or fashion in the league. But for whatever reason, he drops in the draft. And I still don't know, I don't think it's a purely football thing. The people that were saying he takes too many sacks and that's why he fell in the draft, well, you saw a little bit of that in the preseason game. He holds on to the ball a long time because he's always trying to make a play. And that can end up being disastrous. It's something that Sean Payton 1,000% cannot stand is when his quarterbacks hang on to the ball too much. See Russell Wilson. The reason why is because if you go back, and I don't have the numbers on this, let's just assume I'm right because it feels right to me. The amount of drives that have a sack involved in them that you would consider successful have to be minimal. To have a successful drive while taking a sack in the middle of it. It's got to be really difficult to do. Because if you take a sack, whether you're at 2nd and 6 before the play started or it's 1st and 10 or whatever, and you push that to a 3rd and 15 or a 2nd and 20, the odds of you getting a first down aren't great. So if that's the reason, at least partially, why he fell in the draft, then I'd understand it. But I think there was something else that was happening there. I think it was maybe they didn't think he was good enough for a starter, and they worried that he had maybe a little bit too much of a confidence bordering on arrogance for a backup quarterback or something along those lines. I think that was at least partially sort of the deal. But I think a couple of things. Number one, he's not a guy that's hurting for money, so the money doesn't matter. I think what happened to him in the draft and the ability to be humbled perhaps a little bit. When you've kind of gone your whole life being the man, you've always been the starting quarterback, you've always been the dude that's touted as the best guy on campus, you've had your number retired in college. Perhaps a little dose of humble pie can do you some good and remind you to stay grounded and get back to work and you got to earn your spot and blah, blah, blah. Maybe that's a good thing. I also think what's great is that there had to be a lot of pressure on him. I would be surprised if the Cleveland game wasn't outside of maybe, no, I would say it's probably going to be the highest viewed preseason game of the week because everybody was curious for what he's doing. And even if you weren't watching live, bet money you were going back and checking the box score to see how he did or following along on Twitter. And with a little bit of pressure on him that guys don't really feel in a preseason game, at least the way that he would have felt it, for him to step up to the plate and have a great game, I thought was really cool. And it's sort of a testament to who that guy always is. When the pressure, if you remember last year, when things got tight and you needed to make a play happen at CU, he would make a play happen. He's always kind of been that way. But I kind of like the idea that he's fighting a little bit of adversity immediately. Before I took the week off, we were discussing the comment from their owner, where he's like, yeah, if it were up to me, I wouldn't have drafted the guy. My GM did. He drafted him. And I thought that's a weird thing for an owner to say about a player who's on his team. And despite all that, Shadeur goes out there and plays well. Again, if you had concerns about Shadeur and him holding on to the ball too long, you had some of those fears confirmed in that game. Because even on a play that he wasn't sacked, he did about 8 pirouettes and ran 20 yards backwards to escape pressure. He kept the play alive for what ended up being like a nothing play. But if he gets tripped up around the ankles, it's like 3rd and 30. And that's stuff that I think will have to be sort of coached out of him. And maybe that's just part of who his personality is as a quarterback, is I'm always going to try and make a play. But bottom line is, I thought it was a great debut for him. And if he can stack, another game or two like that on top of it, maybe he's got a legitimate argument as to, I don't even know if it's being the starter, but at least getting snaps this year. Maybe being the number 2, maybe being the guy that they go to if Flacco goes down with an injury or something. He's got a good case. Some other rookies making debuts this weekend. Ashton Genty had 3 carries for -1 yards in his debut with the Raiders. Not a lot to see there. Travis Hunter, it's interesting. You can go back and watch highlight packages to see him do both offense and defense in an actual NFL game setting. It's still like, I want to keep throwing reminders out there that somebody's actually trying to do this because it's insane. But he got a decent amount of run on both sides of the football. Had a couple of catches for 9 yards. Played a lot of DB in that game. But even on, it was like a 5-yard catch, but it was a slant over the middle. He's got a gear, like a turbo booster that he can thrust into that just not a lot of guys have. The one that I think is going to be really interesting to watch, first of all, New York, they've already named Russell Wilson the starter. They did that like day 1. But Jackson Dart went in there and played pretty well. I think it's like Russell Wilson is on the shortest leash that's ever existed, just because the mounting pressure of what feels like a lame duck head coach and GM and Brian Dable, and I forget who the GM is there. They got another year in which everybody thought they were going to be fired, and yet they're trying to shepherd in this year 1 quarterback, which I think is always a terrible decision. But he looked pretty good. And it's going to take like 2 straight Russell Wilson bleep up games for the entire New York media and fan base to start screaming in the face of Brian Dable to put in Jackson Dart. But the one that I find fascinating, the Minnesota Vikings drafted J.J. McCarthy last year. McCarthy goes down with that injury in the preseason. He's going to miss the year. And so they play Sam Darnold, who has this fantastic year and leads the Vikings to a 14-3 record. J.J. McCarthy, by some accounts during Minnesota's camp, has struggled. He struggled in his debut with Minnesota. And I'm trying to picture what happens if J.J. McCarthy steps in and a team that went 14-3 last year with Sam Darnold ends up going 8-9. Because it's just tough for the rookie to figure it out in year 1. Especially without having the reps last year. Like, how do you as a fan base handle that one? Because that gets incredibly difficult when you have expectations that are very high, and yet you're trying to usher in this sort of new quarterback, figure it out on the fly, drink through a fire hose thing with a team that's set up to win. That one, I think, is going to be an incredibly interesting watch. And, The game that just got suspended. Well, they call it suspended. It's canceled. Suspended means you're going to pick it up later. Like the beginning of the fourth quarter, it's Detroit and Atlanta. A Lions player takes a hit. He leaves on a stretcher. And then they just come out and they go, game's over. See ya. Now, I don't think they're going to do that in the regular season. I mean, they had, I guess, a little bit of that. Well, they did that with the Bills game with DeMar Hamlin, but he died on the field for at least a short period of time. In this case, if you guys missed it, it wasn't even like a crown of the helmet thing. The guy's head was up. It was like the form tackle that everybody teaches. He just got caught weird. Neck kind of snapped back a little bit. He was obviously concussed. I think their issue was there's a report and there's a camera angle on the reverse side where it looked like he was having sort of a seizure on the field, and that's what freaked people out. I just wonder if this is going to be a more common occurrence in the league. If an injury like that happens, do they just stop the game? No, it's preseason, so nobody really cares, and they did joint practices. That's the decision that the two head coaches in that game made, was we got our work already, but really weird situation there. Anyway, all training camp coverage at Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. A lot more to break down with the Broncos' first preseason game of the year. The overall theme, it seems to me, is do you freak out over the good and bad when it comes to preseason, or do you just kind of take it as a guide? We'll get to that in a little bit, both on offense and defense for the Broncos. Two sort of different perspectives on both of those with preseason game number one. We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. I did not have that I leave for a couple of days. And Bo Nix is no longer a good quarterback, and he can't play anymore on my bingo card. I just didn't have that. Not what I was expecting, Vic. I mean, what do you want me to do?
It was a weird game.
It was.
When you look at the final score, you're like, wow, Broncos dominated. But those who watch football understand. You watch the first couple series, and you see the ones versus the twos, and you see the ones sort of struggle, and you're like, what is this? Yeah, it's weird. And I think you could judge what feeling you should have toward that game by the post-game press conference from Sean Payton, who was very snappy. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
He was very snappy in that post-game. He wasn't happy.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. You don't overreact to this stuff. It's not like it's something to where you have these grand takeaways. I think I could point out a couple of plays that didn't happen that if they did would totally change the perspective of people because you only get, like 12 plays total to try and make an impact before you bring in the backups or whatever.
Yeah.
I had specific things I was looking for, and I'm not worried about a good nor bad game from Bo Nix. In the same way, like the way that people are talking about Bo Nix, or at least some were talking about Bo Nix after that game and that it didn't look great. I don't see a lot of people saying that Jarrett Stidham's amazing either. And he had, like, statistically a perfect game. You know what I mean? 14 of 15 with a couple of touchdowns and like 150 yards passing. And nobody really cares about that. So it's like, be at least consistent about it.
Moj, the one thing that game proves is that the Broncos have better depth this year. You could see it.
Totally.
Okay.
Hang on, Jesse. Is he potted up? I don't hear them.
I'm trying.
Oh, there you
I
go.
am trying to be potted up. I am so trying to be potted up. You can't even believe it. Pot me up. The one thing I took away from that football game, and I'm not concerned about Jack, is that whatever preconceived lean you had at Bo Nix, second year is going to be tough, or what in the holy snot was that? What is going on, man?
You're just waking people up.
I reckon whatever your preconceived notion was, it was reinforced by that, right? I mean, the way I look at it, I mean, Bo Nix fans and believers, they're going to be like, it's preseason crap. It's game one. Doesn't mean jack. And, I mean, you want to find a rhythm, but he's going to be fine. And those were saying, I saw plenty of this on Saturday night as well. Well, look at here. I guess year one was an aberration. Hey, man, relax, people. Relax. He's going to be fine. The offense is going to be fine. They're going to pick it up. Everything's going to be okay. It's just that you got off to a little bit of a rocky start against the Niners, 2s and 3s. No big deal. It's going to be fine.
Okay, I can give you two plays that I think if something happens a little bit differently, then people are saying completely different things about Bo Nix. He had a throw, I think it was on the first drive, third down. He had a throw that was perfect. It was
Franklin?
it was over the shoulder to Cortland Sutton.
Oh, dropped it.
Right, I mean, put it in the perfect spot away from the defender, and Cortland dropped it on third down.
Yeah.
He makes that catch. Maybe they drive down the field, they score a touchdown, and then your perspective changes. That's one.
And that throw is exactly where you wanted to put it, by the way.
Perfect.
You wanted to put it on that back shoulder. That's exactly where you wanted the football, okay? So everybody calm down. Now, people will say, well, he had to scramble out of pressure in that pass. I think it was Dobbins. Yeah, they hit him in the tips of the finger. I mean, it was a pretty messy play overall, but look, man, it's just preseason football. We'll get there.
The other play was he threw up a 50-50 ball to Cortland, which was the right decision. He was one-on-one in the end zone, and he just didn't put it high enough. It's like you put another couple inches on that, he probably comes down with it. Point is, I'm not concerned. There was one thing that I thought was really interesting, though, because they gave Harvey a lot of run immediately out of the gates.
Yeah.
And you can tell one thing, and it's kind of what we noticed during camp, boys. Harvey's got a gear that just you haven't had at running back for the last couple of years. He's got, like, when I put my foot down and I go, he's got a speed that he can get to that Javonte and everybody else the past few years have just not had. I do, in the short amount that we saw, I think he has a tendency to bump it outside a little bit too much instead of trying to find a hole inside. But the fact that he's got the ability to beat somebody at the corner, I thought is something that you haven't had in a while that's really nice to see. But I was really watching the running backs.
But you know why? Is because in college, you can – you're right, Brett. He's got zip. He's got some zip to his game that we haven't seen around here in quite a while. The ability to bounce it out in college and just run around nerds is pretty good.
Yeah.
And even good nerds, like even nerds at other good schools. This is the National Football League, and these guys pursue down the line of scrimmage like mothers. And corners will recognize earlier, quicker, and they will come up to meet you and stick you. So if you keep trying to bounce it outside, you're going to be smothered toward the sideline all day and all night. He's going to have to, as time goes on, pick a hole and, like you said, plant that foot and just jam it through the hole the best he can, Vic, to try to get more yardage. That's the way the National Football League works.
You know, there was one play, as long as we're assessing and evaluating Bo Nix, there was one play that I guarantee they're going to break down the film today, and they're going to say, no, 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 no. And they're going to focus on one particular play. And that was the one where he was backpedaling, turned his back on the defense, threw it away, got a penalty and a safety. That was a Russell Wilson play. The blitz came from the right side. He misread it. Running back was wide open over the middle. Could have dumped it off to the running back for a gain of 15. Wide open. He misread the play. And then, to compound the misread, he turned his back and tried to beat the blitzer with his feet. And it caused more problems. And that's the kind of game, that's the kind of play that I guarantee Sean Payton's going to break down today and say, all right, listen, where did we mess up? We messed up at the line of scrimmage. You didn't see this.
I have a theory on that, by the way. I think if that's a regular season game, that doesn't happen. I think Bo Nix saw a free rusher coming at him in a preseason game, and he goes, I'm not taking a hit. I think that he was trying to do.
That may be true, but that's a bad. If it is, it's a bad.
But
habit.
it's still a bad read.
No,
it's still a bad
Vic,
read. Yeah.
Vic, when you see a free rusher, maybe he'd be more willing to take the hit and stay there and take the hit in the pocket in the regular season. Like, I could be wrong, but it kind of looked like to me, I'm not taking a hit right now because this doesn't matter.
But maybe you don't even take a hit if you just dump it off to the running back who's wide open. Running back was running wide open. Whoever that was. Go back and look at the play.
Okay. I haven't seen what you're talking about. I'm sure you're right.
Brett, go back and look at the play.
Okay.
All right?
Got it.
I mean, geez, Vic, if he won't go back and look at the play, then what are we even doing?
It's a great point. You know, I've a little bit of time off, foggy brain. You know what I mean? I'm a Ryder Cup champion. You know, I had to get back in gear. Yeah,
I gotcha. It's great to have you back. By the way, we're the resumption of Golf at Altitude is today. It's a very popular show, and I'm at Blackstone Country Club out here in very East Aurora. And, Vic, you played out here numerous times. In fact,
Sure.
Vic and I have been in major competitions out here numerous times, and he let me down every single time. We won't talk about that today. It's no big deal. I mean, he just can't handle the pressure. But we're back at Golf with Altitude, so if anybody's wondering why I'm not in the studio or whatever, that I'm out here today getting ready to film the show. And talk Broncos football.
You know, it's hard to get reads on things. You don't want to overdo things. I do think there's takeaways that you can have. In the same way, like I talk about summer league basketball or preseason, whatever, individual stuff you can take away. I'll tell you what surprised me the most. I think that maybe the most concrete thing of that game, there's a couple, but here's one that I noticed immediately. So R.J. Harvey gets the start at running back. And then they bring in Dobbins for a little bit of third down work. And then Jaleel gets a couple of carries. And then Tyler Bidet gets a couple of carries. And then Blake Watson gets a couple of carries. And then Estime enters the game. Didn't you guys notice that? That Estime didn't get in. He was like the last dude in the rotation to get in that game. And they gave him the most carries out of anybody because the game was, you know, they were up 20 points or whatever it was. And they're like, all right, go run the ball. And he had 8 carries for 21 yards. I don't think
he had the
this
fewest yards per carry.
Yeah, I don't think
yards per carry.
This isn't lining up very well for Audric Estime to make the team. I think he's very much on the outside looking in right now.
I don't doubt you. He's going to have to, those last 2 games, maybe the last game, where I could tell you this. The running back imbroglio, you're seeing the traffic jam there at running back. There's no clarity. I have no idea who the top 3 backs are. No idea. I mean, that race is wide open. Well, we know R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins.
Right.
The abbreviations are in. R.J. and J.K., they're in. After that, it's anybody's guess.
Man, I was kind of impressed, by the way. Both Bidet and Blake Watson, like, When they find a hole, they go.
Speed.
Yeah, they really do. And part of me, like, I was thinking back to that playoff game where they made Estime inactive. They activated Bidet, right? Was it Bidet or Watson who they activated? It was Bidet.
He
And I was
came
like,
back from injury.
I kind of understand, I guess, where they're coming from. If you want some explosiveness, like, those guys got it. But the one thing that I really, really noticed was that, here's the other thing that I really noticed. Preseason game or not, I'm almost surprised that after that drive, that possession, in which Benito had 2 sacks and almost a third one consecutively, he didn't take off his shoulder pads, drop them at the feet of Sean Payton, and be like, I'll put those back on when you pay me. It really did just kind of feel like, here, hey, this is how quickly I can do this stuff. So give me the check.
What a series, what a vocal series. It took one series. He just said, all right, give me 3 snaps.
Yep.
And let me show him what I can do. First snap, beats his guy, sack. Second snap, beats his guy, half a sack. Third guy, beats his guy. Third snap, he's causing havoc all over the backfield and causes a loss on the play. The dude dominated one series like no other.
He certainly did. If it was me, if I'm George Payton, I just take the contract out of my pocket, walk down to the sideline, got a little ballpoint pen right here in my hand, say, all right, just here, turn around, use my back, sign on the line, which is dotted, and let's get it on. And if you're the Denver Broncos, I mean, every time you see him start to do that again, you're like, okay, let's just – sooner the better, right? Once you know, you're going to know, if you're the Denver Broncos, that this is a guy we need to lock up pretty damn quickly so the price doesn't get crazy.
It was weird to see all the plaudits and praise going toward the Broncos defense, and then on the opening drive, they just get –
Yeah. It was really what? One sort of –
It was one play.
One misread from Jaquan.
Jaquan McMillan chasing the guy down the field. It was one play, but that's all it takes is one play.
Sure. I got a theory. I'll save it. I got a thought towards Nick Benito and what you could do to maximize motivation on his part that I think could really help you. We got some audio that we're going to get to a little bit later, by the way. One of them from, what's his name? There's a guy from ESPN. I'll remember his name in just a second. But he said he talked to somebody high up in the Chiefs organization about the Broncos.
Matthew Berry, formerly of
Berry,
ESPN.
yes. Really interesting answer on his part from a high-end executive from Kansas City that he talked to.
Some funny stuff from Von Miller, too, about what once was a possibility of reuniting with the Broncos. Really funny stuff.
But more than that, you said something, Vic, that I think is totally true. In the team, the concern that you had from last year, the area they were weakest, I think they got a lot better at. They seem to have a lot more guys you can trust behind the starters now, especially in the secondary. The Jahdae Barron thing, I think I certainly was a little bit confused on draft night when it's like, really, corners where you go? And then you start to realize, oh, yeah, the defense really wasn't that great towards the end of the year, the second that Riley Moss left, and you need some help there. And I think there's one play from Jahdae Barron. He's not a big guy. He's not, like, super tall. He's not super big. But he's willing to lay his nose on somebody. And he had one pretty big hit in that game that I was impressed by. I was like, that's his whole thing, is that he's willing to lay the lick despite his size.
Also, Moser, did you see the turnout for the Savannah Bananas at Coors Field over the weekend? Did you see any of that? Because if you didn't see what I saw, you'll never be convinced about why it's going to work. That thing sold out both games to the gills. Not only sold out the games, pregame, downtown Denver pregame. Yeah, grab your forehead. Do what you want. Do whatever you want. Grab your forehead. Grab it. Go ahead. Look old. Grandpa. Hey, Grandpa, look old. You could say whatever you want about the Bananas. They did more downtown in those 2 days than we've seen all summer.
I would use the Jonas Brothers as an equilibrium here. But I'm afraid you would say, oh, I could totally go to the Jonas Brothers if they were in town. Or whatever. Okay, Miley Cyrus, I mean, what? look, Miley's rocking in the what's that big hit song?
Party in the USA.
Whatever. That sounded friggin' old right there.
Yeah, it did. Really did.
Rocking in the U.S. Good. I mean, if that's your thing, great. If you like banana ball and you like guys on stilts and you like infielders gyrating into the wind, you know what? Good. Good for you. You like air loving into the wind and guys. If that's your thing, that's great. That's your thing. Good for you. It ain't my thing. So, Vic, the answer to your question is no. I didn't pay attention even one iota to what happened at Coors Field this weekend. And you know why? I don't care. I couldn't care less.
There was over 100,000 people that did.
That's great. Good for them. And they are really fun people who like to have a fun time.
100,000 people spoke their mind. Grandpa's sitting there in the clubhouse waiting to go do his shoot. Get ready, Grandpa. I'm glad you woke up early for that.
How many people went and go, you know what? What a waste of time. My kids wanted to go, but I sat there hammering Coors Lights because I couldn't
get in there because they were sold out and you couldn't even get tickets on the aftermarket. They were $300. We compared the prices to the aftermarket tickets for a banana and a regular ticket for any other game at Coors Field that wasn't even close. $300 aftermarket. But Grandpa's at home.
No, that's awesome.
No, Grandpa's at the golf course. He's got to get his swings in.
Course. Yeah.
303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line. A lot more.
Why don't you weigh in on this, Kane? Why are you sitting there mute? Why are you saying a word? Because you're afraid he's going to come down on you too?
No, because I have any problem with the bananas.
I don't have any problem with the bananas either.
It sounds like you do, actually.
They don't exist to me. They don't exist. Okay?
Grandpa's got a
like
problem
Vic and Aliens. Vic and Aliens. They don't exist. And so if they don't exist, they don't affect my life at all.
I told you.
Well, they clearly exist. 100,000 people told us they existed in Denver, Colorado.
Not to me,
over the
they
weekend.
don't. Yeah, but to me, they don't.
I know, but Grandpa does different things. Grandpa's at art shows.
Grandpa was at an art show.
Yeah. Grandpa goes to an art show and he pretends those exist.
Yep. So Grandpa went to the art show. Yeah. Grandpa went to the art show, and then 100,000 people showed up at Coors Field over the weekend. I mean, I like the bananas. I like them. Anyway, get back to this in just a second. A lot more with the game. Preseason game number 1. And I think a motivational chip that the Broncos could use to really help them. Get to it next.
Hey, how was your weekend? Was it good? This time of year is all about fun. Firing up the grill, spending days in the sun, the one you love. But if you're dragging through it, if you're tired, you're foggy, or off your game, low testosterone could be the reason. It's Moser. And it was for me. So I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they fixed me up big time. You forget about it. You know, the loss of testosterone can cause a host of problems like low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, all that stuff. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there to take care of you. Schedule an appointment today. It's just $99. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to go through everything with you. And if you need treatment, they are absolutely going to take care of you. All that stuff is going to go away, and you're going to feel like you did years ago. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Vic, I don't want you to bring this up anymore on the show. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Brett's back. Did you have a good week off there?
Great week off.
Playing golf and playing with your dad and hanging out. That's great. Good for you. Vic, I don't want you to bring this up anymore. Don't bring up this banana stuff, because all you do is you split people, you make people angry, or you make people happy. Yeah, you are. I'm here to talk football today. I need to talk about the Broncos in preseason game number 1. I need to talk about what I saw. But you've got a split. I mean, the 9-1-08, that was me. It was a waste of time. Kids wanted to go home. I was there, never again. And Kurt says, I went both days. Worth the $40 ticket, entertaining as hell. Fans first came through every single time in every way. Good. Okay, so it's for some people. It's not for other people. That's okay. I mean, don't you see that that's okay? I'm not a bad person because I don't give a rat's ass about the Savannah Bananas.
Well, I don't care if you don't like it. I'm just here to tell people you're a grandfather.
Pop, pop.
Well, I'm not yet, thank God,
Hey, pop,
and
pop.
hopefully I won't be anytime soon. Hi, Pop, Pop.
Hey, Peepaw.
Hey, Peepaw. I'm a Mima and Peepaw.
What part of the country calls their grandparents Meemaw and Peepaw?
I know, probably people from Minnesota, knuckleheads like that, probably.
I've never heard Meemaw.
Guys, I got to tell you.
That's Martin Oleskowitz.
I got to tell you about 2 things I witnessed on the way to the Broncos game. To watch the Broncos game in my neighborhood. All right. First of all, the first thing occurred on Friday, so it doesn't really count on the way. But did you guys see that video I posted of a car that ran through the fence almost onto the green on number 16
green?
at Rolling Hills?
Yeah.
Saw that, yeah. What happened?
Some older fella lost control and almost took out the entire freaking green. He went through the fence on 32nd and McIntyre, and man, it could have been a lot worse. Hopefully he's okay. He looked okay. He walked away from the scene. So,
Goodness.
Yeah, my God, and he flipped the car. That was crazy. Then on my way to watch the Broncos game at a buddy's here in town, in my hood, you know those kids, and these are becoming a little more dangerous now, the electric bikes, but the electric dirt bike, they almost look like motorcycles.
Yep.
These kids are doing like wheelies up and down the streets in our neighborhood. I'm going up here and I see this kid in the middle of the road. Dude, I felt so bad for him. Leg just busted up real bad.
Oh,
Jeez.
no.
Just real bad.
No. Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, oh, my God. And what made me feel so bad is he wasn't worried about his leg. He goes, there goes football season. And if you're a kid and you know that you have an injury that is going to make you miss football season, that's the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah. So that was your drive to go watch the game, huh?
And then I'm watching the game.
Okay, so old dude wrecked a car through a fence onto the 16th green. Kid riding his dirt bike, electric dirt bike, mangles his leg 4 ways to Sunday.
And then my scooter wouldn't start.
Well, that sounds like the worst of all of them.
You got a lot of problems with things that won't start.
And then the
I don't know what it is.
And then the Broncos' first string offense wouldn't start.
Wouldn't start, yeah.
By the way, here was my thought when it comes to Benito. We all know the story of guy in contract year and how amazing guy in contract year can play. Do you almost just hold out to be like, Benito, give me like a 20 sack season, and then I'll pay you? Like, you're going to pay him regardless, but do you just dangle it out there like, hey, you really want to get paid?
If he
Do
gives you
that
20
every
sack,
single
dude,
drive, what you just
if
did.
it's a 20 sack season, he's going to be paid more than Myles Garrett. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. So, again, we were talking to Peter Schaefer at camp, and there's a honey hole in there, for the team and for the player. If you wait too long and he balls out, you're going to pay more bread. But if you pay right now and he doesn't ball out, you may have a hamstring type of contract. But there's got to be a happy mix right in there somewhere where you can get this guy under contract, because Vic appears to be highly motivated to me.
I can tell you that it is a risk reward. If you play out the season and you get hurt, then you wonder how much money that would cost you if you get hurt, or how much of your career it would cost you. Personally, I would like my money now. And if it means taking a little bit less, I would take a little bit less. Why are you trying to set the market?
Yeah. I want Benito, whatever that motivational chip I can throw on him, if that means I'm not paying you yet, and he can go out and do exactly what he did, because God, is he good. Man, he's got like a crazy bend around the edge. I felt so bad for that backup left tackle for San Francisco, whoever that guy was. It's just like, what do you want me to do? I can't. Yeah. I can't. Whatever you're asking me to do with it, I can't do it. So stop putting me out here with this guy. It's not fair.
You know what he is, though, too? He's also stronger. Did you see on the first attempt? He had a little bull rush going, man.
Yeah.
He was moving guys out of the way. You can see he has really developed more strength this season.
The other thing was, we talked about depth. I think there's a lot more depth in the secondary, which thank God. The numbers get a little bit screwy. You look at the Broncos from last year, they're third in the league in points allowed per game. But do you guys remember what happened around week 12? They gave up a whole bunch of 30-point games to teams. And I think that they got that number, third in points allowed per game last year, in large part because Kansas City just gave up the last week of the season. Remember, they had 5 first downs that entire game in week 18 because they were playing like Carson Wentz and what that Steele kid name, he was playing running back. But the second they lost Riley Moss for a little bit, remember, Surtain was banged up for a couple of games too. Yeah. They needed help in the secondary. So they get Jahdae Barron, which I think was a good debut for him. Also, I hope this is the case. If you saw what Chris Harris tweeted out, he was watching the Broncos game over the weekend. Chris Harris thinks that Chris Abrams-Draine is due for a big year. And
he finished strong last season.
Yeah. Well, guys at that position, you give them a year. A lot of corners struggle in their rookie seasons. That transition to year 2 is where you kind of see what they're made of. And he had a really strong debut as well this year, as well as a strong camp. He's been good all camp. But getting depth in the secondary is huge.
Okay, that being said then, I mean, who's on the outside looking in? I think he's clearly got a job. But I look at that secondary, man, there's a lot of guys with a lot of name recognition that we've seen play, and you can't keep everybody, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think this is where, Vic, you were talking about, hey, if a guy gets let go that you really don't expect, or one of those, even a name that's been around. I mean, I remember last year talking about Skinner and his play. Man, that guy looked pretty good filling in right there at the safety spot. He looked pretty strong, and everybody I think had impressive plays at one time or another. But now, how do you start to trim the fat a little bit? There's no fat there. Brett, I think you're right. I think they're a lean, mean secondary machine, but you got to trim something somewhere. That's where it's going to get very tough for me, because I think the Broncos are going to lose a good player because they have to.
Well, my biggest fear going into that game was any health-related loss, and they did lose one player, backup defensive lineman Matt Henningsen, out for the season with an Achilles tendon tear. I don't know if it's just me, guys, but why are so many people... Mariano Rivera tore his Achilles in the Yankees alumni game? What is going on?
Well, Rivera's 1 billion years old.
Age doesn't matter in this anymore. Age doesn't matter. Young people are doing it, dude.
Yeah, Henningsen's not 1 billion years old, okay?
Yeah.
Max Pacioretty wasn't 1 billion years old. Listen to you, man.
Henningsen is a young man playing NFL football. Rivera is an old man who is pitching in an old man's game.
They both blew their Achilles.
Is an old man who walked.
It doesn't matter, man. It's happening at youth. It's happening at age. Young people are doing it as much. That's what's scary about it. I mean, it's my biggest fear right now, because I saw what it did to Moser. It turned Moser into a grandfather. I don't want to do it.
Okay. I swear to God, and I know I sent you a text, the whole group of text over the weekend.
Dude, I want everybody to know. Moser sent us a text basically hoping that we all tear our Achilles. What kind of human being would do that?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I said...
Brett,
I
said, a tone to it. There was a tone
There was a tone. But I said, if any of you even remotely tear your Achilles in any kind of way, I'm going to be on you like stink on a pig.
Oh, really? You won't be sympathetic?
I'm going to – not a chance. You know why? Because me and my major reconstructive surgery and my injury, I've done nothing but face grief from you idiots.
No. I never felt bad.
Oh, no. Yeah.
No, you're misinterpreting this, and Brett, perhaps you can help. We never hurt you on the Achilles thing. We always had nothing but sympathy. It's the way you did it. Simply getting out of bed. It's the way you did it.
You see, that right there is not what happened, and you know it's not what happened, yet you perpetuate this lie.
Excuse
me?
You're the one who told us that's how it happened.
Let me give you two
I was
scenarios.
playing with my dogs, and I jumped in the air, remember, and it exploded.
No, you said you fake jumped. That's standing.
Yeah, well, okay.
Fake jumping is standing.
Okay.
Now let me give you the scenario, Moshe. If I tore my,
now I hope you both get it. I really do. I hope you're both in scooters for a month and a half in boots. I hope so.
No, can I just lay out a scenario? If I tore my ACL, and the way I did it is I saved a child from being hit by a car, nobody's making fun of me.
No, ever.
Now,
it's how you spin the story.
Now, I tore my ACL because I was mowing the lawn.
Or reaching for the remote a little too aggressively.
That's a lot more funny, and you should make fun of me for that.
Things Moser would do.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly right.
Like I did the Manitou Incline yesterday. If I had torn my Achilles doing that, that'd be something else. By the way, that thing's no joke. That is no joke. Brett, I want you to do it.
I don't want to do it.
I want you to do it.
I've seen pictures of it. It's okay.
That
Looks
thing
pretty.
Is no joke.
Hey, just quickly here, what do you guys think about this? For my entire life, same thing with you guys. When a big fight happens, it used to be boxing, now it's UFC. You got to pay for it. Pay for the fight. And they've been anywhere from what? 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100, somewhere in there. Did you see this new deal from the UFC?
Tell me.
7 years, $7.7 billion to go to Paramount, where they're going to put their fights on CBS. No more pay-per-view. They'll have a select fights will be on the Paramount Plus app, but as long as you have the app, no extra cost.
Is this a done deal, or is it just in the works?
Just happened. So
they're leaving
7.7.
ESPN. They're leaving ESPN. They had that deal with Disney.
Yep, leaving ESPN to go over to Paramount, and a whole bunch of events are going to be on CBS for free, with a few of them behind that app paywall. But that would be it. So instead of paying $80 for a fight, if you remember with ESPN, you had to have, first of all, ESPN Plus, and then it cost you like an additional $70 if you wanted the big fights.
Well, don't be naive. You don't think Paramount's going to charge you money on top of money for these fights?
They're selling this as long as you have Paramount Plus, you have all of the fights. That's how they're selling.
And how are they going to get their money back? Where's that $7.7 billion coming from?
Well, I think that's when you put it on the big channel on CBS, you get a bunch of ratings for it. You sell advertising, right?
Well, how do you sell advertising?
You don't got to have that attitude with me. I didn't make the deal. I don't know.
Oh, I know, but there's always an if or a but. There's always something there. They've got to sell advertising to make up that revenue. So either they're going to add commercials. Like, so when these UFC fights were on ESPN Plus, were there commercials?
I think what they did is they did the kind of what golf does, right? Where they put
okay.
They put it in a box,
Gotcha.
but they have like an ad on the side,
so
sort of thing.
They're going to either add commercials or they're going to up the premium cost of these fights. There's
Brett, have you
no
ever
way
heard
they're going to.
Yeah. You ever heard of the term, there's no such thing as a free lunch?
Well, it's not free.
You ever heard of that
You're
term?
paying. They're getting subscribers. Like I think that's part
But
of it.
you said it's going to be on CBS, no charge. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Somebody's going to be paying for somewhere, somehow. Whether it's through the subs with its, Paramount, or whether it's whatever, somebody's going to be paying.
Their whole thing that they're selling with this deal is that you don't have to do pay-per-views anymore. That's what they're telling them. Like, that's what they're saying
telling
in
you
this
there's
deal.
no such thing as a free lunch.
Well, they can say
figure
they're
it
not
out.
going to do pay-per-views anymore, but it's just a different term for pay for our channel. That's the same as pay-per-view. I mean, what's the difference?
But I'm telling you guys, I had ESPN Plus, and even having that, they give you the Tuesday night fights they don't care about. But when they had a big marquee fight, you had to pay like an extra $70-$80 for it.
Okay, so
They're
Amazon,
saying that stuff's gone. Isn't what they're saying?
Isn't there something on Netflix or Amazon where you can have the channel, but if you want a premium thing on that channel, you have to pay a little extra? Don't they all do the same thing, or is it
I don't think
all
so.
free?
If you guys remember, the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight was free if you had Netflix.
Well,
you didn't pay anything for it.
It was hard
No,
because
it's terrible.
It wouldn't show up.
Yeah, it was
too many
terrible.
people went at it.
But they did that for free. So I don't know. It just interesting.
Am I a bad person? It's been established that I'm a bad person regarding the bananas because I don't care. And if I don't care, like I'm like the biggest jerk on the planet for some
I know
reason.
where you're
I don't
going
get
with this,
that.
and you better watch out.
If I didn't care about Tyson and Paul, does that make me a bad person too?
Oh,
I
no.
don't
I
care.
mean, that was an exhibition.
I don't care.
That was an exhibition.
Well, what
Everybody
the
knows
hell
that
are the
was an exhibition.
Bananas? Oh, is that for the World Series? I'm sorry. I forgot the Bananas had their own World Series this weekend at Coors Field. Then they beat the space alien team that they brought from wherever.
It's an entertainment product, Moser. I don't know why you don't get this.
Hey, Moser, did you go to Tesla last week? Telsa, whatever it's called? Some rock band? Did you
Sure
drive your
did.
Tesla?
It was rad.
Okay.
Oh,
How
I'm
many people-
sorry. Are they in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Are they, where did you go? Where was the concert?
At the Mission Ballroom.
Really? How many people showed up?
I was packed. I don't know. It was sold out.
What is
Whatever
it?
that.
What do you think? How many?
I don't know.
Do you think it was
5,000?
over 100,000?
I don't.
Did you have 100,000 there?
For Christ.
That's
what I thought.
We're aftermarket tickets, $300 a piece.
That's what I thought. Were kids there like 3 hours before the game? Was it packed? Did it pack downtown Denver?
Bro,
that's what I thought.
Bro, Taylor Swift had like 90,000 at Mile High.
Is
for
it a
one
sport?
show or
Is it
two
a
shows.
sport?
I'm just saying it's entertainment. You said you even just said yourself it's not a sport. I'm just trying to establish if I didn't like and I didn't want to watch the Tyson Paul fight, does that make me as big a jerk as I am that I'm not into the Bananas?
Nobody's calling you a jerk. My world revolves around sports-related items. Yours does not. You go to concerts and you go to art shows. You don't watch sports. And
you
yet
know what?
you host a
You're
sports
right.
show every morning.
Dude, sports are my life, and you know that. In fact, you should ask my wife that question. But pardon me for being a more well-rounded human being than you. I apologize for being learned. You know what? You're right, Vic. What I should do is just go through life being a dummy with no culture and no other form of interest in my life whatsoever.
Do you speak a foreign language?
My parents weren't born in Serbia,
I'm asking
bro.
you, do you speak a second language? Because I do.
Buenos dias.
I tried,
How
but I'm
cultured
very
are you,
poor at
Mose?
it, as
Can you
know.
speak a second language? Fluently.
No, but I can
That's
speak
what I
a
thought.
little
Now
French.
shut up and learn
muscle my
something.
way through Italy. I muscle my way through Italian.
Hey, there is some other football that I wanted to get to, including Shadeur's debut. And in the whole, don't take too much stock in preseason performance, blah, 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 that whole thing, Shadeur's felt different because it was different. And I'll explain next. Hey,
Yeah.
the Shadeur thing over the weekend, the entire story surrounding him, I think, is interesting. And I will put a little bit more stock in his performance than really anybody else from the opening preseason weekend of the NFL for this reason. I think you'd have a hard time finding somebody that was experiencing as many eyeballs and pressure as Shadeur was in that start. And I mean it.
Yeah.
Like, it was a different thing than just a preseason game for him. Because everybody's kind of wondering, like, what happened in the draft?
Mm-hmm.
Does he really belong in the league? Is he really in the conversation for starter, or is this all just sort of like fodder around Cleveland?
Yeah.
For him to go out and play well in that game,
Yeah.
I think mattered a lot.
I have an admission to make. And I want to make this admission because it's very rare in our business where people will take a step back and say they were wrong. And wrong's not the word here. I saw it differently. The only thing that's bothered me about Shadeur over the last couple of years, I think he's tough. I think he's competitive. I love his game. I always thought it would transfer and translate to the next level, always. I just never liked the watch thing. I just didn't like it. And he did it again yesterday, or I'm sorry, the other night after he threw a couple touchdown passes. He did the watch thing. Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting there watching it. Just watched a replay of it now, him mic'd up doing it. And it just hit me. I was like, well, how hypocritical are you, Vic? You don't like the watch thing, but you loved it when TD did the Mile High Salute. What's the difference? What's the difference?
Well, one seems one seems kind of respect. I don't know. That's a great question.
What's it?
Maybe
No. Before you say one's respectful, each time an athlete makes himself center stage, does something toward the crowd to elicit a response. Correct?
It would be, do you remember when Joe Horn, and this is when they started really cracking down, do you remember when he went into the to the goal post and in the foam padding and he pulled out a cell phone after a touchdown, remember, and he pretended like he was making a call and all that kind of. Do you remember that?
I love
Brett?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
got
But there's no
penalized for it.
difference between that. Yeah, he did, but there's no difference between that and the watch thing, right? I mean, that's just a guy showing off and being happy or whatever. Alfred Papunu used to pop the top of the football off like a coconut and drink it. I mean,
I think I know
I
the
don't know.
difference, and I still kind of feel this way. I don't know. It is weird, but I would say the difference for me is the watch thing is he's saying, like, I got a Rolex. Isn't that what that's about? It's like, I'm rich.
I don't
rich.
know.
Like, I don't know.
I don't know what it means. All I'm saying is I've been so hypercritical of his actions after the play, and yet you watch a football game, a guy makes a sack, and everybody's got a sack dance. What's the difference?
Well,
yeah, Mark Gastineau invented the sack dance.
What's
for
the
crying
difference?
out loud.
All right, someone says, "Oh, well, TD had class." Well, why are you do? What's the Mile High Salute about? What is that? Self-indulgent? Is it what does it mean? Obviously, I know TD very well. I know he's classy, but that's your interpretation. Here's my takeaway from when I saw Shadeur the other night. Some people handle pressure, and you mentioned the pressure. I can't think of a more pressure-packed situation for a pro football player than the one he faced Friday night. No one over the weekend had a tougher situation
Totally
walking
agree.
into than Shadeur Sanders. And he came out of that shining. 5 stars. 5 out of 5 stars. And I think people handle pressure differently. He handles it by leveling up his emotion.
And he always has.
You know, he walks in with his peeps. He's playing his music. Did you guys see that? That's just how that's how he handles that pressure. And you know what? He lived up to it. So
He certainly did.
So some people want to go under the radar. Some people don't talk to me. I'm good. Talk to me after. He's not that person. He's much like his father. Very much like. And why would you blame Shadeur about doing that? He learned from his dad. That's what
Yeah,
his dad did his
absolutely.
entire life.
I would argue to you that no quarterback, including those in a new spot like Russell Wilson in New York, no quarterback, including the overall number 1 pick in Cam Ward, had nearly as much discussion about his first preseason game.
Nobody's talking about
as
Cam
Shadeur
Ward
Sanders
today.
did.
That is
around the country.
Not at all. Everybody's talking about Shadeur because, again, he was a hyped and terrific college football player who dropped to the 5th round and blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's a much bigger story behind it than Cam Ward is. Okay, he went here, then he went to Wazoo, and then he went to Miami, then he got drafted number 1. I mean, it's not quite as, quote, interesting story, Shadeur's trip to Cleveland, and the 5th round being the second quarterback taken, and having your dang owner come out last week and go, it wasn't my decision. I didn't want him. I didn't want none of that. I wanted the other guy.
Somebody on Twitch says, so arrogance is fine as long as you're imitating someone. Got it. Listen, again, we all have our opinions about what arrogance is. Arrogance manifests itself in many different ways. Many different ways. He's very open about it. You may not like it, but I'm going to tell you right now, it works.
Well,
whoever that was, you may not like him, and there are things he does that I don't like either. But you know what? Round 1 goes to Shadeur.
Well,
He kicked butt. He proved everybody wrong. Whether you like it or not, whether you think he's arrogant or not, he got one over on you. Winner, Shadeur Sanders.
I think there's 2 reasons as to why Shadeur fell where he did in the draft and maybe had the doubts from a lot of people that he did. And I think both of them were on display over the weekend. I think part of it is his personality rubs people the wrong way for whatever reason. Whether you agree or not, I think it most certainly does. The second thing is you said this, you talked to somebody that was very much in charge of draft processes and where to rank guys. And they told you that part of his problem was that he holds on to the ball too long and he takes too many sacks. Mm-hmm. He did that. I watched most of the snaps that he played in that game on Friday. He did that. He held on to the ball a long time. He had one of those plays where he dropped back 20 yards, spun around. Now, in his defense, he escaped the pressure. But if he doesn't, you're facing like 3rd and 30. Like, that's a problem.
He threw some balls into some tight windows, especially those touchdown passes.
Yes,
that
he
first
did.
touchdown toss was unreal.
What a
how
throw.
tight a window that was. A friend of mine just texted me, the watch thing is about bling and wealth achieved by being the son of a star, not earned on his own.
That's
how
what I was
people
trying to
see
say, yeah.
And there's a point to that. There's a point to that. You know, be your own man and do it after you achieve, not before. I get it.
But he was also a college star who got paid.
I get it, but you know what though? I get it. The bling thing I guess it makes me upset when I see it. But I can't be hypocritical about individual celebrations because we grew up with it. If you go off to the side, I mean, go watch the replay of those touchdowns. He goes in, he celebrates with his receiver, and then he walks off to the side and does the watch thing. Drives me crazy.
Well,
but the more I think about it, what's the difference between that and some of the individual celebrations we've seen over the years?
The celebration stuff aside, it actually says, gentlemen, let's not crown the guy after week 1 of the preseason. I'm not doing that, but I am telling you this.
He won week 1.
Shadeur Sanders faced a pressure, I believe, in his first preseason game like not many people have ever faced in week 1 of the preseason.
And I don't want to hear that crap because you're the same person who probably says, Bo Nix didn't play well. Let's not jump to conclusions because it's just week 1 of the preseason. So which one is it?
Yeah.
Does it value or does it not have some value? Which one is it?
But his was different. Bo Nix didn't face any pressure. Whether he played great or he played terrible, it doesn't matter. He's going to start week 1. Shadeur is like, he's facing this odd sort of people rooting against him, people rooting for him.
Hey,
like
the anti-Shadeur people got to eat it. Eat it. He won. He played great. If you're rooting against him, he beat your ass.
He did. And I'm sure there are people out there who are anti-Bo Nix, or they don't believe that he's that kind of guy, who are probably happy to see him falter a little bit in his start over the weekend against the 49ers. But that being said, Brett, you make a good point. There are people that root against him openly. I get this feeling, and I don't have a whole lot to back it up other than his owner saying, I didn't want him. And then his coach afterwards, now he admitted, he said, did I play up to par? No, I don't feel like I did, but overall the main goal was to win, and honestly that's what we did. That's what Shadeur said. So he knows he's got some things to clean up. I get that. His head coach was like, well, yeah, the first thing out of his mouth was, well, he's got to work on some things.
Isn't that weird,
And I'm like,
Kevin?
well, He just played pretty damn well, and I
Yeah.
feel like even his own flipping team. Then why did you draft him? And I'm not saying, look, I'm not saying he's going to be the week 1 starter, or just say, you know what, for the kid, for the 4th stringer, because these guys are hurt and we're not going to play Joe, to throw him in there with guys he hasn't even practiced with. He played pretty damn good. Now he's got some things to work on, no doubt about it, like all rookies do. But I liked what I saw out of my rookie quarterback. He couldn't even do that. Stefanski couldn't even do that, dude.
Moj, I think Kevin Stefanski is being that proud parent of a great athlete who receives plaudits and compliments. Like if other parents came up and said, "Man, your kid's something else," and your reaction shouldn't be, "Yeah, he sure is." Your reaction should be, "Yeah, okay, but he did this and that." That's all he's doing.
I should agree with you.
That's exactly what he's doing. He's being the
Think
proud.
so?
Inside, I guarantee, deep inside, Kevin Stefanski is like, "Wow, that's awesome." But he's not going to pedal it that way. He's not going to do that.
Shadeur's got skill.
He's not going to feed
He's got
it. He's
ability.
not going to fuel it. He's going to play it low. He's going to lowball it every time because that's the way it should be handled. Again, the worst thing he could have done is, did you guys see that? You believe? The worst thing he could have done is what his dad did.
Understood.
Right?
Understood. But
The
listen,
worst. Can you
That did
imagine if
happen after
Kevin
a game.
Stefanski, after that game, went up to reporters and said, "You believe now?"
no, I
That would
can't
actually
believe
be
it because he's
hilarious
not his
if he
dad.
did, though. God, I would laugh so much if he did.
But what I don't want to see, look, if it's not my team, I don't give a rat's rip about the Cleveland Browns. They could go 0-17
No,
for
but
all I care.
I think the Shadeur thing's really interesting. I
do too. But what I'm saying though is, Brett, is that if he's sort of downplaying things to try to hold the hand of Pickett and Gabriel, you're going about it the wrong way. Your goal as a head coach is to assemble the best players for your team that can play the best football and win the most games. And if this guy can help you, I just like to see him say it.
Dude, he can.
That's all. And maybe he can't. I don't know. It's preseason game number 1, but he looked damn good to me.
Tell you what, there was an immense pressure on him, and a texture was earlier what said, "There's always pressure on players in week 1 of the preseason if you're trying to make the team." Not like this. Like, I don't think that you would have had. Give me the last example of preseason week 1 where this many people had their eye. I can't imagine what the ratings were for that game on NFL Network, by the way. I bet you it's like the highest rated preseason game in years was probably that Cleveland Browns game.
The polarization of Shadeur Sanders is stunning to me. I mean, he does well, and Twitter goes crazy. His dad's tweet. LeBron's tweeting. It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's too much. It's too much. So is the other side. The anti-Shadeur. It's too much. It's very radical. Both sides are radicalized. Like, calm down. And I think Stefanski in this case, he's saying, calm down. Calm down. Let's play it out. That's all.
Well, I do think it's funny that.
But round 1 goes to Shadeur.
It's funny. I know we got to go. That LeBron's tweet about Shadeur is like a news story. I'm like,
Yeah.
Look, LeBron James tweeted about Shadeur. Big whoopee flip. So did Vic Lombardi.
All training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Back after this. Hey, we'll get back to the Broncos game 1 of the preseason in a second.
Huh?
I got a question, though. I watched the entire final round of the St. Jude yesterday, which ended in a playoff between Justin Rose and J.J. Spahn. Never seen this before, so it's sudden death, so they kept replaying 18 3 different times. And they actually moved the hole after 2 playoff holes. I've never seen that. Is that a thing that happens often?
What do you mean they moved the hole?
The hole was located. Yes, the pin. The pin.
Yeah, I was like, what? Yeah.
Well, yeah, they moved the pin. After 2 playoff holes, they're like, all right, I think they got the read on this one. I'm just, as they're going back to the tee box, going to move it to another location.
I'm not sure I've seen it, but I wouldn't be surprised by it.
I don't think I've ever seen that either, Kaner. I know, like in the Masters, they play, 16, 17, and 18? Or do they just go play 18? For the U.S. Open, they play a whole another round on a Monday. I don't think I've ever seen them actually move, the guy out there going, moving the hole.
The way you described it, they moved the hole as if they dug it up and dug up another hole 100 yards away.
Brett, I knew what you meant.
What do you mean?
I knew it.
That is what they did.
moved
The hole
pin.
was in one spot, and then they put a hole in another spot.
The pin. To me, the hole is the whole green complex.
First hole. Yeah.
They don't call it a pin in one. They call it a hole in one. What are you talking about?
Okay.
All right.
But, like, if you're on a hole 5, Brett, you talk about the whole hole from the tee box to the green, right? So, but I knew what you meant.
Yes.
He's being persnickety. That's what he's being.
Moj, don't say, I just defended you in a group text. So don't call me out. I defended you like a noble brother. Defended you hard.
But do you know what was really cool about that tournament and why I enjoyed watching that so much, especially on that day? So that was the final tournament to get in the top 50 for the FedEx playoffs, right? And they kept having the moving rankings as the final round was going. And I was like, dude, that's actually really cool. Like, Ricky Fowler needed a par in order to keep in the top 50 and stuff like that. I thought that was really neat, like a nice little wrinkle to that tournament.
Our boy Hubbard was facing that last week, trying to get into the top 70 and kept falling in and out based on what other guys were doing, dropping putts. He ended up missing it. But that is what the FedEx Cup is, yeah. I mean, it's exactly that. Every single shot matters. It
Just
matters.
Cool.
So, Moj, you were called out by
Keith
Kyle
O'Connor,
Keefe for not being there for the crew call this morning. You are where? At Black?
I'm at Blackstone. You've been here 1,000 times.
I didn't know if you were Black Bear or Blackstone.
I'm at Blackstone.
Tell the people I haven't played there before, but Aurora's my town, and they need to hook me up.
That's Parker.
Okay, I will.
He said
this is really Aurora. This is Aurora.
Oh,
this
it is?
Like,
it's A-town.
This is right on the Parker-Aurora border, right there off Smoky Hill. So if you get up at 470 in Smoky Hill and go due east, at the end of Smoky Hill, essentially, that's where Blackstone is.
Dude, you could not be more opposite side of town than where I am. That is that's like the direct opposite of where I live. That is an hour away from me.
Great part
You
of
are
town.
so far away from me right now.
Great part of town. Love
So
Aurora.
far
I don't
away
even know
from
what's
me.
down there. Do people exist? Is there civilization there? Like, do people
there
just
is.
horse and carriage it there, or do you have plumbing? What is it?
Yeah, we got plumbing. Well, we got
I
indoor
actually
and
live
outdoor
by
plumbing.
horses.
We got
I live
both
by
kinds.
horses.
Yeah, he lives by horses. I find it funny, though, that Kiefer and Connor are calling me out when I've been here literally since 6:30 in the morning setting up for the radio show, and I've been at the course and getting everything taken care of, and they think I'm what? What do they think I am? Where could they possibly think I would be?
Kiefer and Connor are calling you out, to which I responded, some of us have second jobs. Some of us don't get paid great money to just afford one job. Some of us have to work multiple jobs to make it through life. So don't worry about them. Don't let them.
Okay, thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
I see now, and I responded too. Would you like to read my response to them?
No, it's okay. You let them be them.
Okay.
Yeah, Keith,
All
I
right,
work,
sounds good.
every day. And when I take a week off, it costs me PTO. I just don't keep getting checks for having summer vacation.
Hey,
Anyway.
Kaner, real quick, back to the Broncos real quick. And I know
Please.
for a long time, but I guess the amount of overreaction, I suppose it's only natural because I see it in every sport. Maybe not the NBA as much because you don't have as much access. When the Nuggets are playing whomever in San Diego, ain't a whole lot of people there. The Broncos have everybody follow them around like one giant ball of humanity, that kind of thing. But boy, on social media, all of this, I mean, analyzing every little play and every little step and every little angle, it just seems to be a lot sometimes in one preseason game. Maybe I take that approach because I think they're going to be a dang good football team, and I'm not worried about anything that I saw on Saturday night at all from that first unit offense.
I'm not really worried either. I mean, would you prefer that they mow it right down the field and execute every single play? Sure. But, hey, man, you don't know if they're trying to work on specific things. You don't know if they're trying to, all right, in this game, we're going to work on the outside run. Nothing else matters, and you put yourself in bad situations. I think the goal in these preseason games is to work things out, not necessarily to win, right? Does that make sense? One thing they are not working on is missing a linebacker coming at you live and running back into the end zone and not hitting the line of scrimmage and taking a safety. They don't work on that. So there are things to clean up. There's some recognitions, but as far as specific plays and blocking schemes and all that, all that comes into play. Well, if Bo Nix, let's be honest, did not look good. Bo Nix did not look like he looked last year at the end of the season. He took a step back. But we don't know why that was. Again, he was he underthrows a pass in the end zone to Cortland Sutton. Should have put a little more air under it. He underthrows a pass to Troy Franklin that could have resulted in a big play. Sutton had another one that was a drop. That was a good pass.
Yeah.
The one play Bo Nix is going to want back from that game is turning his back to the oncoming blitz. They had a corner blitz set up, turned his back. He had a wide-open running back just right over the middle that he could have tossed it down to that wide-open running back. Instead, he tried to make a play out of it, turned his back, and it results in a safety. That's one where they're looking at it right now at Broncos headquarters saying, we can't do that. That's an old Russell Wilson move. Russell would do that. Turning his back on the blitz, it would drive Sean Payton crazy.
Yeah. Here's the thing with Nix, to me. The only way you'd be concerned about that game is if you were undecided on Bo Nix already. And I'm like, no, he's good. I'm not worried about this. And literally, I think it's two different plays would have made a drastic difference in how that's perceived. I think it's the drop by Sutton on third down that would have extended the drive on what was a perfect throw. And then I think it's him just putting a little more air under a ball that was a 50-50 jump ball in the end zone that was just a little bit too low to Cortland Sutton. Those two things change. I think everybody's perspective changes.
Yeah, I think you're right. There is, again, another prevailing thought that I saw on the interwebs over the weekend, and that is, well, here he is, year number 2. I guess opposing defensive coordinators have figured him out. This kind of thing. I'm like, dude.
It's the most vanilla play calling that Sean Payton's going to have. I mean.
Dude, if you're gleaning, he's been figured out by the 49ers defensive coordinator and the second and third string. I mean, if you're gleaning that from that performance and those vanilla play calls, then I don't know what I can't tell you anything that's going to change your mind. If you truly believe that, if that's the way you think, there's the defensive coordinator for the Niners could call you up personally and say, "Well, he didn't do anything." You wouldn't believe it. So it's just silly. All this is silly to me.
They have again. If I were just to kind of recap the biggest things that I noticed or the biggest thing that I was looking for, it was just I want to see what the running backs look like, and I'm very encouraged by R.J. Harvey's ability with his speed and explosiveness to beat guys to the edge. I think he did it a little bit too much. Instead of trying to find a hole up the middle and maybe burst through that, he was, I think, just a little bit too willing to try and bounce it outside over and over again. But I'll tell you what stood out the most. They were going through that rotation. It started with Harvey. They would bring in Dobbins for a few plays, especially on third down. Then they went to Jaleel, and you're like, all right, everything's kind of going as expected. And then they went Bidet, Watson, and Estime last. He was like the last running back to get on the field.
Estime did have the most carries, though. He had 8 carries for 21. No other running back.
Yeah, he had the fewest yards per. He had the fewest yards per carry.
True that. He's in there with the 3s.
He was also in there at a time where they were up 20, probably trying to run the clock out.
Hey, he knows. Hey, just judging from his reaction, nice article in the Denver Post by Luca Evans today talking to Audric Estime. He knows. He knows he's up against it.
Yeah.
He understands. He was asked about the benching last year in the playoffs, and he said no comment on that. So what does that tell you?
He looks like the odd man out.
Can I ask this again? Did anybody ever get an answer from anyone involved in that decision on why that happened? Did Sean Payton ever mention why he was not playing? And he's
well, if he did, I didn't hear it. If it's out there someplace and somebody can provide some evidence of Sean Payton talking about benching Estime, I haven't seen it. I wouldn't know where to find it.
Again, it's not as if Estime would have had 30 carries in that game, and it's not like Bidet had 10 carries. What Bidet ended up with 3 touches in
but
that game?
It was just a little bit
I don't even know
odd
if it
that you
was
took
that.
an active player and you benched him for a guy that was coming off injury.
yeah, that is weird.
It was just a little odd on the switch up, but whatever.
The San Francisco game did not change any order in the running back room, in my mind. It looks like it's a hodgepodge. I have no idea who has the advantage there. R.J. Harvey got the first dibs, right? He got the first run. You know he's on the team. That's not changing.
And
J.K.'s on the team. That's not changing. After that, guys, I have no idea.
I didn't know who Carter Bradley was. I mean, I don't follow South Alabama football at all, so I apologize. I don't know. But their third-string quarterback at San Fran stinks. That kid, welcome to the National Football League, kid. That kid was absolutely out of his mind.
Which are you talking about, Carr Bradley or Tanner Mordecai?
Well, Tanner Mordecai is also not great. At least I've heard of that guy. I didn't know
Mordecai
who Carter
was a third, I thought.
Yeah, he played at Wisconsin. I've heard of that guy. I did not know who Carter Bradley was, and I'm like, I don't think I ever will.
Boys.
Poor guys, they come in and get roughed up in their first preseason
Another name
game.
that shined for me that I think the entire camp, he's been extraordinary. Maybe he sticks out because he's a receiver wearing a single-digit number. Trent Sherfield, number 5. That catch he had was phenomenal. But as a special teamer, I mean, if he's surefire on this roster, and he might get some run at receiver.
Dude, you're right about that. He looked terrific.
I said something about Sherfield a couple weeks ago that I want to bring back because I think there could be something brewing. Like he's the exact type of player that Sean Payton might lean on more than I think other coaches, and I think he might actually be a guy that might piss off some Broncos fans. I'll explain what I mean in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Is your carpet dirty? If it is, do what I did. Call my friends at Zero Res. Don't do it yourself. It's not going to be enough. If you have some problems, like we went out of town a few weeks ago, and whenever that happens, our dogs get a little squirrely, and they might have a couple of unforeseen spots when we get home. I made the call immediately to my friends at Zero Res. They take care of all of it, and they have your carpet feeling like it's brand new again. And they have a bunch of great deals going on right now that you can take advantage of because Zero Res is simply the best, whether it's your carpets, whether it's upholstery, whether it's your couches, whether it's your air ducts. They do all of that at the best level possible. And that's with my friends at Zero Res, not to mention a flash sale is coming up here in just a week, so stay tuned for that. But Zero Res is the absolute best. You can give them a call, 303-471-5150. Go online, ZeroResDenver.com, and say you want the altitude special. The absolute best in the business, Zero Res. Give them a call for all of your cleaning needs. That's Zero Res. One thing you are totally right about, Vic, because I noticed the same thing, whether it's camp or that first preseason game. A guy that they signed with the idea that he was just going to be a special teams ace, and he is that in Trent Sherfield. He's a pretty good wideout. And I feel like he could be a little Jordan Humphrey replacement, which is guy whose ceiling might not be as high as younger guys on the roster, but he's got that trust factor because he's a veteran, and Sean Payton has that Michael Malone in him, where it's like, this guy might not be as high-end talented as somebody else, but he is somebody I know is going to do the thing I want him to do when he's out there.
Trustworthy.
Yes.
Yeah, he's never been like a star wideout anywhere in Arizona or the Niners. I mean, he's never been the guy to get a boatload of catches. Although I think he's had double digits plenty of times. But he's the kind of guy, Brett, whenever I talk about Jared Bednar and about like a third or fourth liner, you know what you're going to get every shift, right? Mm-hmm. So with Sherfield, you know he's going to run routes and he's going to catch the football, period. May not be the fastest, may not be the best, may not be the tallest, may not be the whatever, but he's a guy that you can count on. And if you know you can count on him, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Like, he could be the guy that if they have somebody go down with an injury, they need somebody to step up. Like, they go to Sherfield before they go to Pat Bryant or something like that, which, by the way, I thought Pat Bryant played pretty good, too. Had a couple nice catches.
Yeah. I kept a close eye on particular players. I was watching Evan Ingram, trying to find out where they line him up. They moved him all over the field as expected. He didn't get much play just because he didn't get many touches. He had one opportunity that fell incomplete, and I thought that his debut was clouded because Bo Nix really didn't play that much and give him much to work with.
Yeah.
But other players, I noticed a difference, and tell me if you guys noticed. When R.J. Harvey runs the ball, you notice it. You can see the difference. Am I the only one who saw the difference?
Yes. The difference from, like, the last couple of years?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just...
He's faster.
It's a different level of speed with him, right? It's just he puts his foot in the ground and goes, and you're like, yep, that is what a running back should look like. Like, you have the ability to beat somebody to the outside, to find open space, blah, blah, blah. I love it.
It looks different. I mean, he's got to learn. You said it right off the top of the show, Brett, that he's got to learn. You're going to have to hit holes, man. You can't in the National Football League. The pursuing is so good. In fact, I think some of these rookie running backs are like, my God, how do these big fellas get down the line of scrimmage so quickly to catch my butt? And number two, how does that corner know? How does he know that, it's not – I mean, the instincts and the reaction time is they will fill. Boom, they're right on you. So you got to pick a hole, you got to bounce it up the gut, and you got to grind some yards. He'll learn that, but he's got this jam to his game. He's got this peppiness to what he does.
My other takeaway from that game is I don't think Nick Benito should have to take another snap in this preseason.
Yeah,
sit him down. He's fine. Man, he is already at level 10.
Do you think, by the way, the coaches get more out of joint practices than they do the actual game?
They always say they do.
Yeah.
Because they could take specific players and put them in specific situations to evaluate them.
Right.
9-on-7s, goal line, red zone, specific situations. Say, all right, let's see how this guy reacts.
By the way, here's the audio I wanted to get to earlier. So Matthew Berry's on a podcast, and he said he talked to a high-ranking executive within the Chiefs organization. And he said this.
I was having a conversation with a very high-ranking Chiefs, somebody in the Chiefs organization, is the way I want to phrase it. I was having a,
Andy Reid.
Yes, Patrick Mahomes, Brittany Mahomes. So no, I was having a conversation with somebody in a very high-ranking organization, and it was a conversation with a group of us where I was asked, somebody else in this group asked me, like, hey, who's my Super Bowl pick? I said, well, listen, it's all the obvious teams, right? It's like, in the AFC, it's the Chiefs and the Bills, and if the Bengals can figure out a defense, I think the Chargers are interesting this year, And then somebody else in the group turned to this person that's with the Chiefs organization and said, what do you guys think? And they said, honestly, we're worried about the Broncos. He's like, and they were like, Bo Nix is for real, and that defense is amazing.
It's a great defense.
Like, we think the Broncos are real. And there was no disrespect to the Chargers. I don't want no bulletin board material. He wasn't saying anything bad about anyone else. He just merely said that in their division, like, they have a lot of respect for the Broncos in terms of that defense, and they think Bo Nix is legit.
Yeah.
That's different. It's different. And it's also something that I think if we go back to last year, I said this, if you remember, and you guys made fun of me heading into that first Chiefs game. I go, it just feels like the Broncos match up well with the Chiefs. Like the Chiefs are really good. We all know it. But they match up well with what the Chiefs try and do. And they damn near took that game one until that blocked kick. But I think the Chiefs should be a little bit nervous about them.
Are you surprised? I mean, nothing about that is surprising. Nothing about that makes me go, oh, my God. You don't think the Chiefs are looking over their shoulder? Of course they are.
Well, the Chiefs were a team that was 15-1 last year.
Yeah, but the games. I mean, the game at Arrowhead, they know full well they walked out of there with that was a lucky win by Kansas City.
They also know full well that last game of the season, they didn't even want to play the game. They didn't even care. They're like, we're done. I mean, look, I'm not going to take the Chiefs backing up for granted. I'm not going to pretend that that's going to happen. You got to go get those guys. I will say this. The Los Angeles Chargers of Anaheim, or whatever the heck they are, suffered a major, major blow.
Rashawn Slater?
Late last week. With Rashawn Slater being out,
he just got paid, too.
He just got paid. He's gone for the season. You lose a tackle like that, dude, you lose a lot. Did you see any of their preseason game against the Saints? They won.
They did. Yeah.
They didn't play anybody at all.
It is interesting to me to see the teams that decide to play guys and the teams that don't. Like the Broncos played everybody. Everybody that wasn't
Dre
dealing with
Greenlaw
some.
didn't
Well, he was dealing with an injury. I mean, he was hurt. If you were healthy, you were in that game. Now, if you had maybe even a slight anything, you probably weren't. But I mean, out of the 22 starters you're going to have in week one, you would imagine. 18 of them played? 19, something like that?
I think this is the key week. Preseason game number 2. The Cardinals come to town. The Cardinals will practice with the Broncos on Thursday.
Yeah.
We will be there at camp to witness it. I think this is the most productive week of camp because guys are going to play this week. Mm-hmm. And we'll get to see it firsthand at practice and at the game Saturday night.
Yeah.
Okay, that being said, and again, it's only preseason. Did you see the interception that Kyler Murray threw over the weekend against Kansas City?
Yeah, that was weird.
Vic, he hit the guy like it was his own receiver.
I know.
I didn't see a Cardinals uniform in the picture.
No, there was a Cardinals uniform at the goal line, which was another 10 yards beyond the strike to the Chief. I mean, dude, he stood he scrambled a little bit, stood hard, looked, and fired it right to this guy. I'm like, that's not your dude. So we'll see Kyler and company coming up.
Still wasn't the funniest thing I saw from week one of the preseason. Funniest thing I saw. Did you guys see CeeDee Lamb just get truck sticked by the official on the sideline?
And then didn't they get flagged for it?
Well, yeah, you can't be there. Yeah. You can't be in the official's way.
Yeah.
But
we saw that in the national championship game, didn't we?
Yeah. Yep. But
who was it? Who was it? Was it the backup quarterback who got in somebody's way and then he had to go sit on the bench?
It was that
was
long
in the
snapper
Georgia
kid.
Was that that was the Georgia game? That
was
the
Georgia.
Georgia.
Yeah, was he
the
a kicker, a backup kicker, or something? I forget.
Whoever he was on television the rest of the game because
poor kid.
They kept showing him. They're like, "Here's the moron that cost him a whole." But you know what I mean? But the best part of the CeeDee Lamb thing is that this plays in action. He sees it's a wide receiver for the Cowboys. It's got a step, and it looks like it's going to be a touchdown. And so CeeDee Lamb just turns around. He's got both hands in the air like this, and then boom, right in the middle of the back. It's like whiplash.
The Cowboys, who everybody just likes to crap on, and for good reason. Right? I mean, everybody's on the Cowboys and Jerry Jones-Bacon. They seemingly fall into these scenarios all the time where people can make memes of them and basically say this. I've saw all these. This is a microcosm of the Dallas Cowboys organization, right? CeeDee Lamb getting run over by a line judge, and I'm like, hey man, that's just they do it to themselves. I mean, they do it, Brett. They do it to themselves.
Yeah. The best thing I saw all weekend, in addition to Shadeur Sanders performing very well, admirably, guys, a 21-year-old kicker made a 70-yard field goal.
Yeah, what?
Yeah. At sea level. At sea level. This isn't no altitude adjustment. in Jacksonville, 70 yards, and he cleared it by 5 yards. I'm telling you, I've seen guys in practice make them. In practice, it's easier. It's very easy in practice because there's no rush coming, and there's no real snap count. You just, boom, go.
Yeah.
Will Lutz has made 70-yarders in practice. I've seen it. Brandon McManus used to make 75-yarders in practice. But you put him in a game situation with a blitz coming at you?
Hey, Brett, I want you, if you're talking about leg strength, and I don't know anything about human anatomy in that regard, but if this kid kicked a 70-yarder and he had the distance and then some, what do you think his size would be? How would you measure this kid? What would you think? Like, picture in your head.
I don't think that has to do with being a big guy.
Yeah, it's like golf, Mose. You don't have to be a big guy to hit it far.
So it's like Ricky Fowler bombing at 320 and he's not the biggest guy in the world.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
It's like my kid being 130 and into the far. You don't have to be a big guy.
What do you think Ronnie Coleman in his prime would like kick the ball farther than anybody else just because he does squats?
I think that Michael Strahan in his prime could just absolutely boot. No, I mean, but this kid's like 6 foot and 172 pounds.
I will say it looks a lot more fun when Sebastian Janikowski does it. It's more funny.
Well, he was a big old dude. That's why, because you have a big old fat guy booting the ball a billion miles.
Hey, by the way, can I ask you something? So I had parents were in town over the weekend. T. Willie wanted to watch his Lions game. He wanted to get a look at that preseason game one. And we're watching. The fourth quarter starts, and then they just end the game. Now, it was a weird play. If you guys missed it, there was a guy, Norris is his last name, so he takes a hit.
Maurice.
He takes a hit, but if you watch the play, it's not like one of those crown of the helmet things. Like he had what they teach you to do. His head was up. He just took a knee, like kind of underneath the chin. His neck gets rocked back. He's obviously concussed, but it was something beyond that. Because they bring out the stretcher, they bring out the ambulance, he gets taken away. Luckily, he's fine. There's nothing wrong with him. But they just ended the game. It was weird. They took a knee. The Atlanta Falcons had the ball. They took a knee, and then they let like 5 minutes bleed off the clock without anything else happening, and then a ref just said this game is suspended. And I go, well,
I think it was 8 minutes, 8 full minutes. They let it bleed off the clock.
Nobody knew what was really going on, and the two teams decided they were just done. They had multiple joint practices. They said we've had enough. But I was wondering where the majority of the concern was, and there's this reverse angle of it where he kind of started. It looked like a seizure. All of his limbs were kind of like shaking and moving for about a minute, and I think that's what freaked people out. I'm just curious because they had the DeMar Hamlin thing a couple years ago where they did the same thing. They ended the game after that happened. Now, he was like dead on the field for at least a short amount of time. But do you think if that's a regular season game that they probably just play through that, right? They just ended it because it was preseason?
Well, I'm sure there's much more discussion as to whether to continue the game in the regular season, yes.
I just wonder if that's going to be a thing that happens a little bit more, that if they do the suspended game thing. Remember, that's what they did for Buffalo, and I don't think they ever finished the game, did they? They said the game was suspended, but I don't think they finished that.
Did it have any impact on the postseason?
Oh, yeah. Remember, like the Bills were fighting for the number one seed.
Okay.
And so it did.
But I honestly don't recall. I don't recall what they did there. I remember the situation. I remember watching. I'm watching the first week of Hard Knocks, and he's on there, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, this is pretty amazing. This kid's on Hard Knocks, and a couple years ago,
and he's featured in it.
He was dead on the field. And I don't want to be flippant about it, but that's exactly what happened.
Can I ask you guys a question? When you watch stuff like that, and it's happening, it seems like it's more prevalent now, or at least more talked about. Does it change your outlook on football?
No.
No.
I think there's an inherent thing about the sport that does that. Like, here's what's weird to me is you watch, when Tua got knocked out last year and he did like the fencing stuff and it looked really freaky, and then we were just talking about the UFC. The UFC just signed a $7.7 billion deal with Paramount, and I watched the UFC specifically to see guys get knocked out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that sport doesn't treat that kind of way. I just wonder what the difference is between those.
Well, that night I visited with Justin Gaethje, I asked him about that. I said, do you worry about the long term and all that stuff? And he goes, yeah, of course you worry about it, but I still sign on the dotted line and agree to do this. This is my life. This is my lifestyle. Mm-hmm. That's why I look at football the same way. And I do not mean to come off as unsympathetic or unempathetic here. Okay, I don't want to come off that way. But it's the truth. This is the sport. They are gladiators. They sign up to play this game on their own free will, and they make a lot of money doing it. The sport's not going anywhere. It almost was eradicated a long time ago, a century ago. You know, they almost killed the sport. College football became so dangerous, guys were dying, sport almost died before it even got going. But I don't think you're going to do anything to change the sport of football because too many people are willing to take that chance.
But I've always wondered, Moj, what's the difference?
You agree to do it. That's why.
What's the difference, though? Why is it seen so much differently in football when something... And again, they didn't know...
eyeballs are on it. More eyeballs are on it. That's why.
I don't want to sound like I'm downplaying this. Like, it's freaky when somebody gets put on a backboard, taken into an ambulance, and taken off the field. It's a very scary thing. But I just told you, I watch the UFC to watch guys get knocked out. That's the point. I want people, like the wrestling stuff, I know there's an art to it. I just don't understand it. I like the guys like, that's why I told Vic, Justin Gaethje is one of my favorite guys to watch. Moshe, he stands up and swings. Like he's ready to hit you. And he enters the ring with the intention to cold cock somebody and knock him out cold.
Yep.
And everybody's just kind of like, yeah, that's fighting.
But nobody's being forced to do it. Nobody's being cattle prodded. You're not being, you're not being commandeered against your will and thrown into a ring or anything like that, right? I mean, you're not being conscripted. You agree to do it. And I used to be a much bigger racing fan than I am today, a much bigger, auto racing fan. It doesn't mean that you can't make improvements in safety, right? Like the National Football League has done, like the automobile racing, any kind. I mean, the death of Dale Earnhardt in 2001 was devastating to NASCAR
the system.
Guys. Yeah. But I've seen, over the years, guys, if I've been a racing fan, I've seen a lot of people killed.
Moj.
I mean, it's happened in every form of racing, But again, in regards to that sport, they're willing participants, and everybody goes in knowing there are inherent risks. In fact, in racing, everybody's known that forever. I would argue maybe with football that over the years, you didn't have all the medical information, so guys in the 70s couldn't make the same decisions that guys in 2025 are making. Okay, but you knew it was violent, and you knew that you willingly signed up for it, so you do it.
Moj, can I ask you something?
And people like it. Yeah, please.
Is there a safer way for drivers now to get out of their cars after homeboy broke his collarbone after winning? Did you see that over the weekend? What was the guy's name?
No.
This dude won a race. Look, I'm not a racing guy, so I don't know his name. So he's getting out the window of the car, right? Celebrating, got his hands up, falls out of the car and breaks his collarbone.
In celebration?
Went straight to the hospital. Yeah. He was celebrating, and he just tripped getting out of the car, and
that was the Xfinity race. So that was like the
I have no idea.
The step down from the Cup at Watkins Glen. Yes, yeah, I heard about it. I didn't see it. I didn't see that he.
Yeah, look it up.
I heard that like they thought that he like broke his neck or something.
Well, they were worried about that at first. Turns out he's fine. Boy, he broke his collarbone, but other than that, he's fine. But just getting out of the car, he was excited and just kind of tripped on the way out. Connor Zillish or something like that. People are texting in. Him.
I don't know him. He's a kid. I know he's a kid.
Why can't you just open the door?
Those doors, and Moj, those doors don't open, do they?
There is no door.
Why don't they just open the door?
It's all one body panel. Okay.
Why can't they have you open it from the inside? You know what I mean? Like
it's opening. Is that what you want to hear? Do you want to hear me do that? Is that what you want? Because I'll provide it for you.
I'm just curious. I mean, guys getting hurt, getting out of the cars, it just feels like if you opened the door, it'd be easier to get out.
Just open the door and just step right on out.
Why didn't you open the trunk? Could have gone out that way.
Do they have a trunk?
Do those cars have a trunk?
The funny part is,
dude, They do. That's where the fuel cell goes, back up in there.
All right. This is the part of the show where we ask Moser dumb questions about NASCAR. Do they have a CD player? Do they have a glove box?
Good question.
Is there a glove box in there to put your permits and license and registration?
I got so many foul jokes I want to say right now.
Is there one
dude.
of those?
I've got
Is there
so
a center
many
console? Because sometimes you got to keep your keys somewhere when you're
You
driving.
know what it is? The jokes are stacked up in my head like a line of penguins marching across the ice. I've got foul
hang on,
joke after
Moshe.
foul joke regarding your moms and your sisters. What?
Is there a USB port to charge your phone in those?
Good point. Need one of those. Do
Gotta
they
have
have one
one.
of those? One of those little things you push in to light your cigarette, or cigar.
That one.
Time out. Do you remember? Was it Harry Gant? No, it was. God, who was it that used to smoke in the car? I think probably
Smoke
way
in
back
the
in the day, a lot
car?
of guys did, but they had a cigarette lighter in his NASCAR. One of the old time guys. What was his name? Was it Dick Trickle? Maybe it wasn't Dick Trickle. Might have been Dick Trickle. Anyway, like during caution flags and whatnot, or during red flag, he would hammer a dart in the car.
hold on.
Mo, shut up. Nobody
Hey,
cares. Does
hold
it
on.
have a rear view camera? When
Yes,
you go
it
into
does. It
reverse?
has a backup camera. Yes, it does.
Does it have cruise control?
It does. Yeah.
Does it have lane interruption?
Oh, yeah.
It does.
It does.
And they have what's called the Vic Lombardi switch, which is an automatic parallel parking thing.
Oh, that's
Yes.
cool.
Yeah.
All right,
Vic
now these
can't
cars
parallel
are,
park.
Now you got me. Now these cars are easy to drive.
Does
Is
it
it
have
automatic?
OnStar?
It's not an automatic. See, that's stick shift. That's where the problems lie.
XM radio?
Yes, Sirius XM, no problem.
But
Actually,
it expires after 6 months.
that is
The free
correct.
trial expires. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
like tomorrow. And it's not just the player snap, it's the illegal man down fakes that are going to happen, but it's the pre-snap, it's the illegal man downfield. There's a handful of these things that those have to be cleaned up like tomorrow. And it's not just the players. You know, this is the first road trip for us, and you know, I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about that have nothing to do with the game. And so that's part of the debrief too. And so the willingness of the player, employee, all of us to accept and make those corrections, I think, are important. There's some mistakes that are going to happen, but it's the pre-snap, it's the illegal man downfield. There's a handful of these things that those have to be cleaned up like tomorrow. And it's not just the players. You know, this is the first road trip for us, and you know, I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about that have nothing to do with the game. And so that's part of the debrief too. And so the willingness of the player, employee, all of us to accept and make those corrections, I think, are important. There's some mistakes that are going to happen, but it's the pre-snap, it's the illegal man downfield. There's a handful of these things that those have to be cleaned up like tomorrow. And it's not just the players. You know, this is the first road trip for us, and you know, I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about that have nothing to do with the game. And so that's part of the debrief too. And so the willingness of the player, employee, all of us to accept and make those corrections, I think, are important. There's some mistakes.
All right. So I got a question as it applies to somebody that it's tough. If you watched yesterday, that final round of the St. Jude, Tommy Fleetwood, who's never won a tournament in his life, has a 2-stroke lead at, I think, 14. And he bogeys 17, and he finishes tied for third. I don't know. You want to talk about guys who just can't get a dub. They asked him afterwards. He's got a really good perspective. I don't know who doesn't like Tommy Fleetwood.
Well, that's because he made 1.16. I mean, if he went from, he could have made 3.6. I mean, the guy's a millionaire. If you're going from, if you're getting $50, maybe it hurts a little bit more. I don't know.
Can't win, though. That's got to be painful. Where he's finished, he's 8th, I think, in the FedEx Cup standings, and never won.
That's a valid point. We have an expert on that. Moser, what's that like?
I don't know. I was just thinking about it, Vic. The tournaments that you and I played out here, I'm at Blackstone Country Club in
No, what's it like when you
Eastern
face
Aurora.
the competition within this show and you
Brett,
can't win?
Yeah.
And Brett, being out here paired with Vic, we were teammates on multiple occasions out here, and watching this course beat him up and melt him down.
Who's that?
Maybe that's what Tommy Fleetwood feels like. He gets to the back nine, and he's got a couple strokes on the field, and he's like, you know what? This course is just going to treat me like Vic Lombardi. It's just going to beat me up.
I wouldn't know that. I faced all the pressure I could on the fourth day of our little Ryder Cup, and it was one-on-ones, and I finished 7-5 against a 4 handicap. So
Oh, by the way, did you win?
How many strokes did he give you?
Did we win? Did we? Please, of course.
So you won the whole tournament?
Oh yeah.
What'd you shoot?
I went 3-1.
What'd you shoot?
Well, it depends. There was shamble and alternate shot days.
Oh,
but,
so you didn't keep your own score?
well, I did for 2 of them.
Okay, what?
79 the final day.
Good.
Yeah.
Good job. Kept it in the 70s. Usually in those situations, you keep it in the 70s, you win.
So a 4 handicap had to give you probably 4, 5, 4, okay? And you fired a 79 on him anyway.
Yeah.
Which means he had to basically
He had to play his ass off. And he played pretty well, but not as good as
Yeah,
me.
he had to be scratched that day.
Yeah.
See, that's a bunch of crap. I saw this guy, and he pontificated he's a 6 handicap. He goes, the worst handicap to be is a mid-single digits. He goes, I'm a 6. He goes, and yeah, I can fire a 72 and no problem. He goes, but there are days when I'm firing an 87, right? And I got to play. Right. I got to play a 15 handicap who comes in and fires a 79. He goes, I got to shoot a 68 just to tie him. I'm like,
right.
Yeah, that it blows. That's awful.
I'm a 7. I'm capable of firing an 87 one day, and a 74 the next. And that's where that's what that does for you.
Yep.
Hey, Vic, what's weird is that I've given up no strokes to Moser the last 4 times that we've played, and I beat him 3 times. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to.
As soon as this show is over, grab your sticks.
Yeah. I heard this the last time.
You and me, you stone.
Heard this the last
face
time.
to face. Screw you.
At your own club, too. It was really embarrassing for you. All right, man. Anyway.
Hey, guys, I want you to hear a piece of audio.
Try to get me going. Yeah,
I want you to hear a piece of audio. Jesse, do you have that audio from Sean Payton I instructed, or I don't know, is it available? Okay, it's ready. I want you to hear this piece of audio, and then I have a question following this. Let's hear from Sean Payton after the game.
There's some mistakes that are going to happen, but it's the pre-snap. It's the illegal man downfield. There's a handful of these things that those have to be cleaned up like tomorrow. And it's not just the players. This is the first road trip for us, and I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about.
Okay, right there. They have nothing to do with football. What do you think those 14 things are that have nothing to do with football that he pissed off about after the first road trip?
Life.
14. No, that's a lot of things. 14 things. 14 things. Nothing to do with football.
There was look.
What is it?
What
can it be? I know it's not this because a friend and I watching the game, we said the same thing. Bronco uniforms are sweet. I don't know what it is. I love them. I love the uniforms they showed Saturday night. I just love them. So it can't be the uniforms, right? It can't be the matte helmets that are beautiful, stunning. So I'm not going to – uniform is crossed
Travel
off
issue? Was it airplane
issue?
issue?
It's got to be some sort of travel issue.
Hotel situation, busing to the practice facility of the Niners.
It's football season. Sean Payton's going to be mad about everything. He's not happy during football.
But 14 things?
So, can I ask you a question? Does football bring Sean Payton joy? Or does it bring him stress?
I'm going to give you the answer that I think a lot of people understand it this way. My wife says this about me. She says, you're never happy unless you're busy. I said, you're right. That's a good point. The worst thing, and I'm wired this way, and some people are not, and I envy those who are not, but I don't like free time. I just don't like it. So I don't know what to do with
You're
myself.
like an idle hands is the devil's playground kind of guy. Like that's what you are.
I just don't. I don't know what to do with my hands when there's free time. I like always being consistently busy. Sean Payton, in football terms, likes when things come up that he has to solve. He likes conflict. He likes
No, but hang on. I don't even know if he likes it more than he needs it.
He needs it. It's a fuel.
Like, do you like drinking water, or do you like? I got to drink water. I have to do it. I think that's what it is for him. I truly don't think that football brings him joy. Vic,
I think
won a
solving
game.
the Rubik's Cube that is football brings him joy. I think what that is, the entire, it's a mental thing. The whole complex of, I've got to put this team together, and that whole thing, that mountain he's climbing, that's the joy. The daily stuff he has to go through, the grind.
Yeah.
That's what makes him, and I think a lot of people are just wired that way.
When he came out last year, boys, and he described after a win, right, after a dub, and he described driving around the sushi parking lot for an hour just thinking.
He said no, but he said it. I asked myself, why am I not happy?
Right,
he said
right,
that.
exactly. I mean, dude, so it's not, and I don't even think it's a love-hate thing. I don't think he hates football, but I think it consumes him, right? It mentally, the whole thing consumes him, and maybe that's why he's snappy sometimes. I don't know. I think he's an interesting personality.
I think he's happy when he's snappy.
Yeah, he might be. He might be happy, snappy.
I don't think I think it's misinterpreted. I think him saying, 14 things, people interpret that as, man, he's upset. No, it's just he's in that zone now. He's got that game face on. This is it. Season's starting, and he's trying to fix things.
Like I said, Vic, I mean, when you get into the course of a season, things happen, right? I mean, in terms of travel with the Nuggets, I mean, you've had probably things go wrong or what. No. Remember one time in Minnesota, we were coming back from a morning skate, and the bus driver gal hit a car. Mm-hmm. So we had to pull over. The guys can't get back to the hotel, right? You got to pull over. I mean, things happen. But if it's the first preseason game and moving a football team is like a cruise ship. It's like moving a cruise ship. You're herding cattle. You're getting everything together. You got 87 buses, and it's just
my favorite.
I don't know, man. It can get annoying, and it doesn't go exactly right.
It'll be this Thursday when they have joint practice, and I count how many buses go through that back end of Dove Valley. It's like 1, 2, then you hit like 7, 8. Like, how many people are coming here?
I know.
I spent a day last week watching Sean Payton very closely pre-practice. And I asked somebody, what did he come up and just ask you? What did he say? Because he walks around training camp. He visits with people, usually national media that show up. He talks to people. And he went up to someone and pointed to the roof and said, when are we going to fix this little thing on the roof that he could see from the practice field? It's truly amazing, his reach and what he worries about during the course of a practice.
Yeah.
It's not just the team. It's the whole operation. The whole operation.
A lot more to break down because they had some mistakes, and it's kind of a matter, do you overreact to week 1 with that starting offense of the preseason, or are you a shoulder shrug? We'll get to it next. Do you care?
Yeah.
Do you care that the first team offense didn't look sharp in game 1 of the preseason? Is it even mildly concerning to you?
I could not care less. I think they're going to be good, man. I think that unless I see that in week 1 in the first 2 series against the Tennessee Titans, then there's nothing that I could see that would make me believe they're going to regress at all.
Yeah.
Not even in the slightest. So no, man, I'm a shoulder shrug on that. Big deal. It's no biggie. Not only that, but Vic, I also believe that even if the offense does regress, this defense is going to be so damn good. I mean, you want to win a bunch of 15-10 games? That's fine with me, man. Sounds good. Look, I'd like to be entertained, but this defense is going to kick some major butt.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed with Bo Nix and some of his throws, but I think it can be fixed.
Yeah.
It can be easily fixed. I just think he's got to learn, especially when throwing the ball to Cortland Sutton. Put some air under it. Let him go get it.
Mm-hmm.
He did once. Cortland dropped it.
I'm not concerned. Look, I would have felt better if they played better, but I don't put much stock into it. I'm sure they'll have it figured out by the time the first week rolls around. I disagree with something that you said, though, Moj. They have no excuse to regress.
Agreed.
They have no excuse.
Yeah, I completely agree, Keener. I don't want to make it sound like I would make an excuse or I would think that they would. But if for some reason they did, look, I mean, even if, God forbid, knock on your wood, boys, if something happened to Bo Nix or whatever, that defense, I think, is just going to ball out all year long. I mean, I just think they're going to be really good. So I don't have any concerns whatsoever. The only regression would be, okay, well, really, I mean, I know that when defensive coordinators get film on a guy and a lot of film, and what it is now, it's not that they're going to be able to stop him completely, but they want to take away what makes him comfortable and then force him to do other things, and that's when the best quarterbacks start to really elevate their game because they go off script and they go off of what they really like to do, but I think he's going to be able to do that.
Well, look at that play where he took the safety on the penalty. I mean, they brought a blitz. He didn't see it in time, turned his back, and drew a penalty.
Yeah.
And he's going to look at that and say, God, I should have just checked down to the running back over the middle who was wide open. Just take your losses. Maybe he's trying something, though. Maybe he wants to. Maybe the play call was one that, hey, man, we'll take our chances. I'll try and spin out of this and see if I can go deep because I know he's going to be there. I don't know. But in a game, the proper play there is to check it down to that running back. That's the proper play.
If there's good things that happened offensively, I mean, Stidham looked good. If anybody cares, your backup quarterback looked pretty good. Made a great throw to Sherfield right before the end of the half to get a touchdown, and a great catch by Sherfield to haul that in.
Let me put some truth serum into you.
Sure.
Open wide. Do you really care?
Nope.
Okay. I mean, he did. And I like Jarrett Stidham. I have no reason to not like Jarrett Stidham. But, I mean, the fact of the matter is, Bo Nix is your one, right?
Well,
not that you can't win with a two. I'm just saying he's your one, dude.
I'll say this. There has been times, and there is going to be a time, where Bo Nix is going to have to miss a couple of weeks for one ailment or another. And if you could keep it together with your backup quarterback, it's always a good thing than having a backup go in. Remember when Tua went down, and they didn't know how long he was going to be out after that concussion? They were like, could be like a week, could be 8 weeks. And they brought in, who was it? Was it Skylar Thompson? And it's just like, oh, God, you have no shot to win when this guy came in the end. Like, zero. It's good to know that you got somebody that can at least hold it together. Now, the nice thing is, when you said the word regression, talking about the offense, one thing I think is really going to help in that department is if they have a running game, which I was very encouraged from what I saw from Harvey early in that game. I was encouraged, from what I saw from guys like Bidet and Blake Watson. I thought that they looked explosive when they had a hole. They burst through it, picked up big gains. Jaleel had a big run that was called back, if you guys remember.
Yeah.
He took one all the way like 30 yards to the pylon, and then I don't know if it was a hold or whatever it was.
Let's not discount something, too, that this is a factor, and you may not think it is. During the regular season, the whole week is basically run-throughs. There's not much physicality.
Yeah.
Last week, Thursday, they got physical. That was like a game.
Yep.
They got physical with the Niners. So I'm not saying they played 2 games in 1 week, but maybe their bodies weren't quite there yet. Maybe they're trying to get them calloused, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's one reason why the starters didn't look as sharp as we think they should. Let them build that cardio because they're going to need it. They're not in game shape quite yet.
Well, and the texture says basically that we should be more concerned about the offense. I'll just throw this out there. There's a couple of different guys throughout the course of this preseason, a couple different teams that I look for, in which it's always obviously more encouraging when you do well than when you do poorly. But you can be faked out a lot by this stuff. Like, I'll tell you this much. There's a couple of teams that I got my eye on because I think they face really interesting situations that just other teams don't. Like the Broncos, there really isn't questions. We said it heading into camp. There's not a lot of questions surrounding this team. Basically, you knew every starter the first day we got there for camp, right? There wasn't really position battles. It was just like, we know exactly what the team looks like. Let me ask you a question. Jackson Dart in New York had a pretty good first game for them. Big touchdown pass. He threw 100 and some yards, blah, blah, blah. Do you remember what they did before camp even started? When they had Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Jackson Dart, Dable just went out and said, Russell Wilson's the starter on this football team. Without even a practice. Mm-hmm. He just said he's the starter. And I'm curious, if Jackson Dart plays well, how short is that leash for Russell Wilson? Like, is it 2 bad games and he's gone?
I don't know, but he did play pretty well in that preseason game. I mean, he really did. Russell only threw a couple of passes, then got the heck out of there. Mm-hmm. He looked pretty good, did the rookie, but, I mean, you have it clearly established and ready to go. I don't know. I think Daboll realizes that, I mean, is his job on the line? Because if it is.
Oh, my God, Moj. Yeah, he's one of those guys. He could be fired a month into the season if things don't go well.
Yeah, so if it is, you're going to go with the guy. You're not playing a rookie. Unless he just completely balls out. And I know the Jackson Dart's going to
Meanwhile, in Cleveland, the reaction from Cleveland Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski after Shadeur Sanders shined in his debut was one of, I don't know yet. We ain't talking about that. Let's take a look at our personnel and see what we have.
Yeah.
He did everything he possibly could to dodge the Shadeur Sanders question.
Yeah.
What do you think? Why do you think that is?
I think he understands the powder keg that surrounds any answer with him. And I think he's doing his best to avoid it. Like, if he came out and goes, wow, he played a lot better than I thought he'd play, and he's going to get first-team reps now next week, he can't do that because it would just be a firestorm.
And he also said, look, he said, look, he's got things to work on, to clean up. I mean, that was the first thing out of his mouth, not like, hey, yeah, he played pretty dang good.
Well, I think that's the mission. I think that's the mission of the whole team is downplay it. Just keep downplaying it. Don't say anything. I think that from day one, that was their mission on handling this situation.
Like, don't you guys think that maybe part of the reason why Shadeur fell is that a lot of teams didn't see him as a starter. They saw him as a backup. And then they did that sort of like balance scale of backup, attention, distraction stuff. You know, the same thing that happens with guys like Tebow certainly had some of that when when the Broncos brought in Manning. He was looking for a gig somewhere else, and he went, was it the Jets after the Broncos, right?
Yeah, yep.
And teams were just kind of like, if I'm not bringing this guy in to start, how much of the distraction of him just being there is going to be worth it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this guy, I mean, in my mind, Shadeur Sanders is going to be a starter, or that's what the long-term goal is, not a career backup in the National Football League. I mean, he's got tremendous ability. We know that. He showed it off.
Use your eyes. Use your eyes. You watch the game. What did your eyes tell you?
That he can throw the football.
Told me I'd take that over Kenny Pickett.
Hell yeah.
I'll take it over Kenny frickin' Pickett.
I mean, his 2 touchdown passes, that first touchdown toss, I defy you to find a better pass over the weekend.
It's a hell of a throw.
He threw it up high where only receiver could catch it.
Yep. Kind of rolling out the opposite way.
Yep.
I mean, he played really well. And I'm telling you, you said it earlier, Vic, people point out the, quote, flaws of Shadeur, and it's just that's, I think, more of a matter of perspective. Like, he does have, for all of the things that you would knock him for, his big thing was he holds on to the ball too long. He did that. I watched the game. He took a couple of sacks, and he had a couple of plays where he was like, held on to it for 5 seconds of evading pressure and blah, blah, blah. But I'll tell you, as far as two details that should go unquestioned about him, number one, he might be the toughest SOB I've ever seen in my life. The amount of shots that he took last year at CU and kept popping back up was pretty crazy. Number two, he's a riser to the occasion. Like, I'm telling you, the most impressive thing to me about that was that has to be one of the more anticipated preseason debuts of a player that we've seen in a long time just because of the attention and the story surrounding him. And God, did he live up to the moment. He played great, and he always seems to do that. How many times the last couple years, guys, was CU down late in the game, and you're like, they need a touchdown here, and he just throw a touchdown on the board? You know what I mean? Happened over and over again. He rises to the occasion when it's called upon. That's big time. One other thing real quick. I'm curious what you guys think about this. There's a team in the NFL that was really good last year that is now trying out a new quarterback. Camp hasn't gone well for him so far, according to reports, and he didn't have a great debut. I mean, Minnesota was 14-2 heading into the final week last year. Got rid of their quarterback, and now they're doing this McCarthy thing. I still wonder what happens if that team goes to like 9-8 this year. How do they react?
Well, I think the decision was pretty simple. Darnold can get us there, but not get us over the top, over the hump. They can get it, and they want a quarterback long-term that can get us over the hump.
Yeah.
That was their decision. You're going to regress. You're going to regress because you're going to a rookie, essentially, who didn't play last year. So the regression, you just got to pay for. You got to eat it. But you think his ceiling is so much higher than the guy you had before. That's what you're banking on.
Imagine this, Moj. The Broncos go 14-3 with Russell Wilson. They lose the first game of the playoffs, and you kind of know there's a ceiling there. And then they go to Bo Nix, and they go like 8-9 the next year. What do you do with that?
Right. I completely agree. But when you look back at that draft, okay, you look at Caleb Williams, you look at Jaden Daniels, Drake May. I'm just going through the quarterbacks: Penix, McCarthy, and Nix. What did I say? I said 2 of these guys are going to be studs. 2 of these guys are probably going to, be okay NFL quarterbacks, and 2 are going to flame out. Now, I don't know who's who yet overall, but Jaden Daniels is pretty damn awesome.
Yeah.
And Bo Nix had a terrific rookie year.
Yeah.
Those 2 are the standouts right now. Caleb did not, obviously. McCarthy was hurt. Penix didn't play all that much. And Drake May
They like
feels
May.
like just
They like
they
Drake
do
May.
like him. Yeah, they do. And now that Vrabel's in there, maybe look, things will happen for him. But right now, it's the 2nd overall pick and the 12th overall pick out of those 6 quarterbacks. It's those guys that have shined the most so far. So listen, if I'm Minnesota Vic and I picked him 10th overall, he's still my guy and he's still a rookie. It's going to happen.
Some news over the weekend, if you guys missed it, that is going to make for a very busy holiday coming up soon. We'll get to it next.
Hey, how was your weekend? Was it good? This time of year is all about fun. Firing up the grill, spending days in the sun, the one you love. But if you're dragging through it, if you're tired, you're foggy, or off your game, low testosterone could be the reason. It's Moj. And it was for me. So I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they fixed me up big time. You forget about it. The loss of testosterone can cause a host of problems like low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, all that stuff. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there to take care of you. Schedule an appointment today. It's just $99. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes with the Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to go through everything with you. And if you need treatment, they are absolutely going to take care of you. All that stuff is going to go away, and you're going to feel like you did years ago. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's going to be a pretty busy Christmas for us here in town because you have the Broncos playing the Chiefs that night, and also the late game in the NBA on Christmas Day is going to be the T-Wolves at the Nuggets. So it sounds like, Vic, there's probably going to be a little crossover between those two games. Yeah, a little bit.
Thankfully that, the way it's going to work, the Broncos game will probably carry you through 9:30.
Yeah.
Nuggets will be at halftime at that point. So you'll catch the second half of Nuggets clean.
Doesn't that game on Christmas Day, doesn't that start usually later than even usual primetime games?
8:30, depends on, I don't know the exact tip-off, but we knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
I knew it was going this way.
Yep.
What a crazy day for Denver fans, though. Think about that. You enjoy time with your family, then you got Broncos and Nuggets the same night on Christmas night.
Yeah,
Holy
snuggle up
moly.
on the couch, wait in, look at your new toys that you got, your new gifts, and then watch the Broncos and the Nuggets close things out. But yeah, it's going to be a very busy Christmas later in the year.
Yeah.
Something else. I saw a picture of Johnny Damon, and I don't know what's happening here. But Johnny Damon, and maybe it's just like I watched an athlete that was, an all-star during my lifetime, and he was seen as some sort of hunk in the MLB. Have you guys seen the picture of him when he was wearing the pinstripes over the weekend?
Yeah,
No.
a little.
Little chunky?
How can I describe Johnny Damon? Well, Vic, he's got. I mean, his hair now it's long. It's How do you describe it, Brett?
I can't see anything there.
Okay, he's got long hair and he's a little thickened.
Little
Okay.
thicker. Little thicker
he's-
Johnny
he's-
Damon.
It's like he's the neck down is going the Sabathia route,
He's going Johnny
And then-
Biggin?
and the neck up is going like Robert Plant Led Zeppelin route.
Why was he in
That
uniform?
that wouldn't mean anything to you, Vic, but that's what I'm thinking of.
Why was he in uniform? Oh, wait, was this the old timers
alumni
game
game.
that that the Yankees are
Mariano
playing?
Rivera tore his Achilles.
That's always dangerous. Really dangerous.
You know, the Yankees have had these old timers games forever, right? It's always been a tradition with the Yankees. But when I think of Yankees old timers, I'm thinking of Joe DiMaggio.
Isn't that
man.
weird?
Yeah. And now it's like Andy Pettit and Mariano Rivera
crazy.
and Johnny Damon, and I'm going like, good God, do I have one foot in the grave already? I mean, don't answer that, but you know what I mean. It's like, good God, when I was a kid, and here comes the greatest living ball player, Joe DiMaggio.
So
And here
Alfonso
comes
Soriano.
Phil Rizzuto. Yeah,
I
right,
know.
and I was like, Andy Pettit. I'm like, that guy just pitched.
Curtis
Oh, my
Granderson.
God.
What world do we live in where Johnny Damon
Oh,
is
my
considered
God.
an old-timer? But, it's funny about athletes. When they retire, most, offensive linemen in football, they drop weight.
They melt.
They drop
Yeah.
weight. They transform. Other positions, like running backs.
Look
usually
at a
get bigger.
retired running back as
Yeah.
opposed to a
They
retired
get
offensive
bigger.
lineman. Yeah.
Linemen get smaller.
Yeah, it's always weird how that works.
Hockey play-by-play guys get bigger.
The Yankees have held an old timers game since
He
1947.
didn't even hear it.
How old were the guys in the old
Didn't even
timers
hear it.
game in 1947? What did I say? What did you say?
Nothing.
Sorry.
Nope, nothing.
All right.
What'd you say?
So he cracked a joke about me, like getting bigger or something?
No,
But,
no,
Johnny
no.
Damon-
I would
100%
never do
not.
that. That's ridiculous.
Never do that.
Pot shots. That's for losers.
Not
Look
this
here.
show.
Look.
Fitting into that XL pretty good now.
That's an XL Slim, Vic.
Yeah.
That's what that is. It's a Slim Fit XL.
By the way, the
It's a
Broncos are
Flex
off
Cell.
today. Back at it tomorrow. We'll be at training camp tomorrow through Thursday. Cardinals
wait.
will have a joint practice with the Broncos on Thursday. And then game time Saturday night. And this is it. This is the final week of training camp, officially. And then they're on their own.
For like the
So are you-
open portion or whatever, yeah.
So are you part of me, because the first team offense kind of sputtered around a little bit, I do want to see that second preseason game. All right, let's get some things in order. Let's do it right. Let's kick it up a notch here. Feel good about it. That sort of thing. And that's again Saturday night, right, on NFL Net. So okay, kick it up a notch. Do your thing. Get back into the positive flow. But the other part of me is like, man, I just want to get to week 1 against Tennessee. I just want to get to that dang first game.
Did Payton, and apologize if I missed this, did he say if the starters were playing in all of the preseason, or did he just talk about that game specifically?
I'm not sure if he specified all the preseason. He just talked about that last game last week that the guys are going to go.
Yeah. Because I
Well, do
wonder
you
if they're
think
going to
after
continue to do that.
Well, would you, if you're Sean Payton, with what you saw out of that first team offense, would you want to see them run a couple more series?
Part of me feels like if you're doing the joint practices, then I don't know if I would feel like this need to run my starters out there every week during the preseason. I feel like the joint practices are a version of that. I guess you aren't bringing people to the ground totally,
Yeah,
but still.
You'll see the physicality level. I mean, it goes up when they're doing these practice sessions against the other team. So it feels like a game.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're doing that, which they did last week, and then they're doing it again this week, I feel like you don't have to trot your guys out there again because there's always that balance, right, between experience and not getting guys hurt in games that don't matter and blah, blah, blah.
Hey, we talked about Shadeur Sanders' debut. What did you guys think of Travis Hunter? I don't know how much of a look you saw from Travis Hunter. And I have one takeaway, and it's way too early to say this. He looks very slight and fragile on defense.
I noticed the same thing. So, look, I didn't watch the Jags game. I don't know when it was on, whatever. But I saw somebody put a package of all the plays that Travis Hunter was on both offense and defense. And I will say, what's fun with him, especially in offense, so he caught this little, I think it was just a bubble screen. But when, as we know very well, when he turns the Jets on, it was only like a 5-yard play, but it's like he goes from 0 to 100 immediately. And I just think that's cool. But I noticed the same thing as you, Vic. It's the same thing I said about Bryce Young when he got in the league. I said he looks small. And I don't mean like height and stuff, but there's skinny.
Yeah.
That it's noticeable in the league.
Well, the reason I say it is if you're going to play him at corner and receiver and he's got to hit, he's got to take on blockers, fullbacks, tight ends. He's got to hit running backs coming at him full speed. It's only a matter of time, guys. I mean, that is not going to be easy.
Well, that's what
and I know he's tough.
Adams
I'm not taking away
about.
from his toughness, all right?
Yeah.
We've seen him. He's tough. This ain't college, though, man. This is the NFL. These are big dudes coming at you.
It's not about toughness, and it's not about conditioning, because he's got that down, too. I don't think conditioning's a problem. It's the amount of hits that you're going to have to take.
Can his body take that?
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, we heard Davante Adams last week say there's no way he can do it because you're just doubling the amount of hits, right? And if that's the case, you're not going to be able to play at your best level at either position. You're going to have to pick one and then spot duty the other if that's what it is. Right now, they do have to save him from himself because he wants to do everything. He wants to do it all. He's always done it all. I get that. There might come a time, again, Vic, when it's not just this hit and that hit and that hit. It's the accumulation of hits.
Yeah.
The accumulation of bam. I mean, the fastest men in the world blowing you up, and it's the accumulation that takes its toll. Maybe he'll save himself from himself down the line.
Well, he tried to make an arm tackle in the game the other night, and the guy just ran right out of it. That's not going to work in the National Football League. You got to use your body to make a tackle. Arm tackles don't work here. And I just wonder, through the course of many games, how much that'll impact which side of the field. Right now, if it were my call, just play him on offense and then ease him into defense. Ease him in.
I think they're going to do it the opposite way.
I know. I don't know why. I think he's more of an offensive player.
Really?
Yeah. Because of the fragile. I just think he's not. Got to get some meat on those bones. Like look at some of the DBs when you watch the Broncos. Patrick Surtain is filled out, right?
Yeah.
Riley Moss's body is filled out. Jahdae Barron, he might be small, but he's filled out. It just seems like Travis looks skinny out there.
He's one of those. I think when he came out for the draft, some people had him as the highest-rated wide receiver and highest-rated corner. I think there was a bigger gap between him and the next best corner, which I think was probably Barron, than it was between him and the wide receivers that came out in that same draft class. But if you were to choose a position or two positions that you would even have a remote chance at doing at the same time, it would be those two, right? You couldn't be like a left tackle and a defensive end. That would be insane. You're going to kill somebody.
You're too physical in the trenches every single play.
You couldn't even do it at running back. Running back takes too many hits. You couldn't play both sides. If there's one way to do it, and I just will say this, I just think it's so damn cool that somebody's trying.
I do too, but I put it this way. When I saw it, when you think about it, you're like, of course you can do it. But when I saw it, I was like, I understand now why people pause.
You think the physicality is going to make a bigger difference on defense than offense? Because
I
I
do.
think it'd be offense.
Well, I just think there's ways that offensive players can avoid physicality. They know how to absorb a hit.
Get down to the
But
ground.
when you're
run
a
out
corner,
of bounds.
dude. When you're a corner and they're running a play to the outside, you got to take on the blocker and then you got to try to make a tackle.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. You got a guard pulling right at you.
Yeah.
Have fun with that.
That's where
You ever had a
that's where
guard
the
pull?
old-
You ever played corner and a guard pulls and you got to take on that guard or you got to take on the fullback or the tight end? I don't care who the hell it is. You got to take them
Brett-
on to allow your teammate to make a tackle.
That's Brett Kane making a business decision.
No. I was a hitter. I'd hit people.
Would
Tell
you?
you what, I had there was one play that we ran. They'd put me in motion. They would intentionally not block the defensive end, so they'd have the entire offensive line pushed to the left as I'm motioning in. They would run a toss towards my side, and every time, defensive end had no idea what was coming.
Smoke him. Yeah, he
I mean,
had no
it
idea.
was just a free hit.
Yep.
It was almost, I felt cheap doing it because every time the guy is not looking for it. But I would go full. What's his name? Who's the hockey guy who got in the golf fight? What's his name?
Oh, I can't remember his name.
Oh,
Bang! Bang! Like that. Yeah, that was me. Bang! Anyway, yeah, I think it's cool to see him actually giving this a shot. And who knows what it's actually going to look like. Like, I don't know. Vic, did you see how many plays total that he had in that game? Because I
did
don't
not.
know.
No, I did not. I didn't get the total number. I mean, he didn't play as much. He didn't play the whole game. I mean, you're talking about just minimal exposure.
Yeah.
You get a 17-game season of exposure doing that. I just don't know how long you hold up. I think it's tough.
Moser.
it was, by the way, it was Nick Tarnasky.
Tarnasky, that's right. Mose, just quickly here, because I think this happened after you guys got off the air on Friday, that the Avs brought back Kiviranta on a 1-year, $125 deal. Thoughts on that?
He's a bottom six guy. You remember me talking about the bottom six, and I said I think they're going to have to fill that out a little bit. They'd like a young guy to be able to take over a role there on the bottom six, but they need to fill that out a little bit.
How old is
and
he?
I was assuming
He's like
Kimmy
29?
is what? Yeah, he's like 29, 30. He's right there somewhere. But I was saying to everybody, you know, they gotta whether the move comes now or it comes sometime in the season, I think they're going to address it. Well, that was me assuming that Kivy was going to be gone. I thought that he was going to be out of there. He's 29 years old. I thought he was going to be a goner. But it's a team, you know, it's good for him at 1.2, I think it is, and good for the team because obviously he knows this team. And Kivy, you know, he's kind of like an offensive cuckoo clock. You know, he shows up and goes cuckoo, cuckoo, right? Gets a couple goals and then he's gone for a while.
Yeah.
But he's a good PKer, dude. His motor's always going, and he's a guy that, again, Jared Bednar, every time he throws him on the ice, he's pretty damn assured exactly what kind of shift he's going to get.
Well, by far the best year of his career last year. He had 16 goals. He's never had more than 8 in the season previous to that. But
I'm not sure that I would expect that to continue, Brett, and that's not a slight on Kivy at all. But again, he cuckoo clocked. He shows up cuckoo, gets a couple of tallies, and then he's back for a long time, right? And then he comes back out. So we've seen a lot of guys like that over the years.
Where are they at right now? How many more guys do they need?
Really, they don't need any more. You still have Logan O'Connor, who's out and going to be out, right?
Yeah.
But he'll eventually show up, and then you're going to have again an opportunity for a couple of young guys to take a spot on that blue line, not on the blue line. I'm sorry, in that bottom six. You're going to have a chance.
Your best guess. Is it Ivan? Is it Steinberg? Is it Prishapov? Who is it?
I think it's any guy that proves in training camp that he wants to be there. And it's not just that. Here's what if you're the Colorado Avalanche, what the ultimate goal is, you take that spot and you play well enough that you're never going to give it up, so they don't have to do anything, right? That you are going to be relied upon, that you are now a true NHLer. Brett, I really don't know. The fact of the matter is, though, all these guys are still young guys. They're still young guys. And, of course, they made the deal with the San Jose Sharks, right? Olausen is gone. They're going to have guys grinding and looking for a real opportunity to stick with the parent club. Let's hope that somebody actually grasps control and takes it.
What's crazy is that we're about a month away from training camp. That's what's crazy.
Is it crazy for you guys to think about this, that, hey, Gabe Landeskog is back, playing Gabe Landeskog hockey?
Yeah, isn't that
No,
nice?
I think I've already had that. I mean,
You had that moment, Vic?
Yeah, I've had that.
What about when you see him at training camp just doing Gabe stuff?
I mean, he's back. I mean, I don't know what else to say. He's got a new knee. He's ready to go.
Yeah, it took me about that first game was cute, the welcome home, but I was still I don't know if this guy can play or not. And then I think it took about 2 games. I was like, oh, he's still a really good hockey player. Good.
But when you talk about top 6, right? You talk about, the way the lines are going to be configured by Jared Bednar. You're like, oh yeah, Landy right there on the second line there with Brock Nelson. No big deal.
Well, I'm excited about
to me. It's the first time in 3 flipping years, bro, that we've been able to actually. Oh yeah, that's what the assignment.
Well,
is.
I'm more excited that they just got a year now where they can get their chemistry down, as opposed to trying to throw that together in the middle of the playoffs, where it's Brock
Dallas.
Nelson was already new, trying to figure things out, and then it's here, take Landeskog, do something with this.
Right.
You guys will be happy to know. I'm hearing that Jamal Murray spent an awful lot of time and continues to do so in Denver, training, working. Looks good. Looks good.
Didn't John Wallace tell us that about a month ago, that he was he spent the summer in Denver working out? Which, is good to hear.
Looks fit.
'Cause
Meanwhile, Joker in that Eurobasket training camp, pre-games, friendly games. What did he do the other day against Greece? 23-19.
Yeah.
Ho-hum.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see my tweet?
No.
Did you,
No.
You didn't happen to catch the tweet I
Nope.
had about that?
No.
I didn't
All I
stop
said
my
was-
day. My day did not stop when I saw that tweet.
Yeah, no.
Well, it should have, because I retweeted 23-19 in what? Something 7 or something, whatever it was.
Yeah.
In 27 minutes, I said, it couldn't have happened to a nicer country.
Oh, you're taking a rip at Greece.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah, I'm taking a rip at Greece. Yes.
Moser versus
An elephant,
Greece.
an elephant never forgets, bro.
I will not. I one day want to go to Greece and have a Euro. You guys are fine people.
Do you think
You're
they're
passionate
honestly,
about your sports?
Hold on, man. I've never been to Greece. And all the Panathinaikos, all those fans. They're the only people. Everybody else is totally cool. It's the Panathinaikos peeps that we have a problem with. Do you think a Euro in Greece is any better? Like the pizza in Italy is just pizza in Italy. It's better.
1,000,000%. Are you kidding me? Vic,
Well, I'm a connoisseur of Euros, dude. I mean, listen, I can
hold up.
house a good Euro all over the place.
hold up. I've asked this
Cuban
question
sandwiches
before.
and Euros, I am the king.
I've asked this question before, and I don't think there's a single person that has ever disagreed with me. I was previously, in a previous life of mine, an expert at the stumble out of the bar at 2 a.m. and find the food truck game. That was I was an expert at it. And I've been to multiple Euro trucks, okay? If the guy had the Greek accent, I knew it was going to be an absolute banger. Okay, if they have the accent of the food they make, it's you're in for the best experience
Can I
of
ask
your life.
you a dumb question? I'm not an authority on Euros, but isn't a Euro basically a taco? A soft taco?
No.
You are so out of it, man.
The
not a soft
delivery
taco?
vehicle it's folded bread
Oh
like
my
a taco, but
God,
it's
dude.
first of all it's a pita.
It's a pita.
It's a pita,
bro.
What's the difference between a pita and a
Pitas
tortilla?
are thicker.
It's got
They
the lamb
pockets.
meat with the tomatoes and the tzatziki sauce and the onions. It's a whole thing, bro. God, why would you even ask that question?
Yeah, you're so stupid. Shut up, Vic.
Okay, so what's the
Shut
difference
up.
between a Euro and a
I
seven-layer
mean,
burrito?
isn't a pizza just sort of like a pancake?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, bro,
stupid.
don't think you can take a shot at me with the 7-Eleven burrito joke, because I ain't gonna
not.
have it. I'm just curious if
Isn't a hamburger
anybody-
just kind of like a bologna sandwich? You know, it's got 2 pieces of bread.
Is there anybody listening in our earshot right now that's been to Greece and can tell me if a Greek Euro is better than like a guy from Greece?
Quit pronouncing it like you're from there.
I'm not saying gyro and I'm not saying euro. I'm saying Euro. That's the way it's supposed to be pronounced.
One of those freaks on the news who keeps rolling his R's incessantly.
Bro, I'm just curious.
Texture wonders, isn't spaghetti just lo mein? Ramen?
Isn't gnocchi just sort of a cheesy pizza pocket? Pizza roll? How's that treat you?
All training camp coverage, as we just discussed with Food from Greece, on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Ramos Law. Got a fact checker coming your way next.
I got a real problem, Brett. I got a real problem. I got a real problem with your partner over there.
Yeah.
Hey, Vic. When you were growing up and your mom sent a lunch with you to school every single day, what kind of sandwich did you have?
Mortadella, prosciutto, cascavalli, scamorza.
Okay. Do you see the way he's pronouncing that, dude? Like he's, ooh, look at me. I'm some sort of fancy European.
I'm gonna be dead. I'm gonna be dead serious.
Yeah.
Vic could have made up the last two, and I have no idea if he's making them up. Or
Me
not.
too. Me
Well,
too.
the difference is
but I say
here's the difference.
Okay, here's
That's
the difference.
my
Oh, because
first
you have Italian
language.
blood. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's my first. That's my first language. I'm allowed to do that. You're as Greek as I am Irish. So enough with the yero.
Okay. Well, I got Nick.
Okay,
here.
so can I say this? Wiener Schnitzel. can I do that to you?
Yeah. Although you can't speak German at all anyway, man. But one of my favorite movies of all time, and I'm not afraid to say it, so I'm going to say it. I loved My Big Fat Greek Wedding. I loved that movie. I thought it was hysterical, man. The old man was great. But when he's introducing his whole family on the front lawn to the dude's parents, he's like, "This is Nick, Diane, Diane, Nick, and Diane." And so we get Nick, who chimes in on the text line. It's so Greek, man. Nick is so Greek. He says, "Mose, love how you're saying it. Greek citizen here, living in Denver. Gyros are not tacos, Vic." I love that. But so, according to a true Greek named Nick, you can't make it up.
Really
I'm
won't
kicking
win that.
ass with that one. Killing it.
Talking
I'm
about it
killing
too much. I'm hungry now. Does this surprise you guys? We just lived through an era of the NFL that was dominated by the veteran quarterbacks. Name the greatest QBs from, I don't know, like 6-7 years ago. And it was Manning, Brady, Rodgers.
Aaron, yeah.
It was Breeze.
Sam Darnold was in there.
Manning was 10 years ago.
Well, you know what I'm saying, though. That era of quarterback, it felt like those guys from age 30 years old to 42.
We call that a mature era.
Yes. How many quarterbacks do you think are over the age of 30 right now, starting QBs?
Aaron Rodgers is one.
Wow.
Correct?
Aaron Rodgers won. Yep.
Aaron.
What's
Stafford's
Stafford,
2.
38?
Stafford's 37.
He's old.
Okay.
Okay. 2. Let me go up and down. Geno Smith.
Russell Wilson?
Geno Smith is 3. He's 34. Russell Wilson, yes, 36. There's 4 of them.
Okay.
Well, it depends if Joe Flacco starts.
He will.
Flacco is counted on this list.
He will start.
There's 5.
How old is Dak?
Dak's 32. That's 6.
Boom. Kablam.
And then you have 2 30-year-olds in Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield.
Wow.
But the guys that I would say the older guard, right? The guys who are mid-40s or mid-30s or higher. That is Geno Smith, Russell Wilson, Matthew Stafford, Joe Flacco, and Aaron Rodgers. Not quite the older guard that we saw in the last generation, which means all of the guys that we're seeing right now that are really good. I mean, think about it. Your best quarterbacks, Mahomes is still 29. Josh Allen is still 29. Lamar Jackson is 28. Joe Burrow's 28. That guard that's going to be that group is still like 7 years away from being in that category.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy to me.
Are we to think that those guys are going to be as good in their mid to late 30s as that previous group was? I mean, Josh Allen runs the ball a lot. I know he's a big, studly dude, but he runs the ball a lot. Are they still going to be that? Same with Lamar. Are they still going to be that effective when they're,
I don't know.
35, 36?
Elway ran the ball a lot, and he played into his late 30s. If you avoid serious injury, there's no reason why you can't. Question is, how many of these guys are going to want to play that long, given the money's so different now?
Yeah.
The financial incentives for playing that position now, they make so much more. And maybe you just lose that edge. I don't know. We'll find out.
Those
we'll
guys,
see.
They're pretty protected, though. Those guys don't really take shots all that much anymore. You know what I mean?
Dude, if you ask John Elway, hey, would you like to play in an era where they can't hit you late, they can't jostle your wide receiver to the ground, basically, when the ball's in the air?
Yeah.
They protect you at all costs, even when you're out of the pocket. They can't hit you helmet to helmet, head on. And you could pretty much do what you want as a quarterback. You think he'd thrive in this era a little bit, Moser?
Well, not only would he thrive,
Oh, my
he would
God.
be one of those guys that plays well into his 40s, it feels like, right?
So let me ask you today, if John played today's game, if he played today, would he be the best quarterback in the National Football League?
I think he probably would be. Yeah, I mean, Brett, do yourself a favor because he was gone before you really started being a human. I mean, you were still kind of a Mongo, a Mongo little kid.
I remember
right? You were
that
still kind of a-
98 Super Bowl. I remember it.
Go back and watch some of his throws, dude. Watch his rollouts and his. I get so enamored with the hip swivel and everything, but just go watch it, dude, and watch the football through the air. I mean, it made the air mad. The football did because they were such darts, such power. It was a total joy, John. If you're listening, you've heard me say it before. It was a total joy to watch you throw the football and play the game, man. Yeah, he would kill it today. Absolutely kill it.
You think Joe Montana, who could process a team and throw a ball in a window, that you think he'd do well today?
He's a bum. Just kidding. Hey, I have to say
Otto
something.
Graham, man. Hey, Otto Graham, man, with a single face mask.
Len Dawson. I have to say something. I have to. It's a must. Tom Brady is one plastic surgery thing away from me being like, you're gross to look at. I have to say it. He looks plastic. He's enough with your fillers and your Botoxes and it's okay to have a wrinkle on your forehead, for crying out loud.
Where did he see this?
When he was doing they did the statue unveil at in Foxborough, and so he did the speech, and I'm like kind of over the Brady speeches, but somebody said it. He looks like Uncle Baby Billy, and he really does.
Yep, he kind of does.
Are you alleging that Uncle Baby Billy's gotten the plastic work done too?
Well, I mean, the big fake teeth and the just it's. I can't be the only one that is bothered by looking at Tom Brady right now.
Hold on, what's that actor's name that plays Uncle Baby Billy?
Walton Goggins.
That's Walton Goggins.
So does he have fake teeth? Or are those his real teeth?
No, those are fake chompers.
No, I think those are
real
They are?
chompers, dude.
Are
I
they?
saw him-
He's got pretty big teeth. He's got a little Tommy Freddie Freeman going on.
No way, those are his.
Tommy
those
Freddie.
aren't real teeth.
I think those are his
gotta
real
be
chompers.
fake teeth.
Next time I watch this commercial for the Goggin goggles, I will. I'll check it out. I'll really pay attention.
Because there's some Freddie Freemans, man, and Freddie ain't rocking his real stuff in there. He's got the high beams that are on. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Wait,
again,
you don't
I've
think,
never understood
You don't
this
think
aspect.
that that's Freddie's real grill?
No.
No
This aspect of
chance. Are you kidding?
The fake teeth thing, because eventually I may need fake teeth. But if I ever get to that point, I'm just going to tell the doctor, can we ease up on the ultra whites?
Yeah.
Can we just give me a little dirt in there?
Can you give me not Rex Ryan?
Yeah, throw some dirt in there. Just muddy it up like a baseball. Muddy up. I mean, that's not normal.
But I'm just asking. Brady's looking like a Real Housewife of Beverly Hills sort of thing. Like, it's getting pretty close to it, and it's freaking me out. Like, enough.
He looks really skinny. He looks like
Someone
he's looking a little weird.
Somebody did what?
on Twitch put up me with fake white teeth.
Yeah, when we put the Freddie Freemans on you? Yeah. In fact, Vic, please do that. Please. It's just weird. It's weird.
It is weird. You know why it's weird? Because your eyes go there. Your eyes go there first and foremost, and they stay there. If you don't want me to comment on your ultra white teeth, don't get ultra white teeth.
If you did it, though, the doc would have to go in, look at that bottom row, and say, all right, we got to take a couple of these out. We gotta.
Well, if
yank
you
a
did
couple
it,
of these suckers.
if you did it, they'd have to remove the Copenhagen marks in your gums, and then they'd have to shave that, whatever that is, under your lip.
Texture says Brent is. I'm going to read it exactly how it's written. Brent is only hater, and it is not working. Okay. Okay. You want to call me a Tom Brady hater? Totally true. I admit to it. I hate Tom Brady. I especially hate Just be yourself, man. I mean, for crying out loud. You don't need to do the fake tan, the fake teeth, the fake cheeks, the fake chin, the fake everything. You're fake. I don't like fake.
Funny.
There's nothing wrong with being 50 and looking 50. There's nothing wrong with that. And Tom Brady, you're almost 50. Relax.
What if you're 56 and you want to look 53?
What if you're 56 and you look 63?
True.
What about
What if
that?
you're 56 and you're helping your brother and the kids, his kids, move, and somebody says, it's so nice that Grandpa came along to help the family? What if that happens? Which happened to me.
Oh, I thought that was purely hypothetical. I didn't think that was a real thing at all.
Twice.
Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify,
That's awesome.
wherever you find your podcast. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. All camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Hey, how was your weekend? Was it good? This time of year is all about fun. Firing up the grill, spending days in the sun, the one you love. But if you're dragging through it, if you're tired, you're foggy, or off your game, low testosterone could be the reason. It's Moj. And it was for me. So I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they fixed me up big time. You forget about it. You know, the loss of testosterone can cause a host of problems like low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, all that stuff. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there to take care of you. Schedule an appointment today. It's just $99. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes with the Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to go through everything with you. And if you need treatment, they are absolutely going to take care of you. All that stuff is going to go away, and you're going to feel like you did years ago. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
As Vern said, a lot of the starters out there for Denver, including Nick Bonito, is coming off the edge. That is in the air to Watkins, and he brought it down, and he's finally caught by the former 49er, Talanoa Hufanga. The speed of the rookie on display.
Look, there'll be a lot of film to cover, not even from just the game, but also, you know, going back to the practice we had the other day. Thought we started slow. That was disappointing. Both first units.
Started slow, but they finished off pretty hot there in preseason week number 1. A 30-9 victory for the Broncos over the San Francisco 49ers. Jarrett Stidham comes in, 2 touchdown passes, nearly perfect, 14 of 15 for 136 yards. Yes, the first team offense outside of RJ Harvey did struggle. The first series for the defense, just because of a long gain over the head of Jaquan McMillan, didn't look great. And then, well, the second time through, the third time through, the fourth time through with the 1s, the 1.5s, and the 2s on the defense, well, they showed you why it's terrifying. And the main reason why, as we welcome you into the morning sprint here on a Monday, is, well, the guy who wears number 15.
He's pretty good, Alex, is he not?
Holy smokes, is Nick Bonito good.
3 plays in a row, essentially 3 sacks for all intents and purposes. Mac Jones was running for his ever-living life. Sack. And then really, I don't even know if Nick, as we heard there from the radio broadcast, Bonito? Is that
Bonito.
Bonito. Nick Bonito.
Are bonita fish big?
I don't know. Not sure. But Nick Bonito was a one-man. He was a one-man wrecking crew. It was outstanding. I went back and rewatched the first series, and Nick Bonito also was a one-man wrecking crew.
Another
on that
quarterback hit.
He had a quarterback hit in that series. It's just the only difference was that Mac Jones was getting the ball out quickly in that first series. Jaquan McMillan, a little bit of an up and down performance for the nickel that is competing with rookie Jade Barron. Ends up giving up a massive play to rookie Jordan Watkins.
50-yard reception on, what was that, the third play of the game or something like that?
You could actually, for a moment there, see why Mac Jones appeared to be the answer in New England for at least it was a year. It was a year, and then it wasn't. And then you can see in the second drive why Mac Jones is not the answer, because he gets sacked and he makes bad plays. The Denver Broncos defense is the real deal. That is on full display. I was shocked, Rush, that they played at all, especially the guys like Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, Pat Surtain II, Talanoa Hufanga.
That was the big one, right? So
I said, no way.
Where Dre Greenlaw,
no way this is happening.
Where Greenlaw gets the day off. And yes, Greenlaw's been dealing with I wouldn't call it an injury, but he hasn't been fully healthy like Hufanga has at camp, right? They were both dealing with injuries from last year and trying to treat them with kid gloves during the offseason. But Hufanga, ever since camp started, has been full go all the time. Now, Greenlaw had that little issue where he came up lame on a one-on-one drill, missed a couple of days of practice. He's been touch and go. I guess I understand. When Greenlaw got the day off, I was expecting number 9 as well to get the day off, and Hufanga, nope. And your starters played a lot. Like the defensive starters played solid minutes. Now, on the offensive side, they left a lot to be desired, especially in the passing game. Bo underthrows Franklin once. He underthrows Sutton in the corner of the end zone.
Did have an absolute, don't forget about this, the throw of the day for Bo Nix was a seed to Cortland Sutton on the kind of the fade ball where he took a little bit of air out of it. Cortland Sutton, and this was on the second or third play of the game?
That was on the...
Could be fourth. It was early. Incomplete it was on the left side. Bo Nix threw a dime. It was actually, I think he had a completion to Troy Franklin on a hitch route. It was like an RPO slot hitch.
I know which one you're talking about. Left side.
It was very early.
It was a little pop play, field play. He just...
Quick fade.
It was a perfect throw.
And it was in the hands of...
Left shoulder.
Yep. It was in the hands of Cortland Sutton. It was thrown away from a potential safety that could have batted the ball down. It looked like a great throw. An absolutely perfect throw.
It was 1st and 10. Third offensive play of the game.
Yeah, because you move the sticks on the second offensive play of the game.
Yeah, Franklin first down.
Franklin, a little hitch route. You're throwing. You're replacing Like the nickel was playing the run fit, and Bo Nix in shotgun put the ball in the belly of I believe it was R.J. Harvey, and sees the nickel activated, throws a quick hitch, easy money. I think a 9-yard gain, was it? That looks sweet. And then, I'm like, Bo's in rhythm. This looks pretty good. And then that drop it was a drop from Cortland Sutton.
Hit him in the hands.
After that, there really wasn't any good Bo.
There was one throw, and he had to be helped because Troy Franklin had to climb the ladder to go get that ball.
I thought that was a terrible throw.
You didn't like it.
With a really, really good pocket, that ball sailed on him. He looked flat-footed. He looked out of rhythm.
Okay.
And I think Bo, after that drop from Cortland Sutton, the remainder of his basically 2.5 series did not look good to me.
That was the 4th and 5 throw after the safety. Like the offensive series, they get the ball back. 4th and 5, they're driving, they stay in the red zone. Now it ends up stalling, but that was a high bullet throw. Franklin has to use every piece of 6'3" in his vertical to go get that ball.
Yep.
So bad throw, but it gets the job done. I think that was the last, maybe it's not good, but it's funny I'm going to use this word. It was positive.
Yep. It was a positive play. It was I think the biggest development of that play was Troy Franklin catching a ball that he shouldn't catch, or that he hasn't caught historically as a Denver Bronco. Seems like a lot of those balls are, barely missed it. Just off the fingertips of Troy Franklin.
In terms of the first team offense,
He was the bright spot, man.
Franklin was a bright spot. R.J. Harvey was a bright spot.
Ish.
Dude, I don't know about ish. I know people are looking at the box score. Oh, well, he never really broke something open.
He didn't. The 11-yard run he had was a great run.
3.5 yards isn't anything to write home about.
It's a little bit of the day itself looked like you could put Javonte Williams from last season.
I completely disagree.
Can I finish my statement?
Yeah, of course.
Before you just decapitate me there, Raj. It was Javonte Williams, but what you never saw from Javonte Williams at all in the last 2 seasons was the burst to get to the edge, the explosiveness.
Okay, so you and I are going to say something very similar
Yes.
here. The difference between RJ and Javonte, right? Like, you didn't have the wow play, like the gash play that you got from, Blake Watson. You didn't have the wow play from RJ Harvey that we're
Blake
waiting
Watson
to see.
looked kind of sweet, did he
So
not?
did Tyler Bidet.
Those two looked like they were.
Every time Tyler Bidet touches the ball, I'm like, I love him.
He's good. Those two guys looked fast and explosive, and I know it was against third stringers.
So we're going to say something very similar here. Harvey felt, I guess, underwhelming to some people because there wasn't the big gash play. He had 7 carries. I counted 4, if not 5 times that he was either contacted behind the line of scrimmage or should have been contacted behind the line of scrimmage, and it is because of the burst to get to the outside, right? The offense in terms of their outside zone run game, when they got to the edge, you found positive yards. Bidet did, Harvey did. If Javonte Williams is toting that rock, it's 7 carries for 12 yards, not 25. I was very impressed
I would take off
with
that
RJ.
11-yard gain. That 11-yard gain's gone.
I was really impressed with his ability to make the first guy miss when it should have been either no gain or tackle for loss.
Here's my my summary of R.J. Harvey in his first snaps as an NFL player on an NFL field in a quote-unquote game. He belongs.
Yes.
Where I'm not quite yet with R.J. Harvey is he's special.
And as a second rounder, when you're taking running back, you're not expecting special, but it's still a pretty marquee pick.
Did you see, not to be the hypothetical or looking in the rear view mirror, did you happen to see Travion Henderson?
Sure did.
What he did?
First time he touched the ball.
What was it, 93-yard touchdown on a kickoff
Yep.
return? And then he looked like the real deal after that. And, I'll be perfectly honest. The guy that I was in love with out of Ohio State was Quinshon Judkins, who is not playing for the Cleveland Browns because he's still dealing with a potential case that he got, off-field distractions, things that are going on in his personal life. Travion Henderson, it's just one preseason game, Raj. But he appears to be the class of this running back group that came out in 25 so far. Ashton Genty, 3 carries, -1 yard?
-1 yard. I was giving you crap about that on Friday. I had to. Other players that I saw in this Broncos game that stood out to me, how's this? Players that go, you belong. Is there one on the offensive side that you see outside of RJ Harvey? You belong.
Troy Franklin.
Pat Bryant.
Yep.
You
Pat
belong.
Bryant.
That little 7-yard out route that
like
Stidham
Troy
hits him on.
Franklin, I would argue that we're kind of almost in his rookie year part 2 right now. Because the rookie year was uneven. There were plays that you say, oh my gosh, he has to make that play. And then he made a play or two that you said, that's an NFL player. Jury's still out, so Troy Franklin, yes. Pat Bryant, yes. He looks like he belongs.
You belong.
You belong. Defensively, Jahdae Barron. You belong.
Oh, dude. I know it's one preseason game and like 2 or 3 tackles or something from him.
Did you notice when he hit people, the people like crumbled?
Brother, it ain't you belong. It's special.
You're a dude.
You're a dude.
He is a contact defensive back.
That first tackle that he has, the right side out route on 2nd and 10 that he holds, it was no leaky yards, man.
Yes,
it was 4.5
that's a great way to put it.
And
Is Sean Payton.
Stopped.
So is Jahdae Barron the Dre Greenlaw of defensive backs, where he hits people and they fall to the ground like a sack of potatoes?
2nd and 10, right after the Will Lutz 42-yard field goal. Barron, I don't know who the receiver was for San Francisco, stuffs the dude after 4.5 yards. Belongs. He is a first-round draft pick, and he showed it.
How long until he takes over that job?
I mean, McMillan was up and down like he had a pick.
The pick was awesome.
Pick was great.
Did the pick not remind you of the Jameis Winston game-sealing pick?
Did.
Where Jameis Winston prayed away those pick sixes?
So much more to get into about this game. Let's get into it. Jaquan McMillan versus Jahdae Barron. Are the arrows both up? Is McMillan's down? Is Barron ready to take that spot from McMillan? We'll get into it on the other side. So much more to break down. Coach was, I wouldn't say on the call, but on the broadcast for 9 News. You did great. You had a cheering session, all the Valor homies.
Yeah, they were all watching
it was awesome to watch on social media if you guys
bearded,
haven't seen it.
A nasty beard with a suit. It's a weird look, man.
Coach, you look great. You
Thank
sounded
you.
great. We'll continue to get more of your analysis from week 1 of the preseason Broncos and 49ers. It's Altitude 92.5.
it's been a grind, but to be here and just understand that God, he's going to get me to the other side. He's always going to get you to the other side. You're going to go through adversity. You're going to go through certain storms. He told his disciples on the boat, like, you're going to get to the other side before they got on the boat. And they were going through the storm, and they were trying to wake them up, and they didn't understand, like what's going on. But he told them, like, you're going to get to the other side. You walk by faith, not by sight. So just understanding just the process, like, I'm going to go through a lot of things that's going to challenge me, that's going to push me, it's going to test my faith and test my commitment. But if I could just stay strong and stay true to who I am, it'd be good. But this organization and these guys in the room, in the locker room, they keep pushing me. I try to carry myself, obviously, like a vet, even though I'm not yet. But I try to carry myself in such a way, and knowing that I'm going to go through certain things and to be able to adjust to certain circumstances and situations.
Who needs Jameis Winston anyways? You got Shadeur Barron.
The Rev Jade. That Reverend can hit now, too.
As terrible as the first team offense
sermons.
As terrible as the first team offense was in terms of its passing game. Again, I liked what I saw out of RJ Harvey. I liked what I saw out of the young receivers in Franklin and in Pat Bryant. The passing game, especially from Bo, not great. I suppose the protection wasn't great, and I want to get into it. We'll get into this in a couple minutes because I do want to continue to talk about Jade versus McMillan for a couple of seconds.
So you should probably stay tuned if you want to go to the board.
We're going to go to the board.
I think we should go to the board.
And we're going to...
Don't peek too soon, though.
In just a few minutes, we're going to go through the 3rd and 6.
I just want KJ to be prepared to go to the board.
From the Denver 9 that results in a safety. Because, well, if we're going to rip into Anthony Richardson...
Was it 3rd and 6?
I think it was 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 5 from the 9.
Is this Denver 14? Does that sound right?
No, from the Denver 9.
Okay, then I might have the wrong clip pulled.
I believe it's 3rd and 6 from the Denver 9.
Denver
or 3rd
14.
and 9?
3rd and 6 from the Denver 14.
From the 14. All right.
We're okay.
We're going to go through the safety, right? Because if we're going to rip into Anthony Richardson for not being able to pick up a blitz in the preseason, we have to do so with Bo Nix. Now, back to the secondary and Jade Barron and Jaquan McMillan. McMillan's pick and the rest of his play, is it enough to balance out getting torched for 50 on this 3rd play of the game?
Jaquan McMillan is a really valuable member of this football team. But you drafted Jade Barron as the first pick of your draft in the 25 NFL draft. And he's at a solid camp. Nothing that's like been like that. That's what we kept talking about. We want to see him play live football. Because I think some of the rugged nature of who he is as a player wasn't able to be on full display in a training camp tag-off environment. You saw that this guy belongs, and he is physical. And he gives a different level of physicality than Jaquan McMillan. The 50-yard pass that Jaquan McMillan gave up to Jordan Watkins, the rookie, I forgot where he's from. Maybe Ole Miss? Sounds right. Is that right? You should know your Mississippi guys back there.
Yeah, he from Ole Miss.
That's right.
Mississippi by way of Louisville.
Okay, Louisville. Yeah, he actually grew up in Louisville. That was a great cover. That was a great cover rep from Jaquan McMillan. If you remember it, it was not wide open.
No, he was kind of blanketed. He just never turned and got his hands up.
It was a great throw by Mac Jones. It was a great catch by Jordan Watkins. And frankly, yeah, he didn't play the ball great. But the coverage piece of it was sticky. Sticky coverage. I believe that preseason game 2 will give the opening for Jade Barron to run with the first unit. But I don't even know. Do you even play the first unit defensively? I think you saw probably what you need to see. I bet Sean, the overall feeling from Sean in the postgame press conference was frustration, disappointment with how the first units started on both sides of the ball. But unlike the first string offensive unit, that first string defensive unit, once they got settled in there, they looked to be who we know they are.
There was one play that went wrong.
The touchdown. I hated the touchdown they gave up.
Got to the outside, 12-yard run.
Nobody set the edge. I didn't, I love Riley Moss.
Was it a 5-yard touchdown run?
It was, but it felt like an 8, 9, 12-yard run because it was started downhill and it bounced out far around the left edge. And that's one where, frankly, that's got to be boxed in there by Riley Moss, jumping outside to force it back inside, and then that plays like a 1-2 yard run. That was not discipline-wise. I didn't love that snap. I think the Denver Broncos have themselves a very special nickel. I think he's going to be an upgrade over Jaquan McMillan. I think that's going to happen really quickly. But I think Jaquan McMillan, where his value comes in, is you're going to play teams that have 3 or 4 dynamic wide receivers, and you're going to play dime personnel. And when you play dime, it's because there is only maybe a tight end on the field, but if it's an Evan Ingram type, who, oh, by the way, I didn't even realize Evan Ingram played in this game until I went back and rewatched the entire game. You realize he turned like double-digit snaps.
Yeah, but one target?
I mean, it was quiet. It's a quiet Evan Ingram day, which is okay. It's fine. Not a big deal. The ball doesn't always find you, especially in short, a three-drive appearance.
He's not a volume shooter.
No. Yeah, Jahdae Barron's special. And I could just tell in coverage snaps that he had. I went back and watched it on the NFL Pro app or NFL Plus, whichever one shows the preseason. They got something special in Jahdae Barron. He is definitely an upgrade over Jaquan McMillan. But you have the luxury of Jaquan McMillan for another year. You're going to ultimately, he's going to go get paid somewhere else because he has good enough film.
He's got great ball skills. Like, it's very, very clear that when he gets his head turned around and plays the ball, something special can happen.
He's an interception machine, man.
If that interception is made 18 inches closer to the middle of the field rather than the sideline, he may bring that back for 6. Like, when he turns around and he plays the ball, he's good. So I don't think it was an arrow down day for McMillan. I thought it was an arrow. Honestly, I thought it was a slightly up arrow for him. But the fact that he has a first-round draft pick that plays, yes, he plays the same position, but they're going to use Jahdae in the nickel far more this year. Maybe it's a little bit of a hot seat thing for him. Maybe it's a little bit of, all right, this whole season is going to be my audition to make $15 million somewhere, $16 million somewhere as a cornerback 2. Or maybe on a really bad team, bad defense, a cornerback 1 at a bargain bin price. Okay, moving on from them. We have to talk about the worst decision, maybe the worst pickup of the day, and that was you're in the shadow of your own goalpost, and Bo Nix turns around, he misses Troy Franklin. Robert Saleh sends 6, and it turns into a safety. Coach, let's go to the board.
Well, let's do so. Well, I think Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan were sick and tired of the national narrative about top 4 or top 5 quarterback in the National Football League, according to Sean Payton. Also probably sick of hearing about the Denver Broncos being Super Bowl bound, according to Sean Payton and his belief in this team, which is good. I want that. Okay? I want that.
Super Bowl bound and thinking a team has enough to win the Super Bowl are very different.
Correct. Either way. Robert Saleh game plan for Sean Payton and Bo Nix. Just to put that fully out there into the universe. That is a gentleman's agreement that oftentimes preseason games are base offense versus your base defense. The pressure that Bo Nix ended up getting the safety called on him for intentional grounding was a very, very good disguise, very exotic pressure. So to Bo Nix's left of center, this is the look I've been telling you about with Zach Allen. Zach Allen, oftentimes, they'll put 3 defensive linemen to the left side or right side, and they will isolate Zach Allen away from that 3 defensive line overload. So if you look at this as this clip, defensive linemen 1, 2, and 3, all to the left, Luke Wattenberg ultimately has to make a decision of how he wants to protect this. Right? So Luke Wattenberg sees the linebacker then come up and walk up into the open gap that's created on the right-hand side. So this is what is typically called a 5-0. A 5-0 is the offensive line puts up 5 fingers. So if you ever see this when you're watching football, you can see sometimes the quarterback will go up and give him 5 fingers. A 5-0 means that there are 5 blitz threats at the line of scrimmage that are immediate blitz threats, okay? So the offensive line will take it from center. We'll go fan out with the left guard and the left tackle for those 3 D linemen that are overshifted on the left-hand side. Your right guard, okay, in this case, is your right guard, Quinn Miners, is going to take the walk-up linebacker, number 40, And your right tackle, Mike McGlinchey, takes the singled up defensive end. That's kind of that Zach Allen guy. So then really your responsible tailback's got to look to any of those 5 guys. They're all accounted for. But I got to take whatever else backer or nickel shows up in this picture. And we call that the island is the 5 D linemen. And ultimately everything outside of the island belongs to the tailback. Well, they end up walking up nickelback number 26 to the left side. And they also walk up a safety to the boundary of the side where the will linebacker also walked up. They bring both guys. So that means that they're technically both on Jaquan McMillan. McMillan has both, this was J.K. Dobbins, I believe. J.K. Dobbins is the running back, not Jaquan McMillan. He was on my mind. That is who the tailback is responsible for.
You want to make the team, Jaquan?
Yeah.
Get in there on third down. Third and long pass.
Handle a Robert Saleh.
You're not doing enough.
J.K. Dobbins ends up stepping to the linebacker or safety that's on the right-hand side, thus freeing the nickel, number 26.
Chase Lucas, who's a
reserve player, not a starter. They ran this pressure to perfection. Now, Bo Nix didn't prepare, and I heard his post-game press conference. He talked a lot about the thing about preseason games. We can have some of his sound bites here. Preseason games, you don't go in as a quarterback with a set protection plan. You don't go in with a set game plan. You look at general looks that are typically, air quote, looks for rookies and young players to just get their feet wet on both sides of the ball. They're base looks. And you use your general rules. This is the type of blitz that Robert Saleh said, you know who one of my best friends in the coaching industry is? It's Nathaniel Hackett. Screw you, Denver. I hate you. You stink, and I can't stand you. This was a tribute to Nathaniel Hackett from Robert Saleh. What should Bo Nix have done here? Because there really wasn't a base answer in his protection plan.
We're talking about, how's this? When the protection is broken, like you have already taken your 3-step drop and you can either feel or hear the nickel corner blitzing from your weak side, right? From the left side of Bo Nix on a 3rd and long situation.
Very similar to the free runner that came with the Indianapolis Colts and Anthony Richardson. What did he end up? He dislocated
a finger. Now, he took the hit, never saw the guy coming. We're talking about a quarter to a half of a second of reaction time for this quarterback. So what I would have liked to have seen him do is throw that ball through the middle to Troy Franklin.
And that's where Bo should have known that he needs to replace a blitzer with the football. Because the blitzer was coming to Troy Franklin's side, the free runner. Therefore, he is not a cover player.
The short crossing route.
The short crossers, the shallow cross. Shallow crossers, they're taught in football. When you're running that 2 to 4 yard shallow crosser, when you see, it's called the flush principle. When you see backers or nickels flushing down the toilet, then you got to give your eyes to the quarterback. It's the flush principle. And Troy did it. Troy looked back for the football, and there is nobody.
Oh, yeah. There's 20, 25 yards of space for him to catch and take that ball upfield. Now, because it's preseason, and again, I do want to take preseason with a grain of salt, right? Yes, the offense has been struggling against the number 1 defense during camp. They struggled on Saturday against the Niners, but it is preseason. And the reason why I say this is, did Bo make a business decision there? Because if he stays in and throws that ball to Franklin, he's getting lit up, right? Dude, it's a quarter to a half second. I think he gets lit up.
I don't think Bo saw the nickel, the one who came scot-free, 26. Lucas. Was it Chase Lucas? Is that what you said?
Chase Lucas.
I don't think he saw him coming scot-free. I think he was actually in his vision reading the concept down the field. But Bo had good enough pocket awareness to, like you said, feel and or hear that nickel coming free. Had he diagnosed it better and known that Chase Lucas was part of the pressure package, he would have known to replace that blitzer with the ball. And he would have gotten hit, But it's one of those, I always say at the quarterback position, it's one of those where you retreat with dignity and you get hit as you're essentially backpedaling. Think Patrick Mahomes lives this life, right? Everybody tries to blitz him. He throws the ball off his back foot. They hit him, but he kind of just takes like an extra 5-6 steps backwards, and those don't hurt. Those don't hurt like the blindside shot that Anthony Richardson took. Bo was caught. He was caught basically not seeing the nickel, and his escape plan was he did the best he could, which was to try to spin out of it. And even Bo in his post-game presser mentioned that he just wasn't cognizant enough with where the line of scrimmage was, because if that ball had gone past the line of scrimmage, he would have been okay because there was a receiver that could have been deemed in the general area. The problem was that ball was 4 yards shy of the line of scrimmage?
I don't think it was anywhere close.
Yeah, it was short of the line of scrimmage. I mean, it was a desperation throwaway.
The ball went out at the 8, and the line of scrimmage was the 14.
Didn't you feel like I felt like there was a snap where I think it was Nick Bonito on one of his 4 pressures where the same thing kind of happened.
It was the third of the 3 pressures. He had the quarterback, or he had the sack on 1st and 10, 6-yard sack. He had a back-to-back sack with him and Jonathan Franklin Myers.
I think the statisticians gave it to Franklin Myers, but that was 100%
It was a Bonito
on
sack.
Bonito.
He had first contact and had his hand on the quarterback when he went to the ground.
Yeah,
it's a Bonito sack.
The second effort was the sack too. It was insane.
Yeah. So the third play in that 3 plays where it goes 1st and 10, 2nd and 16, 3rd and 18, Bonito gets his hands again on who's the quarterback? Mac Jones. Gets his hands on Jones, and Jones throws it away there. I thought that probably could have been intentional grounding too, but I guess he was out of the pocket. I guess he was out of the tackle box.
I thought it was about
it
the
was
same.
kind of the same thing.
And both of them should have been intentional grounding. I heard a lot of people saying that the Bo Nix one wasn't because he got out of the pocket. Actually, I think Ryan Harris on the call said that should not have been intentional grounding. He was in between the hashes when he threw it. He's retreating. He's between the hashes. That's between the tackle box. The NFL hashes are so dang narrow. In fact, like the tackle box sometimes goes outside of, if you have fairly wide splits, 2 sometimes 3, maybe even 4-foot splits, then you are outside of that hash mark to hash mark area. And the fact that the ball didn't travel past the line of scrimmage, and there really was no receiver within 5 yards, certainly behind the line of scrimmage. I think the one that was it Mac Jones who threw it that was short of the line, the one that should have been
I thought it was Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. That one, it at least appeared there was a receiver within about 7 yards, but still, like if the ball doesn't travel to the line of scrimmage, that should be grounding. So I think both of them should have been a grounding.
All right, typically at 10:45 on Mondays, we are joined by Rapids head coach Chris Armas. We're going to push that to 11:30. They're in team meetings right now, so we'll have to hold off. So if you're looking for the Chris Armas show, just wait up until 11:30 this morning, and we'll talk with the Rapids head coach. Final things here. Give me the quick cliff notes on the Bo Nix safety. Give me 3 points. What needed to be better?
Replace the blitzer with the football.
1.
See that? J.K. Dobbins needs to recognize that Quinn Miners had picked up somebody and get back and travel to the nickel.
2.
3, Bo Nix needs to throw that ball out of bounds past the line of scrimmage, if possible. That's a tough play to make, though.
Good things to learn in preseason week number 1. That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. This is the Morning Sprint on Altitude.
Well, it's a different evaluation, but I still evaluate it pretty tough. Obviously there's some things you can't quite control for a preseason game. A lot you don't really know going into it, but my favorite part with the preseason is just reacting to what you get. Sometimes in the game you got to react because it's not something you prepared for. So that's really how you can treat a preseason is just get out there and see things, react how you would on a play, and just take the ball where your eyes lead you. And like I said, it's not always going to be planned, and you're not always going to be prepared for a look. So that's sometimes what preseason gives you a lot of.
Huh. Does that sound like what I talked about during the break there, Raj?
You made it seem like Bo Nix was a little bit snippier in his post-game presser. And honestly, like a minute after that, Bo never does this. Bo gave 3 answers that totaled 5 seconds in response after that. And that was when what happened on the play that led to the safety. Bo just goes, I didn't get the ball past the line of scrimmage. End of answer.
That reminds me of Bo's interception against the Steelers. I was in that post-game presser at Empower Field last year, and Bo gave almost the identical answer. And he kind of looked at him like, like I'm not going to give you a soundbite that makes me seem like a jerk, but I'm going to give you the eyes that make me that let you know that you're like, I'm not okay.
Like the very next question after that was, well, Bo, did you ask for a third series? And he goes, no, I did what I was told. That was a 1.5 second answer. He was like, listen, I'm cool. I'm pissed with how I played. I'm pissed with how the first team played. But, and this is going back to a point that you made about, 10, 15 minutes ago. Did they get caught with their pants down against San Francisco?
Yes.
Throwing blitzes like that?
Yes.
Is that a bad thing? Is that something to panic about?
No. There's a wink gentleman's agreement in preseason football that you don't bring kitchen sink pressures.
And it's not necessarily because you're trying to give a benefit to the opponent. It's because, well, if you bring those pressures, you are putting out on tape pressures that you may utilize during the season, correct? That's kind of the gentleman's agreement. Am I right?
That is the gentleman's agreement, but I think there's no love lost whatsoever between the current staff of the 49ers and the Denver Broncos and Bo Nix.
All right.
And Robert Saleh is the guy. If you remember 2 years ago, the first time that Robert Saleh came to town to avenge the death of his old friend, Nathaniel
Zach Wilson
Hackett.
game.
Yeah, the Zach Wilson game. You remember that one? Remember that game at all?
Kind of.
It's kind of gross. But, he had some pressures for old Shawnee Sean, and he wanted to get some hits on old Russ. I remember that one very, very distinctly. And that's the thing, Robert Saleh, he's a really good defensive coordinator.
It was the Breece Hall game, let's be very honest.
Yes, it was. What was the final score of that game?
31-21 in week 5. The Broncos fell to 1-4. Russ went 20 of 31 for 2 touchdowns. Your top runner was Jaleel McLaughlin, 9 carries, 68 yards. Zach Wilson, on the opposite side of the blue and orange, had 199 yards, no touchdowns and a pick, but Breece Hall, 22 carries, 177 yards and a score, including a 72-yard gash.
Remember that? I was at that game as a fan, a spectator.
I was at that game too. I remember that game being incredibly hot. If you were sitting in the East Stands, I was sitting in the East Stands, upper deck, and burning my face off.
Mm-hmm. So I think Bo wanted to make very clear to the media here in Denver, and he's right. Okay, he's right. I went back and watched the press conference last night. I wanted to hear the whole tone of Bo. It was a good tone. It was a resolute tone. It wasn't a panicked tone. I'm not worried at all. I'm not worried one bit about Bo Nix. I think there was some breaking of the code by Robert Saleh. And they probably expected a little bit of that, but when you have a guy that's I think Robert Saleh is one of 5 defensive coordinators in the National Football League that I put into the mad scientist category. They just cook up like it's a lab in Albuquerque, New Mexico that is run by a chemistry teacher at a high school. They cook up some nasty pressures. And that's what Robert Saleh did. So you can't really prepare for which one of the catalog Robert Saleh is going to bring in a dadgum preseason game. And he brought it. And Bo Nix made it very clear that those are things in the regular season. I'm ready for that. That's something that I'm prepared for because you spend hours on the film and the answer and then hours walking through what the protection check would be, and the quarterback makes that protection check. And he talked about it in his post-game presser. It was all about just seeing it and reacting and playing simple football. Am I worried about Bo? No. But the combination of a training camp that you and I have been at every single day that's been available to the public and to the media, where it hasn't looked like your quarterback has ever gotten comfortable because you're playing against the best defense this side of, this side of maybe, who else would be in that conversation? Philly, for sure. Philly. But they lost a lot. They had the championship tax.
Houston?
They feel like they have the ability to be a little bit more
Their
porous.
secondary is terrifying.
Yeah. Pittsburgh's always, when they're right, they're always right, pretty right there. What I would tell you about all of that is to say that Bo Nix himself and this, most importantly, this whole starting unit, that performance against the 49ers combined with not a great training camp offensively because you never got in rhythm because your defense is that good, you got to have a good preseason performance against Arizona. And you know what? I think it's going to work out just fine.
Is it enough that you had positive feedback coming off of the first? It's amazing that I'm splitting hairs this fine this early. You had positive feedback in the first half of the joint practice with the 49ers.
That's good stuff. And that's what I predicted to have happen.
Is it enough that coming up on Thursday, right? The Broncos have an off day today. They'll be back in camp Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll be out there tomorrow and on Wednesday. And then Thursday, the Cardinals come for a joint practice, right? And then you have your next preseason game here at home against the Cards. Would it be enough if you dominate Arizona in the joint practice from an offensive perspective, one-on-ones, and then maybe a similar thing happens in the preseason game? Would you be like, it's okay, we saw it during practice, it doesn't really matter during the game? Or do you have to have a good performance in week 2?
My feel and my feelers that are out there would tell me that I think Bo himself has been given there's some stake in it for him as it relates to decision-making for playing in preseason games. And I believe Bo is going to want to, in a game, to get the feel back, because games are very different.
I wonder if they get a first half. It's at home. I wonder if they get the first full half.
I think that you say that you're playing probably 3 or 4 series, and if you just have that one series where it's just clockwork.
See ya.
Click.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Then we're good.
We'll see you week 1
and
against...
you know what? I'm going to tell you, Broncos country, you're going to get that. Preseason game 2 is going to be Bo Nix, offensive unit, and guess what Sean Payton's going to do for this preseason game?
Game plan for Bo?
Yep, because he did it last year.
Going back to the game planning comment and what you gathered from Bo's response about, well, we can only react to what we see. We don't game plan for those types of looks in the preseason. Again, namely talking about the safety that happened on the Broncos 14, where he throws out of the end zone.
A couple of the other pressure looks too. I mean, a lot of people are saying the O-line looks terrible. I'm like, you guys are idiots. This is a top 5 offensive line returning from all metrics, both number 1 in pass protection and in top 5 in run blocking by PFF. This is not a bad unit. They just didn't prepare for Robert Saleh avenging the mistreatment of his little bestie that likes to, dance at practice and have basketball hoops in his team meetings, and Nathaniel Hackett.
Is there something to be said for you haven't earned that yet?
Who?
Bo. You haven't earned that respect. You haven't earned I'm not gonna bring heavy pressures every time against your number 1 offense because it's the preseason. We just go base offense, base defense. Now, if he's Aaron Rodgers, if he's Matthew Stafford, if he's Patrick Mahomes, and he has the same response, like, hey, we don't do that in preseason. And again, I'm very much paraphrasing based off the feel that you got from the post-game presser. A year ago today, he was third on the depth chart. Have you earned that yet?
I don't think you ever earn it. If you're playing in a preseason game, there is a possibility that any and everything could happen. And that's why a lot of people don't play their starting quarterbacks in preseason games because of this very thing. What if Bo Nix on that incredible kitchen sink blitz that Robert Saleh drew up in the dirt and installed right in time to get Denver in a backed up situation inside of their own 15-yard line? What if that would have been a true blindside hit? What if that nickelback that came fresh, scot-free off the edge, my guy's name was Chase
Lucas?
Chase Lucas.
I think that was Chase Lucas.
Chase Lucas. What if Chase Lucas had gone low on the tackle? That's what franchises have to think about with regards to the decisions to play your starting quarterback in preseason games. Like, for example, like Patrick Mahomes. You mean to tell me that like a team playing against Patrick Mahomes, granted it would be an NFC team, right? These are always cross division because you don't want to see a team that you're going to play in the playoffs until potentially the Super Bowl. That's why Patrick Mahomes like rarely plays in preseason games. If anything, the ball's out of his hands. So I don't know what the right answer is. Like, that's the hard part is like, as a coach, I want my quarterback to be in rhythm. I want my quarterback to be at the height of his confidence when the season starts. I do think that for Bo Nix and Sean Payton, that requires playing against the Cardinals. I don't think there's going to be incredibly bad blood between the Cardinals organization and Sean Payton. Like, what's my guy Gannon is the head coach there for the Cardinals. Is it Robert Gannon? Jonathan Gannon.
That sounds correct.
Yes. I don't think he and Sean Payton have a long history of beef like Robert Saleh does with Sean Payton.
I don't know. Maybe Vance Joseph
and
has
the
something
Niners.
to say about Arizona.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe he's the Robert Saleh in the equation this weekend.
But does he need to?
Just all out.
Did you see how
Rush 8?
Did you see Kyler Murray?
Deal with this, Kyler.
Did you guys see Kyler Murray's interception that he threw?
No, I didn't.
It was arguably the worst decision I've ever seen in my entire life of watching any NFL game. He like threw it directly to a defender.
It was a Call of Duty double points weekend, so I get it.
It's what it looked like. I think he was confusing Call of Duty from actual football. He was looking at an enemy and used the football as his weapon to pierce him straight in the chest.
Thinking he's launching a grenade. just cooking one off.
Right. Hey, I was really accurate on that shot.
I hit him in the head.
Confirmed kill. It was a confirmed kill. Why do you keep saying it's a bad play?
Hour 2's coming up next. Don't go anywhere. That's the Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hang out with us for the rest of the day.
the play fake. Shadeur Sanders into the traffic. And it is brought in for a touchdown by Kane and Davis.
Tip your hat, very nice throw by Shadeur Sanders. Great ball placement. Finally got on the move. Very nice goal.
From a quarterback who underwhelmed here with the Broncos and Bo Nix in that first team offense. We've been beating that horse dead. To a quarterback who, man, after that first series with Shadeur, which was the most Shadeur Sanders-ass series I have ever seen in my life, running around for dear life, throwing balls off your back foot, somehow turning things into like 15-yard scrambles for a first down. The next 3 series that Shadeur Sanders played, that's a 5th-round starting quarterback.
He looks really good.
Who would have thunk?
I did. I just never knew that. See, my problem with Shadeur Sanders' situation in Cleveland was the manner in which he arrived in Cleveland. I was concerned that he was ever going to have the opportunity to even do what he was able to do, which is get meaningful preseason reps. Because, mind you, this is a quarterback room that on paper right now has Deshaun Watson. I know he wasn't going to be a part of the preseason activities.
6 deep.
Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, Snoop Huntley, and Shadeur Sanders. So I was concerned that Shadeur Sanders, was he ever going to get the opportunity to really play? Because of rain. That's a lot of human beings.
Yeah, with rain.
It's a lot of human beings that you got to deal with to be able to have a chance to even get reps. Well, guess what happened? Kenny Smallhands Pickett, he gets Wally pipped. Dylan Gabriel, 5'9", all 5'9" of him, drafted ahead of Shadeur Sanders. They both have hamstring issues. Dude, this is like the Sanders family, okay? They just keep showing up and keep proving people wrong. Shiloh did it, man. Shiloh played well in his preseason game. You called it. I mean, I have a bet that if he makes the active 53, I'm buying a Shiloh Sanders Tampa Bay Buccaneers jersey,
kind
and
of
I'm wearing it.
that we made this bet and I get nothing out of it if I win the bet.
You just get to look at it. Look at it.
I don't even get the, like, I'm not a jersey guy, so I'm not going to like miss the jersey, but I get nothing out of this.
I go back to Shadeur.
How did we let you do that?
Just because I just spoke it. I made a bet with.
You really did make a bet with air.
It was an air bet.
I didn't push that.
It was like a self-deprecating bet. Like, oh, I'm gonna have to pay $195 for a Shiloh jersey. Dadgummit. Because I think I secretly want a Shiloh Sanders jersey because it's so niche.
It's such a niche jersey.
Yeah, no question.
And you know what you have to do? Like, it has to be the creamsicle jersey.
Ooh, that'd be nasty.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. So, Shadeur Sanders, let's talk about his journey all along, starting back in high school. Started out at basically a school that his dad created, right? Prime Prep. And everybody just sits there and thinks, well, yeah, it's because of his dad, right? So college recruiting. Granted, Shadeur had air quotes offers. But just everybody that's out there understand that reported scholarship offers are not actual committable offers. Just so everybody understands that. They're two completely different things. You can have 35 offers and only 3 of them are actually committable by that school. You can have 5 offers and none of them are committable. It happens all the time in the recruiting world. I remember when I was a college coach in the roughly the 2018, 2019, kind of right in that era where Shadeur Sanders came out. You know what I said as a college coach when I evaluated Shadeur Sanders tape? Yeah. It's just because his dad's the head coach of his team. Yeah. Do you really want to deal with all that? You know how many other college coaches, me being one of them, had the same thought process about Shadeur Sanders and ignored what the film was telling you? The dude can play. All right, let's fast forward. He's at Jackson State. Sorry. Jacksonville State's in Alabama. He's at Jackson State.
Wait, hold on. Jacksonville State is in Alabama?
It is. That's where Rich Rodriguez came from. It's in
that
northeast Alabama.
Makes no sense.
Because there's a city in Alabama called Jacksonville, Alabama. So
that does make sense. You can have, yeah.
There's multiple cities. So
It's a great It's Always Sunny episode on how Charlie thinks that if you're in Pennsylvania, you're always in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel right now.
So, Shadeur Sanders, while he's at Jackson State, I'm at CU. I start hearing the rumors about Coach Prime's probably a very viable candidate to come to CU. He ultimately comes to CU. He obviously brings his Louis, and the best pieces of his Louis came with him from Jackson State to CU, and that was the tandem of Travis Hunter and Shadeur Sanders. What did I think at the time? I don't know if Shadeur's going to be that guy. And this ain't FCS football. This ain't 1AA. This isn't HBCU football. This is freaking. Yeah, this is the Big 12. What did he do?
The Big 12.
What did he do? He went out and balled. And he proved the doubters wrong. So I've been one of those doubters, man. And that's why I came to the conclusion that I came to about midway through. It was the Colorado State game for me it's 2023 when I saw Shadeur did what he did in like a 97-yard drive to win the game with time expiring in a must-have at 2-minute situation. He actually put that one in overtime, then won it in overtime. And then I saw it again against Baylor. It's like there's nobody right now in college football that is better acquitted to play in the National Football League as a quarterback, where the game comes down to a possession. Almost every NFL game comes down to one possession. And do you have a quarterback that can perform in that scenario time and time again? Shadeur Sanders proved it. But then guess what the NFL people did? They said, do you really think he's good enough? Is that really going to translate? Do you really want to deal with that? All that comes with his dad and with all the hype and do you really want to deal with all that?
And there was fanfare going into the week 1 preseason matchup. He comes in, playing his own music and his new rap album or whatever it is. I've never actually listened to him.
But all that said, man,
there is something to say. There's stuff around it.
Along the line, starting as a high school player, I was a college quarterback coach. I said, do you really want to deal with all that? And you look past what really matters, which is what? The tape. And then again, does it at Jackson State? Yeah, but it's Jackson State. Do you really want to deal with all that? Is he really going to be able to do it at this level? Yep, he did it. So the NFL decided, all the decision makers, and this is like the proof that Shadeur's not as good as everybody was making him out to be. Well, the NFL said he's not a first 3-round draft pick, so he obviously isn't a first 3-round draft pick. Raj, what got lost in all that, man, is that the game of football is pure. It's pure. And the purity of the football is watch the tape. Your film is your resume. And at every step of the way, what has Shadeur Sanders shown? That his resume, outside of taking big sacks, outside of the negative plays, which all involved basically negative yardage plays because of getting tackled behind the line of scrimmage to extend a play. He doesn't turn the football over. He's crazy accurate. His 2 touchdown passes were next level. Those are high degree of difficulty throws. The game is pure, and Shadeur Sanders has proven it time again. His resume is damn good as a quarterback because what he does on film is worthy of being the starting quarterback in Cleveland. Guess what? Dude, there's no turning back now. You got the king. You got LeBron James.
Now, for better or for worse, this is Tim Tebow in Denver, right? Whenever it gets unleashed, you can't turn back, right? Because now if you start Joe Flacco in week 1, 2, or 3, and Flacco throws for 315 yards and 3 touchdowns and 3 picks, you will hear the boo birds begging for Shadeur because we've now seen 14 of 23, 138 yards and 2 touchdowns.
And
we've
no
seen
picks,
that.
right?
And no picks.
Because he doesn't throw interceptions. That's a crazy thing about Shadeur. He doesn't throw interceptions. And he's a high-volume, high-ceiling thrower of the football.
Now, it's preseason week 1. He caught up with Myles Garrett on the sideline. I want you guys to hear this.
Hey, Myles, you think like my spin work on you?
No. It worked today. It was good. It would work on me, though. You did it back-to-back, too.
So, like, what you looking at, like, when you chasing the
shoot, I'm just looking at how to get upfield on you. I'm going to send you back to where my guys are. You trying to get up and outside of me. If I cut that off, where you going to go? You're not going to run away from me. I'm going to chase you down.
So, like, which way you going? Like,
if you turn this way, I'm going to talk to you.
Because in practice, you do be getting faster the farther you go.
Hey, just let me get Gabe Brown. Sorry, spamming that.
That was bad DN play, huh? Bad DN play.
The reason why I wanted you guys to hear that is one of the first things that Myles Garrett says. And it's about the spin move that Shadeur is, I mean, I wouldn't say he made famous in college, but he was well known for in college is how to extend a play. And
spun out of a lot of sacks.
A whole ton of sacks and turns them into either touchdowns or huge gains. Myles Garrett goes, it worked today. Now, he looked good in week 1 of the preseason. It worked today. Now, does holding onto the football and running around and spinning when the Browns are playing in the middle of November, does it look the same? Does he have the ability to transfer that from the preseason into the regular season as a full-time starter? And you are right. Like, he really doesn't throw that many picks.
That's my point.
He doesn't.
So I got a text from 0796. Excuse me, Shadeur doesn't throw interceptions, and you want to ignore the drive-killing negative plays and sacks? I agree with that. The sacks that's the problem. That's been the downside. In 4 years as a full-time, high-volume thrower of the football, mind you, Shadeur Sanders, every one of his 4 years as a starting quarterback between Jackson State and CU threw for at least 100 more attempts than Anthony Richardson threw in his entire career at the University of Florida, which was 329 total attempts. Shadeur Sanders had 413 attempts, 483, 430, and 477 attempts in his college career. His interception total, 30 touchdowns his freshman year to 8 interceptions. 40 touchdowns to 6 interceptions his second year. 27 touchdowns in his first year at CU to just 3 interceptions. And then his final year, he threw for nearly 40 touchdowns in the Big 12 to just 10 interceptions. Each and every year as a high-volume thrower, he was well above the 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio.
If you just take his final 2 years at Colorado, and I understand Division I, NCAA football, at that version of the Big 12 is vastly different from even the 2 worst teams in the NFL playing against each other. His average interception percentage, right? Which is interception to attempted pass. And he was the highest volume thrower of the football in college, right?
Yes.
1.4%. In the NFL last year, where do you think that would have ranked?
He would have been in the top 3 for best in the National Football
Really
League.
close. He would have been tied for top 6. Tied with these names. Jalen Hurts.
Low volume thrower.
Safe
throws.
Just behind Hurts. Just behind Burrow at 1.4. Just behind Josh Allen at 1.2. The other quarterbacks, sorry, I said 1.4%, right? He'd be tied with Jalen Hurts and Joe Burrow. He would be ahead of Wilson, Stafford, Tagovailoa, Daniels, Mahomes, Murray, Nix. The league average last year in terms of interception percentage was 2.2. Again, far cry from the Big 12 to the NFL. But the numbers tell you he doesn't throw that many interceptions. You are correct there. Now, does he hold on to the football too long? Of course. Does he take too many sacks? Yes, of course.
And the quarterback development and or evaluation that I've accumulated over the last several years, decades really, of coaching and playing the position, I had a hard time myself looking past that. I'm not going to pretend that doesn't exist. I would say that I thought Shadeur threw on schedule more in the game with Cleveland than he did at times with CU. Would you agree with that? Like it didn't look like backyard football every snap.
The first series did.
And then he
settled in. The first series was Shadeur Sanders running around with his hair on fire, hoping that someone doesn't get his hands on him. The rest of it was fine. The first series was very much backyard football. I'm faster than you. I'm just going to find a way to get it done. Positive story though, man. Like I was excited. I told you that was like the only thing I was excited about watching this weekend outside the Broncos game was Shadeur on Friday night, and it lived up to the billing.
It was exactly what we said it was going to be. The entire nation tuned into it, And people want to say, are we going to talk Shadeur Sanders and Cleveland Browns football on this radio station the whole year? No. We're going to talk Denver Broncos. But it's a fascinating storyline. And I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Joe Flacco is going to be your day one starter. Shadeur Sanders will be starting for this football team by week 5. And there is no looking back. It's what the fans need. It's what the fans want. And you know what? Unlike Tim Tebow, the spectacle of Tim Tebow, Shadeur Sanders can toss that pill around. If you don't think so, watch his 2 touchdowns he threw in a National Football League game, be it the preseason. The dude can play football. Keep doubting him. Keep talking trash about him, and he'll do what he's done everywhere. Keeps proving everybody wrong.
We will continue taking a peek at what else happened around the National Football League in week 1 of the preseason with KJ's NFL Notes. Chris Armas of the Colorado Rapids will join us at 11:30, so don't go anywhere. NFL Notes and the Rapids head coach on the other side. Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Been talking a lot about Shadeur Sanders and his nice debut again. Can it continue into meaningful football? We'll have to see what happens there with the Browns. But KJ, what is first?
Well, despite all of the bad plays that we've been talking about today from Sean Payton's starters, he still believes in his guys so much so that he wants to keep adding more and more, I'll call it pressure, on the 2025 Denver Broncos to be better than last year's playoff team.
Look, I love the lead in. All right. So I'm going to pretend that wasn't part of the question. The question was, is this team better than last year's? I think this year's team has a chance to be. But I think the biggest thing we always talk about, you're not ever picking up where you left off, but I do think this year's team has a chance to be better. We've added depth at certain positions we didn't have a year ago. We were in the largest cap deficit, dead money in the history of maybe all of sport, but certainly in the NFL with 90-some million. We're not in that position this year. It's 2/3 of an operating budget. So, but this team's going to have to, they're going to have to do that, and same amount of games, one game more, they're going to write this chapter, and we're going to all be here for it. And our job's is to try to accomplish that. But we're right at the beginning with a lot of work ahead of us.
I certainly agree with Sean Payton in you can see the depth, and you saw that in week 1 of the preseason. Yeah, is it concerning that the offense looked as bad as it did under Bo Nix? Sure, little concerning. I would hold off the panic buttons until after they play the Cardinals this weekend. Now, if it looks like crap this week and this weekend against Arizona, then maybe we start, breaking the glass and trying to figure out what's going on.
But I highly doubt it will look that bad.
Highly doubt. The depth that we saw in the secondary, the depth that you see at running back now, and the depth that you see at wide receiver are 3 things that make me very, very excited. Tyler Bidet, every time he touches the ball, continues to find a way to get yards. Blake Watson is a gash runner. RJ Harvey can get to the outside. Now, while he didn't hit any home runs, he made a lot of positive plays for things that should have been tackled behind the line of scrimmage. And then you have guys like Devon Vele making catches, Troy Franklin catching bullets that he should not have had.
Or didn't last year.
Or did not last year.
It's growth.
And your 3rd round pick out of Illinois,
looks like a dude.
He just looks like a safety blanket, and that's what you drafted him to be. That's all depth, baby.
Yeah, and it's also an improvement over what Pat Bryant was basically last year's team. It was Lil Jordan Humphrey. Pat Bryant's a big improvement over Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Or Josh Reynolds. Isn't Trent Sherfield supposed to be Lil Jordan Humphrey?
It's hard to say. Body type wise, Sherfield's smaller. He's not a big guy, but he'll do anything.
He's your special teams
guru.
Yeah,
he's a better special
teamer
than Lil Jordan Humphrey was.
All right.
A better. He's a high-end gunner, high-end on kickoff return. He's hold-off player. Really good. And actually, he's been having a great training camp, too. Trent Sherfield's going to find himself into the rotation as a wide receiver. Sean used the term wide receiver 5. There's going to be times where I wonder if he's going to be used snap-wise, similar to Lil Jordan Humphrey, who last year Lil Jordan we established was the 2nd most used wide receiver for the Denver Broncos in terms of snap count.
Insanity.
That could happen with Sherfield. Wouldn't surprise me because he'll do everything right.
Just make sure it's not 5 wide because Leggy will lose his mind. KJ, what's next?
I just threw it away, didn't get the ball to the line of scrimmage.
Garage coming off the top rope.
It's off the top rope. Leggy hates 5 wide. We all know. He even hates 2x2.
I know, dude. He went a 3-year stretch where he was just hell-bent on making sure everybody knew that.
He wasn't wrong. They sucked at it.
They did. Blame it on Russell Wilson. Bo Nix stepped up to the podium behind Sean Payton on Saturday, and the one guy not getting enough love today is rookie running back RJ Harvey. Bo Nix made sure to give his flowers to the rookie as he takes on his first game as a pro.
Yeah, it's fun to watch him go out there and compete. He's young. He's got a lot of ball left ahead of him. He's got some juice. He can get out of the backfield, catch the ball. His routes are great. He runs the ball really well, and he's just going to learn and grow and continue to get better with the run schemes and all that kind of stuff. It's hard as a newcomer, that your first time really going live, to see how everything develops, but it's going to take time, and he's just going to get better over time, and each rep he gets, he's going to get better at it. He's going to see a lot more as he goes down the road, and he's just going to be able to add a lot of tools to his toolbox as we go. So I'm excited for him, excited for the whole running back room. I thought they did a really good job. They run the ball tough, ran the ball physical, got some first downs, broke a lot of tackles, which is always good to see. And so that's a good room right now.
I loved what I saw out of RJ Harvey. I've said it multiple times in the show already today. I know.
Did he break enough tackles for you and for all of you? I'd love to hear that. 303-504-0925. Jump in the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Did you see enough as a guy that can break tackles in the National Football League, in addition to the burst that you did see? I think all of us can agree we saw the burst from RJ Harvey. Did you see enough in terms of breaking tackles and actually creating those leaky yards where you push the pile forward?
When he got outside the tackles, he was able to turn negative plays or no gain plays into positive yards. Now, does that mean he was breaking actual tackles? Not necessarily. He was getting to the edge and making positive plays. He was breaking forearm tackles that were made below the waist. It wasn't like he was running through somebody, in between the guards.
It wasn't Marshawn Lynch.
No.
It wasn't beast mode.
It wasn't.
But there was only one of those guys. Well,
I was very, very pleased with the 9 touches and the 10 targets in terms of like passes and actual touches from a running back perspective. I liked it a lot. I thought the people who were like, "Oh, RJ Harvey doesn't look like he belongs." I think that's crap. He belongs.
I just don't yet know special.
One player showed special yesterday, and that was Shadeur Sanders.
In my opinion.
One young player showed special.
Everybody really showed that they belong. You know who else showed special? The guy that I've been saying could be groomed to be the defensive line joker. LSU's own.
Oh, Savion Jones.
Savion Jones, man. He was involved in that fumble recovery. He had two tackles. He looked really active. And I was excited about it. Keep watching Big 95, man. That's a guy that I'm excited about.
Mr. Granderson, give me one more.
I just threw it away. Didn't get the ball to the line of scrimmage.
Well, over the weekend, we saw Kate Adams head up to Indy as she talked with Shane Steichen and multiple players from the Indianapolis Colts. And Shane Steichen, he kind of took us behind the curtain on what he's looking to do coming up in regards to his quarterback battle moving forward.
Are you changing any of that plan now because of what happened?
Well, Daniel will start this week against Green Bay, but he'll play a couple series, and then Anthony will get the bulk of the work, for the first half after that.
How are you going to make this decision?
Well, we're going to look at it. I talked about those guys, consistency. We need consistency at that position. Joint practice this week will be big for them, and then obviously going into the game.
Hearing that voice just makes me it cracks me up. Shane Steichen's brother was my roommate in college, my best man in my wedding. They sound the exact same. And then Shane Steichen was my dad's graduate assistant at both Louisville and at UNLV. He's just the biggest goofball ever. So taking him seriously is so hard for me.
We'll put a pin in the Colts. It is time to catch up with the head coach of your Colorado Rapids. Typically, we do this at 10:45 on a Monday, but we didn't want to interrupt the Rapids meeting, so it's time for your Chris Armas Show.
Vines. Perfect ball up the sideline for Yappy. Sprinting to the top of the 18. Yappy to his right. Shoots! Yappy opens the scoring! Sensational from Colorado in transition. Navajo dribbling forward. Cuts to his right. Sprays it to Yappy. Yappy in the 18! Yappy in the corner with a brace! The Rapids are up. 2-0 in the 70th minute. That's the minimum of 5 minutes. It's going to be a reset here for Minnesota. We should be out of time. We should be out of time. We are out of time. For the third time in 2025, the Colorado Rapids will win away from Dick's Sporting Goods Park. A vital 3 points to begin the final 9 games of the season.
Coming off of a 2-1 victory against Minnesota as they look ahead to taking on Atlanta in just 5 days from right now. The head coach of your Colorado Rapids, Chris Armas, as we welcome you into the program. Coach, congratulations on the win and welcome.
Thanks, guys. Good win for the boys. Good win for our club. Good to be on the show with you guys.
Coach Armas, I'm just going to throw this out there in the universe. When we talked to you last week, the news of Georgi Mihailovic signing a record deal, which brought in tons of revenue for the Rapids with Toronto FC, and some of the tough challenges of this season, staying healthy, ups and downs of the season. It did feel like the world was kind of coming to an end as it relates to the Rapids. This was an unbelievable victory. It was tons of fun to watch. There were major tactical changes that you and your staff employed. Would you say that this was your biggest victory as the head coach, as the skipper of the Colorado Rapids?
It's a memorable one and a really important one for this year, this very moment, for what it means for the playoff push. You know, the life without Mihailovic, which, you know, we end up tying Cruz Azul essentially 2-2 and then going on the road. It says a lot about the togetherness of this team. It says a lot, which makes me proud. So no, it's, you know, we won the Rocky Mountain Cup last year at home, second leg.
That was pretty sweet.
That's probably the big one. But yeah, this is up there because it was just such a test of will and determination. It was hot and humid. It was hard, just hard. I mean, Minnesota is one of the best teams in the conference.
100%.
They've only lost a few games at home all year. And the way our guys went there, and they don't make excuses. They went after it, and we go on the road to win. It's what gives us a chance every time. But yeah, such a great victory.
In your postgame presser, you talked about surprising Minnesota with a tactical decision on the back end. Can you walk us through what that was and why the decision was made to go to 3 center backs?
Yeah, the Minnesota plays for let's call it a 5-2-3, a 3-4-3. They play 3 center backs, and what they do challenges a lot of teams because their 3 strikers play very close, but they play with wing backs that open you up, and they have central midfielders that can just hurt you in when you try to take away one thing, they go to the other thing. When they try the other thing, they go to the other thing. So we thought this could surprise them. They wouldn't think that we would try a new formation that almost matches up with them. So all the space that they're looking for, they'd always have a Rapid in front of them. So it actually disrupted them. You could see they tried some different things. And even at halftime, I said, fellas, I could see what they were doing at the end of the first half. This is what I think they're going to do in the second half. And they actually did it. So we actually were really prepared. And we got that part right. But the boys, I mean, listen, there's X's and O's, but this was a battle of much. It was stress. It was the humidity. You could see the guys' brains were melting. You could see the decision making, the sharpness. It's difficult, but some adjustments at halftime to run hard in transition, knowing we would create these big transition moments. More guys have to get into the box, and they did that. Yappy, Rafa, Calvin Harris, amazing. Scored 2, maybe could have got a couple of more.
Yeah, we're talking to the Robert Saleh of MLS adjustments and tactical. Robert Saleh.
I thought you were talking about the shiny head.
No. We've been talking for the last hour, Coach Armas. You'd love this as a New Yorker, but Robert Saleh, not necessarily the greatest head coach in league history, but was not afraid to essentially hang up double birds at Sean Payton and Bo Nix and bring an unbelievable variety of pressures in a preseason game to say, I'm avenging the loss of my friend Nathaniel Hackett and what happened to him in Denver. But neither here nor there. We move on. Darren Yappy is a player that, if you look at the ceiling of what Darren Yappy can be, this is the type of player that has quality, athleticism, length, top-end speed, power to be somebody that even in the U.S. national team player pool, if he's playing at that level, not only do Rapids have the ability to be that much more dynamic and scary to defend, but this is a guy that you don't have the body type with a lot of frequency, even in the national level. Tell me about just when Darren Yappy has the confidence to put in the back of the net, what that does for him and for this team.
Yeah, listen, if he's getting on the scoreboard, it takes pressure off of Navajo, right? So even Calvin Harris, when you have these fast guys that are also powerful and strong around Navarro, it just takes pressure off of our main guy. We try to keep those guys in and around each other, so it's this tough situation for opposition back lines to deal with. Listen, Darren Yappy, he's still a young player, but he has some of the intangibles, things you can't teach. He's athletic. He's a wonderful human being. He's humble. He's got a good process. He plays with big passion, and he's a high character kid. Yes, he's got the big potential.
Yep.
Guys, yesterday he takes over the game. But in the second half, you're almost saying, do we need to make some changes? We're looking a little bit flat. He can do better. And all of a sudden he comes to life, and it's almost like you subbed in a new guy all of a sudden. The confidence, and he starts torching the back line. So he has big potential. He can score. He's got to imagine a young guy with that body. He can use it even more to hold up the play, compete for aerial duels, be even more. So for me, we're scratching the surface with him. And he's already got 6 or 7 goals this year. So big talent.
Text the word center to 303-504-0925. That is center to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Rapids take on Atlanta coming up on the 16th. Coach, you mentioned you specifically game planned to go on the road against a team that plays well at home, right? Like you made those decisions because Minnesota is so stingy, right? And you wanted to somehow surprise them. On the opposite side of the equation, Atlanta comes to Denver in 5 days' time. They'll have a week in between their last game where they had a 1-1 draw. They have not won a game on the road this year. Do you make similar adjustments knowing that a team struggles on the road, much like Minnesota is dominant at home?
Listen, it'll be interesting. They've done some different things, Atlanta. They're not as easy to game plan against because they're searching for solutions themselves. I think the most important thing come this next game home against Atlanta is to bring the energy, bring the intensity, overwhelm them, run them over, play with verticality, suffocate this team, put them at this altitude. They're not used to it. If they don't like they're on the road, maybe they like being on the road at altitude even less. We have to be able to ramp this thing up in a way that puts them in a faster game than they want to be in. Now, structurally, we'll have a plan for sure to take away some of their top players. They have a really talented roster in the attacking core. So we have to, we'll listen, every team is capable. So we will not be talking about this team hasn't won on the road. We will be saying, fellas, it's another team in our way to our goal. We've got to run them over. That's how we have to approach it.
Saturday night, the 16th. It's your last time to see the Rapids at home until September 13th. Get your tickets today at coloradorapids.com/tickets. Coach, thank you so much for your time. Great win, and continue the hot streak when you guys return home.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
The head coach of your Colorado Rapids, it's Chris Armas. Text the word center. That's center to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on Atlanta this Saturday evening. One more time, center to 303-504-0925. We'll give away those tickets on the other side. We'll get back into the struggles of Bo Nix in the first-team offense and whether or not that extends Bo Nix's preseason here in just a couple of minutes. But I did want to ask you, what was the craziest thing you saw this weekend?
Well, for me, I just did tell you this in all fairness off the air.
Yeah, the people don't know that.
So on Instagram.
It's the magic of radio.
On Instagram, all of my fine friends from various places of employment, of which I have several.
No more magic.
I saw just about everybody I know at a Savannah Bananas game over Saturday and Sunday. Is that right? Was it Saturday, Sunday, or Sunday, Monday? Are they gone?
They played 2 games and they're gone now.
Okay. So packed. You see all these people having all this fun and they're getting pictures of bananas. They're dressed up as bananas or they're dressed up in some $120 jersey that they purchased. And it looks like you would be in a position where you're looking at it and being like, man, I just wish I was there right now. You would think I would have had FOMO. But it led me to create a new contradictory acronym to FOMO. I had GIMO.
GIMO? What is GIMO?
Gino.
Gino.
Gino. Glad I'm not T. There. It was terrible.
My God.
That was so bad. What about Gilo?
I don't know.
Glad I'm left out.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Sure. So bad. Acronyms are hard.
They're not good.
You got the ick?
Dude, I do not like the bananas.
You got the ick?
No, I don't like. I'm sorry. I know so many of you right now are driving around like, gosh, still on a euphoric high from your banana day. Not me, man. As for me and my family, I will never waste. I'll say this. I will never invest money in attending a bananas event.
KJ, craziest thing you saw this weekend?
Well, I just told you, like Coach said off the air, dude, Texas is AP #1, and it's driving me crazy because they've done nothing to earn it.
Speaking of Texas, how bad did Quinn Ewers look in a preseason
Pretty bad.
game?
Quinn Ewers sucked.
And
he looked really good in camp.
I was told at every step of the process with Quinn Ewers, I was recruiting his high school. And I was told that he is the biggest can't-miss prospect, maybe in the history of high school recruiting. And I always went and watched him practice. I'm like, really? He looks like a slow-twitch athlete. He is a good passer of the football. But every time I watch him play the actual game of football, just not it, man. Talk about a fall from grace. You remember that guy? Like he was the savior of Ohio State football. Never started there. Had to transfer. He's one of the first big NIL guys. Never even really got any return on investment at Ohio State. Goes to Texas. Well, Texas is going to win a national championship with him there. It never happened.
I mean, they got as close as they've been since Vince Young was there.
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, Raj. What was the craziest thing you saw, or the dumbest thing, or the most disgusting thing you saw this weekend?
I saw 3 wild things. Andrew says it's called JOMO, the joy of missing out. Is what you were looking for.
I was good with Gimo. I just couldn't.
Or
brain,
IDMO. I didn't miss out.
Gimo is good. Glad I missed out.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's what I should have said.
That's a good one. I saw 3 wild things. I told you guys I was going to watch a little bit of a NASCAR race for like the first time in my life because there was a Syracuse 44 car zipping around Watkins Glen in upstate New York. Did you see what happened after the race?
I didn't.
The dude who won this race, Connor Zilish, you know how they climb out of the driver's side window because like the doors don't work? It's just like one, crash cage just with a engine that goes super duper fast. He was climbing out of his car because he won the thing to get on top of his car and, pop a bottle of champagne and drink one beers with his buddies. His foot caught and he fell out of the side of the car, smacked his head and his neck on the pavement, and was out cold. Like, they were nervous. Dude, it sounds
Is
funny.
there a video of it?
Right? The video is like
terrifying.
He's lucky to be alive. It's insane. Now,
so what organization is this?
This is NASCAR.
He won a
NASCAR race or a Cup Series race. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. Craziest thing. Out cold. Now, he's fine. No neck injuries.
Dude.
He broke his collarbone.
I wonder why that.
But he's lucky to be alive.
He broke his freaking collarbone after a win?
Broke his collarbone.
What's this dude's name?
Connor Zilish, 19-year-old.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's NASCAR Sprint Series, I think is what it was. I don't pretend to really know NASCAR, but that's what I tuned in for.
It was the Mission 200. So this is usually, was that a Saturday or was that Sunday? Because usually the big event is on Sunday.
Saturday.
Yep. So it's have you ever been to a NASCAR event?
Yeah.
Dude, they're so fun. I love
the
NASCAR
infield at
events.
NASCAR events is crazy. And the only one I was up was at the Watkins Glen 400.
Tailgating at a NASCAR event.
It's supposed to be crazy.
When you hear the engines rev up, it sounds like there's like 700 747s that are starting their engine at the exact same time. It's the loudest, most incredible spectacle. And it's something that I never thought I would like, which to all of you Savannah Bananas people out there, that's probably what I need to go. Somebody needs to force me to go to an event so I could say, you know what? It was a really cool event in person.
So if that wasn't the craziest thing I saw, obviously there was the really scary injury in the Lions and Falcons game that just like basically ended the game in the fourth quarter. The World Surfing League went to Tahiti this week at a break called Jopu or Jofu. I actually don't really know how to pronounce it. There was a 12-year-old girl competing, and it's like the thickest, fastest wave in the world, and this 12-year-old's just ripping it up with the pros. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Little girl with the helmet just like ripping around, getting out of there. A wave that would kill you or I.
Right. And I grew up in the surf culture, bodyboarding, body surfing, skateboarding, like all of the X Games, I guess coastal X Games as opposed to mountain X Games is where I grew up in Orange County, California. And the craziest thing, I had kids in my high school and middle school that looked like tiny, like no definition, and you just watch them do anything on a board sport. You're like, how do you do that?
It's insanity.
And it's like, there's really no, like you look at a football player and you're like, that guy's good. He's got huge quads or he's built. You look at a surfer, you're like, I don't know, man. And then or a skater, and they just rip things. You're like, dude, that is so cool. I wish I could do that. So instead, I get to be really average as a skater and a surfer and really average as a football player. Just kind of just average everywhere.
Pick your poison, baby.
But you know what? Jack of all trades, man. I tell you what, I could still get out there and catch some. I could still shred the gnar in the Pacific. Still could.
Who was very average, if not below average, Bo Nix in that first team offense. Now, you mentioned something to me in the break was if there's one positive that comes out of this, it extends the preseason life.
Is that really a positive, though?
For fans, it is.
Fans, it is. For the fan experience.
For the fan experience, right? Like
and for the media.
My notes of the first half of the Broncos game. Like I am in mid-season note-taking form right now.
I saw it. It was beautiful. I did the same thing. I was at the 9 News sports desk, hanging out with my guy Chris Tavares, John.
Here's the second page. John my Rick. Second half notes. Well, they kind of don't exist. So for fans, yeah, that's awesome. More 1s and 2s. Give it to me, baby.
Now, does that put Sean Payton in a tough spot? If Bo Nix needs to play more preseason football and this starting offense needs to play a bit more preseason football to just get that feel. That's all. Like you don't need to play 3 games. I want to make that clear with Bo Nix and the ones. Frankly, you don't need to play a full half against the Cardinals. What I think that Bo Nix needs himself, and I think Broncos country would love to see this as a result, is because of a bit of a challenging training camp against an unbelievably good defense, and because of I'd say a fairly uneven performance in joint practice on Thursday against the Niners, where you started really strong, and then it appeared that the 49ers defense finished strong, right? Which is good. That's a good day. That's not a bad day, to make it clear. But the 49ers defense, their backups and their thirds, man, you scored 3 points. And the only reason you scored 3 points because you inherited a takeaway dang near midfield. That's how you got your points. You, in fact, scored 2 points for them, for the other team, by way of a safety.
You had net 1 point.
You netted 1 point in 3 drives against not one starter for the 49ers. So what Bo Nix needs right now, he needs that feeling of coming off after leading a really clean drive, and it could be the first drive. And you know what? If that's the case, shut him down.
9 plays, 3 minutes and 52 seconds, 75 yards, and a
A Bo Nix touchdown to Troy Franklin, back corner of the end zone.
A little 9-yard touchdown reception.
Yep, just a sweet little bootleg off of a wide zone play action. Troy Franklin running a corner out. You just feathered up there. Bo Nix, Denver Broncos offense, we're good to go.
He tried to feather 2 passes. The two passes that he was short on. Was it a Cortland Sutton corner?
Yep, down the field. And then a Troy Franklin go ball.
And both of them nosed the football up to the air. They were ducky.
They were ducky, and they also both could have been picked off.
I love you, RH. I love you, Ryan Harris. I really do, brother. You said it was a really good or well-thrown ball to Troy Franklin.
Ooh.
I thought it was a duck.
It was not a good throw, and both of those throws, like people would say, well, he gave him a chance. Well, unfortunately, they had a step on the defensive back.
Yeah.
Guess who you actually gave a chance? You gave a chance to the defensive back.
The Troy Franklin ball should have been intercepted.
Frankly, both of them could have been intercepted.
And the Sutton ball, I think if you
the first Sutton ball was great. That was a Sutton drop. We're not talking about that.
The Sutton corner in the end zone that was underthrown and led to a field goal.
And he was open.
I think if you give Bo 5 balls, 4 out of the 5 are in the corner. Sutton gets his hands on.
Would you just say this, though? Like, for anybody who has any crazy reaction to what happened in the preseason game with the 3 drives of the offense, that's kind of what we've been watching every day at practice.
Yep.
It's about what it's been like. So are we supposed to be surprised? No. But you know what the remedy to all that is, Rush? Is the Arizona Cardinals coming to town. 1 really clean offensive touchdown drive, and man, you are ready to be good enough to play in the Super Bowl.
Fellas, it feels like football. It really does. It took every piece of my being not to do a big play replay today. And you know what? I'm going to promise it to you. A week from today, we will do big play replay on Monday against week 2, Broncos and Cardinals. We will have that on Monday.
I'll break down the Kyler Murray Call of Duty set that he's going to have as well.
For Coach Sanford, I'm Raj, KJ behind the glass. Love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. PhD is coming up next. Don't go anywhere as Coach just ruins the entire studio for everyone. Jesus Christ, Coach. This is why we can't have nice things. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10. Tune in to find out.
All right, boys, what do we think? What do you think?
You tell me, DMac. It's your boy.
I'm curious about where you guys are at first.
You tell me, DMac.
I've got plenty of thoughts.
Go ahead.
I've got plenty.
Go ahead.
No, man, come on now.
Go ahead.
Oh, I want to hear from you guys first.
What?
What'd you think?
Look, I'm not trying to rag on anything, but here's what I'll say. Scotty and I have both been very honest throughout training camp about what we've seen. And the game looked exactly like the practices have looked for Bo Nix.
Okay.
It's a little good here, a little bad there. At the end of the day, you walked away kind of like, it was just kind of, It was not a good day for Bo Nix in the starting offense. Now, I will say this. Cortland Sutton catches that one pass, which was a beautiful ball from Bo Nix.
Mm-hmm.
You feel a little bit different, but then's the way it goes, and you don't connect on it. And it was a rough outing for Bo. It was a rough outing for the starting offense. And, you got some good stuff here and there. RJ Harvey had a few moments that you could tell he's got a chance to be special. He's got to stop bouncing that ball outside, but he's going to be fun. He is. Scott?
I'm agreeing with you. I thought that was the Bo Nix I saw for the 9 training camps I went out to. I'd even say this. Talk about Sutton could have made a catch. He could put about one more yard on the football, and he's got a long touchdown to the right. Was that to Vele or no, it's to Franklin.
He had
Franklin.
He had 2 of them.
That were underthrown, way underthrown.
2 touchdowns, probably.
But then they went back and showed an end zone of the throw. It seemed like he just nonchalant it. And that's, I said bored, and Pencil Arms didn't agree with me. But I thought he played like I've seen him in camp. There wasn't a lot of urgency, and he just was kind of nonchalant, I thought, out there. Harvey, you could tell the speed. But he ain't going to make it in this league if all he wants to do is get outside.
No, and, I talked about it throughout training camp. You saw it unfold in the game the exact way that I told you guys it was unfolding in training camp for both those guys. RJ Harvey's going to be fun, and I'm not knocking the young man because he's got some special ability. He's a physical specimen. And it worked a couple times.
Yeah,
when he bounced outside, it worked a couple times.
The first play was a designed outside run, and he picked up 7 yards or something like that. And he got that edge, and you could tell that if he gets there, watch out. But then everything else, he turned down the inside at least 2 more times to try to get it outside. And then I think one with a 2-yard loss, 3-yard loss, something like that. So, yeah, he's got to be better at that. I thought the first team defense, were resting on laurels and maybe their practice on Wednesday, which teams will do. I've seen that before. Their touchdown run down there at the end, Benito got sucked in. He's got to be able to set edge.
Yeah,
I thought
so did Riley Moss, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick Benito's got to set the edge, and then Riley Moss has got to know because Talanoa Hufanga, he came up on the inside and he took that D gap there, which means Riley, hey man, well Riley's always going to have the final contained,
right?
But you cannot get beat outside as a corner.
No, and he got beat, but Benito probably got held if you're being honest. But dude, he's on the line of scrimmage.
He did get held.
Yeah, I mean he's not up the field anywhere to try to force that back inside or wide. So, but then I thought he made up for it because his pass rush I thought was the next 2 possessions
he was tremendous.
I thought he was absolutely tremendous. Second teamers I thought played great. Second teamers and listen, I was talking to Andy in our little podcast thing. I've always liked preseason from this standpoint. We know the starters. We know who the stars are going to be. Someone's going to be hurt during the year. So it's nice to get a bearing on, well, what happens if Watson, which I thought he came in and ran hard and showed a little wiggle. What if he has to play? What if some of those backup linemen came in and had to play? You saw a little bit more from those guys also. So,
hey, Blake Watson and Tyler Bidet both looked great.
Didn't hurt themselves, did they?
They both looked fantastic.
Yeah. So, yeah, the
depth on the Broncos is crazy good right now.
The what?
The depth. They're going to wear teams out. They are going to wear teams down, and teams are going to make mistakes.
Maybe so. I'll take a Stefanski look at it. If Stefanski can't get hyped up after what Shadeur looked like in his first game, then you can't go down in the tank because of how Bo looked in his first game. Fair?
Well, Bo was 6 for 11, and the one catch should have been made by Cortland Sutton. Tough catch, but he usually would make that. So you had 4 bad passes, and I think they were bad passes. There was that little screen he couldn't quite hit. He underthrew 2 balls. I kind of forget the other one, actually. But yeah.
One was to Franklin was going to be a touchdown if he puts it out to the right corner.
Yep.
Send it and let Franklin just come and run underneath
They
it.
weren't like horrible, but I mean, you know.
No, they were bad, DMac. They were. They were bad.
Yeah. Well, I said they were bad. They weren't interceptions. It wasn't like, you know, he didn't throw it away. He didn't throw a pick six, something like that. He took a terrible safety. You know, you got to be way smarter than that on that particular play. So that's a terrible miss right there. So, yeah, it was 4 bad passes and a bad safety and 3 drives. You'd want something better. And you didn't do much with the one opportunity you got after the Jaquan McMillan interception. I mean, you're at midfield. You like to see something better than a field goal right there. But he did convert a nice 4th down. He did do that. And he completed 5 other passes besides that. It was like Sean Payton said, it was average to below average. And I think that's about right. I don't think it was horrible, though. I don't think it was like the end of the world. I think it was just a kind of a rocky start to the game.
The reason, if that was the outing that they had against the San Francisco 49ers starting defense, you would say, okay, it's not the end of the world. But it does kind of feel extra bad when you know you're going up against the backups, right? And that just amplifies things. Look, it's a preseason football game. Just like the fact that Shadeur had a good preseason game doesn't guarantee he's going to be a great quarterback. A bad game doesn't mean that Bo Nix is regressing or that he's going to have a sophomore year slump. But it was bad, and it feels extra worse given the fact that you were – look, my expectation, and I'm being dead honest, my expectation was I thought we were going to look groovy, baby. I did. I thought that the starting offense was going to march down the field. They were going to score one series, get them out of Dodge. Hey, we're happy with the way we went. I thought the defense was going to go out there, get a stop, 3 and out against their backups. Hey, we're groovy, baby. Get them out of the game. And I don't think the defense was nearly as bad as the offense. They had one bad play from McMillan, and you take that out of it, and it really wasn't that bad for the starting defense. But it does amplify it given the fact that those the backups.
Even that McMillan, that was a hell of a catch and throw by.
But he was there.
He was there. The guy made a great catch. I mean, other teams are going to make great plays, you know, and that was at the 15. I mean, they could have stopped him, and they didn't, you know, and they converted a 4th down. They got in. I do wish the Broncos and Sean Payton, I'm not sure why he didn't go for it on 4th and 3 from the 50. I would have liked to seen you give that a shot. I mean, what do you got to lose there? So I don't know if he wanted to get something out of his punter or see something interesting, but
You mean the 36-yard punt or the 25-yard punt?
Yeah, well, that's I talked to a Muggle insider about that dude, and you guys have said it too. He can hit some unbelievable long punts. I mean, he's got it in him, kind of special. But his short game, it's like somebody who's great off the tee box with the driver, and can't get the ball close from 100 yards.
Well, that's probably why he kicked it. If we're being honest, it's probably why we kicked it, because Sean knows that and he needs to put him in positions where he can see what he can do.
All right. Well, I feel weird about doing things for a punter. It was 4th and 5 on the 3rd series, and he went for it, and they picked it up. I kind of wish they just went for it on the first drive. You never know what would have happened there on that
Well, listen, there was 2 preseason games this weekend that went down as ties, and then the one game they quit early after the gruesome-looking injury.
Right.
Why not always go for it?
I really don't know.
You lose the game.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I feel you. And in the regular season, I want to see him go for it from midfield on 4th and 3. Let's keep it going, man. Let's go. You never know what's going to happen next. You don't want to give – if they got the ball at the 50, hopefully your defense is good enough to keep them to a field goal at worst. Right? You still got a long way to go for a touchdown from the 50-yard line.
If you think your offense can score touchdowns.
Well, the irony is they had a bad kick, and then they had a terrible kick coverage, and the ball ended up right as if
midfield.
As if you went for it. So, I mean, Crawshaw's got to get his act together relatively quickly. You can't be punting from midfield and hanging the ball up at the 15, 20-yard line. I mean, come on now. You got to be better than that.
Yep.
But, these are all sort of little things. It's good. Hey, Jarrett Stidham looked pretty good, right, as your backup? Couldn't be much better. He was 14 of 15. Couple of touchdown passes. Trent Sherfield.
He's been doing it. See, the game, that's what he's been doing.
You know?
The game.
What are we doing here?
They say that practice doesn't matter. I don't know, man. Everything that unfolded in practice unfolded in the game. Trent Sherfield's been fantastic. Pat Bryant was pretty good. Nick Bonitto was great.
Yeah.
There was some good stuff. It's not all bad. And even though you won the game, I mean, all I'm concerned with is the starters. I know you love the depth on this team, and that's cool. And depth plays into it on defense. Depth doesn't play into it too much on offense unless you got problems, right?
Oh, I think this team is going to be carried by the defense for a good chunk of the season. I think they're going to give the offense short fields. I think they're going to put pressure on the quarterback with a lead. Look out. This defense is going to give this offense a lot of second chances. You're going to have a chance to be pretty mediocre as an offense with this special kind of defense. And I do think just as a game goes, mistakes for the other side will happen. So I was encouraged by that. But yeah, I mean, you don't like to see the game start with your special, first team defense getting worked by Mac Jones and company. That wasn't a good feeling. Seeing Bo take a stupid safety, that sucked. You don't like to see that. And you'd like to see Bo, make more plays, I guess, down the field. You know what? It felt like a big slice of humble pie. You're talking a lot of smack. You didn't look that special.
No. And Sean did back off that after the game. I don't know if you caught it.
Of course.
I forget where I saw it, but what did he say? He said something like, well, this team's got a chance to be better than last year's team.
Yes, he
Hold
did.
on. This team's got a chance to be better than last year? You just told me that you've only had 6 teams ever that you thought could win a Super Bowl, and this is the 7th, and now you're telling me this team has a chance to be better than last year?
Yeah. Too many lattes, man. That's great that he feels like that. Maybe it's the truth, but seriously, dude.
Well, what do you have to gain? That's like
nothing.
Why do you go out there? You just put everybody on notice. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't think every team is going to say, hey, guys, that's a Super Bowl team right there. Coach said it. Hey, guys, that quarterback, one of the top 4 guys in the league. Coach said it.
Top four.
Well, so let's, this week we're playing those guys.
Good throw, top 4.
Exactly. Exactly.
I said that last week.
Exactly. What good does it do you? How does it help you? And, listen, man, everybody tries to carry some sort of chip on their shoulder. You don't think the Titans are going to use that? I mean, hey, we got nothing to lose here, man. We're playing a Super Bowl-worthy team with a top quarterback. So we'll see. All right, so what kind of grade would you give it?
I think we just got to separate it. I mean, starting offense, I'd give it an F. Starting defense, I'll give you a C+. Everybody else, A-, B+. Well, Shadeur graded himself after the game as a C+.
It's probably about accurate. But a really good C+.
Really good C+.
And everybody should be lucky to be that good as a C+.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought the offense, I would give the defense C. Yeah, after that first drive, I thought they buckled down pretty good. The offense, I mean, I don't know if you could give them a passing grade, not the starting offense. Second offense, third offense, yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I would give them B's or A's, somewhere in there. And same thing with the second, third defense.
Well, if you don't give Stiddy an A+, I don't know what an A+ would be. He missed 1 pass. He scored through 2 touchdowns. He ran great.
Well, you know what was
like, if that's not an A+ performance as a backup, what is?
Was impressive for me is he started off like we see all in training camp, short dump, 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 and it's almost like everybody got embarrassed. All of a sudden, 30 minutes down, 30 yards down the side, 30 over yard, long touchdown. And you're like, oh, okay. And so that might have been a case where those little short dump offs finally wore San Francisco down, and he looked down the field and made a couple plays. I'll say this. It felt like he had a whole lot more time to throw than Bo did. Felt like to me.
Bo only averaged 2.8 yards per completion of his 6 catches, six completions. It was a lousy game by Bo, all in all.
Yeah.
The show throws, I think the best throw was on that 4th down. Okay? It was a little pressure situation. You had to have it. Stuck in the pocket, you hit your receiver down the middle of the field. It was, hey, there you go. Nice job. Other than that, there wasn't much to look at. The underthrow sucked. Can't do that. I mean, you got guys, you got to throw the ball. You should be better than that.
Bo's got to clean things up. He does, because this is not an overreaction to the game. This is a reaction to training camp.
This is what training camp has looked like.
It was consistent with training camp.
It's very, very consistent.
Okay.
And it's time to clean this thing up. Well, I mean, we're getting close to the season now. You got 2 more weeks of preseason football. That's not a lot. It's not a lot now. You've been through the majority of training camp, and you got to turn it up a notch, buddy.
And you probably got one more game.
Yeah.
Well, we're back out there tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, joint practice, and a final scrimmage against, or a preseason game against the Saints, and away we go. But we got tons to get into, including what were the 14 things that Sean was pissed off about that had nothing to do with the game. That complaint you don't hear all the time. We can get to that, plus Shadeur. What kind of night was it for him on Friday night? It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. It's a given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with ED, you certainly want that good outcome. ED can be an intimacy destroyer. So let's get that going in the right direction with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men, and you could be next. If your initial visit is only $99, you get a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised a test dose, that's a great offer. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment, so hit them up today. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I thought it was good. I thought our team competed really well. It was fun to see guys get out there and fly around. As the game went on, we just found ways to score points, and our defense did a great job. No matter who was in there, they got stops, got turnovers, which is big. Add some excitement to the game, momentum for us offensively and as a team. So it was good to see us just get out there, score points, put drives together, field goals, touchdowns, whatever it was. Just kind of made plays when we needed to make them, and overall our defense just played really good.
Bo Nix, not great. I just leave it there, I suppose. But wait, we're not panicking, are we? We're not on the Bo panic meter here today, are we?
What's panicking? I mean, is panicking calling things like you see it throughout training camp?
No, definitely not.
I don't think it's panicking, but there's a reality check that's settling in here really quickly. That Bo Nix has been consistently inconsistent the entire training camp. And I guess if you're asking me, like, am I panicked about it? No, but you're running out of time here, buddy. You are. You're running out of time to start stringing together back to back to back to back really, really good days. And you need to start stringing those together.
Yeah, I just go back to Tyler said, start the show. It's exactly what we saw. And there's an age-old adage, and I've always said this, if it's age-old, that means it's usually survived the test of time, right? But that you play like you practice. And the first-team offense, to me, looked like –
Except for Tim Tebow.
Except for 9 practices I saw, that's kind of what I saw from the offense. Now, we blamed it on how good this defense is. And then, of course, they went down, 65 yards on the first drive and scored a touchdown on that excellent defense. So, yeah, I was and by the way, not with their starters in. And that's the other thing Tyler brought up also. We're playing their starters.
Yeah, I get you. Sean was interesting after the game because he was talking about, like, non-football things here.
Yeah, I think that the teams that do it best, are that sense of urgency is now there's some mistakes that are going to happen, but it's the pre-snap, it's the illegal man downfield. There's a handful of these things that those have to be cleaned up like tomorrow. So I do think it's important when we come to work tomorrow, and it's not just the players. This is the first road trip for us, and I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about that have nothing to do with the game. And so that's part of the debrief too. And so the willingness of the player, employee, all of us to accept and make those corrections, I think, are important.
What's he talking about?
Somebody forgot to put the hash browns out.
What in the world?
That's missing the bus, get on the wrong bus, being late for the thing, missing your pregame meeting. Or not taping your ankles in the time, but I mean things
that would be player stuff though, Scott. And he did specifically say employees. To me, that felt like who's the football ops guy? Because
Chip Conway.
Did you forget to put out the omelet bar? Did you forget the hash browns? Did you not have enough chairs in the meeting room? Did you set up the projector poorly? Was the projector not set up? And by the time I got into the meeting room, I had to set up the projector.
Was the hotel lousy? Was the transportation bad? Were there people on the plane that shouldn't be there? They were there for a long time, by the way. You were and you're in San Jose. The hotel, I do know this. I was told that the hotel that you stayed at for the Super Bowl, that's occupied right now by the Niners for their training camp. So that wasn't available. So something was bad for 4 days there in Santa Clara or San Jose or wherever the hell they were staying.
Football ops guy, watch out now.
I tell you what, man, you don't want to hear that, do you?
No.
I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses, but like Sean was pissed. He's got 14 things.
I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about that have nothing to do with the game.
But again, that's just not ops. That's how I heard it too. That's dudes late for meetings, dudes fall asleep in meetings. That's other stuff like that too. That ain't
it could be.
That just ain't ops right there. That's Your meeting starts at 5 o'clock and you showed up at 5:05.
You very well could be right, but it's not every day that you hear a coach talk about employees.
No. Employees? Like you might be right. But there's other things, though, too, clearly.
Yeah.
Well, listen, when things don't go right, guess what gets the light shine on it? Everything. Right? You let your first team offense go up and you throw in, 2 80-yard drives, and let's see if he's as, pissy and 14 things are broken that he's going to bring up to us after the game.
I got 14
I heard that Sean likes ribeye steaks instead of the New York strips that they put out.
That's what it feels like to me. Like it's a bunch of little stuff. And I think this dude obsesses about little stuff.
Well, but he also, before that, in the longer piece, he talked about a sense of urgency.
Yeah.
That's where, for me, I get a whole lot of players comfortable reading all the stuff that, oh, by the way, he has put out as much as anybody.
Yeah.
That they're reading. Right. They're reading as much of that as they can. Listen, we've all been on. You and I have been on teams where the teams think they're a lot better than they really are, and they start puffing their chest out before a game's even played. And that is a you hope you have a long enough season to get over, because I've seen teams humbled early on. In basketball you got 82 games, so you get humbled the first 10 games. All right, it's time to refocus this thing. That's how I took that whole statement. Is I think he thinks his team is real comfortable.
Well,
and you know what? Okay. That's on him too.
Okay. I brought that up with Bo Nix when Sean started talking about all these amazing things, and he's calling Diana Rossini and saying I love my Q, and he's telling the world that I've got a top 5 QB. I brought this up that I think it's human nature, and this is not an accusation of Bo Nix as much as it is just this is the danger. This is the game that you play when you do this. I think it's human nature. When you get patted on the back enough times and we don't have any legitimate threat behind you, you don't have anybody that's challenging you, and all you're hearing is positive things over and over and over again, well, I kind of got this thing on cruise control.
Okay. I'll roll with you on that because that makes a lot of sense to me. Is this a good thing? Is this a good wake-up call?
Yes.
Is this a good slice of humble pie?
You know what you want? Now we don't have the schedule from me. You want it right now after preseason game number 1, as opposed to, oh, by the way, Cincinnati's coming in Monday.
Well, sure, I'd prefer that.
Yeah, right. So yeah. Better than if all of a sudden you win your home game and lose 3 in a row, and now you got Cincinnati Monday night. You don't want that wake-up call then.
Okay.
You don't want 1 and 4 looming on your schedule.
Should we see a different type of team then starting tomorrow? Maybe.
Well, it starts with Sean. Listen, you and I both were there that one day. Yeah, I know you were. Because something happened. It was bad. And he gamed everybody, pulled everybody to the center in the middle of practice. And you and I are talking. I said, if that's Shanahan, they start practice over.
Right.
And you went, yes, they would.
Oh, you're talking about the day that they had 5 straight penalties and a fumbled snap.
And he called it in the middle, and I said, dude, if Shanahan were running this thing, they'd be starting this whole practice over.
Start it over.
And you went, yes, they would be. And instead, they just went back out, kept nothing. The second unit was still in, boom, boom, boom. And I went, so listen, if there's not a lot of urgency, and if there's not a lot of, or there's a lot of people smelling their own underarms, then it starts with Sean Payton.
Okay. Well, I look forward to practice this week.
This is a big week for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it could be a positive, a net positive. I think there's so much talent with the defense, you can, probably get by until you get up to speed. But it'd be nice we said that coming in on Friday. It's like, hey, man, it'd be nice to see R.J. Harvey have a game, have some moments. It'd be nice to see Bo kind of dominate the opponent on a drive playing against the second teamers. We knew that. You didn't get that. You just, I don't know.
RJ sort of did. I mean, he had enough moments that you're like, okay, you can see what's special about this guy. You can see it.
You can see the speed is special.
He's got special speed, and that's going to pay off. You should have some good chunk runs this year. I do think that you can coach out of him the bad habits that he has right now, and he's got a really bad habit that we mentioned many times throughout training camp of just trying to bounce everything outside and not properly reading the holes one gap at a time. Does that need to change?
Yep.
Yes, it does. But I also think that's why R.J. Harvey got the majority of the carries in comparison to J.K. Dobbins, not because they're saying he's our day one starter, but because they're saying, hey, this guy still needs the work.
Well, you know, when I took it, I looked at it and said, okay, Harvey's good. They're hoping Harvey can be your bell cow, but they're going to struggle with that if he ain't going to go in between the 1 and 3 hole every once in a while. And Dobbins is going to be your third down passing situation guy. That's the way I almost looked at it. And again, this is the first game. And if we can't,
Three drives.
If we
How many
can't
carries did Dobbins get? He didn't get many.
I think he
he
had
had a couple
7.
passes thrown at him.
Did Evan Ingram have a target?
Dobbins had Dobbins had no carries.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
I can't even think of one.
RJ Harvey had 7. Estime had 8, but that was all in garbage time.
It was garbage time in the second quarter.
Well, he didn't really play till the 4th. He played when like everything was.
Well, he came in, his first carry was right down the gut hard for about 7 yards. And I went, okay, maybe he's listening to Sean.
Yeah, how about that?
And then he didn't play for like another quarter, I don't think, after
Dobbins
that.
did not get. He got 1 catch on 1 target for 4 yards. He didn't get a carry. Wow, that's interesting. Just nothing with Dobbins. Bo missed him on a screen like near the Broncos end zone. That was in the play.
I don't really know what to make of that, other than the only thing that logically makes sense to me, because RJ's not done enough to have earned the starting job yet. He's not. JK's looked fine in practice. I wouldn't say there's been a huge separation, but I do think that there's been a separation. JK's looked better. And the only thing that makes sense to me about why RJ got all the bulk of the carries is they're like, hey, we know what we got in JK right now. We need this guy to just get more reps.
That maybe Sean really sucks at his running game.
I'm curious if we can break down the 14 things he's pissed off about.
I know.
Just make a list.
Hash browns are one.
One. Okay.
Omelet bar messed that one up for sure. They forgot the ham.
Okay.
Projector is not set up.
Okay. 3.
That's 3.
Keep going, right?
Yeah.
He didn't have the right wine in his suite.
Hey, 303-504-0925. If you know one of the 14 things that he's pissed off about, just let us know.
I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about that have nothing to do with the game.
Okay. All right, Dan, let's keep a list.
Oh, the key cards weren't set out right before as you checked in.
That's annoying. That's a long, unnecessary line.
It is.
Really? We got to do this? They're just not on the table? Really? I got to check in? Maybe the pool wasn't skimmed the right way?
Not enough meeting rooms set up.
Yeah. 14 things. That's not 1 or 2 things.
I still think a few people late to this and that. Now let's go to one more thing.
I heard his chair broke in the middle of the meeting.
There you go. Another thing we got to talk about. Where would you rate the offensive line?
I don't know. I thought they were all right. I mean, they only gave up 2 sacks. And they were both to
You know who's
Stidham.
bad?
They ran for 135 yards.
That is tough. I say that reluctantly because I know the life of an offensive lineman, and you can have 50 great snaps, but you've got 2 bad ones, and all of a sudden you got a bad game. But Alex Palczewski, who's kind of known to be the swing tackle, the next man up, he did not look good out there, buddy. He was top heavy. He was leaning. He had a series of about 3 straight bad plays, and I was like, oh, wow, I'm not so sure that's your swing tackle.
Well, they did have 11 penalties. And I don't know how many were on the offensive line. I know Crum got down the field one time.
Here's my Bud Black, though. That's preseason ball, bud.
yeah. And we know in preseason the refs are quicker to throw flags, period, because they're
Oh, good point. Someone on the text line. They ran out of juicy fruit on the sideline.
Ooh, that's a good.
I mean, that's not good. I mean, to have no smelling salts or juicy fruit.
How can you even operate?
Who was the smelling salts guy? I don't know. Who was that? Who was the Broncos smelling salts guy? We should do some digging on that. Shadeur on Friday night. I got to tell you, man, that was as cool and as fun as a preseason game that I remember. In my opinion right now, I have no idea, and we can dig into the reasons, but I have no idea why he's not their starting quarterback.
I watched it all. I watched it live. I watched every single rep of it, and Shadeur was fantastic. Like he wasn't just good; he was fantastic. He was calm. He was cool. He was collected. That touchdown, that first touchdown throw, man, he put that in a window that took some guts to throw it, and he had a margin of error about 0% on it. You know, that touch ball that he threw to that short white dude. I don't know his name. But
they made the great one-hand catch.
Yeah, but I mean that touch ball and the scramble.
That was a great throw.
That was a special throw. Those are the type of throws that a coach takes notice of. I mean, Shadeur just didn't make any mistakes.
I thought on the one scramble he picked up a first down on 4th and something. Nothing there. He ends up take off running, picks up a 4th down, slides properly.
Yeah, and he's not really a running quarterback
He
either.
looked way more athletic than people thought.
Yeah. Yeah, well, at CU, he was just getting caught. He was getting sacked left and right. How many sacks did he give up? It was funny. He was talking. He was mic'd up. That was a great video. I watched all 12 minutes of it. They showed every snap. They showed every single snap. And then they showed him talking to Myles Garrett, and he was like, and Myles Garrett, you wouldn't get away from me.
What did he say? I want to feel that. I want to feel that hard pressure that he goes. He goes, no, I like you. You don't want to feel that.
That was funny.
Yeah.
You know what? That mic'd up segment, and I know there was some heat on the way he walked into the game, but he's walking in with a teammate, not an entourage. They're playing his song.
I could have gone without that for sure.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just going to keep it real. Shadeur's been doing a great job of just fitting in. He's been doing a great job of staying calm, quiet, and not separating himself. I definitely could have gone without the walkout entrance, but whatever. I guess you get what you get with Shadeur.
You get what you get. It is who he is. However, when you see him interacting with his teammates, they love him. It's clear they love him. His coaches love him.
The relationship between him and Myles Garrett in particular, I think that tells you a lot. Myles Garrett, why is he taking this dude under his wing? Why is Myles Garrett taking Shadeur under his wing?
Yeah, because part of that when they're going back and forth, he said, listen, I like you. I don't want to hurt you. He says, you're going to help us this year.
Yes.
That's a veteran. By the way, he just got paid. That's a veteran who wanted out of there because he didn't like the quarterback situation a year ago, right? Sitting there saying, hey, we need you around. You're going to help us.
You saw some good mentor moments from Joe Flacco with Shadeur. He's not threatened or anything like that. And Joe's a dad. There were a lot of guys being father, dad-like figures to Shadeur out there. I thought it was cool. Then he got to do his, time watch celebration a couple of times, and Nike put out an ad. Listen, this is just what they do. He had his confrontation with Tony Grossi, who's, kind of a shizzle stirrer there in Cleveland. He has been for many years.
I thought that was hilarious, too.
And that was fun, too. Why you hate me, Tony? What'd I do to you?
Tony, I be hoping you got something positive to say about me. You always say negative stuff about me. And I'm like, I ain't do nothing to you. I ain't see nothing positive to everything. I just don't positive everything. But I'm saying, come on, Tony. What I do to you, Tony?
Come on, that's funny. The whole thing's funny.
And the funny thing is that they showed a clip, I think, in that same article a little later from his show, and Tony was dogging him about something stupid.
Yeah.
And his host had enough on it. He said, you just don't like it, and just ripped Tony.
Okay.
For getting on Shadeur over resting because he had a sore arm, but he's going to be starting or something because he's throwing extra after practice. That's a waste of time. Why are you throwing extra after practice? Because he ain't getting no snaps in the game.
That's just the nature of media. Tebow came here. There were plenty of media people who were bombing all over Tebow left and right. So, okay, there's a guy in Cleveland that's hammering Shadeur. It just comes with the territory. Yep. You might as well have a laugh about it and that's what the Sanders family does anyway. They kind of pick, a media person. That's the enemy. That's their thing. But, it's all said with to me, tongue in cheek. I'm serious about starting. Why would you start? Why wouldn't you start Shadeur for six or seven games and see what you got?
Well, he's going to have the fan base behind his back now.
Of course.
So I don't know if they're going to start him or not in the next game. I don't know if Kenny Pickett or Dylan Gabriel gets a turn. But he's going to have the fan base behind his back. And here's what I know. Look, I'm not telling you the one great preseason game means that Shadeur Sanders is going to be a great quarterback. But what I do know is that one game absolutely, definitively, without a fact, proved that his slide to the 5th round was an absolute joke.
Totally.
That ain't a 5th round QB.
No. And it goes back what I said last week, right? Because Cleveland's the football fan base. They like themselves the Browns now. Let Pickett or Gabriel start in one of these other games. Stefanski goes, just because he played good is not guaranteed he'll get any more time than the other two. Just shut up. Your program's been down. You're trying to save a job. Why don't you prop this kid up and let's see?
Yeah.
And listen, because I've seen it a million times.
Why? Because Stefanski probably had nothing to do with picking him.
Yeah. Well, I guarantee you. But I guarantee you what happens if Pickett or Gabriel starts a game and they look like dog crap, and he still refuses to pick Shadeur. Eventually,
get it right.
and then they start the season 1-4 or something like that with whomever. I'm telling you what, he's going to be fired. Somebody else is going to be in there, and Shadeur Sanders will be the starter. Why, my prediction, he'll be starting by week 7, I think is a solid prediction.
We'll get back to the Broncos in a little bit, but Scott is wearing the T-shirt. Scott is wearing the T-shirt. Details about what that means next.
Hey, guys, gals, if you are struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Just commit to making the phone call, and you're going to get your hair back. It's as simple as that. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to have the best of the best working on you. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You're going to love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration because they're fantastic at what they do. What I love about Advanced Hair Restoration, they believe in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
An early no dumb question on the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Nix or Sanders? It's from Josh right there. Nix or Sanders? You want to take that one on?
We already there?
I don't know. I'm not there, but
hey,
I mean, you don't have to make the choice.
One dude looked better than the other this week.
I'll tell you this: if Shadeur Sanders was coming out in the draft at the same time as Bo Nix, that'd have been a fun conversation to have. That's for sure.
It would have. Yeah.
I think Shadeur. Listen, if they had to do it again, I bet you dollars to donuts they would take the pre-draft segment. I think the Sanders organization would have just done it much differently. That's all. And I think had they done that, he would have been a first-round draft pick. They screwed it up. As a family, as a group, they just screwed it up. They did not think that teams would take it that seriously, and they did. That's my opinion on it. He certainly has the ability to be an NFL quarterback. We just saw it.
Well, hey, something happened throughout the pre-draft process. There's no question what it was. There were lots of rumors, and who knows what rumors are right, what rumors are wrong. Something happened because all I know, you watch the film in college, that ain't a fifth-round QB. Now you watch the film in the NFL, that ain't a fifth-round QB.
Yeah. Bad interviews. Maybe should have worked out at the combine. I don't know, man. It wasn't good.
Being humbled and gaining your humility can go a long way in changing a person.
I know this. I know Bo Nix did everything Sean Payton wanted in that process, going from the end of the season until the draft. There ain't no doubt about that. You only have to have one team love you. Only one team has to believe in you.
What was one thing that Sean Payton said? We took it as on Russell about all these extracurriculars and these YouTube pages, or wasn't there some reference?
Something like that, yeah.
Some reference to that?
You talking about when he told Russ to stop kissing the baby, shaking the hands, and all that?
Dude, he was out on Russ from the jump. Remember the story where Russ came up to him at the restaurant and he made sure to say, hey, we just happened to be there at the same time. Then it's like, hey, he wouldn't leave Breeze alone. I mean, Sean Payton he was never into Russell Wilson. Never. And then there were some football reasons and personality reasons. And him and Bo Nix are two peas from the same pod. They'll be fine together. Okay, Scott, you're wearing a Savannah Bananas shirt. It was fascinating yesterday. Listen, the reason I didn't go to the Savannah Bananas, first of all, it was unbelievably expensive. Second of all,
not if you got in there early.
Well, no, that's right. Like the warden, she was smarter than the average bear. The idea of being around big, huge crowds at this point in my life is I got no interest.
At a baseball stadium.
Anywhere, but sure. Like opening day to me is just like, it's fine. I'll go to game 2. So the reason I wasn't interested is kind of the why the Savannah Bananas are so successful. I mean, my God, that was unbelievable what they did over this weekend in downtown Denver. They had unbelievable.
In a 2-day period, over 100,000 fans came and watched those games.
Pretty incredible.
That is pretty incredible.
So you know what's cool about you were mentioning it wasn't that expensive if you got in early. You know what? I saw I forget the dude's name that runs it, the guy that wears the yellow suit, but I saw him talking in an interview. Do you know that they pay millions and millions of dollars for paying for their customers' taxes every year? Because if you buy the tickets from the get-go,
they charge you the flat ticket price.
They charge you a flat ticket price. They pay the taxes. You buy a Savannah Bananas T-shirt on their website, they're going to charge you $30, and you're going to pay $30, and they're going to pay your tax for it because he believes that if you buy a $30 T-shirt, it should be a $30 T-shirt. So they're spending millions and millions of dollars paying your taxes, the money that you're supposed to spend.
They have contracts with TNT and ESPN, and they still put their games for free on YouTube. Why? They don't have to do that either. Listen, man, they have tapped into something. Now, I've really not watched the Bananas in quite a while in terms of the level of baseball, and somebody put out the Rockies against the Bananas. The Bananas would get destroyed by the Rockies every game. It would be a miracle if they got a hit off them, and the reason why is pitching. The level of pitching there is no, Scott, it's not very good. It's not very good. I don't know if they could break a pane of glass.
Well, you show me the right fielder pitching some throws the other day is better than that.
Scott, they're throwing about 85 miles an hour. They're throwing basically fastballs down the middle. And every now and then there's a breaking pitch. Every now and then, okay? That's not the point. And the hitters are okay. But it's, you know what they are, baseball-wise? They're like a really, really good men's team. Not a single-A team, not a rookie league team, like a really good men's team. That is always, I played men's baseball. It's a scattering of D1 guys, a couple of minor leaguers I played with, they're men's league. They like playing baseball, maybe some D2, community college, whatever. But they're guys that still lift weights and are in good shape, and the ball will travel in Colorado. So the baseball itself is kind of like, it's really sort of like, okay. But the entertainment level and what they do for the crowd, which is not, they're a little bit baseball fans, but they're just kind of like, they want to have fun.
Entertain me.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, the firefighters actually beat the Bananas yesterday.
Snapped a 14-game losing streak.
Yes. So, and they have two other teams that played like in Texas or a smaller, Baton Rouge or something. They play in the smaller venue.
They got a Texas team also.
Yeah, so they've got the Party Animals and some sort of Texas team. You're right. And so this thing I think this thing could grow. It should grow. And on the weekends where the Rockies aren't playing at Coors Field, if we had a team.
This ought to be an annual thing.
I think it could be more than that. I think if we had a team playing banana ball rules and having fun like they did, I think you would get big crowds for maybe 10 weekends of the year.
You can lose, the Rockies can lose and give up 9-0 in the first inning and be out of the game, but here you're just down 1 point.
I love match play. And by the way, in summer baseball, it's not exactly match play, but it's close. Like 5 batters, let's switch. They do that in like for the high school kids going up because the games don't matter. Showcase ball is what they call it. But it's great. Every inning ends with a walk-off. That's fun. If you're down, however many runs you score in the last inning are equivalent to the points that you get, so you always have a shot to be in the mix. I didn't like the extra inning showdown thing that they did. I think they could do that better. I don't like the walks because it's too easy to score a guy from second base. And the crowd catching a ball is kind of weird because you can't juggle it. Like, you got to catch it smoothly, and that's kind of impossible to tell.
But you know what you're encouraging? Which used to be when I was a kid, every kid, and I did it all the way up to high school. You went to baseball games. When I went to Royal Stadium, you brought your glove.
I love it.
It's encouraging fans to bring their gloves into the game,
which is great. By the way, I'll tell you this: having a designated runner, that's a freaking great idea. Like, it doesn't take the guy's place, and you can put in once an inning somebody just to run on the bases. Sign me up, Major League Baseball. That's a good idea. Having a golden hitter, like once a game, you can put up whoever you want at the plate, no matter where you are in the lineup. So you have best on best. Sign me up, Major League Baseball. That's a freaking awesome rule. You can do that once a game. Remember Shohei against Mike Trout in the WBC? How about some more moments like that? They did not repeat any of their skits, any of their fun little baby race. They didn't repeat anything from one game to another.
From Saturday to Sunday?
They did not have a repeat of that, and they tried new things. They did the Blue Moon Challenge. They had 2 dudes moon the crowd, and people threw water balloons at them. And at the end, they threw an orange at them. And they had never done that before. We get so used to, in our professional sports, doing the same things, guys, over and over and over again. Everything about the presentation, the spirit, the excitement was freaking awesome.
Well,
and some of the rules are good ideas.
Talk about entertainment. I sent you a video of Ellie. So
How'd she like it?
She loved it. And she's 11 years old. But so they said, we're going to send, and one of the firemen who won was the other team, came up to the top level. They're up in the level walking about things. And then I guess the announcers are on. I guess they're following him on the Jumbotron. We're going to give in section blah, blah, blah to the prettiest girl a rose.
Come on.
Come on now. The video I showed.
That's awesome.
And the warden was late getting the camera up to record, but you could see the guy in the background, turns around and hands Ellie the rose. She walks back to the seat, and everybody's
clapping.
What
are the odds, man?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Why couldn't the Rockies do that? Why couldn't Major League Baseball do that?
Unbelievable.
Why not?
Because you're really getting the fans going.
Let's get the fan. Meanwhile, I'm watching the Diamondbacks-Rockies game at the same time. Holy cow. Do you know the Rockies allowed 9 straight hits and 8 runs when they had 2 outs? They allowed 13 runs, all with 2 outs.
Wow.
They had never, ever done that before. Allowed 9 hits.
That's got to be up there at the top of Major League Baseball.
It is. It's like a ridiculous.
How many records have they already set this year?
Dude, there's something. It is kind of crazy how bad they are. And by the way, that's not my biggest takeaway that the Rockies suck, because they do. And they are playing uninspired, no passion. Really, I mean, it is brutal right now with them. They truly look like they've had it. They don't care. I'm way off the rah-rah Rockies thing. They don't care. If they don't care, if they literally don't care, then I don't care either. And that's what they look like right now. But guess who else didn't care? The Diamondbacks are their fans watching that game. And they're killing the Rockies. They're beating the crap out of them. Half, three-quarter empty stadium. Boring. No excitement or energy. And their team's winning. Nothing. And then I'm looking at the Savannah Bananas at the same time.
There's like 51,000 people.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I tell you one quick story. I didn't go. My back's been really, really flared up. So Ellie took a friend, a boy, but they're just friends, as my daughter says.
Oh, okay.
But they're selling their own baseball cards. They're selling like packs of banana baseball cards. So this little boy gets it, and he's opened up. The excitement I used to be, you probably were when you were a little kid, when you get a baseball card, right? Who do I got? Do I got a, do I got a Mickey Mantle? Is there a George Brett? Whatever you're doing. Has the umpire.
Oh, yeah, he's a star.
Yeah.
A home plate guy.
The warden's favorite part of the place is the umpire.
There you go.
So the little boy who they'd taken to the game, turns and goes, here, Miss Hastings, and gave her the umpire baseball card.
That's an awesome
Isn't
moment.
that cool?
Meanwhile, Friday night, Plum Creek. Never played Plum Creek before. Did it on Friday. Really cool course.
Good course.
Fun course. Go to the Pines, the sports bar up in Castle Pines on the way home. Go to a sports bar. Want to see the Rockies. 30 TVs. No Rockies on. I said, can you put it on the Rockies game? Waitress, what channel is it on? Do better, Rockies. Seriously. It's PhD on 92.5.
Chop back, do it to the other team.
There's Bo Nix. That's eerily familiar.
Chop back, do it to the other team.
Because he said this after his safety.
I just threw it away, didn't get the ball to the line of scrimmage. Chop back, do it to the other team. I just threw it away, didn't get the ball to the line of scrimmage.
Bo.
Listen, the mistake on that play was made 3 seconds beforehand by not identifying the blitz, not getting the ball out of your hands. He's got to know what's coming, and he's got to get the ball out of his hands and not put himself in that position. But by the time he already made the mistake, by the time he did not get that ball out of his hands, and he's already running backwards, hey, you're going to take a safety either way. You might as well attempt to get the ball back to the line of scrimmage, because what the hell's the difference?
Yeah.
Once he's going backwards and you see a guy on him, and as soon as he let go, I said, that ain't getting back to the line of scrimmage. I mean, that's like a balloon ball.
That was a bad moment, though.
It wasn't good.
That was a borderline Anthony Richardson type of moment.
If he was, I don't know. I guess he just didn't see him. But he did have Franklin, he was in the slot. And he did a little crossing thing. He was open. But he didn't see it. And he didn't get rid of it, and wasn't good. Was bad.
How big
was
is this
bad.
week for you and your oh no confidence?
I want to see things get better. I mean, you guys have been out there more than me, and every day you're telling me this, that, the other thing. I believe you. I don't think you're lying to me. And I was out there on the Saturday, the scrimmage day, and whatever. Which was weird. Like, Sean could have done better on that day, frankly. Other teams, scrimmaged at stadiums. They had real things. That sucked.
Which they used to do here.
I know. I don't know why they don't. I do not know why they don't. I don't know why you don't get everybody. It'd be more fun. Go to the stadium. Maybe it's free or whatever. I don't know. Or it's really low priced. And so some fans can't afford to go to regular NFL games or preseason games. It'd be cool to do that.
You know why a lot of coaches choose to do the stadium deal? It's really not for the fans. And it's really not because it's going to be some crazy scrimmage that's out of control. A lot of times those are scripted as well. The main reason why a lot of coaches do that, they want an opportunity to practice the pregame routine. They want an opportunity to show the guys, hey, you go to the right corner of the end zone, you go to the left corner of the end zone, wide receivers, QBs, we're down here. We're going to break it down. We're going to use the same timing. We're going to use the same tempo before the game. It's practicing all the pregame elements. It's, hey, during the game, offensive line, you sit on the back left corner of that bench. Defense, you're over on the right, and you're getting everybody organized about where they're supposed to be. It's about all the non-actual football operation that's going on pre and during the game.
One of 14 things you're not mad at.
Exactly. Which maybe that was one of the things that could have gone smoother.
I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about that have nothing to do with the game.
Mm. Well, he's pissed off about something.
Do we
have any suggestions, by the way, on the text line?
What's the follow-up to that question?
What are you pissed off about?
What are some of those 14 things?
Well, that and what else? Well, if you got 14 things that weren't involved in the game, what are the things in the game that angered you?
Well, I mean, he did, go through a bunch of stuff. It's not like that was the first thing he said. He went out there. Oh, okay, so 14 things. One, are you writing these down, Dan? Is that what?
Oh yeah, well, yeah. I'm making a list.
Ran out of juicy fruit, bad hotel, projector not set up, late to meetings, no smelling salts, hash browns not up to snuff.
Mm-hmm. Bus too small.
Bus too small?
Yeah.
Bus too small?
Bus ran out of gas.
I mean, the only logical thing to say about non-football things is travel and staying, so I assume it's anything that's associated with that. What else is there? I mean, that's plane, buses, hotel, restaurants.
My suite, because usually the head coach gets a suite, and then they usually take care of him in the suite.
I get the presidential
like
one.
Food and wine, and I mean, they usually hook up the coaches. So he probably got up there and didn't have a gift basket. No gift basket in the suite.
Yeah.
That's awesome. The Titans were going away for 10 straight days. They had Jelly Roll come in there to talk about, chatting up your granny about going for road trips. The Broncos, that was a short trip, relatively. Sounds like it was a disaster hanging out with each other. Sounds like nobody was asking about anybody's granny. Or maybe just Sean. Maybe it's just a Sean thing. Maybe it's Sean's room wasn't good, or Sean, was the buffet, breakfast buffet, or Sean stuff. And Sean just takes that and he, the whole team, all this, the whole that.
I mean, we are in year 3 here. You would think for the most part, all the travel logistics would be down. Like they would understand it. They don't change anything.
Got me.
You got the same meals that are served every single week for the pregame. I mean, it's the same exact food. You got breakfast options. You got dinner options. You got whatever the heck you want.
I think Sean,
which leads me and that's why I think that was like coaches not ready for their meetings, projectors not correct in the rooms, guys running late, guys falling asleep. Speaking of sleep, remember the old story when Shanahan was the offensive coordinator, and Elway, I guess, had one of those good nights or whatever, came in and was like dead tired. He curled up underneath the projector, and they put the sheet down over the top of him, like one of those black sheets, and let him sleep under there. And then Reeves came in. Where's Elway? Mike covered for him. He goes, I just saw him. He just went down there to get a blah, 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 blah. So Reeves left me while Elway was asleep underneath the projector.
That's fantastic. No Parmesan package with the pizza. That is suggested.
Or Parmesan and what are those red pepper things?
Here's another suggestion.
Cayenne pepper.
Hotel ran out of mac and cheese. Derek says no mints on the pillow.
Bad toilet paper.
Bad toilet paper can be bad.
Yeah.
By the way, in Hard Knocks, there was a dude from the Bills who brought his own toilet paper.
Yeah.
Which was hysterical.
Smart move.
Yeah.
That had to have been a vet.
Vet move. On Sean's list, no Kay Adams. Oh, I don't know about that.
Not what he called her late.
No late night dialing of Diane Rossini.
Yeah. Jug tequila was not up to snuff.
I'll tell you this, man. I think Sean Payton is a good coach, and I'm glad he's here. I think he's worth a first-round pick, and I'm glad he's here. Working for Sean Payton or under him must suck. That must not be easy.
Well, come on. You act like you ain't talked to people. You're throwing something out in the ether like you don't know the answer to it already. Come on, dog.
It must stink.
Yeah, I bet he runs roughshod on a lot of people. I mean, God, I bet there's some people that are scared of their shadow.
Oh, I bet I'm just guessing that might be the case.
Could be. And that 14 things I'm pissed about just added to that right there.
No, it's true though, man. I talked to somebody in that building that's been around a long, long time through the Josh era, and he compared him to Josh.
Yeah, I bet. That makes total sense to me.
That's scary.
But he's a good coach. He is a good coach. Well, I'm saying that. Do you guys agree with me or not?
I agree. I'm glad we have Sean as our coach for sure.
I am too.
What's the option?
Oh my God, dude. I mean, there's 10 million guys.
And you know what? For as hard as he is on the staff and everybody else, he's got a weird way of relating to the players. He does. He's got a relatability. He's got a swag. He's got the Jordans. He does relate to the players. He's not all grind on the players.
I agree. I think he's way harder on the non-player, his coaching staff and other people than the player. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think he connects well with the players, actually. I think the players tune him out because he gets into his Sean-splaining modes. And I when they do those group huddles, I was told it's hard. Tyler, you would know. I was told it's hard to hear if you're on the outside of the huddle of what he's actually saying.
You know what it is? It's kind of like those videos that's going out now on TikTok and Instagram. And it's obviously my husband or girlfriend, how she looks at everybody else until she sees me. And it showed like 8 or 9 of them. They're on the phone or something. And they turn over there and they say, my face gets, that's Sean. Right? Players, hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the media is the same thing. For the local people, he doesn't care. Not really. But for the national people, he's got more than enough time. What do you need?
And phone numbers.
Sure. I'll tell you everything. How awesome
I saw a photo of James Palmer and Diana Rossini and Chase Daniels sitting down eating food in the team cafeteria.
I'm happy for our buddy James. He just started working with them full time. So or at least on a regular basis. I don't know if it's full time. He just put that out there today. Way to go, James.
Hosting Scoop City.
Scoop City. Good for you, James.
Yeah, you know what? I saw that video when they were introducing James. And I'm like, dude, is that the Broncos cafeteria?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's where he takes. Albert Breer was here last Saturday. Where do you think he's hanging out with Albert Breer? He's watching film with them. He's bringing these guys into the cafeteria.
Dude, I swear for a quick second that day I was talking to him, I thought he was going to pull me inside because we walked all the way from the sideline from the tent. We walked all the way up to the door, and then at the last second he stops and we talked for another 5 minutes outside the door. But I was like, is he taking me inside right now?
That'd be cool.
Well, and Tyler's being very humble right now. He actually asked him to, and Tyler's response goes, no, I have to get back on the air with DMac.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Responsibilities.
What's that?
And torture. Sometimes the same thing. All right, Sean, I think you got yourself into this sticky wicket. I think you did it to yourself, in all honesty.
Is the wicket sticky right now?
It's a little sticky. It's just like, it's one thing to kind of suck offensively against the best defense in the world, like the Broncos theoretically are. It's another thing to lay an egg against the second
teamers.
Yeah.
Who lost 2 starters off their rotation at least.
Yeah. I mean, that's a little bit of a quiet W for the Niners. They weren't even really trying all that hard. Not really.
Yeah, and if you don't like Stidham.
How do you not like Stidham today?
Because he's boring.
Dude,
that game was boring.
14 to 15, he ran for 18 yards. He threw for 2 touchdowns.
Listen, I thought he was brilliant. He killed him. He killed him with the short stuff, and when they all fell asleep, he went over the top, and that's got to be him.
They all fell asleep.
That's got to be him.
So what do you want from the dude?
Yeah, seriously.
But I was about ready to give him a compliment to you guys who jumped on me.
All right.
I say, for those of you who may not like Stidham, I'm just admitting I'm not a big fan. You could have 49ers backup quarterbacks.
Woo. Well, for a hot second, Mac Jones looked like a first-rounder.
He looked all right.
Mac, I forgot about Mac because he only played, one series or 2?
He played the first
few.
Yeah, well, first quarter at least.
Played
At least.
like 2, I thought.
We could look it up.
But still. But them other guys?
He only needed one to beat and burn the Broncos defense.
Second, third, and fourth quarter? Them guys?
Yeah, I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, we're looking at guys that probably aren't going to make the team or some of the deeper guys on your bench. This game was all about the first 3 series, offense and defense, okay?
Well, then
Let's
they
call
failed.
it what it is.
All right, then Denver failed.
Yeah, they lost 9-3.
You know who that backup quarterback was playing for San Francisco? Bradley. That's Gus Bradley's son.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of guys in the NFL you have no idea who they are. Sean addressed that too. It's like, I don't know.
I want to talk about one too.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. We can talk about that coming up next.
here's the deal. In this league, throughout the season, you're going to go against a lot of faceless opponents. You're going to have injuries. You're going to, you better be ready to put your best stuff on tape. And so, but I don't, that's a good question, but I think, I don't know if they felt like the other day they got the work in, but nonetheless, it was just average to below average.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. All right, Scott, who's your nameless, faceless person there that nobody knows, nobody pays attention to?
Nobody pays attention to, and I got to get his name so I say it right because it's one of those where you're like,
Tony Smith?
No. Oh. Kareem Reed.
Who?
47, had a pick. He's that played inside linebacker, jumped up and got that one interception.
Okay.
Which is a great play, all that, boom, 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 nice thing. But he had a play, like literally a play or two, a snap or two ahead of that, where a little swing pass. He comes in flying at the receiver, whoever it was, hits this cat, and this cat goes flying through the air 3 yards backwards. And I don't know why I liked it so much other than that's how I want my linebackers to hit. And I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe at least a special teams guy. Who knows? Maybe he can be on the kickoff, whatever. Anyway, I got excited when I got to watch him.
Well, Kareem Reed.
It's like last on the depth chart at linebacker.
A rookie out of Utah. Inside linebacker, technically.
He's not little now.
He, okay.
6 foot, 230.
I got you.
I felt that way about that Courtney Jackson guy. I was like, who the hell is this? I haven't seen him the entire training camp. All of a sudden, he's got a nice return. I'm like, okay, good for you, buddy. Mm-hmm. Don't know who you are, but good for you, pal.
Tyler, Scott, did they get an undrafted guy on the team this year on the 53?
Probably be a special teams guy. You almost always add a special teams guy. It's a tough year, though, man. I mean, there's just no opportunities out there. You got so much depth. You brought back all your starters.
Yep.
I don't know who it would be.
Hey, if it's this guy, Kareem Reed, good for him, man. I'll root for him. Dan's just put more things on the list of things to tick off, Sean.
I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about.
Okay. You can 303-504-92.5. You want to take a guess what those things are?
Boy, you know who is going to make things really interesting in terms of a room that we thought was relatively settled. All of a sudden, the wide receiver room's got competition.
Yep.
Troy Franklin might be your number 2 wide receiver on this team.
I don't disagree. I've been saying that.
Me too. I've been saying the same thing, Scott. And I remember I had a little discussion with Sanford a few days back, and I brought him up, and Sanford was kind of poo-pooing him, like he didn't like what he was seeing. I was like, gosh, I'll take you for your word, coach, but he looks like he's doing pretty great to me. Goes out there in the game, just makes plays. And then you got Trent Sherfield, who does nothing. Trent Sherfield's your new Devon Vele. He's doing everything that Devon Vele had done in the past.
Not as big.
Well, he's pretty big, though. I mean, he's
not.
He doesn't seem
tiny.
I think he's kind of thick.
Yeah,
he's a thick dude.
I say big, I'm thinking tall.
He's not tall, but he's thick, and I think there's a little stoutness there with
that little
Sherfield.
toe tap he had. That was impressive. That dude just continues to show out. So the wide receiver room, which I thought was relatively settled in terms of it was going to be Cortland Sutton was your 1, Marvin Mims was your 2, Devon Vele was your 3. Well, I don't know, man. Troy Franklin might just work himself into that starting role, and I'm not saying Trent Sherfield's going to be a starter, but he's in the rotation now.
Is Vele in trouble?
Well, he's got so much in the bank. He's got so much money in the bank already, and I'm not talking about literal money, but I think he's going to be okay. But I do put him in that category. If there was a surprise cut or two, I guess it wouldn't be the biggest shock in the world. And it's not so much based off what he's done wrong as it is just what the other guys are doing right.
Yeah, I mean, does Vele play special teams?
Yeah.
Sherfield 6'1", 205. Vele, did he even play in that game?
He played.
Vele's 6'5", 210.
You know who I had to go back and look, and I had to ask? I was like, did Evan Ingram even play in that game? I wasn't even sure he was on the field. He was. He was out there. Did he have a single target, though?
Nope. I'm looking at it right now. No.
Yeah.
Joaquin Davis had a nice little toe tap catch on the sideline.
Yep.
Another
Number
dude
80.
that just continues to do his deal.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's had a couple big moments.
He's a tall, skinny.
6'4", 198, something like that.
Yeah, tall, skinny, yep.
But that could be a practice squad guy for sure.
Sure.
They're going to be fine at wide receiver. It's just, I think there's.
What'd you think about the running back rotation? I mean,
well,
Estime's out there at the end of the game.
Again, he came in early in the second, had one run for like 7 yards right down the middle. Yeah.
Gosh, I don't remember
and then didn't see him till like late third, fourth.
Was it a short yardage situation?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's 3rd and 3, and he picked up like 7.
Okay.
I believe.
Well, we can look it up. I mean, it'd take me a little bit to look it up.
What, any 23?
Estime, I think he is 23. Hold on. All the questions. He is 23, yes.
I believe he got a carry early, and then I was like, oh, sure. He's getting in awful early in this game, and then you didn't see him again until late.
Well, he didn't have a carry on the first drive. Did not have a carry on the second drive.
Yeah, his longest was 5.
Did not have a carry on the third drive.
Boys, Estime's as good as gone.
Let's
not overcomplicate this.
What are we doing here?
He's as good as gone. You got 3 running back positions on this team that are available because you're probably carrying Michael Burton. Although Michael Burton, don't be shocked if Michael Burton is not on the opening day roster because he's going to be one of those guys that you're going to manipulate him all year long.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be that dude that you cut 3 or 4 different times when you need an extra defensive back. And a lot of times you don't want him to be on the opening day roster because if he is, you got to guarantee the salary for the full year. But Michael Burton will be on this team eventually.
Did they do that to him last year?
Yeah, they did. He'll be on this team eventually, whether that's week 2 or week 1. And then you got 3 running back positions available. So you got J.K. Dobbins, you got R.J. Harvey, and then it gets interesting. There's Jaleel McLaughlin. And I still love me some Jaleel. He looked pretty good when he was out there. But then I'm like, you know what? I kind of love me some Tyler Bidet. And then I'm like, you know what? I kind of love me some Blake Watson. All 3 of those guys are worthy of being on this football team. There's only one dude that is not even in the conversation.
Well, McLaughlin had 3 carries for 5 yards. Watson had 4 carries for 28 yards. Bidet had 5 carries for 32 yards. So that's pretty good. Estime had 8 carries for just 21 yards.
My gut tells me if you were to put me on the spot today, who the 3 guys are, it's R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, and Tyler Bidet.
Watson on your practice squad again.
McLaughlin gone, huh?
I think they're going to make a really tough decision there, but I just feel like Tyler Bidet has got a soft spot in Sean Payton's heart.
Yeah, I think there's 3 vets that McLaughlin, Estime, Vele that probably are wondering where their place in life is these days. But hey, we'll see. We'll see how it turns out for him.
That's why you got 2 more games. See how you do, right?
Yeah, I guess, sure. You know, I mean, like Sean said, the worst thing in the world is that you dump a guy and you go somewhere else and, you know, is some sort of star. You know, I think it was probably tricky last year to see Tim Patrick doing really well with the Lions. It's definitely like
well, you know, and I know this is afterwards. 4 carries, 28 yards for Watson. He had 3 catches for 21. So, I mean, at least he was used. But again,
okay,
no one's playing second and third teamers.
Do you think R.J. Harvey is definitively better than all these guys? Like,
No.
Okay, he's definitely better.
No.
I think he's definitively faster than any running back they got. He ain't the most slippery.
Yeah, he is a special-looking specimen. That's what he is. Is he definitively better than these guys right now? No.
It's so much harder in the NFL to find those gaps in spaces than college, isn't it? Boy, oh boy, is the NFL everything's tighter. Everything's harder. So much more difficult. You get some of those running around the edge like Harvey was doing. You do that at UCF, man, you're breaking. If you do that 10 times, you're breaking one of them.
Yep.
In the NFL, you're right about Riley Moss on the touchdown run. Got to contain the edge there, bro. Hufanga goes inside, covers that gap. You just got to hang out outside. That's a screw up by Moss. But you know what? Most NFL teams get that right. They don't really blow that. They do that well. But in college, that opens up all the time. All the time. It'll be interesting for RJ Harvey, man. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think he's going to do fine, but I don't know if he's going to be spectacular or anything. And I think it's interesting they didn't hand the ball off to Dobbins one time. We didn't figure that. We didn't check that box.
Other than, as Tyler said, he is your vet. You know what he does.
Okay, fine. Then
why waste 20 carries on him in the preseason?
Why are we playing anyways?
To me, it's more so like, hey, we know that RJ's got special talent. We also know he's got a lot to figure out, and we've got very limited reps. So let's give this guy as many reps as we possibly can.
You know, my scary thing, and again, it's a preseason game. But you look at and it's a preseason game. It always happens. But with the history we have with Sean Payton and the running game, having 8 or 9 guys getting 5, 6, 7, 8 carries, and that's it. That's how Sean Payton did all last season.
That's true.
And that scares me. I hope they play game 2. At least for the first half, like a real football game.
I honestly don't think it's going to look like that this year, though, Scott. I don't.
I hope not.
Because he's got 2 guys that are now his guys. RJ Harvey is his guy. I mean, he handpicked him. He's going to be motivated to make that guy work. And look, I don't know if you would really put J.K. Dobbins in that category, but I think you can. I think you can put J.K. Dobbins in that category of his guy. So he's got 2 guys that I believe he's going to ride.
I bet you see a few slow starts from the Broncos this year. And then the defense just makes some plays, and it's cool. And, okay, now we're starting from the 40-yard line or the 50-yard line. And, it'll get there. This defense is going to do some things. Nick Bonitto, man, it wasn't a lot of plays, but it was like, damn. Okay, Nick Bonitto.
Well, I think they only gave him 1 sack. I think he should have had at least 2.
Yeah, but look at the problems he's creating.
Yeah,
my God. And the turnovers were great, and they got a 4th down stop too. By the way, Ryan Harris said that on the broadcast. He counts fourth down stops as turnovers.
Yeah, why not?
Fine by me. Would you count that?
Sure.
So by his math on the broadcast, he was like, 5 turnovers for the Broncos. And I was like, because you count that. Well, you're going to win a lot of games if you're doing that. And one of them did come against what's his face? Mac Jones. How about Mac Jones though, leading a touchdown drive on the first drive? What were you guys thinking when you were watching that?
That if he wants to revise his career, he couldn't have gone to a better place in San Francisco.
Wasn't that crazy to see?
It wasn't great. This vaunted Denver Broncos defense just got ran through on the first series of the season.
That was bananas.
Bold prediction on ESPN, DMac.
Yeah.
Bo Nix will lose his starting job during the 2027 season, which will be his last as a Bronco.
Yeah.
There's optimism around him now, but there's a reason to be skeptical in the long term. As a rookie, his rushing led him to be decent efficient-wise, but he ranked 28th in completion percentage over expectation and 22nd in yards per dropback, despite playing behind a top-tier offensive line. The roster around him is great now, but it won't always be.
Yeah, you're reading on ESPN, they did long-term projections, and the Broncos were ranked 7th, which is cool. Like, you want to do long-term projections of success and you're 7th overall in the league? That's pretty awesome.
Wait, hold on. They've got him ranked as 7th and Bo Nix loses his job?
Correct. So I'm reading this earlier today, and I'm like, that's awesome, 7th, and look at this, and look at that. And then I get to their bold prediction, and it's that Bo Nix isn't on the team anymore, and he's done with the NFL. I was like, this is stupid. At the end of the day, it's a dumb column.
It's dumb because at the very least, he can go to Seattle and be a backup quarterback.
Exactly.
Or San Francisco.
But it doesn't make sense. You can't be the 7th best projected team in the NFL in the future without Bo Nix. It's inconsistent. It doesn't make any senit's
Well, what did they even say anything? Okay, well, here's where they're going to go with a quarterback?
No, they just said they'll get rid of Bo Nix. That was their bold prediction. It's one of these dumb.
Stidham.
Okay.
Steady, baby.
See, let Stidham go 14.
Oh, you think Stidham's still going to be on the team in 2027?
If Bo is.
It's
only 2 years.
I'm going back to calling him Sparky.
3 years.
Yeah. Gives us a spark.
Look pretty good, dude.
I'm reading the columns. Some of these columns are just, they got to write something. They run out of steam with the logic.
But again, it goes back to Sean Payton and putting all that stuff out there into the ozone, and now now all these people are going to go, well, it didn't look like the fourth best quarterback in the NFL.
How's your team
here it
gonna,
comes.
logically, though, how's your team supposed to be a top 10 team in 2 years and your quarterback sucks?
Yeah, it is.
Cleveland cuts Shadeur Sanders. You pick him up.
No, I got you. Other things can happen, but you ain't going to get to the top 10 if your quarterback sucks.
Let me ask, and this. Okay, this is no dumb question. We're
getting ready for it. Yeah.
Shadeur gets cut by Cleveland.
Okay.
So
we got to accept the premise.
And the fans set that new stadium on fire.
They set it on fire, probably. But how fast is he unemployed?
I mean, assuming that he's got another game or two like that, he ain't ever going to be unemployed.
I don't want to say anything bad about Shadeur today. You're forcing me to.
Really?
Why?
Everybody your boy Chase Daniels loved him in film breakdown.
I loved him too.
Your boy Baldy loved him in film breakdown.
I loved him too, and I think Cleveland should start him. Because Joe Flacco, why would we start Joe Flacco? There's no reason.
The only reason you start him just to take a little pressure off a rookie. Because you're not going to go Pickens. There's no way you're going Pickens. What we looked it up 3-4 years. Pickett, 3-4. Boone Pickens. You're not going to go with Boone Pickens as your backup, as your starting quarterback. Why is he there? He's got little hands, small feet. So you're going to go like Gabriel. Listen, I don't know if you guys went back and watched any highlights of Gabriel. And was it Ole Miss or Mississippi?
Oregon.
Is that who he was?
Yeah, he's tiny.
Oh, there's some wrong guy I'm thinking about.
He's a little dude.
You're thinking about Jackson Dart?
Jackson Dart.
Who actually did all right.
Dude, yeah, he looked pretty good.
That's
also should be starting in New York.
Thank you. Of course. Really? What are you doing there? There's no point in starting Dylan Gabriel now. The upside for Shadeur is so much higher.
Well, they're probably, in this next preseason game, they're probably going to give Dylan Gabriel or Kenny Pickett a shot at it. But that's also stupid. Look, man, they say you can't lose your job to injury. Hell yes, you can.
Sure.
You got a hot hand. Figure out if that was luck or if that was real. Put Shadeur back out there. I mean, seriously, put him back out there next week and figure out if it was luck or if it was real.
Yeah, and if he does anything close to what he did, name him your starter and just be done with it. We're rolling with Shadeur. We'll see how it goes. Then you give him 6 games. If it's working, you keep going. And if it doesn't, then all right, it didn't work out. And then you play Flacco, or you play anybody.
I think it's already written. Flacco will start the season, but I don't think he goes 7 games.
Well, I think that would be stupid, but stupid organizations do stupid things. And the Browns have proved to be a stupid organization. So the logical thing, you start Shadeur, period, the end, and you move on with life.
And surround him and make him this is our guy.
This whole quarterback competition thing is insane. I'm catching little snippets of these like Cleveland talk shows here and there. I recognize that's who we were when the Broncos were a mess, when we were doing this crap about like who's the starting quarterback. And for all the idiots out there that want to say Stidham instead of Bo Nix, I mean, seriously, you need some help. You need some help.
I would agree with you on that 100%.
Lord.
100% I would agree with you on that.
Give me some Sparky, baby.
All right, no dumb questions. 303-504.
Give me some elbow.
92.5. That's Shotma as the text line. You can get to us on Twitch. We see you on Twitch. You get to us on YouTube. Get to us on Twitter. It's PhD. No dumb questions next. All right, DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T can cause all sorts of problems with your energy, with your love life, with your workouts, just everything. And just days go by and you just feel foggy in the brain and just unmotivated. All right. We can fix that. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. What you do is you go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the Low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz. Yes or no answers. Just takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results and discuss your options. You make the right decision along with their medical team. Now, the cost of the appointment, it's only $99. It includes a medical consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. No need to wait. Most guys wait a year or longer. You don't need to wait. Simply call 720-440-7900 or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Looking at you on Twitch from John2925. Thank you, John. No dumb questions. Would you sell 10 more years of Broncos misery prior to last year for one Rockies World Series championship? He's got something else, but I'll just start there.
Wait. But what's the alternative with the Broncos? Like, what's the alternative to misery? Does that mean a championship? Does that mean we're kind of good? What does that mean?
No,
it's the last 8 years before Bo.
Yeah,
I know, but I mean, if the Rockies get the championship, that's misery, right? But if they don't get the championship, how good are the Broncos?
Yeah, I think what he's saying is, would you like a non-playoff Broncos team like we've had? Would you give that up? Would you do that
for another 9 years?
For another 9 years for a World Series championship for the Rockies?
No. Hell no. No. Stop. Just say no.
Hell no. I tell you what, there was nothing better around here than Rocktober.
That was cool.
That was pretty good. It was unbelievable. But that 9 years of misery was
pathetic. I would need the Rockies to win like 3 World Series in 5 years. I would need a Rockies dynasty.
No, I would need playoff in almost every year, couple NL championship games at least, series, and then a World Series. Yeah.
But I'll tell you this, man.
Yeah, I'm with this texter. I'll give up the Rockies altogether if you promise me another Super Bowl for the Broncos.
Well, okay.
Well, you really don't have to make that choice.
Well, hold on. Would you give up the Rockies forever for another Avalanche Stanley Cup?
Hell
yeah. Another Nuggets championship.
Like the Rockies move out of town? Rockies? No, I would never
I got
do
an
that.
idea. Yes. No dumb question.
I would never do that.
Could they screw it up if they did this is one of the questions. So just keep that up in the back of the mind. Could they screw this up if they did this? Would you let the Rockies be sold and moved out of town if you were promised a Savannah Banana League team in Coors Field?
No, I would not. There's nothing like Major League Baseball. We're so lucky to have it here.
Can I be a hater for a second? And I didn't go, so I probably shouldn't speak on it. That's probably like the number one rule. If you don't see it, don't speak on it.
Did you watch it?
No.
So you didn't go there, nor did you watch it?
Correct.
Go for it.
So let me speak on it.
YouTube or
didn't watch any highlights? No, nothing
No.
about it.
I did watch the highlights. I did see some stuff on Twitter. Okay. I have a hard time believing anybody that says that they would go to that 4 or 5 times a year.
Well, I see somebody out here who says it's the Wiggles of baseball. If you have kids of a certain age, you will go to something every single year while you have the kids of that age. There's zero doubt if they come back next year, if Ellie had a great time.
Perfect. We got an annual tradition. We're going to see the Savannah Bananas one time a year.
Is it any more than the Harlem Globetrotters in their heyday?
But if you're telling me you were putting a team in this city, I have a hard time believing anybody that says they would go to that 5 or 6 times.
Okay, but all right, fine. But if you had 10 weekends a year,
okay,
10 weekends a year, like when the Rockies are not in town, do you think, so it's 20 games. What do you think population-wise, attendance-wise, those 20 games would garner playing banana ball like that? Now, granted, you're only going
First
once.
year, probably sold out.
Okay.
Second year, we're dropping by 25%. Third year, we're dropping by 60%.
What if there's championships involved and they make it into a league and maybe you take some of the wiggles away, the dancing and all the different stuff, maybe some of that anyway. Keep the cheerleaders, the fat guy cheerleading squad, keep them on and around. Keep guys going up in the stands and handing out stuff to kids and fans.
Mm-hmm.
But play it like real baseball where it is inning by inning. I'm with you. I didn't understand it last week when you were talking about it.
The match play thing.
But if you did the match play thing with the Rockies, you might be looking at Team Rockies. They might be okay right now,
You can't do match play with real baseball. It's just it doesn't work like that. But with a league that has just different set of rules and plays a lower quality of baseball, it's a great idea.
But hold on. You always talk about the speed of the game.
Yeah.
And we're doing the pitch clock and all the stupid stuff.
Yeah, baseball did a lot of things to speed up the game recently.
You can't step out of the batter's box. Bananas guys do that.
I like that rule. They could put that in Major League Baseball. It'd be fine by me.
But what's wrong with, the visiting team clocks 3 runs in the first, but you clock 4th. As soon as you get your 4th run, see out because you're up 1-0. Would that not speed the game up?
It would speed the game up tremendously.
Okay, let's go. I mean, everybody's looking to speed the game up.
Then you know what you wouldn't have there? You wouldn't have to watch the right fielder pitch for 45 minutes, tossing up 60-mile-per-hour fastballs.
You know,
the golden DH guy could come in once a game.
They'll never. Major League Baseball will never do it. However, it's not the worst idea in the world. It really, seriously isn't. And I've been part of teams. I've coached teams. My kid's been on teams that have played games like that, showcase type of games. It's so much better because it just, we just get there. We move along, and everybody gets their at bats, and everybody gets time in the field. You can throw more pitchers. You can try new things. So it's not the worst idea in the world.
One of the reasons they won't do it, and one of my biggest complaints, love and complain about Major League Baseball, is they're so tied to their analytics / player stat history.
Yeah, they got to get rid of that crap.
But they're so tied to it that everything they try to do, you can't affect. Well, that's not fair. This player didn't get. Roger Maris only got 145 games or 42 games, not 162. That's not fair. Blah blah blah. Okay.
But they've been messing with it for years. They went from 154 games to 162. They've messed with it recently with how they handle extra innings, which is way better.
DH in both leagues now.
DH in both. That was the stupidest thing going on. Not allowing the DH in the National League is so dumb. It was the only league in the world that didn't allow the DH.
Or you know what you do? Allow the DH, but you can only use it 3 times a game, and the player doesn't lose his position. Now, like if you got 2 outs, whatever. Sometimes it's not bad to let the pitcher hit and get that position out of the way.
I'll tell you this.
Don't waste the DH.
Having entry, like you can put players in and out of games for a variety of different reasons. I don't know why you can't do that in baseball. I have no idea why you can't do that.
Once you come out, you're out. Yeah,
stupid. Why? Dumb. Come in, come out. Football, you can come in and come out. Hockey, obviously. Basketball. I mean, why not? Soccer's stupid like that, too. Soccer's you can only have 3 subs a game. Why?
Like that, yeah.
So dumb. No dumb questions. Does Shadeur Sanders make the 53?
Gosh, he's getting a lot of hype. He's getting a lot of praise. Both the Sanders boys are getting praise left and right. Baldinger broke down Shiloh and Shadeur Sanders, and he was about equally as complimentary of Shiloh and the reps that he had in the game. I do think that Shadeur Sanders makes the team, primarily as a special teams guy, but I think he does make the roster.
That'd be awesome. I hope he does. He'd be an undrafted guy making the roster, but cool. I root for the Sanders, Shiloh, and Shadeur, and Prime. I root for all of them. So cool.
Well, have you seen the video coming out of Prime going into surgery and coming out of surgery?
I have not.
Oh, there's one I saw out there. They must have released it.
No.
I mean, showing him and telling him what they did and how they had to tie the intestine off to make a new bladder and boom, boom, boom. Hey, we got to get you to stand up. They had one where he's sitting at home, but they're draining a blood bag out of his insides.
Wow.
And the one doctor was talking to him, said, listen, what we did to your insides wasn't. I mean, there's a lot, because he was talking about how much pain he was in inside him. And he said, listen, here's what we did. We removed this. We took this out. We did this.
Wow.
We had to cut this intestine. We had to tie this off, boot it up, make a new bladder, connect it to the urethras. And I mean, it was like, whoa.
Wow.
Heavy. If you can find it, it's pretty heavy stuff. The video's real dark and grainy. And, obviously they didn't bring a bunch of lights and light it perfectly. But it's like, dude, he went through – I mean, this was major, major surgery stuff he went through.
Well, you can understand why he thought why he was getting ready for whatever it could be. So, man, that sucks. That's awful. I'm just blown away that he was in there for another, inspection for something else, and they just found that. Oh, by the way, this. What?
You have a tumor on your bladder.
It's mind-blowing.
No, he went through some serious stuff, dog.
Yeah, he did.
And there's not only did he not stick around here in the summertime, just after watching that two little 1-minute vignettes, there's no way he could have come up here and and done anything.
Hell no.
There's no way. I mean, I didn't realize how. I mean, let's be honest. They took your bladder out and replaced it. You think, oh, Modern medicine, that's pretty easy, boy. Oh, no.
Well, I'm sure he's dealing with really awkward, uncomfortable, embarrassing things right now every single day. I feel for the dude.
He said there's going to be a porta potty right there beside the practice field. He said there may be one in game time, too.
Well, right on, man. Like Sko Buffs.
Not
Let's
much
go.
space for that on that CU sideline.
Not at all.
That's true. We'll have to put it next to the throne, perhaps. But hey, good wishes for Prime. Good wishes for his family. And Cleveland, just do the obvious thing. You got nothing to lose. I feel like this with the Tebow stuff. Like in the second year, it was just like, just start him. I mean, just start him. What are we doing here? But Foxy had the job. Elway didn't like him. You know, they were kind of stuck with him. They tried to get Orton. Remember when they tried to get Orton to Miami? They couldn't do a deal. They're trying to get rid of him. But the Broncos would have been so much better off to just start Tebow. And if it fell apart the first 5 weeks, okay, well, then so be it. What are we doing anyway?
Well, let's hope it's not comparable, because behind the scenes, the reason why they didn't want to put Tebow in is because he was terrible. He was terrible at practice, and he didn't show anything. There was a fan movement for him, but the fan movement didn't match the reality of the football player. So the coaches are like, well, we don't want to do this. And if that's the truth, you better hope that that's not what's going on with Shadeur.
It's too late. He's already proved he can play. He proved in preseason that he can play like an NFL quarterback.
Well, there's guys, the pencil heads that have been scouting every throw. And again, going against the third team guys that are probably going to be, do you want fries with that shakespeare type guys here in another month? But his percentage of completion and everything else is not thrown a pick in practice. His numbers are all better than all the other quarterbacks that have thrown.
All right. Sean Payton has 14 problems and the players aren't one. We'll get to the big question of the day next. Why is Sean Payton so pissed off?
I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about.
Okay, let me play a little bit of a longer cut. Perhaps I might explain it here, Coach. There we go. Hold on. I got it.
The question was, is this team better than last year's? I think this year's team has a chance to be. But I think the biggest thing we always talk about, you're not ever picking up where you left off, but I do think this year's team has a chance to be better. We've added depth at certain positions we didn't have a year ago. We were in the largest cap deficit, dead money in the history of maybe all of sport, but certainly in the NFL with 90-some million. We're not in that position this year. It's 2/3 of an operating budget. So, but this team's going to have to, they're going to have to do that, and same amount of games, one game more, they're going to write this chapter, and we're going to all be here for it, and our job's is to try to accomplish that, but we're right at the beginning with a lot of work ahead of us. I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about.
Okay.
Well, hold on. When he started that thing off, we have an opportunity. That ain't the same guy that said we're a Super Bowl contending team just 2 weeks ago.
If you actually listen to that, he said they.
They. Little separation of church and state.
A little bit. And then he got into a we, but he did say they when referring to his team. Okay.
Which shows you that it might be 14 things that don't have to do with football, but there's something out there that also has something to do with football.
All right. Why is he so salty? Why is Sean Payton so salty?
Salty, hold on, but really quick. The too many lattes thing, the Super Bowl, the top 5 QB, we've got a pattern here. We've got a pattern that when we get into training camp, Sean Payton just yaps. He just starts running his mouth. Whether it's Nathaniel Hackett, whether it's QB, whatever it is, that's his pattern at this point. And then he does kind of walk it back a little bit. And the closer you get to the season, he settles down and he gets back into a more traditional mode. I have no clue why he did this to his team. It was such a disservice to his team. Sorry, what was your question?
Well, why is he so salty?
Because his offense sucked.
Okay.
I mean, that's the real reason.
All right.
If his offense went out there and marched down the field on the first possession and scored like the 49ers did, he's not going to be as grumpy.
What was the worst part about their offense?
Scott?
I said this first hour, Stidham had great numbers, but it sure looked like he had a lot more time to make decisions and make throws than Bo Nix was allowed.
Was the offensive line poor? Starting offensive line?
I'm going to be consistent. I don't like their offensive line. Everybody else, even somebody in one of the things we saw today, or maybe you played earlier, said, these got to be better than this, especially with this vaunted offensive line that they have. Well,
the starting offensive line had 3 drives. So we are only talking about 3 drives. But we can look at each of those 3 drives. The first one stalled out, but it wasn't midfield and 4th and 3. You could have gone for it, and you didn't. Okay, so that's that drive, and then you got a poor punt coverage.
The first drive was 3 and out, wasn't it?
No, it was not.
Oh, that's right.
Well,
you got a penalty.
it should have been 3 and out, but they got 1 first down, and then it felt like a 3 and out.
Okay, but it wasn't. I mean,
But I know what Scott's saying. But I know what Scott's saying. They didn't earn it.
The second drive was a safety and a couple of botch plays. Wasn't too many plays, just a couple of stinkers. And then you got the the intentional grounding in the end zone. So that was, we can talk about that. That was terrible. And then the third drive was after the interception by Jaquan McMillan. And you started at midfield, and you only got a few yards, but you did convert on a 4th down. You did on that third drive. And then the drive stalled out, and you got a field goal. So we're talking 3 drives. Now, I'm fine. I'm just talking about what's being evaluated
3
here.
drives, and you're a +1.
Yeah.
Right?
You're losing the game 9-3.
But
after the 3 drives.
But your offense gave them a safety for 2 points, and you got a field goal for 3.
That is true.
I think he's upset, and that's why you got they got a chance, because he has been out there, Pied Piping everywhere and has gotten a whole lot of his minions to follow, and then they kind of came out with this performance. I think there's going to I think, and I think I know Sean Payton because he don't want to be embarrassed. We don't all agree on that, right?
Absolutely.
He don't want to be embarrassed. I think there's going to be some come to Jesus meetings here since that game and tomorrow.
Oh, there will be, but that's the good news. You know what? Is we're riding high. We hadn't really been challenged yet. We've been hearing all these great things about ourselves. Okay, time to get humbled a little bit while you still got some time in the preseason to go. Bo Nix's game, it was not terrible. It definitely was not good. It was bad. So somewhere between bad and terrible is where I would put Bo Nix's game.
Okay.
And it wasn't terrible.
So where would you at the offensive line between?
You know
good
what?
and bad?
I just pulled it up, Scott, and I'm going to rewatch it. So let me get through the next break, and I'm going to watch the first two series of the offensive line, and I'll give you a better analysis of it. I guess my real-time opinion of it, without going back and watching it, it didn't feel like a disaster to me.
Bo Nix was 6 of 11. One of his incompletions was a pretty nice pass to Cortland Sutton that tough catch.
Yeah.
But it was a first down
But
play.
you want him to make that.
Sure. I mean, I don't mean to make money part of it, but you're a number one receiver in the NFL. That's a catch you should make.
Shadeur benefited from a hell of a catch too.
That's for sure.
He did. It was a hell of a throw also.
Really good.
Just like Bo Nix. What Bo Nix is, that was a hell of a throw.
Then there was 2 passes that came up short. I think he was aiming at Franklin both those times.
And one for sure would have been a touchdown.
Backed up, he threw the screen to, I think it was Dobbins actually, and it was a bad throw, and okay. And there was another incompletion in there that I forget. He only averaged 2.8 yards per completion. So the completions were relatively short. His best throw situationally probably was on the 4th and 5 to pick up a first down. That was all right. That was kind of cool. But he was dinking and dunking. His quarterback rating was 60. That sucks. No turnovers, but didn't do anything special either. Now, you could say, hey, man, that was 3 drives. The Broncos defense did give up a touchdown, but big deal. They did that early. They also got a ton of turnovers. And what would Bo Nix have done the rest of the game? Getting some turnovers and, making mincemeat out of the Niners.
Well, I don't know. But I don't care to speculate on it. All I've got to evaluate them is on the stuff that we watched. So would he have turned it on? Would he have figured it out? I don't know. That's pure speculation.
Now, I'll tell you this. Shadeur Sanders wasn't great on his first 3 drives. He got a turnover. His offense got a turnover, put him in the red zone, and, he was able to capitalize on it. And, hey, good for him. Just because you're in the red zone doesn't mean it's a touchdown. He took advantage of it and made a really precise, crazy, awesome throw in the end of the end zone. But it's not like he started off great either. He gave himself a C+, which I was like, oh, all right, if you want to do that. But he got a little bit more time that, Bo didn't have. But what does Bo have to prove anyways? Seriously.
Well, he's got to prove that he's going to be more consistent because we've been seeing the exact same stuff every single day. So I'm not going to sit here and act like Bo Nix has got nothing to prove. He's got a lot to prove. He's been anointed by his coach as a top 5 QB. He's got to prove that. I mean, he's got to prove that he is everything that this coach thinks he's going to be when his coach is making phone calls at 2 o'clock in the morning. What does Bo Nix have to prove? A whole lot.
Well, but he gets to prove it when the games really matter. He doesn't have to prove it in the preseason.
Okay, fair enough if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that's what I'm
he doesn't have something to prove in terms of earning a job.
Correct.
But he's got a whole lot to prove in terms of being a franchise QB.
Sure, no doubt about it. But he has the luxury of having that opportunity when the games really matter. Sanders, he's out there, fighting for his life. They have a real quarterback competition there. And there's literally nothing Stidham can do to take the job from Bo Nix. 0.
Nothing. Shy of an injury.
Well, of course, yeah. And then, frankly, you saw the game. Would you rather have Sam Ehlinger or Jarrett Stidham as your backup quarterback? I'm asking.
You know where I stand. I've always liked Jared.
Dude, you can't be like that today.
You're just blindly
you
saying
cannot
this
be.
now.
He's 14 of 15 with a quarterback rating of 144. No sacks, he sacked twice, sorry. No
what
turnovers.
was his yards per completion?
9.1.
And that's with 2 long touchdowns.
That's really good. He ran for 36 yards, including a long of 18.
That one was real good.
He literally had a nearly perfect football
He also
game.
fumbled on a run.
He almost had a nearly perfect
He
football
also
game.
fumbled on a run.
Okay, fine.
Seriously.
Ellinger's a gunslinger. I want my backup quarterback gunslinger.
Oh, my God.
Stidham did sling it.
I love
on
you.
2 passes.
I love you,
Okay.
buddy, but you're losing on this one big time.
Well, because you guys fall on your stats when when you want to do the stats.
We want to do the stats. He was literally, the team was losing the game 9-3 when he went in. All right. We're good there. I don't mean to dismiss you. I value your opinion.
Well, if you're just going pure stats, the starter next week should be
I'm not going
Stidham,
off,
and your
I'm
back
not
stinger should
going
be
off
Ellinger.
stats. I'm going off what my eyeballs saw, and I saw a backup quarterback play a nearly flawless game.
Except for a fumble. And listen, that's what he's going to be. He all he did was drop it off. They fell sound asleep because no way he's going to throw it past 5 yards, and all of a sudden, boom!
Can I tell you
2
something?
Great throws.
If you want to,
he had some great throws.
If you want to Joe Williams this up on Stidham, I'm all for it. I think it's fun. If you want to be the Stidham reality speaker, go for it. Meanwhile, Sherfield played 3 catches, but one was a beautiful touchdown. Stidham said it was the best catch he's ever seen. Like, oh, okay, well that's cool.
It was up there, man. It was special.
So Ellinger, would you say Ellinger sucked in that game?
No. I wouldn't say he sucked at all. I think you got a good quarterback room. I don't think you have to keep 3. I think you could cut Ellinger and sign him to the practice squad.
You ain't keeping 3. You ain't keeping 3s.
You could. Listen.
Didn't we have a coffee bet on this? We did. Yeah, we did. We had a coffee bet on the backup QB, right?
Yeah, and Ellinger at the least will be on the practice squad.
Oh, no doubt about it.
That's what you did.
Well,
That's what you did.
This was the conundrum of the bet.
This is Scott's definition of
But
carrying.
that's part of the team.
No, it's not.
It's
not.
Okay, hold on. All right, hold on. Let's find another way to measure if you're on the team. When you won the Super Bowl,
yeah,
practice squad guys get a ring?
I think so.
Team.
Okay, fine. Then there's no bet because
wait.
there's going to be
we already went through this, and he already accepted the fact that it had to be on the 53-man roster. He doesn't get to redefine this.
I give that to you, but don't tell me the practice squad guys ain't on the team.
Okay,
if you win a
but
championship,
we all know
get a
what
ring.
we're talking about when we talk about on the team. We're talking about the 53-man
team.
But there's going to be like 16 other guys that are going to be on the team by that definition.
So if that's your definition,
of course they do.
If that's your definition of carrying 3 QBs, you're absolutely correct. There will be 3 quarterbacks between the practice squad and the
Ellinger
active
will be
roster.
that third guy?
Yes.
Probably.
Yes, if that's the definition of being on the team.
What was his rating?
He did all right. 108.3, 6 of 10 for 55 yards. Touchdown. Threw a touchdown pass. To Preseason, who I don't know much about this dude, tight end. He's a big guy. Like, I think of Caleb Lohner as the biggest guy. This Preseason guy is almost as big as him. And Preseason's got like a 4-year-old kid. How about that? He was handing the kid a football. How old is that
Lohner's
guy?
not 6. What did they say he was when they tried him? 6'8", 6'10", 6'9"? He ain't 6'9".
He looks pretty tall.
Yeah, but Crumb's as big as he is.
I'll tell you what they list him at, and then you can tell me what they really are.
Remember, measurements from basketball.
I got you.
With shoes on?
+2.
Is basketball the only sport that measures you with shoes on? Gotta be.
I don't even have Crumb on this list. Oh, Crumb's a C, sorry. Crumb is listed at 6'7" by the Broncos roster.
Well, they were standing side by side in one of those practices, and Crumb looked taller.
All right, and Lohner is listed at 6'7" as well. So they're both listed at 6'7" according to the old Denver Broncos. And Preseason, happy for that guy, man, is listed at 6'5". And yeah, he is a 25-year-old rookie and he's got like a 4-year-old kid. And that was a cool moment. Like they were like, hey, get the ball to your kid.
Where's he from?
He is a rookie out of Mississippi. But he's from Michigan. He went to Mississippi.
So when you're on the practice squad,
big dude.
Say your first 2 years in the league, you start practice squad, then you make a team.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your rookie year?
Yes.
So you're not.
It's correct. So you're not on the team. Yes, you did not get a vested year by being on the practice squad.
Which I think is BS by the Players Association, too.
We have some other cool things going on in the NFL, including.
That's the biggest thing. The NFL's back. There were some sucky games, but there were some fantastic moments.
Hey, it was fun. We had 4 straight days of football.
Yeah,
Did anybody check in with Jacksonville at all?
Oh, yeah.
We didn't even talk about that.
We can get
into it.
He
played both ways.
Let's Football goes next.
All right, guys and gals, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, with the best prices, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been buying cars there since my rookie year, and I keep going back because relationships matter to me in life. And if they matter to you, you'll be amazed that you're going to become a customer for life once you buy that first car from Phil Long Ford. Guys, the best part about Phil Long Ford is it's one-stop shopping with the best prices. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, it's already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at the best price. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know your friend Tyler sent you on over, and shop online at phillongford.com.
We love you, Mountain High Appliance. You are the absolute best. I think that's kind of on the same vein. Dropped back and threw to the other team. Came back and didn't get to the line of scrimmage.
A little snarky.
Kinda, yeah, a little bonus in there. By the way, Tyler, are you really that sensitive to farts? Does it really bother you that much?
No, listen, I think farts are funny. I'm 40 years old, and farts will never not be funny.
Yeah.
Scott Hastings farts are not funny.
Yeah, I
There
got
is
you.
nothing funny about a Scott Hastings fart.
It's wafting over here, too. I mean, it's, but like.
It's been here for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you're really?
My bad.
Yeah, and I'm going to do the segment with my shirt over my nose.
All right. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, let's football go. Yeah.
What you got, Scott?
My bad.
My bad.
They
hand up
actually,
like it's your foul. You're putting your hand up. No, I got him.
No, they actually make me nauseous.
Yeah, why are you so sensitive? That's
Because
my question.
Because he has the worst smelling farts in mankind.
Are you going to throw up?
I had pizza Sunday.
Pizza gives you gas.
Whenever I eat bad, I eat good for a while, and then I cheat day Sunday, and then Monday.
And then Tyler pays for it.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Sensitive.
His eyes
system.
are watering.
It's out of love.
It's so terrible.
Your eyes are watering.
I can taste it. I can literally taste
onions and ketchup.
It's on my tongue.
What kind of pizza did he have last night then?
There's definitely sausage in there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, Dan, what's the first story?
All right. Well, let's get to Tyler got a chance to kind of get a look at the starting offensive line. Scott is not sold on the starting 5 offensive line. Tyler, what did you see from preseason game number 1?
Oh, did you watch the film?
I just watched it, yeah. So, first off, I love NFL Game Pass. It's fantastic. Shout out to Dan Tanner, who gives me his code.
There you go.
Wow.
But it's fantastic. You can watch it really quick. Now, listen, I just did a glance. I did a once-over, so this is not a deep dive here. But I would tell you, after watching it for the second time, Scott, they played fine. Luke Wattenberg got beat bad on one that Bo Nix did a good job of evading. Probably should have been a sack. Bo Nix evaded it. He tried to dump it off to Dobbins, and he just couldn't quite get his balance on it. That was fine. I'm not putting that on Bo Nix. If anything, I'd give him credit for avoiding the sack. Luke got beat bad on that one. The only other bad one that looked bad was on the safety, and that wasn't on the O-line. That's on the QB. That's QB's hot guys. So O-line had it's a 5-0 call, and so they've got the 5 guys at the line of scrimmage. QB's got anybody coming off either side that is an extra. But it was, Garrett Bowles, his guy, twists inside. He passes it off with Powers. And then you've got that edge rusher coming off the left-hand side that Bo Nix needs to see. Running game, honestly, there were yards to be had that RJ just missed. Running game, they had some good holes, man. They did. I thought the O-line played fine.
On the safety, I'm curious if you saw it. Should Bo have seen Troy Franklin in the slot cutting across? Was that a miss, or did he not have enough time?
I don't know what his hot was, but he should have known what the hot was. So how do you handle that? How do you handle that extra guy? By getting the ball out of your hands. That's how you handle that extra guy. So he needs to know my O-line's got a 5-0 call. We've got these 5 bigs at the line of scrimmage. The linebackers, anybody else, those are all extras. So running backs got that guy. You got it right here.
Okay, yeah, there's Franklin in the slot. Right there.
Actually, yes, he probably should have, because that looks like the guy that was vacating.
Play it again, Dan, if you can.
So why is Troy Franklin wide open? Because the defensive back that was covering him is the one that blitzed. So yeah, Bo Nix probably should have seen him.
Because he should have recognized who's coming off the guy.
Correct.
And he's peeling out towards the guy coming free, but did he have anywhere to go left either? Look at McGlinchey got beat.
Boy, if he just stayed in the pocket, though, for a second.
But go back to the beginning, Dan.
He would have had Franklin easy, actually.
Yeah, he needs
pause it at the very beginning before the ball's even snapped.
Well, you're asking Dan to do film work now. Hold on.
It's all right. I was going to break down why it's a 5-0 call. Don't worry about it.
No, you can figure it out, I think.
It's radio.
All right, so pause where?
Well, I was trying to say before the ball was even snapped.
Oh, before it snapped? All right, Dan will go back. You can do it. There you go.
Okay,
Dan, you're a genius.
So you see how you got 5 guys walked up at the line of scrimmage right there.
Mm-hmm.
You got to head up over the center.
5.
You got 2 over the guards, and then you got 2 over the tackles.
Yeah,
we're going 5-0. So those are our 5 guys. Those are the 5 bigs. Running back's going to have one of the linebackers maybe, and QB's got anything coming off the edge.
All right, go forward just a little bit, Dan. Stop it. Okay.
So right there, I mean, yes,
Bo turns
Bo
too
Nix
quick.
absolutely should have
Yeah.
seen Troy Franklin.
Yeah, but he turned. Why does he turn his back?
I don't know.
Why doesn't he?
Because he pulled the Russell Wilson. He panicked.
Right.
He panicked and he just decided to roll out.
Like if he just stays in the pocket, Tyler.
He probably could have stepped up.
If he just plants his foot, stays in the pocket, that's going to be a nice gain.
Yeah.
That's going to be an easy pickup.
I mean, it shouldn't have even come to that.
So is he freaked out by McGlinchey, by the guy that's on? Is he looking at that?
McGlinchey's in good shape.
Well, then why the hell did he turn? Like that's
I don't know. I mean, he panicked, but he should have known that the second that ball is snapped, ball's out of his hands.
You know what's
He's
funny?
in good shape.
He got freaked out by something to his right side.
Scott, that's a 12-yard drop from your QB. No tackle can block that.
But
beat.
he got freaked out by something on his right side without even recognizing there was pressure on the other side.
Yeah.
So he's got to recognize it right there.
Yeah, but he's not even looking. See, he gets. You know what he sees? He sees this guy coming right here. He sees that guy coming.
Well, but that's the running backs guy.
Well, he doesn't trust it, does he? So he didn't trust. Yeah, and it's covered. The Broncos line did a great job there.
Yeah.
Had he just trusted his blocking, planted his foot, not turned, Franklin's wide open. That's totally on Bo Nix.
Stop pointing at McGlinchey's guy. He took him 9 yards deep. That's a beautiful job.
I wasn't pointing at him. Oh,
no, Dan keeps pointing at that.
I was pointing at that guy.
The only reason why McGlinchey looks like he's in trouble is because Bo Nix took a 12-yard drop.
That's on. That's a terrible play by Bo Nix.
Why did he take that big of a drop?
Because he got scared. He didn't trust his blocking. He should have trusted his blocking. I think. I mean, looks obvious. And he doesn't even see 26 coming off the edge. Doesn't even see him. That's a terrible play by Bo Nix. He should really know better than that. Agreed?
Good quarterback. Top 5 quarterback.
But that's not on the offensive line, though.
No.
Like, the offensive line did fine there.
Absolutely not.
In fact, it's a pretty good play call when you think about it.
I think the O-line, I just watched it quick. So, again, I'll watch it more in depth if you want. But just watching it over, give it another quick glance over, I only saw one pressure that was caused by the O-line. And that was when Luke Wattenberg got beat.
All right.
Well, you go back to trusting your running back, and we talked about Shadeur today, the one breakdown on him on that second touchdown. He slides to the right because he trusts his running back to catch that guy.
Yeah, that was a good example.
And he slid to the right because he knew the protection that the running back's supposed to get the guy.
Yeah.
And the guy basically only chipped him enough just to give him time. And boom, boom, boom.
I would
touchdown.
be, if you could put some truth serum into Bo Nix, it'd be good to ask him, what did you see there that freaked you out? Like, why did you do that? Listen, those are the type of things that can cost you games. For sure.
Yeah.
Just seeing ghosts.
Shot back, threw it to the other team.
You got to trust your offensive line. You got to trust what's called. And he didn't there for some reason. All right, next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Bo, not ragging on DMac. Here he is. Trent Sherfield, guys. Awesome touchdown catch in the Broncos' first preseason game. Here is Bo Nix on the addition of Trent Sherfield.
He's been a great surprise, great addition for us as a whole. He adds an element of physicality, experience that that we have a young receiver room, so he adds that element that he's been there, done that, seen a lot of football. Made an incredible play today. Made actually several plays today, and then finished it off with a touchdown. So he's just kind of just steady Eddie. He just goes over there and does what he's supposed to do, and he makes the catch, and he just makes it look kind of easy, and that's what it's going to be good because he's going to be a physical guy. He can go in there and block, and he also going to make plays catching the ball. That's what obviously what you want as a receiver. You want to see the guy go out there and make catches, and he's done a really good job of that.
Okay, so when the Broncos signed Trent Sherfield from the Vikings, initially we just thought he was going to be mostly a special teams guy, but it sounds like the Broncos are trying to integrate him into the passing game. So if that is the case, who do you guys think is the sort of odd man out in the wide receiver room?
Vele.
Yeah, we've talked about this a few times. You've now got an emergence of Troy Franklin, who I think has got a legitimate chance of being the number 2 wide receiver on this team. Has he earned it just yet? Nope. But he's on the radar. He's absolutely on the radar, and if he keeps this up, he'll end up being your number 2 wide receiver. Marvin Mims is already slotted in at that outside, at that other spot. And then Devon Vele was the other guy that we felt really good about. Well, he's the only one that we haven't been talking about. So we're talking about a lot of guys. We're talking about Franklin. We're talking about Sherfield. I want to say Sherman for some reason. We're talking about Sherfield, and we've also been talking about Pat Bryant.
I just want to talk about the touchdown catch. He bobbled the catch.
Yeah, I thought they were going to take it away.
But if you watch it, not only is he able to stay with it. I mean, think about, guys are credited with not being able to do two things at one time, right? We're limited on that. He's trying to secure it, and yet his feet stay at an angle and are tapping and dragging it. He's still got the awareness with his feet, which is why they counted the touchdown, that when he finally did secure it, he had both feet down. I mean, he's bobbling, but watch his feet at the end of it.
That's a nice throw, too. He was juggling the ball when it was going out of bounds.
He was juggling, but when they showed another angle, he secures it, and he's dragging the right foot.
Okay. I mean, I'm not looking to take a touchdown away. Oh, man, it looked like his hand came off there.
It was really close.
It absolutely did, but they had another review of it.
You know what?
That it showed him, boom, all of a sudden it's secured, left foot taps, and that right foot is just dragging. That's why they counted it.
Yeah. All right. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Shadeur Sanders gets his
stay down, that right
NFL.
I think he was out of bounds, man. I think we got a nice. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, there's the other. No, that's right. I found the other
watch
angle
the juggles right there.
There, he's secured though.
Feet were down.
The secured.
Okay. Feet were down. Feet were down.
Juggle.
Look at the feet.
Secure.
Right there.
Right there.
All right. Okay. Hey. No problem.
It's as close as it gets.
That always should count as a catch. Period. The end. Yeah. Great play. Great throw, great catch, great moment. Good for him, man. I mean, I don't know how you don't put that guy on the field to catch footballs. It's ridiculous.
Something about the number 5 looks good, too. I don't know why, but that number 5 looks good on him.
So, hold on. I'm going to go back a question.
Oh, okay.
It's football. Vele, we're so sure.
No, I'm not sure. It's not seeming to work out for him now.
If Troy Franklin is blowing up, and you said it earlier, you said, I think he's the bona fide number 2 right now.
I did not say bona fide.
Opportunity.
But he's got crack at it.
Bona fide competing for the number 2.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
That didn't make sense, but sure.
Maybe Mims is gone.
No,
Mims different position.
No, and Mims is a 2-time Pro Bowler as a returner.
Well, could you trade him and get anything for it?
Maybe, but not now. What are you getting? You only get draft picks in the NFL.
Mims doesn't have anyone pushing him for his spot.
No, Mims is.
But
Mims is there.
But to be fair, Mims also hasn't taken the next step yet, and he needs to. We desperately need him to become a non-gadget wide receiver. He's proven he can be a gadget guy. Can you prove you could be an actual wide receiver?
In all honesty, if Troy Franklin, who is just as fast as Mims, and he's 6'3", develops, I'm just like, okay, thank my lucky stars. And Mims can take punts back for the rest of his life. I really don't care. So what? If Franklin turns out to be a better number 2 guy, I'm fine with that.
Who do you got running the slot?
Well, now you have Marvin Mims running the slot, which is great. Like, fine. Perfect.
Could
I love
Sherfield
it.
be in the slot?
Sure. Yes. I don't know. You can move him all over the place. Get him on the field. Throw him the ball. The guy that you don't really need is Vele because Pat Bryant is the same receiver as Vele. You got to make your minds up one way or the other here.
2 years younger.
Yes. Yeah, don't forget Vele is a little – I'm not trying to dump on Vele because he's a very nice guy in the whole thing.
Yeah.
But he's older. It looks like there's repeat guys that do the same thing, same size.
I'll tell you who I'm rooting to be the backup slot, and it ain't going to happen, but I'm rooting for him.
Bandy?
Yeah.
Well, he'll be on the team, Tyler.
Yeah, there you go, 53.
Coffee?
Well, he's on the practice squad, and we've established that's on the
so
team.
that is the team.
You said that's the team.
Nobody actually thinks that's the team.
I do. If you get a ring, if you win a championship, you're on the team.
Well, Bandy will be, by your definition, on the team. I think. He has been. He's been on the team for the past couple of years.
Honestly, as much as I like the guy, I wouldn't even carry him on the practice squad because he's never going to be on your 53. What's the point of What's the point of carrying a dude on your practice squad for 3 straight years if he's never going to be on your 53?
Look at him.
Wow.
Coach doesn't appreciate his
I love the
Okay.
dude.
All right.
I just said I'm rooting for the dude.
I mean, you get 16 guys on the practice
squad. But he's literally
squad.
never going to make it. So why the hell would we keep him around?
Because you keep a million guys on the practice squad. Just keep anybody you like on the practice squad. Who cares? Your commitment to them is a week to week. You look at the team, and if you count the practice squad as being on the team, not that many guys actually get cut. You get 53 plus the emergency quarterback. That's 54. 16 other guys. That's 70 guys out of 90. It's really, you keep basically everybody these days. Not that many guys really get cut. Last one, Dan, real quick.
At least about 20.
All right, just a quick update on Travis Hunter's debut. The Jags played the Steelers in their first preseason game. So Travis had 11 snaps on offense, 2 receptions, 9 yards, and 8 snaps at cornerback. He had 0 targets thrown his way.
That's not true. Did you say Travis Hunter had 0 targets? He had multiple catches.
On defense.
On defense.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah, 11,
and he missed a
2
tackle.
receptions, 9 yards on offense, 8 snaps on defense, 0 targets thrown.
Got it.
With a missed tackle. He was
yeah,
fine. Whatever.
I don't think the missed tackle was that bad. He didn't have a great angle on it. He dove on the guy. He didn't get him. To me, that wasn't like a bad missed tackle.
No, it was fine. Whatever. The whole thing was kind of whatever. It was like whatever thing. But Jacksonville could be dangerous. They got quite a few weapons there. We'll see how Trevor Lawrence plays. See how their defense holds up. I think it's going to be I think he can do it. I just think it's going to be kind of exhausting and confusing. I think it's just different than in college.
It's just asking a lot, man. I don't know how to get over the film work. I just don't know where you find the time.
I don't either, and I actually don't even see the purpose of it. I don't see the need for it. I mean, I get you in college. I get how much better he was than all the other corners in college and receivers. I get that. But that just ain't true in the NFL.
You almost do it just a little bit just to keep the dude happy.
Yeah. But you don't really need
to. Can I
to
give you another angle, though? If I'm Travis Hunter's representative, I would be telling him, dude, you don't want to go both ways. We got to get you to that second contract. That second contract is the only thing that matters. We got to get you there.
And you want to be receiver, right?
You want to go both ways? Okay, fine. We can go both ways after we get paid. Until then, survive, buddy. Survive.
Yeah, but his whole brand is that he plays both ways. That's his whole thing.
Yeah, but
big rolling my eyes.
That logo's taken up, though.
It's his thing. I don't know. Hey, this is Jacksonville. They want anybody to just pay attention to him.
And they are.
Did you see the statue of Tom Brady that was unveiled?
Yeah.
12 feet.
Did you see the plastic Botox face of Tom Brady?
He looks, I heard the morning show talk about it, and I don't know if you guys are fans of the Righteous Gemstones. But
I've been watching it recently.
He is Baby Billy. You got to see it side by side. But Tom Brady right now, with all of his plastic surgery and whatever starvation diet he's on, he looks like Baby Billy from Righteous Gemstones.
He might be a real-life vampire.
Dude.
Because does the plastic surgery look terrible? Or does he still look kind of like a normal human being?
Boy, it's weird. He just looks odd. I mean, he's definitely in shape and all. No doubt about that.
I felt like I was watching
but the plastic surgery is odd.
It feels like when you watch him, you're like watching like a Hollywood actor that would be playing a QB.
Do you know Baby Billy? I'm sorry.
No.
It's
Walter Goggins.
Walton Goggins.
Walton.
But yes.
Walton?
Yeah. It's
really?
a weird name. He's a great actor. Gemstone's a pretty cool show, man. Danny McBride. It's an out there show.
I think my mistake with it is I've been binging it, and it definitely gets old after when you're binging it.
Okay.
Because there's how many seasons? There's
I've been
4.
There's 4. And I got through the first 2, and I was like, yes, this is my show.
Yeah.
And then it's like, wow, this is really the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, Danny McBride admitted like they had just run out of stories.
Yeah.
And kind of gone as far as they could go.
And I tapped out about the 3rd season.
Yeah.
But I do like the show. I'm not knocking the show. I think it was just the way I chose to to watch the show.
You can. Here's a little advice for you. Episode 1 of season 4 is where they started in the Civil War starring Bradley Cooper. It's not even comedy. It's one of the best TV shows by itself I have ever seen. Period. The end. So you might want to just skip the rest of season 3, because season 3 does get a little silly with some of the stuff they're doing. I know where you're getting lost on it. And just skip ahead to episode 1, season 4. And if that doesn't get you, don't worry about
Bradley
the rest
Cooper's
of it.
in it?
Yes. And you could have not watched that show at all, period, the end, and you can watch episode 1, season 4. Because it goes back to the Civil War. It's their origin story going to the Civil War starring Bradley Cooper. Pretty interesting.
Bradley Cooper has not been in it, but apparently he gets in it.
Well, it's like where
he's
all
like a great,
starts.
great, great grandfather.
Yes, it's like at the very beginning of basically what it is. It's a ministry in the South that's one of these, Joel
Osteen.
Yes, it's Joel Osteen.
Was it
That's it.
Prosperity Gospel?
Yes, that's who they are. They're Joel Osteen, just that times, that sort of thing. They have huge generational wealth. How did it begin? Civil War, Bradley Cooper. I'm telling you, it's awesome. And the rest of it, I don't know. You could watch it, not watch it. It's not even a comedy in the beginning. This episode's not a comedy. It's just a really, really good story. So, but anyways, it doesn't got anything to do with anything because Tom Brady looks like a freak.
And he's a vampire.
Well, let's see a picture of that.
Well, side by side, Goggins, Baby Billy, and Tom Brady. It's ridiculous how much they look alike. And it's not good for Tom Brady. He looks weird. That's where you're going, right?
Yeah.
Does Tom Brady look weird? Yeah, he does. He looks super strange. It's PHC on 92.5.
That is its own ending.
All right, we're on the air. Is Scott still talking about his farts?
Because it's still in here.
Yeah. Okay. Did you crop dust Tyler right there on purpose? Oh, you're Lysol spraying your butt?
No, I
My
I
Lord,
tripped
what
on
is
the court.
happening
You
here?
know another thing we haven't talked about this weekend, this game?
I don't know.
See if Tyler wants to get in this. What do you think about the virtual measurements?
I love it.
Took forever.
It did take forever, actually. You're right.
It took for
did
frickin'
actually
ever.
take it. You're right about that. It's funny. I was rewatching it today, and I was like, oh, this is taking a long time.
And they didn't know what was going on in the first one. And it was
By the way, they were pointing out, hey, we don't want to put people out of work. They still have the guys with the chain. They're still employed. They didn't put any old people out of work. They just don't get to walk onto the field.
But it wasn't quicker.
Actually, you're right. It wasn't quicker.
It's not a whole lot quicker, and you lose the first down sign. We're all going to miss it.
Yeah, if it's not quicker.
Did Andy Lindahl just walk in there and come up with some weird excuse about 470 that I don't travel on to get me kicked out of my seat?
It kind of. He was giving you a bit of a hint.
85 years old, stuck in a 52-year-old body.
Yeah.
Because he worries about weather and traffic.
He's giving me the breakdown on 470. He knows I live in Parker. I'm not traveling now to Wadsworth.
That's me.
I don't know. Couple of other odds and ends. You see the first female umpire made her debut and called balls and strikes.
Yeah, she did great on her first call.
She missed the first call by the ball was like 5 inches inside.
What are you saying, D-Mac?
I'm saying
say what you want to say.
I'm saying male or female umpires suck.
Yep.
So
it felt like you were saying specifically female.
No, I was like,
who am I?
No, I saw her blow her very first call. I was like, well, that's perfect. Welcome to the club.
Yeah, hey, you're in.
You're in. You look like you're just like everybody else, which is great. I mean, I see her. Good for her. No, I'm not trying to put her down whatsoever. It's a great accomplishment. You got to break boundaries, and we have female referees in football and basketball, and I think it's long overdue. But my hatred towards umpires calling balls and strikes does not change. And I thought it was ironic in a very historical moment. Umpires will umpire. Period. Seriously, can we fix that and at least have some sort of challenge system for balls and strikes?
Well, next season, right?
Yes. Thank God. That would have been something. So this historic moment.
But are they going to limit the charge? They showed some guy.
It should be just like basketball.
What are the rules on it? How many times can you challenge?
You get like 2 or 3 a game, something like that. And
if you get it wrong, do you lose one?
I don't know. In the NBA, if you get it right, you don't lose your challenge, which is good.
No, you only get one more. In baseball, you have so many pitches. The problem is I watched a game that they were getting on the home plate umpire, younger guy too. And they had the little square. If we're assuming the square is small strike.
Right.
This guy must have missed 4 balls of strikes on one guy.
Yeah, it sucks.
But how do you challenge it enough?
Correct. So you don't do the challenge system. You just have robo-ump. That's what you should do.
And then you know what I was told this year by an NBA person?
What's that?
He said, be careful challenging a call the lead official makes.
Why?
Why? You got to think about that one?
Okay.
Pride, ego.
All right. Then you know what? The officials. I can't stand them.
So don't limit it to umpires.
By the way, everybody was like, oh my God, isn't that cute? It's like a 8-year-old kid who's pretending to be an umpire in the stands. And I'm like, that sucks. Like, those are some bad parents.
That's your dream? You don't want to play baseball? You want to be an umpire?
Seriously, talk about setting the bar low as parents. Like, that's your kid's dream? I would be humiliated as a parent if my kid wanted to dress up as an umpire and go to games in an umpire outfit.
Well, now, you know, Willie's going to do a remake.
Huh?
Willie's going to do a remake.
Of what?
Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be umpires. Make them be doctors and lawyers and such.
The other thing I saw over the weekend, that guy, Corey Little or something Little, Cam Little, kicker for Jacksonville, hit a 70-yard field goal.
Oh, yeah.
How about that?
Well, guys do it in practice. I mean, I've seen McManus make them.
We're probably 5 years away from 70-yarders being not uncommon.
50-yarders are like nothing now. 50-yarders are absolutely nothing.
The problem with it is you just got to have the exact right situation.
Well, my question for you guys: at what point does making a field goal become too easy that it just takes away too many elements of the game.
I don't think it takes away elements. I think the fans like points. They like
No,
scoring.
but I'm asking you from
Well,
what?
that's what I'm answering.
From what? So none. The answer is none. Seriously. Hold on a second.
You asked me the question.
All right, fine. So if they can make 60-yard field goals on the regular, that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Really?
That's what I'm trying to say.
All right.
Is that I think it actually adds to the game. It doesn't take away from the game because fans like points and they like to have hope. And if you can just get, if you're telling me all we got to do is get to the 50-yard line and now I've got hope that we can get points, that's a cool feeling as a fan.
Yeah. All right. I think it sucks.
You're going to take field goals away. Denver may struggle to score this year.
I'd say just make them harder. I mean, do something about them if it's so automatic for these guys. I just think it's just against football, and these kickers are getting better and better. And 50-yarders are no big deal. Soon 60-yarders. And you're probably right. 70-yarders will probably, within 5 years, you're probably right. It'll be, so what? I get to the 40-yard line and I'm okay?
Well, you're still not going to do it without the exact right circumstance. You'll never attempt a 70-yarder, even with guys that can make it. You're never going to do that unless you're right at the end of the half or you're right at the end of the game. And even at the end of the half, you're going to think about that really hard because that's a really easy kickoff return if the guy catches the sucker. So it's more so just like an end-of-the-game circumstance. You're not going to do it because if you miss it, you're literally giving the team the ball in field goal position.
Field goal kickers and umpires could pound sand in my world. Just boring. I like the Savannah Bananas, though, bud. You look good in that T-shirt.
Andy said the same thing. It's a good
You
T-shirt.
look good. I heard Moser all grumpy about the Savannah Bananas. If you want like an old man get off my lawn moment, complain about the Savannah Bananas, and you're right there.
Do you want my problem with it?
All right.
Speaking of
old man on the porch. Go ahead. Yell at the clouds.
Well, technically, it's not them. They're a lot of fun. I watched it. I watched yesterday morning. I guess yesterday morning on YouTube they posted the night before.
Yeah.
But I had so many people on social media post that they were there and how much fun it was, and it does look like a good time. This is where I'll probably get in trouble. I don't think Dick Monfort should be able to make money off that when you're not pumping that same kind of money. Like, again, you get a benefit from 100,000 people at the stadium over the weekend when we barely have anything spent on payroll. That bothers me.
You're upset that Dick Monfort makes money?
Yeah, I don't
at
like
his
that.
You're upset that baseball's played at his baseball.
When it's not going well, I'd like the baseball that it's been built to play.
Are you upset
better.
when people spend $500 to spend a night at the Raleigh Hotel?
Yeah,
frankly, you got a problem with people having beers in the?
I'd like a better product in the park before we go making money off concerts and everything else. But whatever.
Okay.
But hey, yeah, let's get rid of field goal kickers though. That's the hill you want to die on.
No, I mean, what are you supposed? What's Dick Monfort supposed to do? You just
I
pissed at
just
Dick
think
Monfort.
it sucks that all you're doing is printing money, and we've got the worst baseball team in history. We're on the way for one in history and 2 other 100-loss seasons.
Hey, by
Spend
the way,
some money on the damn team.
I'm actually
300 lost seasons.
I'm fine if they set the record now. I was like sort
Why,
of
have you stretched out. Are you ready for the walk?
I think they have shown a lack of interest in playing baseball. They've lost their spirit for
all right,
whatever
let me
reason.
ask you this: do you think maybe?
Are you still going to do the walk?
I will do the walk if you want me to, but I'm not sitting here.
Oh, now you're asking
No.
us
I'll
to-
do the walk. I will do the walk. I will. There's no other things. I definitely will do the walk.
Should we set up like remember how we do parade coverage?
Sure.
Should we do a bunch of like route check-ins?
Oh, that
as
would be
DMac
funny.
passes?
Sure.
The whole lineup has to be out there.
No
that
problem.
day.
No
Everyone's
problem.
calling the journey.
They got 12 wins. Can they win? Can this team win 12 more games the rest of the year?
Out of how many?
They're not gonna go worst of all time.
They're 30-87 right now.
Yeah, Warren Schaefer's he is coaching and fighting for his baseball life right now.
Okay, well,
and I know
whatever.
you're a huge Warren Schaefer guy.
I am not.
got the job,
Warren
buddy.
Schaefer is much better than Bud Black.
He is better than Bud Black. That's a low bar, but he's better than Bud Black. But he ain't the guy.
Yeah.
He ain't the guy. And he's coaching him like he's 2.0 right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what to do.
That's the hardest part
whole
about being the
lot
interim.
of high jumpers are better than Dick Fosbury.
right.
First Dick Fosbury reference I've gotten in quite some time.
Good old Fosbury flop.
Although I did see last night, I was scouting the enemy. I was behind enemy lines, and I watched the Broncos documentary. It was just on my YouTube because I went back and watched Bo Nix press conference. Had some very interesting thoughts about what Bo was ultimately trying to say in his press conference.
What was he trying to say?
That Robert Saleh he crossed the line, and he ran pressures that you don't run in preseason football.
Oh, wow.
All right,
and
but
therefore,
here's what I think is curious because did you catch? I caught this at the very end as we watched 9 News sign off before we saw your lovely face. But there was Kyle Shanahan and Vance Joseph having a talk, and the smiles turned to Kyle doing something like this and shaking his head and getting a very serious look on his face, and Vance's expression changed too. And I don't know. I don't know if the Broncos then went tit for tat, but again, it didn't look like a friendly, hey, how you doing? How the family's been? As you guys faded out.
There's a lot
and went
there,
back to the
is there
studio.
not? If you think about it, between the 49ers franchise and the Broncos franchise, there's a lot. There's a lot of layers. Am I right? Like Robert Saleh, who's his BFF, who's his guy?
Nate Hackett.
Amen. Right?
Is he still?
Oh,
Well,
That's
hired
not
him.
strained at all?
Dude, they go so far back. They've broed out forever. And it's one of, we all have blind spots, right? I think that one of Robert Saleh's big blind spots has been Nathaniel Hackett.
Who's now a
candidly.
defensive coach.
Yeah, for the
With
Packers.
With your guy.
Yeah.
Thank God he's not touching your
Stay away. Stay away from J-Love, man. But anyway, so back to why I saw Scotty. I went behind enemy lines. I wanted to find out what makes the greatest coach in the history of high school football tick. And I watched the Dave Logan documentary on the Broncos and Scotty Hastings. Man, I didn't know all the history.
With these guys?
Yes, I had no clue. I mean, I'm a moron. Obviously, I just kind of came into town and act like I'm, I'm significant or something, but didn't realize like all of the different broadcasts that you guys did. 12 years you guys did a show together?
Yeah.
And then you guys did, and you were the color guy for the Broncos?
Yeah.
As a basketball guy?
Yeah.
And then Dave Logan
I think
becomes
Scott's the longest tenured color analyst. I think Rick's creeping up on you.
Well,
but you.
What was
he's
Larry,
only about halfway there.
Larry, how many years did
2019,
Larry did it with?
2018.
No, Larry Zimmer?
Yeah, but he did it with, what's his name, for a bunch of years too?
Bob Martin.
Bob Martin for a
But
lot.
Larry was color.
That's what I'm saying. That's what
You're
he's
right.
saying.
Larry combined probably has.
Well,
Although
Larry
Dave was
combined-
color too.
Yeah, and Dave was colored with Larry for a lot of years.
The whole thing was fascinating because here you have Dave Logan, NFL superstar, drafted in all three major sports, which I knew that. And that's still just mind-blowing to me that somebody was able to be that good in all three.
You know the other guy that did that?
Who was it?
Dave Winfield.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But you got Scott Hastings that had you done basketball color?
Yeah, I was doing basketball at the same time.
With the Nuggets?
Yeah.
Just the home games.
Okay. I don't know if that made the doc or not.
Well, one on
Can't
Scotty.
remember. But it was just cool.
No one's done one on me yet.
Hey, Altitude TV, if you need some summertime stuff, you've got the interesting career. Do you realize you're sitting across from a man who called both the Broncos and Nuggets first championships? He called both of them.
That's freaking awesome.
So,
I mean, I think I've always paid a level of respect and reverence to you, Scotty, but I need to pay more. So pretty
that's
awesome.
good, no. I will say this. I was fortunate. And I'm trying to think now. There was a guy, and I think he's still working. He became play-by-play guy, black guy, but he was a football player. And he told Don Martin, he said, after I watched Scotty do color and actually handle it pretty good, I said, because basketball guy doing football, a coach, first thing he said, he goes, why can't a player be a play-by-play guy? And he said, I set my career up that I wanted to go for play-by-play and not just be the stereotype, analyst instead. Right. So I can't remember that guy's name, but he's pretty famous.
Pat Summerall did it.
Pat Summerall. He went
I didn't know he was a big-time player.
Pat Summerall was All-American.
Yeah, he was a kicker.
I had no idea.
Yeah, Pat Summerall.
Pat Summerall.
And obviously, Dave Logan.
Pat Summerall was a punter and a kicker at Arkansas.
Yes.
I got to know Pat pretty good. And then became play-by-play forever, right? He was a play-by-play guy forever.
I mean, him and Madden, they were the
Forever.
voices of the NFL. Who is that crew now? Who is when you think of the top crews?
Nance and Romo?
Nah, for me, it's Buck and Aikman.
Yes. You think that's the top one right now?
That's mine right now because they're the most comfortable with each other.
And plus Romo's gotten so unhinged as of late.
The low-key secret is he's not allowed to do some things he was doing at the beginning.
Yeah,
they changed some of the information he's been fed. How about I put it that way?
Oh, I thought it was had something more to do with
no. I think
checking
how about I
what's
put it
in
to you
his.
this way. I believe NFL offensive coordinators got a little tired of him calling the plays based on what he was hearing.
I thought it had more to do with the
they've,
fact is his coffee mug sweating, or is it steaming?
Oh, right.
Because I heard when it was sweating, There was cold beverages in that while he was on the air.
Well, and Nance,
so I have heard. You know,
Wow.
and those cold beverages were not of the Diet Right variety.
I wonder if I would be better or worse if I did more of that while I was broadcasting.
you were Harry carrying this
Exactly. Yeah.
Having worked with you once,
Yeah.
better.
Yeah. You think I would improve?
Hey, Dandy Don. Was Dandy Don on that?
We did 2 games together? 2? Was it 2 games we did?
I know it was at least one. We did the Portland game where we were sitting courtside.
We sit courtside.
Yes, we did that. I think that was the only game we did
I
together.
thought we did 2 of them.
You were, and I think I've even told Andy this before. And I've, however many hundreds of basketball games I've called on radio over the years, and I'm talking about radio specifically because that was the game that you and I did together, was a radio game, and you were it was like slipping on the most comfortable T-shirt working with you.
Thanks.
You were in at all the right spots. You were out. It was so great. It was conversational. I loved it.
Well, appreciate it. I had fun too. I thought you did a good job.
Yeah.
My sincerest apologies, Krecker, that you had to work with me multiple times.
Yeah, you, on the other
hand,
hand,
it felt like a sweater.
It was
a sweater that just makes you itch around the
Makes
neck.
you break out in hives.
It's like one of those Irish sweaters.
Yeah,
it feels like a
it's
Brillo
real
pad.
fuzzy. It's real
you take it
fuzzy.
off.
There's
you take it off, and
nothing
your ears are
comfortable about the
bleeding.
material.
See if you agree with this.
Uh-huh.
Young guys, or young to the broadcast thing.
Yeah.
Especially analysts, because you're a play-by-play guy, but especially analyst guys. It takes you a while to learn that you don't have to comment on every play.
Sure.
Now, football's a little different because you got the 35 seconds in between and stuff like that.
Even then, it feels awkward,
But
I think.
sometimes,
when that's all that happens.
Every
is
basket, especially on radio, you don't need to comment.
Well, the other thing,
TV, same thing.
The other thing about it too is like the pace of play in basketball is so friggin' fast right now. It is, by the time you're done describing the bucket that was just scored, like they're already in their offense. Yeah. Like the ball is already popping. So like I find that as a color guy on radio right now, the job is harder than it's ever been because you've got to pick your spots so quickly. And it's like, and this is what you're so good at. You want to say something worthwhile.
Right.
You don't just want to say something lame like, that was a hell of a move by Jamal Murray.
Good move.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We appreciate that.
Well, here's another thing you do, especially on radio, but even on TV, you got to watch the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, and listen, I go over the stats and look at them. Some of them I can put to memory and I can use them once in a while. And there's 2 or 3 that I might throw down and write down that I'll use in the game. But you got to watch the game.
Yeah.
So basket goes in, hits a guy's foot, goes in the first row. Guess what? I've just garnered 10 seconds.
Right.
I've just gotten 5 or 6 seconds. I can now talk. Football, same thing. You're doing a boom, boom, boom. They're calling in for a measurement. Now I can expand a little bit more.
Oh, can you? Now you'll have plenty of time to expand.
Well,
I hate the new measurement. We're going to talk about that later. You know what other games?
What do you
like
hate about
basketball?
Took too long.
Listen, man. First off, college football's getting that way, and Mike Sanford ran offense where poor Coach Barnett just wants a comment or two, but you're already back to the line. You're already ready to go again. They're not really huddling up.
Yeah.
The huddle up is where the color guy got his time in the past, right?
I know.
And now they're right back to the line. You look over at the bikini-clad woman and SpongeBob on the sideline, and off we go.
We got organic-looking Pam Anderson that no longer wears makeup.
Yeah.
On a 17-foot board on the sideline.
What do you have on the boards at Valor this year, by the way? Can you give us any preview?
The Apostle Paul. I've got
all 12 apostles.
I've got Mary Magdalene.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, how do you tell Paul apart from Peter and the others?
I have some of the minor prophets as well.
Okay. Is
Nehemiah and Ezra.
The empty formation.
Hey, throw Stephen out there, see if they understand who that guy
Stephen
is.
and the martyr, baby. Let's go.
All right. You want to know what I got a problem with the stupid virtual thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are you you're puffing your chest at me? I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Because here's why. Because I promise you in this room, I promise you in this building, probably on this city block, nobody watched as much preseason football as this guy right here. Okay?
Yep.
It's just my bad this time of year habit because I don't want to think. I don't like to think whenever I don't have to.
Andy, how fun is it though?
And preseason football provides that.
Is that not?
And
3
to 6.
But here's the problem. This is just like the dumb umpire review. Now, look, I'm not knocking the reviews, but you've got to find some sort of pageantry to fill in the holes. What I don't understand, you know what it is, guys? We like tools. How come Arthur Blank is the damn owner of the Home Depot, owns the Falcons? Provide me a couple laser pointer now grids with the chain gang, all right? Give me the laser pointer, dead accurate to 10 yards, and let them hunker their little fat rear ends out there and laser point this thing down. Because the problem is they're measuring, and it happened in the Bronco game. They don't know what camera angle to go to. They don't know what to show you. And I saw 6 or 7 games where nobody knows what to do because, again, like the Bronco play, it wasn't a dramatic play, right? Matter of fact, they only did it, and Steve Levy admitted they did it because they wanted to practice the process. And we're stuck with this. You get stuck with Mac Jones falling down. We all know he's short, and there's nothing to show on camera. You need a chain gang. You need something.
Do you like the tennis?
Well,
do you like the tennis review?
Because they at least they show the thing.
Yes, I agree with that part.
You get an animation to it.
You get an animation.
They were really slow getting to it the other night. Yeah,
and then there's no audible.
Seconds.
There's no audible pomp and circumstance. In
it's
tennis,
funny though.
So here, let me ask a dumb question. I gotta go. They're using it to measure where they spot. I thought the big gripe initially was
the spot.
We want to get the spot right.
Sure.
That hasn't
One of
changed.
the games they said, you know what? It was the Vikings game. The Vikings game. Paul, what's his last name? Paul
Horning.
No, Paul. Their play-by-play guy. Paul Allen.
The Apostle
Paul Allen said. He said, you know what's great? They got it
Paul
right.
of Nazareth.
He said they got the graphic right, but the spot's what we need to get right. He took a little shot at the Chiefs in that AFC Championship
See,
game.
that's what. But I thought that's what all the new computer thing that they were going to do. That we get where the spot was supposed to be.
So I believe that's what their intention is.
Yeah.
I don't think they're great at it yet. There are no lasers, which I think sucks.
Wouldn't you want lasers?
I want lasers.
Give me a good laser pointer show.
I don't think it'd be hard, like lasers and a chip in the ball. I don't think it would be tough.
Isn't Dr. Evil a big fan of
lasers on
That's
sharks
what we
only?
Need. Sharks. Yes. Well, that's what we need. We need sharks.
So the
with
system
laser beams
that they're using, it's like it's a camera triangulation. And so like they basically they work off of several different camera shots to be able to geolocate where the football then goes.
Here's what I need.
Yeah.
You know what I need?
Prisms, bro.
Just thinking this over. Just spitballing this and workshopping this right here.
Workshop it up, pal.
I need the Alpine climber from The Price is Right. And I need that guy walking every yard. And does he stop in time for the first down or not? You know what I mean? That's the drama I need.
That's good.
If he gets stopped, no, it's not a first down.
It could be unique.
Bob Barker rolls out.
The animation.
Literally. Of him.
I think the animation should be unique to every single team. The Broncos should have a mutton buster.
No, you know what you do?
A small child on a mutton.
Tecmo Bowl.
Okay.
Your Tecmo Bowl graphic back, and he's running in there.
Got
and
Brad Mustard reaching the ball.
But if it's a first down, he Bo Jacksons you, where he tosses the whole defense off and then goes forward for a first down.
This is
Any
why
of this would have been better.
The NFL competition committee overlooked the decision to bring Andy in.
I'm just saying.
I think he could have fixed it.
I sat around all damn spring with nothing to do.
Nothing to do. He had nothing but...
I worked technically for one of the owners.
Nothing but playoff failure for this guy. He could have been fixing the NFL the entire time.
Am I wrong, though? Seriously, did you not see all the weird They didn't know what to do with the cameras while this was going on. There's no booth to point it at.
To use a classic cliche that you will often hear this time of year, it's preseason for everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
900
Yeah, I've heard that one quite a bit.
Yeah.
Almost as if potentially the Broncos offense was in preseason mode.
Mired in a bit of preseason-ness the other night. We got so much to do. By the way, the great Scott Hastings, everybody. PhD every day, noon to 3. Scott Hastings, Denver's best friend. That's right. That's the Sandman. That's Andy Lindahl. I'm Nate Kreckman. I'm back. I'm thrilled to be back in the seat.
Look energized, refreshed.
Thank you
the
very
bags
much.
under your eyes are much less baggy.
That's kind of what I'm going for right now. I do have to say it's weird when you come off of vacation when it's 11:30 in the morning and you're like, I can't just have a beer right now. But okay.
That's when you know it's back to real life.
Yeah, it's
or you can Harry carry it, Tony Romo it.
I know.
And just let the big dog eat, man.
I know.
Let's go.
I'm drying
Let's see
out.
how weird we can get.
Right in front of everybody right now.
Yeah, there's a little I think the bags are less baggy because of the inflamación that you have.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's kind of making everything more tout.
You're that shirt on the clothesline from back in the day.
It's the 1,800 calories a day I took down in beer every single day over the last week. Filled the old face out a little bit more. I feel good though, and I'm glad to be here. We do have a lot to do on this show. It was preseason for the Broncos offense. We are going to talk about that coming up here in a few minutes. Nick Bonito appears to be in pay-me mode. He looks pretty damn good. How did the run game look? Is there a quarterback controversy? All that good stuff coming up today on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Plus the Rockies lost again. Jokic is tearing up the Greeks. We have so much to do on this show. It's great to be back. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Sandman with us till 4. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. That's right, we have got several great auctions available for you to be able to bid right now at Roller Auction. By the way, when we say that you can bid, we mean anybody and everybody. You just have to go to roller.bid/altitude to get signed up to be able to bid. And by the way, if you sign up right there at roller.bid/altitude, you can win tickets to games, tickets to concerts, tickets to some great stuff from your friends right here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Right now, great auction available. The Janus Cycle Group auction. That's a custom titanium frame and wheel fabricator. That's from Janus Cycles. So if you're a bike guy, you're going to want to check this out. Compressors, tool cabinets, bike stands, rims, components, titanium materials, workbenches, and so much more. Outfit your shop to be able to work on your bike, your skis, whatever you need to work on with a great outfit of supplies that's available for you to be able to bid right now at roller.bid. That's roller.bid. This Janus Cycle Group auction is open until tomorrow, so get to roller.bid right now.
Well, the comment I made, here's the deal. In this league, throughout the season, you're going to go against a lot of faceless opponents. You're going to have injuries. You better be ready to put your best stuff on tape. And so, but I don't, that's a good question, but I think, I don't know if they felt like the other day they got the work in, but nonetheless, it was just average to below average.
Much like the Kreckman and Lindahl show, average to below average. We're with you today until 6 p.m.
They put that on our CBA entry?
It's right there. They put it on our plaque that we got.
Employee of the month.
Average to below average.
You got employee of the month because, frankly, you surprised us.
I think I've won that thing twice in 7 years. We are with you today until 6. Sandman with us for the first hour. We'll talk to Jeff Legwald coming up at 4 o'clock. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, and Mike Sanford. Yes, the starters, they were average to below average, trailing 9-3 by the time they departed early on there in that second quarter, and it became stiddy time out there. Much to dive into, but let's start with, as Mike Sanford called it, a preseason type effort out of the first team offense. Bo Nix, heard of him? Bo Nix, not great in preseason game number 1. Final stat line, 6 of 11, 31 yards, no tutties, no picks. Kind of fortunate on that one a little bit, and a safety taken. The long completion for Bo Nix, a 9-yard completion, I believe. Was that the crossing route to Troy Franklin? I think that was
Yes, it was, and it was a heroic Troy Franklin catch.
There was some juice on that thing.
It was a little bit of an errantly thrown football pass.
Fastball, if you will.
High
cheese.
You do not want to throw that. When you're throwing basic crosses, which is actually the name, it's not just a simple term like that's a basic route. No, it's an actual route.
Basic cross.
Mm-hmm. A huge part of the West Coast offensive vernacular. When you're throwing that ball across the middle, you ideally want that to be one of those on-body, stops him with the football.
Sure.
The last thing you want to do is to throw that ball to a completely outstretched receiver when you don't need to. And that was one of the throws, at least from my vantage point, watching it a couple times, I thought actually had a fairly clean pocket. But Bo, at that point, his feet just did not look remotely set and settled.
There were feet issues in that game, though, weren't there?
Yeah, let me ask you this then, because, obviously we know Nate was on vacation last week, but Nate got an eye full of it the week before. He went to every practice before he was out of here again. Is this where, are we manifesting some of, I keep asking you, when you didn't go against 1s versus 2s because the pass rush of the Broncos is getting in on him every time. And in order for Bo to make a play, most of the practices we've watched when he's going against the 1s, he's had to escape the pocket of some form. Usually he's only got a couple clean pockets to work with because of how good we think this pass rush is. Did it show up in a game where,
right?
Well, I mean, did we see a little of that? Because he's just...
I agree, Andy. You and I both went into the weekend saying we're not going to fall victim again to saying exactly what we watched in practice is going to look exactly the same way as preseason. Because last year, it didn't look great with Bo in preseason practice.
Most
training
of the guys,
camp
nothing
practice.
looked good, really.
No, but then
All
do you remember
3 levels?
Do you remember the Colts game and the Packers game? Those two in particular. Bo looked nothing like what I watched over the course of 4 weeks at training camp. He looked good. But this looked like a continuation of what we've been watching at training camp. Just not quite settled in there, not supremely confident. And my takeaway, Nate, is that Broncos country got something that they may like or they may not like. I think that Bo's preseason appearances in games was extended because of game 1's optics.
Yeah, I think he probably needs to play a little bit more. There was, honestly, like, when I think of throws that I liked that he made, There was the RPO that he threw to Troy Franklin that he kept, and they picked up 7 yards, and it was all in rhythm. It was perfect. It was a well-scripted, obviously a well-practiced play. Like, okay, boom, that was perfect. That was exactly what this needs to look like. The throw to Sutton that Cortland didn't come up with, it was a good throw. Cortland's got to make that catch, and maybe if he makes that catch, I think the complexion of everything probably looks a lot different. But I cannot ignore the throws that he made that I hated. And honestly, there were 3 of them in that game where I was just like, ooh.
I had 4.
You had 4?
Yeah,
Okay.
we just talked about one of them. I didn't like the Troy Franklin conversion on 4th down.
Okay, interestingly enough.
Should not have been that adventurous.
I suppose I didn't put it on the list because they did convert on
and it's
4th
a 4th down.
The screen to R.J. Harvey on 1st down.
That was not good.
Horrendous. He's, if anything, dude, just move your feet, reset, and then make that throw. Also, Harvey had 20 yards of space.
That's the one where Bo reversed out.
Yeah.
And it was basically like a rollout to the right.
Yeah.
There was an edge blitzer coming off, and all he's got to do is just layer and feather it out to him.
And he missed.
He just flat out missed. Didn't even give R.J. Harvey the opportunity to get his fingertips on the ball.
The throw to Franklin, it was on a 3rd down. It was honestly right before the conversion on 4th down. The throw on 3rd down, he was trying to layer it over the corner and in front of the safety, and he left it short. Corner goes up and gets it. Ball was nearly intercepted, but honestly, that throw was a bad decision from the jump.
It's a bad decision and an egregious underthrow.
Well, but if he lays it out there, the safety might have picked it off. It was just he wasn't open.
Right.
That ball shouldn't have gone there, and then leaving it short to Cortland Sutton that was his last throw right before the field goal. That's one where it's just okay, you'll clean that up.
Correct.
I'm not that worried about that. It was the screen to Harvey mostly.
That was my least favorite throw.
It was probably the worst throw of the game, and then the decision to try and hit Franklin on that 3rd down. Those were bad throws. And again, here's where we come back to the question of has Bo Nix done enough that a subpar preseason effort is a non-event?
Here's my problem. I'll sum it up for you this way. Because I don't want to – I'm dead serious about this. I don't want to make this a pick on Bo Nix segment because, yeah, you guys laid out there's decisions I need back from you.
Yeah.
I need R.J. Harvey. Again, it's the classic rookie running back problem. The edge is not available every time, son. I need you to get between the guard and the guard and the center and make something in the middle.
Trust your blocking.
You got to get up the middle because you know who did that right away when he got in the game was Jaleel McLaughlin.
Yeah.
I mean, he was going right up the middle, then busting it outside when the lanes provided.
Blake Watson did a lot of that too.
Blake Watson did a lot of it too.
So
guess what? I need to see some of that. Here is my biggest disappointment. The offense as a whole looked exactly like it did in practice. I was promised when we got against the second team, it was going to look better.
I said that to you on Friday.
That one, Sean Payton seemed to suggest that things are good.
I did because it happened last year.
Right.
Last year it was night and day.
To your point, when all of a sudden I'm seeing an extra drive or two because we know Sean's frustrated, that's not the start that I wanted because we're back to playing. The only game we can play this time of year is the defense still as good as we think. And then look, quite honestly, if we're just speaking openly about stuff, didn't love watching the defense get run through like Swiss cheese, like poop through a goose. Didn't need to see that. Now, the one long throw, McMillan was there. That's a hell of a play. You just tip your cap. That's why they're in the NFL too.
Made you realize that Mac Jones for a New York second looked like he was the answer after Tom Brady. But he wasn't.
How about the Niners, by the way? They faked to the whole world out that they were going to go trade up for Mac Jones, and now they got Mac Jones. Worked out pretty well for them.
After moving on from Trey Lance. But they've already played
Trey Lance looks like a world beater now.
Yeah. Look out for Trey Lance, everybody. The safety. He did score 2 points for the defense.
Okay, you want to know what I hated the most about that?
I do.
Well, no, I'm serious about this. Everybody, they were asking earlier, I think on PhD, why again did Shadeur drop? What was one of the knocks on him? Well, Shadeur had one of these plays too.
It's going backwards.
You can't go back. How many times did Leggy tell us you cannot escape out of the back of the pocket?
Yeah.
And that was Bo's mistake on that play. It wasn't so much, I didn't love his answer. I was just trying to get something done or whatever. Bottom line is don't escape backwards. You're not going to – see, here's the thing Bo's got to realize. Sean poo-pooed the sophomore slump and they don't watch tape. Well, I know this. They know one thing. You can run way more than they were giving you respect for. So they're going to give you that respect this year. And when a guy breaks down his rush and he comes at an angle, you're not going to get wide of him again, right?
Nate'll love this. He'll nerd out the Mountain West aficionado Nate Kreckman.
What do you got for me?
Going back to early Boise State in Mountain West Conference days.
Kellen Moore days?
No, yes, but the coaching staff was Chris Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
One of his favorite coaching lines in that situation that you talk about right there about Bo Nix. You're in a bad situation. You got an unblocked player. You're probably not going to net a positive result. Chris Peterson would always write on your grade sheet, don't make a bad play worse.
Yeah.
It was always it. Don't make a bad play worse. And that's what Bo Nix did by taking that very circuitous negative route into the end zone, and especially going to his left. You have to contort your body. You can't generate enough on the throw to get it out of bounds and past the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
He made a bad play worse.
But again, doesn't this qualify as shouldn't we put this in the non-event category out of our trust of Bo Nix and out of the greatest ability that he showed as a rookie quarterback, which was to avoid negative plays? And in his first preseason game of this year, he made a terrible negative play. But I think there's a couple of things that Bo Nix showed us over the course of his rookie season is, number one, he responds typically from two bad performances. And number two, he learns and improves. So I really feel like this is one of those games where, thank God it's preseason game number one. You'll put things on tape. I'm sure Sean will say something cutting and insulting to Bo Nix and rip him and make him feel like he's about that tall. But then Bo Nix will respond and he just won't do that crap again. Like, at least of what we've got out of him so far, and I know it's not a massive sample size, but that's the ability that Bo Nix has shown us so far. He's gotten better every week and he has learned from mistakes that he has made.
This is not panic. This is the first preseason game.
Yeah.
Not everybody looks great. Now, again, that being said, I'm not going to let everybody off the hook, because back when you were a championship contender, you went out, you handled business in a drive or two, the defense did what it was supposed to do, and everybody's wearing ball caps. And whether you like it or not, that didn't happen this game. So I hope it happens next game. That's all.
Back to the learning in that situation.
Yeah.
How many times over the careers of Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, even think latter years of John Elway, did they just give themselves up and just fall to the ground like a bag of potatoes? It was a sack of potatoes when you know that you're screwed. The new world that we live in of the college quarterback that's coming in as a real bona fide dual threat, extend every play, the sexy second play that we talk about. How often
what's funny?
Do you oversell your ability to elude that situation?
But it's funny that you bring that up, though. And again, he's in the end zone, so that's.
But the ball was snapped at the 14.
It was.
And so he ended up there.
And he's going in the right direction. But actually, Bo Nix, for a rookie last year, he was a pretty good self-sacker. He had no problem.
He made good decisions about how to protect the ball.
Yeah,
which
no,
is
you're,
again why
no,
Sean
you're right.
liked
Self-saculation.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Whoa, now.
It's another one.
Yeah.
I've actually put that on a grade sheet
Don't let
before
the
for a
stranger
quarterback.
sack you.
I'd be like, hey, sometimes you just need to go with the old self-saculation
route. If we're gonna knock Bo, we should point out Stiddy, 14 of 15, $136, couple of tutties through a dime out there to Sherfield. Man, how about Stiddy's performance right there? You guys feeling good in the event that his services are needed? I enjoyed a little Stiddy time the other night.
I think Sherfield, that was a hell of a catch. All right, I got to ask you.
That dude's good.
Did Stiddy need that? Because let's be honest.
I think he kind of did.
The second team has been more blah than the first team in some of these practices.
And then the third team's been the one that's like, hey, grab your popcorn.
You got Ellinger out there just slinging.
And I think Ellinger looked great. And I also learned that I've been saying it wrong.
Ellinger.
Is it good?
It's a hard G.
Hard G.
G.
Yeah, we've done this.
Yeah, you were right.
We've done several segments on this very show.
I was on with UT alum Chris Taveras on 9 News on the halftime and postgame show for this preseason.
I saw
game.
you on there.
Yeah. Brought a nasty looking beard and some tired eyes to the TV, which was good.
Well
Sharp
done.
Suit,
yep. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I learned
pin,
yeah,
all of it.
I had it was good.
Look
Tie.
at you. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Shoes. I wore undergarments. It was great.
Yeah, we don't need to get that far.
Yeah, I mean it's good. But I learned from Chris Taveras that it is he covered them both at what is it, Westlake High School where Drew Brees went? Drew Brees
Sounds good.
Did you know that? Drew Brees and Sam Ellinger, same high school.
That sounds about right.
Yep.
I didn't do that kind of digging.
Yep.
Never in my life have I needed to know where Drew Brees and Sam Ehlinger went to high school.
Now you do,
Now I
because
know.
guess what? There is a common denominator.
You know what?
His name's Sean freaking
Put
Payton.
that in the back pocket.
Somewhere in Texas. That's all you need to know.
Westlake High School in Austin. So,
okay.
Austin homegrown. Jarrett Stidham, to your point, Andy, I was looking for it to be a continuation of his preseason training camp, which has been not good.
Yeah.
I mean, he's missed throws. He's looked out of rhythm. He kind of has just appeared to be a glue guy that's just there to keep Bo encouraged and, be a really good teammate. And then Sam Ehlinger was the guy I was noticing. That dude's like, he's better, at least from what we watched over the course of 12 practices.
He's got the Texas gunslinger him.
He's better. And maybe it's just that you can't help yourself because Zach Wilson was in that exact spot a year ago.
Like, I thought he played like a guy that's not in a quarterback competition. I thought he played like a guy that was just like, yeah, I know exactly what my job is here, and there's no pressure on me at all. I'm cemented. My roster spot is exactly what it is.
You're talking about Stiddy, right?
Yeah, Stiddy. He's got a great relationship with Sean Payton. We know that. Like, I'm sure they discuss exactly what his role is.
He showed some wheels too, which I did not.
Yeah,
I did not see. Was that an 18-yard rush that he had?
He does got a slide.
Got a
every
first
now and
down.
then. Don't,
was that the longest rush of the day for the Denver Broncos?
Don't cough up the ball.
Let me ask you this.
It was.
I think I hate,
Blake Watson had an 18-yarder too.
I don't want to say bored, but it did look like he's been a little. I can't improve my lot in life, so let me go through the reps. I don't want to suggest that, yeah. But you could see the competitor come out in him on the game Saturday.
Yep.
So
that was a good thing. I mean,
he's hanging out, making his $5.5 million. He's happy as can be.
If anything, you don't feel like there is any concern if there is something that does happen.
Okay, let me
say
ask
Bo
you
Nix
this,
busts his shoelace in the middle of a drive.
Let me throw this at you. So Scotty and I, we're going to be doing a little halftime analysis show because I figure most people watch the first half, and we'll see. From when I did the No Huddle postgame show.
So are you trying to tell him? Are you trying to steal my viewership
maybe
at the halftime show on 9 News?
We won't be wearing ties and suits. You can tune in on YouTube.
Did I fall asleep during the fourth quarter of the game? That
would be why we're not going after the game. We're going to go at the half at the 2-minute warning. But anyway, I told Scotty because we were talking about Stiddy, and I said, look, Jared Stidham's a guy I want to finish a game for a Bo Nix game plan. Ehlinger maybe has a little something to him where if I had to go a real long stretch of time without my starter Bo Nix, I might take a little peek at what
exactly
Ehlinger
what we
could
talked
offer,
about last year with Zach Wilson.
Right.
The Zach Wilson
Stiddy
traits
will come
showed
in
up.
and operate that game plan, right?
I mean, I thought Sam Ehlinger was good in the game.
No, I did too, but I'm just saying, I think.
What was his final stat
6 of 10, 55, tutty, no picks, 108.3 on the passer
Pretty
rating.
good.
Not Stidham levels, but pretty good.
What was did Stidham have the perfect passer rating? Was he 158.3?
No, he's 144.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was Lamar Jackson who hit the old 158.3 on the Denver Broncos last year.
14 to 15, 136.
How excited do you get about the old preseason passer rating?
I mean, something.
It's something.
It's something.
It's all a data point.
That's
sure.
Everything is a data
we're
point.
watching the game. We might as well keep stats.
Winning and losing. It's a data
By
point.
the way, if you kick the 70-yarder,
so awesome.
You excited or you pissed? Because it doesn't count in the NFL record.
Oh, you're pumped.
It doesn't count.
You have now earned the
But
right
you got it
to
on tape.
probably have a 72-yard attempt at some point.
I looked at that dude's numbers from last year. He's awesome.
Okay, where was the game played?
Not in Jacksonville.
Yeah, not. Where
Who
the
did they
hell was
play?
it? I don't remember.
Saints?
Sure.
It wasn't
so
Jacksonville.
was it a
versus
dome?
the Steelers?
Oh, the Steelers.
It was in
interesting.
Jacksonville versus
So
Pittsburgh.
this was
You got some heavy ocean air?
yeah. So this is not a dome environment.
Yeah.
This was a legit outdoor
Drilled it.
70-yard kick.
Most the Jacksonvillianers weren't interested. They weren't there.
Duval.
The free pool didn't bring them in.
Still
you realize
cool.
they got 2 pools in that stadium?
70-yarder, though, that's like that feather goes in the cap forever.
If you
How
went to
much
a
did it
game
clear
in
it by?
Jacksonville, would you banana hammock it up just to watch a game? Just
God,
to show
yeah.
everybody I'm
Do
European?
you own one? Do you own a hammock?
I don't.
I don't either.
I should.
Andy?
What do you think?
I have several lawn
I'd
chairs.
say yes.
Hey, listen, I got shirts that you and me could wear. You think I got a banana hammock?
Hey, man. Sometimes you got to let your freak flag fly a little bit there, Dr. Lindahl.
It is Kreckman
Do you
and
want me to
Lindahl.
go with the big shirt and then the banana hammock, just so people are guessing? Is there
Cover-
anything below
Donald
the shirt?
Duckin?
Cover your backside until you bend over and pick something up.
Yeah.
Let's dive into the defense's performance a little bit when we come back, because I would say a guy that's trying to get paid made a bit of a statement in that regard. We'll talk about Nick Bonito coming up next.
What's up, everybody? It's Monday. Monday, I tell you about erectile dysfunction, if you're curious. And if you're dealing with it and you just missed a weekend chance to go out and have a little date night because of that, well, let's not miss any more weekend chances at that, okay? You need to get on down to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they can help you take advantage of all that summer has to offer, including maybe a little bit of romance. By the way, you know, in the copy that I have here, it likes to say that they've got long days. It's long days right now with the summertime, the late sunsets. It's your last 8 o'clock sunset, according to our guy Chris Bianchi of the year. That means more nighttime for activities. And if you want those activities to be spicy, then get on over to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can help you. They have treatments that work when the pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. You want to take advantage of a long evening? They've got some treatments that'll have you lasting an hour or more if you so desire. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You can schedule your consult today at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's just $99 and includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, if you know what I mean, the visit's free, so nothing to risk. And they have an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, you can be back to desiring those activities the very next day. 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Play action, Jones trouble, and he's sacked. Nick Bonito, the second team All-Pro. Hard to block him with a tight end.
Yeah, it is hard to block that guy with a tight end. That tight end did not do a very good job on that. Was that Luke Farrell? Was that tight end, I believe?
He's a Farrell tight end.
Slow to get over, I would say, and get to Nick Bonito. Yes, the Nick Bonito series blowing up. Mac Jones' second go at it out there. Mac Jones was sacked by Bonito on first down for a loss of 6. Bonito in the backfield again on 2nd and 16. That was a loss of 1. Bonito initially shared that sack with John Franklin Myers. Upon further review, it was completely given to Franklin Myers, so no half a sack there for Bonito, half a sackulation. And then 3rd and 17, hits him again. Jones escaped, had to throw it away. No intentional grounding on that one. 3 and out, quick punt, but an absolutely dominant series from the Denver defense. Like, yeah, Mac Jones went out there and went right down the field and looked pretty good. I believe after that he had a passer, or all of the Niners quarterbacks combined had a passer rating of 22 for the rest of the game. So not terribly impressive for them. The Denver defense showed up and was as awesome as you could imagine outside of basically one big play. I don't know. I thought Benito was great. I thought the defense looked very, very good. Again, they gave up odd touchdown, and that was it for points. I thought depth-wise, the Broncos looked very good. Is anybody worked up about anything what they saw from the defense? I thought it was great.
No, this is the price of playing poker with Advanced Joseph defense.
Yeah.
At times, you're going to play man coverage.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to bring 5 in the pressure package. So there are times where NFL wide receivers are going to make NFL wide receiver catches down the field, and you might give up a 50-yard gain. Jaquan McMillan was in position, did a great job. He just didn't locate the football. And Jordan Watkins, the rookie out of Ole Miss, made a great play. Outside of that, there was only one other snap I didn't like, and that was giving up contain on the touchdown run. Beyond that, phenomenal performance defensively, I would say.
Yeah, yeah. I still didn't love the first drive because I expect him. But again, here's what I do. To be fair to everybody, I do hate that it's just a couple of drives and you're out of there. You know what I mean? If we all really, here's why I never try to freak out about preseason stuff. Again, for the sake of the exercise, I would like to see you go in there, handle business, look like, in this case, an offensive unit that's been together before, and go get the job done. Because Joey Bosa wasn't playing in that game. You should have handled it a little bit better. But at the end of the day, how many games are a first half and a second half game? How many games can we talk about where, everything went your way? And you know what? I'll do one that went the wrong way for the Broncos. Let's go back to around Christmas game against the Chargers, where everything you did turned up gold, and then the second half showed up, and nothing you did went right. So that's why I try not to overreact to these things.
I mean, you gave up a touchdown on the opening drive, and then you forced a 3-and-out in which they went 7 yards the wrong way, and then you got an interception.
And you turned them over a bunch.
Yeah.
Now, the third drive was, you had gotten some relief from your starters. You got 2 drives defensively of full starters. Am I right?
And then McMillan had the pick on the third drive.
And but that third drive, was that full defensive starters?
No, they were starting to cycle them in, but McMillan actually started at the nickel spot rather than Shadeur Barron, which if we learned anything about Sean Payton, he doesn't give the rookie a start at the beginning of the preseason.
Except for R.J. Harvey for whatever reason.
Well, yeah, R.J. Harvey carried the ball an awful lot because I think he needs the work, and I would say he still needs the work.
What do you guys make of Shadeur Barron?
He's awesome.
I think so too.
Yeah. I think he's there's a guy, I think there's not often where you want to, I don't think you try to show too much in preseason, and specifically blitz packages. I keep saying it. Sean Payton found his joker. You and I talked about it last week. It just happens his joker's on defense, and that's Shadeur Barron. I don't think they want to show all the ways they're going to use them. I don't think they want tape of everything they've got planned for him right now. I could be wrong.
Fellas, what we saw of Shadeur Barron that we hadn't been able to see in training camp is against NFL competition in space. He is the definition of what Sean Payton talks about. He isn't a leaky tackler.
Yeah.
Like, he hits people and they fall. He is a physical hitter.
Didn't Leggy say, like, in all of his charting of him, he didn't have any missed tackles from Shadeur Barron? And Leggy's the guy that actually watches every last little bit of the film, like granular as can possibly be. So, like, if Jeff Legwold is going to say, well, I watched you and you never missed a tackle, I'm going to go ahead and believe that.
Yeah, look, I'm still excited for things. I'm excited to watch this practice because, again, Nate, while you were gone, look, the reports were, so the Broncos offense wasn't reported to have crushed it necessarily against the Niners, but they held their own.
Yeah.
By all accounts, by the reporting, the Broncos did look better in the practice, which so many people like you talk about, because it was starters against starters versus what we saw in the game. So there's reason for that. Look, if they have big struggles against this Arizona team, then I think we're all going to be like, all right, what are we going to get? Now, I will say this. I will make one point, trying to keep everything balanced here. The one thing I am a little concerned about that is a trend that they need to break. Remember, we had this the first year. It was Payton and Russell Wilson. So I need to go look at the updated record. But Payton is a little known for starting a little slow in September's, and then he crushes it in October.
Yeah.
Like he barely ever loses in October, if you remember that trend of the months. And that's kind of how it's going here.
He drew the NFC South the majority of it, plus the NFC South being the worst division in football the last 20-some-odd years.
Well, I would say this, though. You can't afford to slow. You need your game right in September because you've got these games. Mark Springer's talked a lot about it when he's predicting would you say, the 12-win season and winning the division. It's because you take advantage of a Colts team that you should take advantage of. You get that. You come home and get that, or you go to whatever. You go to the Chargers, I think, get that Charger game. But the bottom line is, there's some tricky games that you need to try to go and win.
You've got to assert your dominance early on against Tennessee. Have to. And I would just advise you, don't throw caution to the wind when it comes to a Danny Dimes-led Indianapolis Colts team, because I feel quarterback renaissance coming on for Danny Dimes in Indianapolis.
Okay. I'm going to say something here, and I'm just going to throw it out as a possibility, all right? Not manifesting anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility. It's a very realistic chance the Broncos are going to be 2-3 after their first 5 games.
Could be.
You open against Tennessee, you should handle your business. Cam Ward's first NFL start. You get them at home, you're going to be fine. You go to Indianapolis, I think the Colts are a mess. I think you're going to be fine.
But you should get that one. But I'm with you.
You have to get that one.
The Colts have always been a weird spot for them. Go ahead, Nate.
And honestly, if Jonathan Taylor didn't drop the ball right in front of the goal line last year, you probably lose that game. Or it would have been a hell of a lot harder to win. Instead, you end up making it really fun. You go to the Chargers. I don't like Denver in that spot.
It's been a bad matchup for Sean and
it
Sean
has,
versus John.
It has
Jim
been,
Harbaugh.
and Jim's going to run the ball down their throats. That's going to be a tough game. I think Denver's in it. I just think it's a tough game. You draw Cincinnati at home. If Joe Burrow comes in and does his thing like he did to you last year, it's going to be tough. But you do get them at home, and then you got to go to Philly in Week 5.
Whew. Well, and look, the other thing we cannot escape. Here's the only thing that kind of caused me a little concern listening to the ESPN guys this morning.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Jets in London. And now, again, it's ESPN. They love their New York teams. They're trying to hype it. But I do believe an Aaron Glenn team is going to be a physical team. And they predicted a lot of teams may lose the week after they face the Jets, simply out of physicality.
Justin Fields rolled that offense right down the field the other night.
Well, they're telling him to run.
Yeah.
No one's ever told him to run. Everyone said, no, we need you to be a passer. They're telling him, just do what you do.
Do the thing you're good at. Because when you throw, it's a disaster. So just go ahead and do the thing you're doing, and then
and it's in London.
Make sure you don't lose against Russ in Week 7. That's
no
all.
high knees.
Yeah.
No high knees on the
is he going to be there? Jackson Dart kind of surprised me. I got to tell you, watching the weekend action, Jackson Dart did all right.
Russell Wilson, I think he was 6 of 7 for like 28 yards. Though it was just Captain Dink and Dunk out there with Russ.
They're claiming, they're doing what they did with Pickens last year. He and Malik Neighbors are going to be incredible on the moon ball, and they'll run the football and blah blah blah. If Jackson Dart, I would not make Jackson Dart's first start in Denver against this defense if healthy. But if Jackson Dart's
go let Russ be the sacrificial lamb.
But that's 6 games in. What if they just decide the hell
That's
with
about
it?
right.
Let's just start.
That's about right for a guy drafted at the end of the first round.
Weeks 3, 4, 5 at Chargers, home versus Cincinnati on a Monday night, at Philadelphia. If you're ranking those games, Broncos most likely to win, what would you put at number 1?
Cincy won.
Cincy at home?
Yes.
Okay.
They may not have Trey Hendrickson. There's still a lot of weirdness going on.
Their defense is still terrible.
Yeah.
And you got better in the secondary.
Here's what's hard about doing
Denver
this
Broncos
right now.
From last year.
Because I'm with you, but the Chargers, I know the Chargers is not a good matchup. I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
Got swept last year.
I understand, but if you there's just something about the water and a Chargers player drinking it where injuries just show up. Who else? They've already lost their generational left tackle. So in Slater, he's done for the year. Who else are you going to lose?
Is he
Najee
really?
Harris?
Oh, yeah. He got hurt last week.
Carted off, done.
Wow.
Yeah.
Took 2 steps, boom, knee just gives out.
One of our fellow
contact drill.
Things happen when I'm on vacation.
Fellow coworker here at KSC.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not the Chargers, the Rams.
Oh, there you go.
They pay rent, though.
They do. They do pay rent.
$1 a year.
How about your boy Stetson Bennett? Stetson Bennett is a preseason all-star. You know how we like to list guys? We may need to do a list of preseason all-stars because that's Stetson Bennett.
You're the guy. That is the blog that you should be writing right now.
Oh, I throw it out all the time. Any old schooler, I know you've watched Bronco football for a long time. You know a guy named Joe Dudek.
So is Stetson Bennett the Joe Dudek?
He's the Joe Dudek of the Rams.
Award winner.
They're always, the coach will talk about how much Dan Reeves used to love him some Joe Dudek. And then I think even one year they kept him on the roster, got a couple looks at Winder and like, he can go. Go back to Yale.
I'll tell you whose Joe Dudek award campaign took a bit of a hit in game 1 for the Denver Broncos.
Who was that?
Michael Bandy. Quiet game 1. He's your quintessential Dudek. Preseason.
Every time I see Michael Bandy out there running around, I'm just like, hey, look at Wes Welker. Shouldn't you be playing slot receiver for a Peyton Manning offense right now?
Do you want to know what's sad about, we did our preseason spectacular where we draft a team.
Nobody took Bandy?
No, not only did nobody take Bandy, nobody took our guy number 5.
Sherfield? Oh, that's who I would have taken number 1.
Who got Stiddy?
I know. We didn't do quarterbacks.
Good move. Good on you. Well done, fellas.
So Jeff Legwold drafted Nate's team.
Ooh, who did he take?
He got you Jaleel McLaughlin, which that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Got you
what did he
Devon
get?
Bailey.
He only had like
got
14
you
yards.
Audric Estime, and then Tillman.
Guys, Audric Estime's time as a Denver Bronco might be coming to an end.
Kind of feels, I like the shiftiness of Blake Watson. I do.
What does Audric Estime give you right now that you don't have in RJ Harvey?
In other backs.
A golden domer.
That's it. Outside of the reception that he had, what he averaged 2.5 yards per? Was it
2.6?
2.6 yards per.
Yeah, eight carries for 21 yards.
Highly pedestrian running the football. Everybody keeps waiting for Audric Estime to be the guy that runs through your face.
Because wouldn't you like him to be your goal line guy? Everybody wants to see Mike Allstott in it.
He doesn't
where
even
just
finish going
bangs
forward.
through a linebacker.
He doesn't finish
his
his runs going forward in preseason against teams 3s and 4s.
Tyler Bidet or Blake Watson? Which
Give
one
me a
makes
Blake
the team?
Watson,
Give me
you,
both.
Yeah, they're
I
both
want
good.
Spring drafted Bidet.
Here's your running back room after game 1. Knee-jerk reaction.
Okay.
J.K. Dobbins,
Sure.
R.J. Harvey,
Yeah.
big gap. It'll be Sean's guy, Jaleel McLaughlin, and then Bidet, who's shown to be a 3rd down and 2-minute protecting back.
Over Watson.
Watson's I think he gets out alive on the practice squad.
Okay, what
And
about
Estime's
Estime?
gone.
Are they just done with
He's
Estime?
gone.
He's not a practice
5th
squad
rounder,
guy?
second year. What does he give you? Prove me otherwise.
You liked him so much you didn't
arguing
give him a
with you.
uniform for a playoff
You're
game.
right.
That's how much they liked him.
You did the Bidet.
Jeff Legwold coming up next. We're talking about preseason game at number 1, looking ahead to Arizona. All that with Jeff Legwold when we return. All right, Broncos 1-0 in the preseason, a dominant victory over the San Francisco 49ers. But if you want to get granular about it, they were trailing 9-3 when the starters exited. Jeff Legwold of ESPN joins us on a Monday afternoon. Leggy, let's start with the performance of one Beauregard Nix. He was 6 of 11 throwing the football in that game. 31 yards, no tutties, no picks. He did have a safety. It was not the most sterling performance out of Bo Nix. What jumped off the page or the screen at you as the issues in Bo's performance?
Yeah, Nate, I just think, he looked unsettled against backup players, and that, probably a lot of reasons for that. It's the preseason. Guys are pretty, especially quarterbacks. You're going to have a mental fatigue there. That's why some coaches don't play the starting quarterback in these games. You got defenders who are pretty jacked up about their chance to play, sort of in a starting role, even though it's a preseason game. But I thought he looked a tad unsettled. Couple underthrows on throws he routinely makes, that are strengths of his. Those are, especially those 2 routes are, the ones he likes the most. So, if it happens again, then you have to sort of look at, okay, what is he tired? Is he, are they installing the day before the game? I mean, what's going on? But just for a opening preseason game against the number 2 defense, they should have moved the ball better. And I think that's why Sean Payton was in the mood he was in after the game.
I'll ask you the question that I asked Andy and Mike Sanford in hour number 1. Has Bo Nix done enough, showed us enough as an NFL quarterback that a subpar preseason performance is a non-event?
I think this game is a non-event. I mean, if you're going to have the granular concern as it is, it's just that it was against backups.
Yeah.
That's the real issue, that, a starting offense with everybody starting. I mean, they did put everybody out there, should move the ball against the backup defense. And they moved the ball against the 49ers starters on Thursday. So if Thursday had been bad and Saturday looked the way it did, I'd say, okay, that's an issue. But Thursday, other than Bosa wrecking everything when he had the chance, they did pretty well against the 49ers starters on Thursday. So I think it was just one of those preseason, mentally, the Broncos starters didn't appear to be as sharp as the Niners backups. And, to be honest, if I'm a backup player and they're starting me in a preseason game, to the rest of the world, yeah, that's a preseason game. But if I'm the player, I'm pretty jacked up. And they played like that. Those guys played like they were excited to start a game.
All right, Jeff, who helped their cause? Who helped their cause the most in your mind during this first preseason game? Was there a guy, maybe a backup, that you thought made a little statement for themselves?
I thought a lot of the backup down the depth chart defenders, I mean, the secondary guys were tremendous.
Yeah.
And Chris Abrams-Drain, they have to find a way to keep him. I mean, I think he, we talked on Friday. I think he is the last corner if they keep 5. But that's an NFL corner who gives them the kind of depth, few, if any, teams have. I thought he had a great game, but I thought the backup secondary people were just on it the whole game. They great technique, great positioning, great plays on the ball, aggression, all of it. They just had a really nice night, and it just shows you the strength of that group and a lot of guys who the Broncos are going to have tough choices about.
Jeff Legwold with us here on a Monday afternoon, breaking down preseason game number 1. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job and you end with a career. Leggy, let's talk about the careers of the guys in the Broncos running backs room right now. what is your view on pecking order after what you saw in the joint practice against the Niners, what you saw in preseason game number 1? It appears as though the depth is good, but who could maybe be on the outside looking in?
That's a tough one right now. I don't think they know. If you got 3 guys, Estime, Watson,
Bidet,
and Bidet completing for one spot, then okay, that's a tight squeeze. 4 running backs plus the fullback is what they kept last year, and that's kind of what there's room for on the roster. They may have a spot or 2 available. They did, they kept 3 quarterbacks last year. Maybe they don't do that this time around, so they can fudge things. But will there be a 6th receiver or a 7th receiver even, or a 5th running back? I think those are tough calls. But it looks to me like they've stuck with the practice rotation, which was the rookie Harvey on a lot of the early down situations, the traditional rundowns, as it were. And the minute it was a 3rd down or a longer passing situation, Dobbins was in there because of the running back's got to make the decision. Do I stay in protection or do I get into the route? And to do that, he has to understand what's coming at him. And if there will be a late blitzer or not. If you leave too early to get in the route, you've made a horrific mistake. And they obviously trust Dobbins to not make those mistakes right now. And I still think McLaughlin, to me, in practice and in the game the other night, looks like number 3. And, beyond that, I think everybody had moments in the opportunities they were given. I think McLaughlin had a big one called back with a penalty, but I think they all had their moments to make their case against the 49ers, 2s and 3s, basically.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. By the way, where did 47 come from? I'm already forgetting his name, but he was the one that had the pick. He's made a couple of tackles. They're really deep at linebacker.
That's Karene Reed.
That's right. I couldn't even pronounce the name right if I wanted to.
He's one of the undrafted guys. I mean,
he's a Utah guy, ain't he?
Two interceptions from undrafted guys. I mean, they are scouting right now. I mean, we can all, what are they going to do this season? That story will be told, but they are finding players who fit what they do and perform. And we've seen it in practice. I mean, that when, I always look at groupings, and when 2s on 2s are competitive and 3s on 3s, you've done a very good job of putting together a 90-player, training camp roster to get a good look at everybody.
All right. I'm curious about this, Leggy. Do you think, so Bo, I guess in postgame kind of made mention of maybe there was a little bit of, maybe Robert Saleh got a little fancy with the blitzes you don't expect in preseason game 1.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. You had a bunch of guys on the Niners who were getting to start a game, and after Thursday was not good for the 49ers. It was not good. So you're trying to get that good feeling, and we've seen the Bronco coaches do it. And in Sean Payton's first year, they called preseason games a lot more closely to the regular season than he is right now in year 3. So, yeah, that's done. You're right.
Did the Broncos do it back? Because I saw the Kyle and, on TV, we got to see the Kyle and Vance Joseph handshake, and it went from smiles to straight faces pretty quickly. Did the Broncos give them a little taste of their own medicine towards the end of the game? Do you know?
Oh, I'm sure they did. That's how you're going to answer. I mean, and look, Kyle's not going to be happy. That the first drive is pretty good. One big play. Look, I'm not sure Jaquan McMillan can defend any better on the play. I mean, it just didn't get the ball. But the Niners had 132 yards of offense after that first drive. 132. And they had 77 yards passing after the one big pass play. They had 77 yards passing the rest of the game. So Kyle was probably not happy, and I'm certain the Broncos answered, because that's what coaches do. You want to turn your defense up? I'll turn mine up. And, I once saw the Titans and the Rams Mike Martz and Jeff Fisher turn a preseason game into the Super Bowl because they were so mad at each other, and they blitzed every down and threw deep on every chance. So, yeah, it happens.
A couple of guys specifically that I want to ask you about before we wrap this up. First off, Nick Bonito. Just
pay the man. Just
destroyed another series. There doesn't seem to be much question if there's going to be a dip in performance or anything else like that. Where are we at in the Nick Bonito discussions right now?
This isn't all on the Broncos. I mean, I think everyone seems to want to frame this as the Broncos dragging their feet, and Sean Payton alluded to this, about a week ago. If you're Bonito or his agent, you want Micah Parsons' thing to get figured out, because that's where the bar is. That's where the bar will be on edge defender contracts in the current moment. And if you're Nick Bonito, unless the Broncos are going to give you the number that is so obviously, up there, you're going to wait and see what the Parsons thing is. And, there's probably, his representatives has probably thought about, what if he does bet on himself and he has an 18 sack season?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of money. The only reason Nick Bonito and his reps would want to sign now is the same reason Surtain did and Zach Allen did, was, you got those years in the bank of an extension, 4 more seasons plus this one. Your future, and the guaranteed money was a very good number in that moment. If the two sides come to that, there's a deal. But they both want a deal done. It's always the total. Guaranteed money and the total.
Leggy, we got about a minute here. Will Trent Sherfield set a career high for receptions this season for the Broncos?
Well, he'd only need, 30?
31.
Something like that?
Yeah.
He's going to get snaps, and you see why. I mean, here's a guy they brought in. I have to be honest, and I said this to a GM earlier this offseason. I watch him practice, and I wonder why the hell didn't people throw him the ball more than 3 catches a year, 2 catches a year? The guy's a ball player, and I don't know what you do with him or how he fits in a crowded room, but you got to get him on the field. And the catch the other night, that's as good as you can construct.
Yeah. Hey, so you picked Jaleel, Vele, Estime, and DeAndre Tillman for Nate. How did he do? How did Jeff's fantasy team do for his Illinois alum friend?
This is 3rd out of 3.
You suck, Leggy. You suck,
10.2 points.
Terrible. Terrible. Look, he's coming up with something. I see the brain cranking. Come on, let's have it.
Now, I had warned you in advance this exercise would be bad. And it was.
Leggy, none of us drafted Sherfield. I don't want you off of this now. I want competitive Leggy coming back. How did none of us draft Sherfield?
I would have taken him number 1.
Now look at this guy.
Guy's
look
been
at this
my
guy
training camp boo all year long.
It is true.
Yeah.
I was looking for snaps for Nate. That was my goal. I was trying to find snaps.
That's a problem, Leggy. You don't get points for snaps.
No, but you gotta have snaps to make good things happen.
It was solid reasoning, Leggy. It really was. All your guys played a ton.
When the McLaughlin play got called back, I knew I was in deep trouble.
You were angry, weren't you? See, now you felt a little of that fantasy anger that just unnecessarily pops up.
It was not a points per snap league, unfortunately. Jeff Legwald, everybody. By the way, the Illini 12th in both the AP and the coaches preseason polls. So look out for my guy, Bielema. Leggy, good stuff, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
The great Jeff Legwald, ESPN. Read his stuff right there. Best in the biz. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Andy, I'm gonna puke football lists all over you when we come back.
They're all over the place.
There's the amount of lists. I can't even decide which ones to go with, but I've got quarterback tiers. I've got quarterback traits. I have got future power rankings. Oh, nothing but football lists when we return on Altitude Sports Radio. Oh, we got football list for days. Let's have some fun with this. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Good time of year for this. Okay. First off, Andy, we got one of our favorites that we get every single year. Mike Sando of The Athletic, who we're big fans of. He dropped his NFL quarterback tiers 2025. Tiers. As in, if your quarterback sucks, there will be a lot of tears. But
sure,
if he doesn't, tears of joy. No, tiers, like T-I-E-R. We're ranking them. They're on levels. Levels, okay? Like Kramer wanted in his apartment. Levels. All right. So there's 5 tiers. By the way, there is only one Tier 5 quarterback in the NFL. This is of listed starters right now. And some teams have like kind of confusing competitions, so they're sort of all over the place. But the one Tier 5 quarterback that is listed in here, Andy, poor Kenny Pickett.
Oh, Kenny Pickett, good for you.
Poor Kenny Pickett.
Are you a little surprised Kenny Pickett gets a tier to himself with Russ still in the league?
All by himself.
Jameis in the league.
Russell Wilson is actually the top Tier 4 quarterback on this list. At number 26, he's at the top of Tier 4 above Justin Fields, Michael Penix, and J.J. McCarthy, and Daniel Jones. And some of those guys, like, they've barely played, so who the hell knows?
Yeah, Penix and McCarthy could get off that real quick.
Yeah, Russ, we've seen an awful lot of. Then you got your third tier, which at the very top of the third tier, ranked 15th overall, the quarterback we will see this week, Kyler Murray.
Really?
Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals, the top Tier 3 quarterback above Aaron Rodgers. Tua at 17. Trevor Lawrence at 18. How about that? Former number 1 overall pick, Trevor Lawrence at number 18. Geno at 19. In a tie for 20th, Sam Darnold and Bo Nix.
Interesting.
Tied for 20th right now. I want to revisit Bo here in just a moment. But first off, when you hear Bo Nix, Tier 3 quarterback as he enters year number 2, I can't get worked up over that. That feels fair to me right now.
Sure. Yeah. Look, the NFL wants to see more.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with Bronco fans being super excited about their guy, and they clearly are.
Yeah.
But the NFL is going to want to see more. I don't know if I'd have put him at 20, but fair enough. The tier's fine. I might have had him higher up the tier.
Like, right. Here's what's funny about it is I think that there's, like, if you were asking me right now, would you rather have Bo Nix or Aaron Rodgers? My answer is Bo Nix.
Yep.
I'd rather have him, but Rodgers is, we're thinking about this in the moment. Would you rather have Bo Nix or Tua? I'd rather have Tua now, simply based on his accuracy and knowing exactly what he is in that Miami offense versus what they are when he's off the field.
See, that's interesting. I'd take Nix because of the concussion. I just don't feel like that.
Hard to trust.
I feel like Zach Wilson will play in Miami. I think it's why he went there.
Yeah. Well,
Tua will not make it through the season. That's just where I'm at, I guess.
He rarely does.
So give me Nix.
Trevor Lawrence or Bo Nix?
Ha! Yeah, I mean, once upon a time, I loved Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I did too.
I don't know what to make of him anymore.
Right.
I really don't. I might be. You know what? If we're just talking about still room for the potential, I'd take Bo Nix. Trevor's settling into just kind of a middle-of-the-road guy.
Yeah, it's up to Liam to fix him right now. Geno or Bo Nix?
Oh, I'd take
Bo in the moment.
I'd take Bo.
In both in the moment and long term.
You want to know why I'm scarred? Every time we disrespect Geno Smith, he rolls in and beats you in a football game. He was 2-0 with the Seahawks against the Broncos.
He's so damn accurate. That's the thing that Geno's got going for you. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because, again, I'm talking ceiling. I'm talking future.
Right. Bo or Sam Darnold. Again, I'm going to take Bo.
Yeah, but Sam's got a lot to prove this year.
And there's a couple of other young guys like Drake May, who I like an awful lot, but he has so much to clean up from his first year. And then Caleb Williams, like, can you be sacked fewer than 70 times? We're going to need to see that out of you this year, guy.
Just a quick pause on the current conversation and a note on Caleb. What do you make of Ben Johnson not even playing him in his first preseason game?
You probably should.
Well, he claims that,
I think it's wild that you don't. The guy needs to be able to play football on schedule.
Exactly.
That's his great, his traits are phenomenal. He didn't lose any of that stuff. He's a great athlete. He's got a cannon for an arm. He has all of those things. There's a reason why he was a consensus number 1 overall pick. But the problem is that he takes snaps and then he stands in the pocket and then he stares.
I got to tell you, because I watched Shadeur start, that was the one thing I was impressed with. And I'll even go so far as to say surprised to watch him go through reads and progressions.
Yeah.
I did not expect that.
Pretty good.
Good on him.
Yeah.
Now, he had a really rough start, but this is another reason. Shadeur is the perfect example why I'm not going to freak out about a preseason game where you got 2 or 3 drives. Shadeur, if he doesn't play late into the game, if you just take his first couple drives and they flip him out of there, you're not happy with how that looked. He got going as he went along.
Yeah, he got more comfortable as the game went on. Your tier 2 quarterbacks, according to this list. At 6, Jaden Daniels. Herbert at 7, Goff at 8, C.J. Stroud at 9, Jalen Hurts in a tie at 9, Baker Mayfield 11, Dak 12, Jordan Love 13, Brock Purdy 14. See, it's funny. I would take Bo Nix over Brock Purdy.
I would too. Brock is too high.
I would.
Brock is way too high.
I don't get enamored with him, even though I'm bros with his brother now. I can't get excited about Brock Purdy. I can't do it. Jordan Love, great deep ball thrower. Phenomenal athlete. Dak Prescott's another one, and sometimes I just wonder if it's Dallas stink that is stuck all over that guy. Baker Mayfield impressed the hell out of me last year. I think Baker Mayfield's a legit NFL quarterback. I think he's got a low ceiling, but I think he's a legit NFL quarterback. Jalen Hurts is awesome. I always worry about injury stuff with him because of the way that he gets used, but he's strong as hell and he holds up. CJ, I think, is excellent. Jared Goff is very good at what they ask him to do. Is Justin Herbert overrated at 7?
Feels that way.
And yet,
we're going to ask for wins out of people.
Traits-wise,
I know, he stacks up.
He's got it. He's been to the playoffs twice.
But again, he and Lawrence are a lot alike. When you just look at the numbers on paper, what he can do, I'm taking that all day.
Sure.
But then I get in a game, and you don't seem to win it. What I can't figure out is why when even Herbert has a great game, can they not win it? You know what I mean?
Right.
Why is he always – we're not talking about 1 or 2 here. Mm-hmm. Josh Allen, John Elway, there's a number of guys I could mention that had rough defenses that let them down after the superhero effort. Those guys have found a way. Lamar Jackson's always got a pretty good defense. But there are guys that always find a way to make sure next time I'm not short that one play. Herbert is always short the one player, the one drive he needs to get the win.
It's the Lad McConkey conundrum that he's got going on there. It says only good player to throw the ball to. Jaden Daniels at 6. Are we overrating one great rookie year? Is this the C.J. Stroud situation where Jaden Daniels will fall off?
I like him a lot, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask. Honestly, every guy deserves, from Bo Nix to Drake May to Jaden Daniels, they all deserve to show us what's going on. Well, Caleb Williams, too. What are you going to be in year 2?
Exactly. You got a better coach now, or at least we think you do.
And I think Bo's got more weapons to work with.
Top 5 in the NFL. Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow tied at 1. Josh Allen at 3. Lamar Jackson 4. Matthew Stafford at 5.
Stafford kind of surprises me, but he's probably the guy you underappreciate.
I'm worried about his ability to stay healthy.
Oh, I'm with you. This back thing is nothing to sneeze at.
Right. It's my biggest concern when it comes to Matthew Stafford. Is he going to be able to hold up? I think if he does, I think the Rams are really good. I think they'll have an outstanding season. But if Jimmy Garoppolo ends up being, a quarterback that has to play 6, 7, 8 games this year for the Rams, well, here's the good news about the Rams. They have 2 first-round picks next year. So they're going to be good no matter what. Well-operated organization. Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar, and Matt Stafford, your top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. I probably, if anything, would have flipped out Stafford for Jaden Daniels.
I'd do the same.
But again,
how far would you slide him for the back thing, though?
Talking about a guy with a ring and a guy that when he's healthy is all world.
Dude, if you think about it, the Rams were so close in the snow, no less.
Yep.
To making Philadelphia's Super Bowl run never even happened in the playoffs last year.
Almost did it. Absolutely almost did it. Lamar Jackson was your first-team All-Pro quarterback last year. Josh Allen was your MVP. They're 4-3. Burrow and Mahomes tied at 1. That's just it's another, like, if you're the Cincinnati Bengals and you see that, and this is voted on by people around the NFL, by executives, GMs, coaches that are doing the voting in Sando's poll here. They're telling you have the number 1 quarterback in the NFL, a guy that is as good as Patrick Mahomes. That's what this poll is telling you, and you didn't make the playoffs last year? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, because you don't have any defense, and you're still screwing around with Trey Hendrickson.
You should be relegated out of the league for that.
You know, you
Terrible.
switch D coordinators. This is the reason why the Broncos might be able to get him in week 4. Guess what? They don't seem to have their stuff together.
Nope, sure don't. Bo Nix is the 20th best quarterback in the NFL. I'd argue he's at least 18. Come on, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I'd sneak him closer to 15, quite honestly, but that's just me.
What are we doing here? Okay. Ranking NFL quarterbacks by trait.
Okay.
Best arm, accuracy, etc. This is a Dan Orlovsky concocted list right here.
Another guy that loves both Payton and Nix.
Arm strength.
Hit me.
Bo Nix did not make the top 10. Probably shouldn't surprise. Josh Allen at 1, Mahomes, Herbert, Lamar, Stafford, rounding out your top 5 right there. Ball placement. It's important to have good ball placement, Andy.
What I've been told.
Joe Burrow at number 1. Bo Nix not on the list. Burrow 1, Daniels 2, Lamar Jackson 3, Josh Allen 4, Mahomes 5.
Baker Mayfield on this list an awful lot, by the way.
Sure is, at number 9 on that list. Hey, Baker puts it there. Mechanics. Bo Nix not in the top 10. Burrow, Jaden Daniels, Stafford, Lamar, Josh Allen. Your top 5 right there. It's funny that Mahomes isn't in there, but he does have some weird-ass mechanics. That is true. Decision-making with the football. Bo Nix does make the list.
Right at 10.
At number 10. Burrow, Allen, Lamar, Jaden Daniels, Patrick Mahomes, your top 5 right there. But Bo does come in at number 10 when it comes to decision-making with the football. Ironically, I thought that was probably his weakest area in preseason game number 1, but he doesn't have negative plays. Like Sean Payton's absolutely right about that. So Bo Nix at number 10. Pocket presence. Yeah, Bo's not making that list. We knew that. Burrow at number 1 on that one. And finally, rushing ability. Actually, that was second to last. I'm sorry. Rushing ability. Lamar at 1, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Justin Fields at number 5 on that list. It's funny Mahomes at 6. For a guy that's not fast, he's pretty damn good with the ball in his hands. And finally, second reaction ability.
Second act Bo is what Romy called him after the practice last week.
The ball is snapped, everything breaks down, and the defense wins the play. What do you do next? Well, Bo Nix comes in at number 10 on that one. Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts. Kyler Murray at 6 on that list. Caleb Williams and Drake May, both above Bo on that list. All right, fine. Neither here nor there, but I think that Bo Nix outrushed both of those guys last year, didn't he? Maybe not Caleb.
Well, but Caleb, it feels like with Caleb, the play doesn't start till he's already passed up on what you call.
I was going to say, it's all second reaction
a little
ability.
rust in him going that way.
Exactly. So Bo gets 2 10 spots in there for you, Andy, in terms of his decision-making and his second reaction ability. Fair? You want to make any arguments that he belonged in any other spots? You probably can on arm strength, although he did have the longest throw of the year last year, longest completion of the year last year in the NFL.
Were you a little surprised with ball placement?
Not really.
Over a Geno Smith or a Baker Mayfield?
See, I think that's what Geno does great.
All right.
Like that's where I would say Geno, that's like where he's special to me right there. I think that Bo's got work to do to kind of make that list.
Are you surprised he's behind Justin Herbert in the decision-making category?
Not at all. I think that Justin Herbert's a very good decision-maker out on the field. I think that's actually what he does. Like I think his eyes are very, very good. Maybe not the fastest, but he generally makes good decisions with the football.
All right. Brock Purdy makes it for rushing ability, but Bo doesn't. That kind of surprised me a little bit. Now, maybe I haven't watched enough of Brock Purdy to be fair, but Bo was effective in rushing when he needed to.
I think I've watched too much Brock Purdy. Maybe that's the problem. Finally, Andy, here we go. NFL future power rankings, projections for all 32 teams. Okay? Future power rankings. How set up are the Broncos for the long term?
This is the one I think is going to get a few people upset.
Denver at number 7 on that list. Hell yeah, we'll take that.
Okay.
Telling me the Broncos are going to be a top 10 team for the next 5 years or so? We'll take that. But this is an interesting bit of analysis that was dropped in here. This is in the bold prediction category. This is from Seth Walder, ESPN Analytics. He writes, Nix will lose his starting job during the 27 season, which will be his last as a Bronco. There's optimism around him now, but there's reason to be skeptical in the long term. As a rookie, his rushing led him to be decent efficiency-wise, but he ranked 28th in completion percentage over expectation and 22nd in yards per dropback. Despite playing behind a top-tier offensive line, the roster around him is great now, but it won't always be. That from Seth Walder of ESPN. Bo Nix will lose his starting job in his 4th NFL season, and the Broncos will go kicking him to the curb, says Seth Walder of ESPN. I will say that's a bold prediction.
It is bold.
That is bold.
That is against the grain right now.
It's a definition
Sean
bold.
Payton doesn't really seem to agree with that.
I don't think that Sean Payton is looking to bench Bo Nix anytime soon.
Doesn't feel that way.
No.
What would have to lead to that? Just a complete outlier of the rookie year? Everything else just goes...
Or it would simply be, and this has been suggested by some, that Bo Nix has already hit his ceiling.
Okay, but let me ask you this. He claims that first off, he says the Broncos roster is good around him now, but won't always be that way.
Mm-hmm.
They are in cap hell, right? They still are dealing with the Russell Wilson second cap hit.
I'd call it cap discomfort.
Fair enough.
Cap
fair
hell's
enough.
a
But next
little.
year, that's all gone.
Right.
Okay.
That's true.
Why would we not believe there wouldn't be maybe even a better team around him in the next couple years? See, if he wanted to predict this post-Bo big contract, if that were to happen, then
Sure.
maybe I could see the line of thinking.
Sure.
But right now, you're saying by 27, he won't have the same good team. Why? Where does that come from?
It suggests that his performance is so poor that he is not a second contract starting quarterback in the NFL.
Well, it does.
Which seems insane to me.
Yeah, I'd like to know where.
And again, I mean, you're citing completion percentage over expectation. I cited those numbers last year. They were not always great. On what planet is he not getting better with Sean Payton as his coach?
Well, is that the other half?
Plus, Andy, he's out there. He's on YouTube exercising all over the place. How's he not going to get better?
Yeah. Is that the second half? Is he predicting a Sean Payton departure as well?
22nd in yards per drop back last year. Yeah, like he did throw the ball a lot behind the line of scrimmage. It's kind of why the Broncos tried to, address the weapons around him. And again, like there seems to be in this bold, and granted, I want to be fair to the guy that wrote this. They're like, come up with a bold prediction. All right, here you go. I don't think what he's saying is this is exactly what's going to happen. He's got to write a spicy take, okay? A nice spicy meatball to put on the list to get the people in Denver fired up and talking about it on Sports Talk Radio, get them old clicks going. But also it assumes a world where like the weapons aren't going to improve and somehow Bo is not going to improve.
I keep saying it. Getting him a break the tackle, run after the catch guy would be the first thing I'm looking to get him next year, period.
Yeah.
Period. Already watching this roster, and maybe that's what Marvin Mims turns into. Maybe Troy Franklin becomes more of that guy. Maybe it's Jaleel McLaughlin. I don't know. Or R.J. Harvey. But to me, right now, you can already make things better by him if you find a Dabo Samuel type guy, not a Dabo Sweeney.
No, you don't want that
as a
type
coach,
guy.
but a Debo Samuel type guy to catch and run.
By the way, Marvin Mims,
Mimsy!
he had one catch the other night. It was the most basic Mims play they could have run. Just lined him up in the slot. It's not even a route. He just kind of trickles off to the side, and then Bo throws him the ball. Like, again, that's one of those areas where you'll see that and be like, oh man, there's a ceiling on what Mims is going to be. No, they're keeping the powder dry on Marvin Mims. I think they've done it in
I think
camp.
they're hitting everything.
I think that right now it's just like we're showing you absolutely nothing of what we've got planned for this guy, and we're not even worried about it. I think Mims is the weapon this year. So no, I don't think Seth Walder's bold prediction will come to pass. It feels to me a bit of a long shot that Sean Payton would just decide, I don't really like this quarterback that I put my career, that I staked my reputation to. I think Sean Payton is sticking with this ship no matter what. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, we've been listy. We've been talking about this Broncos preseason victory. They won.
They did win the game. You'd forget that.
It is 30-9. Not only did they win, Andy, they covered.
Oh, yeah.
Covered the 7. Once word got out that Kyle Shanahan wasn't playing anybody, that number jumped a little bit. Although the funny part was it was not the Broncos first. That's where, that number is kind of cooked in a little bit of like, well, the Broncos are going to play their first string and Kyle Shanahan isn't. So that's going to make Denver a 7-point favorite. And it's kind of like, well, that's not really what it was. It became a blowout because Denver's backup defense freaking destroyed anything that San Francisco was throwing out there. I mean, second half style. And I know a lot of people, and I'll raise my own hand and admit my own culpability in this. Some of us can space out a little bit.
Sure.
In the second half of a preseason game. That's why we do the preseason fantasy draft, to keep you engaged and excited about it. Now, I wasn't here. I was out last week vacationing, so I didn't get a chance to participate. So there were points of the second half where my eyes might have glazed over a little bit. I will fully admit that. I may or may not have dozed off before the game officially reached its conclusion. But I do know that the Denver defense was out there just wrecking those dudes. Your Carter Bradleys and Tanner Mordecai or Tyler Mordecai or whatever that guy's name was. Mordecai, Andy.
Mordecai
was out there playing some quarterback in the second half. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, the Broncos punter kind of sucks.
Well,
what's going on there?
I'm not sure. I asked Leggy about it.
This guy's not very good.
If it doesn't balance out, what's going to happen here? Apparently, when he hits it, he really hits it, but
hey, he ain't really
he's
hitting
not
it right
really
now.
hitting it enough. So I'm curious. At some point, do we see a kicking? Now they made a move today. I got to go back and look at it, but it was not for a kicker. So I got to go check the Twitter account of Mike Kliss. But
hey, Will Lutz was awesome though.
Yeah. Will Lutz doing his thing. Let's see here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got to go all the way through this. I'll find it at some point. But yeah, I don't know. They seem dedicated to this right now.
Our buddy Palczewski had a kind of a rough night.
Well, but they're moving him around too, right?
Had a couple of false starts.
Yeah,
out there. He was playing the part of McFlinchy in that game.
You know what was interesting though?
Our buddy Frank Crum had an illegal man downfield.
Yeah.
It's a tricky play. Mm-hmm. It's a screen, and the timing got thrown off because of a blitz.
Here's part of the problem too. You go against. I do feel like it probably shouldn't be this way. I'm not trying to let guys off the hook, but Jeff laid it out. It certainly felt like this would have been the second practice of the 2-day get together that we're used to.
Sure.
Where the Niners came out ready to kind of say something, and the Broncos just kind of came out.
Yes. They did. You would like to see the first-team offense dominate a backup defense. Didn't happen, but I think there was, to your point, a varying in motivation a little bit in that game. Here's a fun list for you. The Denver Post's all-quarter-century Nuggets team.
Oh, really?
From 2000 to 2025.
Okay, how many did we name total?
They
5?
went first team,
okay,
second team, and then a backup group, a reserves group.
Okay, you got the mellow squads and the current squad.
That's it.
I mean, what else are you gonna name? We're in a lot of Brian Shaw guys being named. I can't imagine.
No, I don't think there was a strong push for Darrell Arthur to be on here or anything
so
like that.
I got some Carmelo Anthony. Who else would it be? I got to imagine you got Jokic, you got Murray.
It's Bennett Durando did this. He got it right. Chauncey and Jamal in the backcourt.
Okay.
Melo, AG, Jokic. The end.
Okay.
I don't think a single spot out there is debatable in the slightest bit, especially when I give you the second team. Ty Lawson and AI in the backcourt.
Sure.
MPJ, Nene, Marcus Camby.
Okay.
I can't make an argument for any of those guys to be first team.
Wouldn't you take a Marcus Camby right now coming in to back up
Perfect
Jokic?
backup center.
Holy cow.
By the way, your third team. Actually,
we got a third
He does
team.
go all the way to third team. Andre Miller, KCP, Gallo, Kenyon, and Antonio McDyess.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of McDyess's best years were kind of the 90s, but he was an all-star in 01.
Kind of, man, it's a little tough to have KCP buried that deep for me, I guess. I would have tried to slide him up to the – who was the second team?
Again, were you going to put him over Ty Lawson or
and who?
AI?
Well.
Iverson was still an all-star when he was a
No,
Nugget.
I get it,
Yeah.
but
yeah.
This is the old where does winning factor in, I guess. Not at all. What's funny is I love Chauncey Billups. What was he here? A year and a half? And he's on your first team. He's on your first all-quarter century team?
I think it was 2.5 years.
I'm not sure it was.
But I would argue it was 09, 10, and then the trade went down in 11, right? Yes.
Okay, I'll trust you.
Uh-huh. So, 2.5 years. By the way, Joker already dominant at Eurobasket. Nikola Jokic and Team Serbia destroyed Greece in the first warm-up game. Joker went for 23 and 19 in that game, so he already looked good. Giannis not playing for Team Greece. He already looks good. One more Jokic note that I want to hit right here. There was a fun piece today in The Athletic about off-season NBA storylines. One of them that was brought up.
It was in the headline on the alert, I believe.
Yeah, one of the items that was brought up was that Nikola Jokic did not sign his extension this offseason.
Are we just trying to force this into being a thing? Are you at all concerned?
Well, the concernometer on a scale of 1 to 10 was a 3 from Zach Harper.
Out of 10?
3 out of 10. He does write this. He says, the only reason this meter is at a 3 instead of a 1 is because Jokic seems to love horse racing so much and tolerate the NBA as a job that it wouldn't shock me if he hit 32 or 33 years old and decided to retire.
Well, you can't completely rule that out.
I don't completely disagree with that.
I do think he wants that next contract, though, so
Yes.
that's what keeps me comforted at night.
I think the part where he knows that there's $291 million on the table is the kind of thing he's not going to say no to.
It's a lot of horses.
It sure is.
Matter of fact, it's your own dang horse track. And the sports book to allow a little side action on it.
It's basically he could own all of Sombor if he wanted to.
You could have all the horses in the race so you never lose. How about that?
That's a brilliant strategy. And the winner once again, Nikola Jokic's horse.
Jokic,
Yes.
yes.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Sean Payton, his thoughts on the performances of his top units, plus the latest on the Cleveland Browns quarterback depth chart after a strong first look at Shadeur Sanders. We'll give you all that coming up next. All right, let's dive in. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We go to the other side of the glass. We throw the lob to our pal Mark Springer. Spring!
Hey, dudes.
Dudes!
We're back.
All of us. We haven't done a radio show with the trio together in God knows how long. Let's do some football news, Spring.
Well, hey,
The Broncos
are back. They're so back as well. They won 30-9. Dominating performance from the second and third team. First team offense. Well, first team defense was great too. First team offense, not so much. Sean Payton was asked after the game if the ones on offense started slow, knowing they were going up against Niners twos on defense.
Well, the comment I made, here's the deal. In this league, throughout the season, you're going to go against a lot of faceless opponents. You're going to have injuries. You're going to, you better be ready to put your best stuff on tape. And so, but I don't, that's a good question, but I think, I don't know if they felt like the other day they got the work in, but nonetheless, it was just average to below average.
How about Sean also? He was in a bit of a mood after that game.
Sure was.
He was also big mad at the staff after the game. There were some operational issues. What was Sean all mad about?
14 items, and none of them have to do with the game. He was mad that his offense didn't go out there and do what he wants.
14 items.
It is. I'm positive it is. He's not in a great mood because he wanted it to carry over from what he saw Thursday.
Was it like his Steve Buscemi and Billy Madison list that he keeps on the wall?
Yeah, that could be it. Who knows?
They
I
were
don't know.
slow getting me my Caesar salad, and I didn't appreciate it.
I don't like that. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, he was big mad at everybody though after that one. Not in a particularly good mood. To be fair, it was 9-3 when his first stringers left the game. Granted, they went on to win the game 30-9 and absolutely dominated, and the depth of his organization was on display. Like you pointed out, how good the backup secondary looked. Seriously, Andy, like Chris Abrams-Drain
would be battling for a starting position in many other teams.
And on many other teams, that's a good player. We've seen it. Like, honestly, when I think of this camp that I have watched, I think the Trent Sherfield has been the surprise that has popped for me on the offensive side of the ball. And Abrams-Drain, every time that I look up, the guy's making another play. He's breaking up another pass. He's doing something right out there. And he was terrific again the other night. So we have seen it. Reed, the inside linebacker, the backup linebacker out of Utah, he had an interception in that game. Nick Bonito was absolutely dominant when he was out on the field. Like, again, did Bo Nix look sharp? Not really. And my response to it is, it's okay. It's kind of nice to come in after a preseason game and not have to be worked up over see, they should be playing Stiddy. We're not even making that argument. And Stiddy was great, and Bo wasn't, and we don't even have to consider making that argument because we live in a world where the Broncos actually know who their starting quarterback is. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, this has been the trend since he's been here. I mean, first off, tell me the last preseason game you remember, period. Secondly, tell me the last time that you thought, the first preseason game, they looked gangbusters. They just haven't under Sean. He puts in he told us this a couple weeks ago, the offensive system goes in chunks.
Yeah.
It's in the middle of the installation still. Now they're probably going to be smoothing it out.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Look, if you don't do well against Arizona, then maybe I'm starting to go, all right, we may have to pay closer attention to this, but we're not there yet.
We got a joint practice coming up on Thursday. We will be out there. Hopefully the Broncos won't be blowing chunks. Go ahead there, Spring.
High five. On Friday night, Shadeur Sanders got the start for the Browns. He went 14-23 for 138 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 2 sacks, so that over 1.5 sacks did hit that we talked about last week. But Shadeur looked good, but in the Browns' updated depth chart today, it is the same pecking order. Flacco QB1, Pickett 2, Gabriel 3, Shadeur 4. Shadeur, after the game, was asked, what changed?
I would say just the energy. The energy around, I would say, since I've been around, the energy around like the Browns, I just feel like overall, it was a different spark. I feel like it was a spark, even though it's a preseason game. Typically, people don't take those too much serious, but, that's our Super Bowl. That's each and every player's Super Bowl. So the change is a family thing. You know, it's a family. You got to be able to go to war with each and every guy and understand, like, we're not playing for ourselves here. We playing for each other, you know, so not making selfish mistakes, not doing that type of stuff, getting through reads, handing the ball off, doing what you got to do. Everybody do their job, and that's how we believe in one another.
Take the over on the Browns this year, Andy. The spark has arrived. The Browns, it's the Super Bowl every week. Look out for Cleveland.
Yeah, it was interesting watching that game. They weren't having fun the first couple, well, maybe the first quarter, first couple series. But I was happy with what I saw out of Shadeur. I was saying before that we got to that game that he needed to go through a progression. He needed to show that he could go and, and not just try to scramble out of the pocket and hit the big play. And
guys won a lot
of
big time games.
And he threw into some tight windows too.
He's confident with the football in his hands. Like, it's not terribly surprising. Again,
his teammates like him.
Is Shadeur Sanders ready to go out and crush it immediately as a rookie quarterback? Probably not. Is there an NFL quarterback and a guy that is going to be a starting NFL quarterback eventually in his career in there? Of course there is. Andy, I think he's too good to just say this guy is going to flame out of the league. I think there's a lot of reasons that he fell to the 5th round. And honestly, the concerns about what he is as a quarterback and some of his decision-making with the football, hanging on to the football, backing up too much. He did the backpedal thing a couple of times. I saw it. He did the backpedal thing a couple of times. Again, these are the things that good, hard NFL coaching and the work ethic, which I think Shadeur has, I think he's going to be able to clean that stuff up.
Yeah, look, his second touchdown, he manipulated the pocket. He stayed where he was supposed to, so he had the lane to throw that touchdown. It was great.
Yeah.
Showed improvement.
Yeah.
Again, it's just like we said with the Broncos offense for no panic. It is a first preseason game. I'm not ready to anoint him the starter in Cleveland.
It was interesting listening to Herman Edwards last night on SportsCenter, and he brought it up with Cam Ward, he brought it up with Jackson Dart, and he brought it up with Shadeur of these were rookie quarterbacks that had pocket poise. That oftentimes that's the biggest struggle for young quarterbacks when they get to the NFL, and all of them looked pretty good in their preseason debuts. Spring.
High five. All right, we got Titans news. They are the Broncos' Week 1 opponent. Let's start with this. They have activated center Lloyd Cushenberry III off of the PUP list. He tore his Achilles Week 9 last year, signed a 4-year, $50 million deal with the Titans in March of 2023. In 8 games last year, Cushenberry allowed 1 sack and had an 89% pass block win rate, according to True Media. Hell yeah, Lloyd Cushenberry. The Titans, in their first preseason game, got crushed in Tampa, 29-7. Cam Ward, 5 of 8, 67 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, no sacks. Tim Boyle, their third-string quarterback, 4 of 13, 24 yards, 2 picks. He got cut. And the Titans signed Trevor Siemian to go along with Brandon Allen, a couple former Broncos, as their backups.
Ooh, that's a fun, nostalgic quarterback room right there. Siemian was in Tennessee last year with that team. By the way, Andy, how much of Trevor Siemian's career can you remember post-Broncos?
Not much. I think he got a shot with the Bears. He got a shot with the Saints. He got a shot with the Jets. I think he was in Seattle at one point because we got a kind of a chuckle about that, wasn't he?
Don't believe there was any Seattle.
No
in
Seattle.
There. No.
I thought he and Locke, was it at the Giants? He and Locke were together.
No.
That many teams to shuffle through.
He was in Minnesota right after he left Denver.
I should remember that.
He was then with the Jets, Tennessee, New Orleans, Chicago, Cincinnati, the Jets, Tennessee.
I forgot about Cincinnati at all.
It did happen.
But good for him.
Well done, Trevor Siemian, still getting an NFL paycheck. We're rooting for the guy. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Matt Stafford has been nursing a disc issue in his back. This weekend, he did throw 60 passes during a workout on Saturday, but the back did not respond well, and he was held out of practice once again today. Sean McVay today saying that surgery is not on the table, but he addressed Stafford's back right out of the gate when he talked to the media.
I'm sure the first question you guys will have is about Matthew, and like we've said, we're going to be flexible and fluid. I think more than anything, I feel for Matthew because of how much he wants to be out there and feel good. Ultimately, what ended up happening, had a great workout, felt good, but then come in today and it doesn't feel great, and so didn't think that was the right decision to be able to push him. we've kind of always talked about flexibility, being fluid with some of the plans. And I think more than anything, I feel for a guy that, I really care about, that wants to be out there more than anything else. We're going to be smart, but he didn't feel good enough, and we didn't think it was the right thing to do based on, how he woke up feeling today.
Okay, nobody wants to go through a season without their starting quarterback, their franchise quarterback, their Super Bowl winning quarterback. I get all of that, okay? Andy, this is almost like the way the Rams have set this up, it's kind of win-win. If Stafford plays, awesome. Then honestly, you have a chance to go to the Super Bowl if Stafford is healthy and he plays. If he doesn't, you have 2 first-round picks next year. Like you can move up in the draft if you want to. You can just draft. You can get a high pick and then take two future starters, 2 future stars for your team. Like the Rams have kind of done really, really well for themselves, sort of regardless of what happens. Like obviously they want Devontae and Puka Nacua to be teamed up with Matthew Stafford for a season, but if they don't, the future is still pretty good for them.
Yeah, although no Arch Manning in the equation, allegedly.
Apparently not.
According to Grandpa. According to Archie.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I don't know if Gramps has an official word or not on what's going to happen with Arch, but plenty of other solid options there for the Rams if that's what they want to do. It doesn't seem very promising when it's week 1 of the preseason and we're already having the discussion. The coach is already preempting media questions about I know you want to ask about surgery. It's currently not on the table, apparently, although I do believe surgery would happen on a table.
It would. Sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well played.
You guys don't believe in
Jimmy.
Jimmy's there. They're having fun.
Jimmy is there.
Remember, Devontae believes in Jimmy. Devontae Adams saying, hey, man, it was nothing against him. We just both hated being on the Raiders. I don't know about that. I think you'd end up back in a room with him, huh?
I think 2 things can be true at the same time. I think you can hate being on the Raiders, and I think you can hate each other while hating being on the Raiders.
I didn't enjoy the balls he was throwing me, but okay.
Right, exactly. I think multiple things can be true at the same time. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
And finally, yesterday, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reported that teams around the NFL are monitoring Tyreek Hill and the Dolphins for a potential trade.
Yeah, he does seem to be a bit unhappy there. I mean, this goes back to last year. As soon as the season was done, he was just like, I want out of here.
Yeah, it appears, though, finally Mike McDaniel's had enough, too, though.
Yeah.
Like, the coach is now like, all right, man. Enough of this guy.
That's McDaniel is, and the big story in Miami this offseason has been about the big C word, change the culture. The culture was not good. And Tyreek Hill, a guy that, again, said he wanted out, tweeted about how he wanted out as soon as the season ended. And again, how do you fix that when the best player, the most highly paid player on your team is directly contributing to you having a crappy culture? Like, I don't see how McDaniels, who is like the ultimate positivity guy, I don't see how he gets it turned around right now.
No, I'm with you.
As long as he's there.
He's done. He's done.
Yeah. No, I mean, Tyreek, I think, just needs to enter the, Stephon Diggs ring-chasing portion of his football life.
All right, I'm curious. If he goes up for auction, so to speak, do we start hearing from Bronco fans that want him? Is all the stuff forgot that used to be texted in? Or
I mean, I'm sure you would, but I think that'd be a terrible move here. I think in a place with
he's old and highly paid,
a second-year quarterback that, again, like one of the things the Broncos have going for them right now is the culture is really good.
Yeah.
Like Sean has established a very good culture in this place right now, and the Broncos are, to go back to the future power ranking thing, they're building towards a long-term sustained success, this year, next year, the year following that. Like, it doesn't feel to me like a quick silver bullet to throw in there is exactly what you're looking for. Like, again, I know people are using the Super Bowl thing with the Broncos right now. I'm just going to raise my hand and tell you on August 11th, I don't believe the Broncos are going to win the Super Bowl this year. Okay? I don't think they're that far ahead of schedule. I don't think they're in that place. Therefore, if I don't firmly believe that about this team, then I can't endorse a Tyreek Hill move right now.
Oh, no, I'm with you. I don't think that's you don't need that personality in this locker room. There's just a lot of stuff that comes with it. I just am curious if he were. We see him every veteran name that starts to come up, it feels like we're getting back to the times where they're like, they ought to trade for him or they ought to trade for him. I just would say no to this
like
one.
if you're one of those, if you're the Giants,
Okay.
and you're trying to save your coach's job,
Okay. That's who you goes and gets him?
sure. Like, hey, Russell Wilson can still chuck it deep, have Tyreek go and get it. If you're Pittsburgh and you got 1 year of Aaron Rodgers, and I know they got DK, they did a good job building it out, but you're just like, we need one more awesome weapon. I think that's what you go for if you're one of those teams that, like, you've got 1 year and one shot at it. That's not what Denver is right now. I don't think the Broncos are that team. I don't think this is that player.
Any chance the Chiefs try to figure something out there?
That's probably, yeah. That's probably one that I think would make an awful lot of sense. Kreckman and Lindahl, quick break. When we come back, Bo Nix, do we have any concern out of the performance that we saw in preseason game number 1? We'll revisit some of his better throws and some of his, not as great throws. We'll dig into that when we return. Plus, we've got a great anecdote about NFL history, about one of the worst play calls in the history of the league, and how the people that were involved in it handled it all. That's right. We're going to revisit the interception at the end of the Super Bowl in 2014 with the Legion of Boom coming up next.
I thought it was good. I thought our team competed really well. It was fun to see guys get out there and fly around. As the game went on, we just found ways to score points, and our defense did a great job. No matter who was in there, they got stops, got turnovers, which is big. Add some excitement to the game, momentum for us offensively and as a team. So it was good to see us just get out there, score points, put drives together, field goals, touchdowns, whatever it was. Just kind of made plays when we needed to make them, and overall our defense just played really good.
Yeah, defense did play well, no doubt about that. That was Bo Nix after the Broncos' victory the other night. Bo was not personally great. 6 of 11 throwing the football, Andy, 31 yards. His long completion was a 9 yards. He didn't have any touchdowns, left the ball short for Cortland Sutton when he did launch it up for the end zone, but he did not throw any interceptions. That was certainly good to see, although he had one pass that certainly was interceptable, or I suppose possibly intercepted. That was a decision that he made to throw the ball to Troy Franklin. There was good. An RPO to Troy Franklin, boom, just got the ball right directly to him on a play action. 7 yards, first down. That was exactly what you want to see. He missed Cortland Sutton. I mean, Sutton would tell you that he should have come down with that ball on the first down throw, deep left, just out of the reach. They weren't able to make that connection right there. And outside of that, Bo had some throws that just kind of weren't all that great. He started 3 of 4 on the opening drive and then was not particularly good after that. Andy, any concern for you from what you saw from Bo in game number 1?
I mean, not overly, but I will say, for whatever it's worth, last Monday's practice was not great for him either. He was really off, missing receivers. They weren't quite right. He didn't really get it corrected before they left for San Fran, but then the Thursday practice again, they weren't labeled world beaters. All the headlines were about how the Denver defense just destroyed that first offense.
Yeah.
For the Niners until about the fourth period that they went through, and finally the Niners got a little something going. It helps you got CMC back there to kind of get some things cranked up too. And then apparently during a team period, Bo ended his day by missing R.J. Harvey on a wide open wheel route, according to reports. We weren't there. Look, the offense feels a little bit off right now, and I've been asking anybody that'll answer me, and all the former players, at what point do you just let the offense go against the twos for this kind of reason? Let him get some timing down.
Yeah, rhythm.
I feel like we saw it again. The timing is off. It's not just Bo. It's a little bit of everybody. So maybe you don't need to get suffocated by what we expect to be the top 3 at minimum defense this year.
Dominant.
Let them go out there, get some work against the twos, and try to find their timing. Now, look, if Bo got caught off guard, and he suggested in the postgame that he did by some of the blitzing that Saleh chose to do because he did not like, the Niners are a little salty about how maybe they didn't get their best showing on Thursday, then that's going to happen.
Looked like he was caught off guard on that safety. There's no doubt about that. That's a bad decision by Bo Nix. He's got to know better than that.
It is, but you know what? Then Sean can talk to him next time. Run forward, don't go back.
Yeah,
don't try to escape the back of the pocket.
Andy, I think there's coaching points that came out of this game. There was a bad throw to R.J. Harvey on the screen on first down on the second series that Bo played. That was a pretty bad miss. That could have been a gain of 15, 20 yards if Harvey catches that thing and gets turned upfield, which I fully expected he would have. On the third series, the throw to Franklin that was broken up. I believe the corner that made that play. Let's see, it was Jace Lucas.
Okay,
yeah, whoever that is. But Nix in the shotgun trying to hit Franklin deep middle, and if he lays it out further, it could have been intercepted by the safety. It was just an ill-advised throw by Bo Nix. Again, honestly, Andy, I'm okay with that in this sense right now. It's good to see Bo not always just taking the most safe throw that is there. Again, see what we can get away with. It was 2 weeks of camp before he threw his first interception. Okay, see what you can get away with right now. Now's not a bad time to try and make those kind of throws. Again, it wasn't a great decision. I think that's easily correctable. And then the throw to Cortland Sutton, he left it short.
Yeah, okay. So you kind of brought this up. For Bronco fans, maybe what this game should do is let's all just pump the brakes and take a breath and maybe not expect Super Bowl yet. We'll know by middle of the year if this defense is in fact good enough to get them to the Super Bowl and the offense can complement it enough.
Yeah.
I still think there's plenty they're not putting out there on tape for people. I don't think we know the full plan for Evan Ingram. I don't really think we know the full plan for J.K. Dobbins, frankly.
Certainly not for Mims.
We don't know it for Mims, and R.J. Harvey, I think they're trying to get R.J. Harvey some reps. Because as he showed you the other day, they're probably letting him know, young fella, you can't run to the edge every time. Not in the NFL. They're going to catch you.
Yeah, R.J. Harvey, and there was Mile High Report had a great film breakdown on this. He was just a little bounce happy. He had 7 carries for 25 yards. He had the 11-yard run on the third series, meaning that 6 other carries totaled 14 yards. All right, that's not great. Obviously out of R.J. Harvey. And I think one of the things that the film will indicate to him are, you know what, man? Sometimes the no gain, the pickup of 1, whatever it is going to be better than you losing a yard by trying to bounce outside.
Well,
and isn't some of that just simply like the speed of the NFL game? He's never been on an NFL field ever before in his life as a running back. And guess what? Like, if you don't make the immediate decision on what you're going to do when daylight presents itself or the image or illusion of daylight presents itself, well, then it's going to go away in a freaking hurry.
Yeah, he needs to watch the tape of Jaleel McLaughlin, who gets up the field and then does his break to the outside when he's got one guy and he's already got half the defense behind him. That's something that maybe he needs to add in, and it'll come. It'll come. He's a rookie running back. Even Clinton Portis took 5, 6 games, 7 games his rookie year to show you the feel. Young running backs, I've heard it 1,000 times out of these guys covering these teams. Halfway through the season, they'll tell you they start to feel they're running with feel and not running where they're just kind of where they think the play should go.
Right.
I don't think and the way the Broncos have run camp, it'd be hard for him to have any feel. It's been very start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. I hope when we go out there this week that we see a little bit more just let's go a little game tempo, game speed, or whatever they choose to do. But again, man, I'm going to keep saying it because I want to remind everybody, this right now, it can all change like everything does. Right now, this appears to be a tougher schedule than what you faced a year ago. 10 wins this year could be just as good or more impressive than the 10 wins a year ago, where you beat up on the NFC South, who had a bunch of crappy defenses. You don't have that luxury this year, okay?
And you have you have much more on film. You have coordinators and coaches and opponents that are they know what Bo's going to do to them.
They have some play calling tendencies with Bo and Sean.
Yep.
And that's going to make things just a little bit tougher.
Yeah.
And so it's fine. Again, the main thing for me is don't come out slow. I just want to see a progression. Maybe go get your touchdown drive. Again, let's get the caps on sooner if we can. Now, I don't know. This may end up being the week where Sean gives them their half of work like he did a year ago.
Sure.
And then nobody plays in game 3 in New Orleans. I don't know.
That's what I would anticipate.
If we go off the way he did it last year, that would be how it is.
I would think that would be.
A lot of your guy Ellinger in game 3.
Nick Benito, after the touchdown drive, the opening touchdown drive in which Mac Jones hit Jordan Watkins for a 50-yarder on a 3rd down and 5. They give up 8 yards to Marcus Robinson. Sternad gets a tackle for loss in the backfield, loss at 3. So already they're moving him backwards, and then Mac Jones hits a deep ball. Okay. The Patrick Taylor touchdown run, he beat Riley Moss to the edge. Benito was probably held, no flag, 7-0 49ers. But from there on out, the Broncos defense just swallowed those dudes for the entire rest of the game. And it's like, Sanford brought it up in hour number 1 today. Sometimes NFL receivers are just going to make 50-yard catches against you. That's just going to happen in the NFL. It did. How did the Broncos defense responded? Basically, they forced, for the rest of the game, they forced the San Francisco 49ers quarterbacks into a 22.2 passer rating for the game. 22.2. The final stats for the 3 quarterbacks, Mac Jones, Carter Bradley, and Tanner Mordecai, 13 of 27 for $127, no touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and they were sacked 3 times in that game. And that was with mostly backups out there.
Well, and it also felt like Vance Joseph, like I told you, it felt like maybe Vance said, all right, if we're going to do this, we'll do. You want to show us a little of your regular stuff? We'll show you some regular stuff.
Exactly. We'll have Nick Bonito destroy your left tackle and your tight end out here. So good luck with that, fellas. Yeah, Nick Bonito, and Legwald talked about it earlier in the show, they're waiting for Micah Parsons to get paid.
Right.
And
At
then,
least Nick's camp is.
Exactly. And then that's and then the market is reset, and then Nick Bonito can fall in wherever he needs to. Because what is it right now? TJ Watt's at 41, I believe.
Yeah.
Garrett's at 40, so I'm assuming Micah gets, I don't know, 45 probably.
I don't know.
I'm guessing.
Yes, that's probably what he wants. He wants to set the market. Here's the thing. The Dallas situation is going to be interesting because it sounds like Jerry's trying to do the old thing Jerry does, where he wants to be in the news all camp and let this thing go out so he's the headline as the people wait with bated breath to hear if Micah Parsons re-signed. And Jeff Legwald's not the only one to suggest you've done this to the wrong player and agent combo. They will outweight you. They aren't, this thing could drag on for Nick Bonito, and at some point when you get to the regular season, does you decide, well, maybe I just ought to take some security?
Not only will they outweight you, but here's the thing about Jerry Jones. This is the funny thing about Jerry Jones.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
That too.
He always loses.
Yeah, he always ends up paying what he's got to pay.
He paid Dak $60 million a year. No other quarterback makes more than 55.
Yeah, he didn't win.
He takes the L all
he didn't
the
win
time.
on CeeDee Lamb either.
Right. He always eventually relents and then pays. Like, that's the funniest thing about, like, John Elway picking fights with Von Miller and Demaryius Thomas. It was just like, dude, you could have just done it 3 months earlier and saved money.
And beat Fletcher Cox to the deal.
Yeah. Instead, you cost yourself money by waiting.
By the way, Cam Hayward's sitting it out in Pittsburgh now and saying he's willing to go into the season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good on him right there. Right now, TJ Watt's at 41. Myles Garrett's at 40. This is average salary. Daniil Hunter down in Houston, 35.6. Max Crosby at 35.5. Nick Bosa at 34. So, I mean, again, if I'm Nick Bonito, and I don't have near the resume, but I'm asking for Max Crosby money. That's honestly, I'm probably trying to slot in right behind Myles Garrett if I'm Nick Bonito. And I'll just say, hey, if you want to know how good I am, throw on the tape of that preseason game. Remember that second series that San Francisco had? They go down the field and score, and then I destroyed everything for 3 plays in a row. Tell me how good your defense is going to be if I'm not out here and happy.
Yeah, I don't want to think about that world right now, quite honestly, because I don't want it to get to that. The Broncos have been good about keeping this thing on the up and up, keeping it in-house, keeping everybody happy.
They've
for
done
the
a good
most
job.
part. Again, this Zach Allen thing, that might be what triggered what's going on with Cam Hayward. I don't know. As far as defensive linemen getting paid and he wants his. Let me ask you this, because we keep talking about the Broncos. You've got your first look at the offense, okay? Now, we didn't see an eyeful. We didn't see a ton of Evan Ingram just yet, right? But if you were to try to, where do they need? They need something. Is it all right to say that? They still need something, I feel like. I'll go back to the playmaker. I do want to know, where do you go for the unexpected play? Who's the guy? And by that, I mean you throw a ball 15 yards and a lot more is gained from it. Or do you have a back? Is the cutback ability of J.K. Dobbins, is he going to refine his Baltimore form and you block it for 5 and he goes and gets 20? Do you have a guy like that on this team? Does it feel like it from what we've watched and what you witnessed on Saturday?
I mean, Marvin Mims led all wide receivers in the NFL in yards after catch last year.
I'm with you. But, Nate, where are the Marvin Mims plays? I get that you said. I don't disagree with you. If they're keeping it under wraps during a game, fine. Nate, we haven't seen it on practice yet.
Yeah.
Again, and I don't know if it's because you're dealing with that first team defense and there's just not enough time. Everybody keeps saying Marvin Mims needs to unlock another level. I hear Tyler say it a lot, and I don't necessarily disagree, but what are you doing to help him unlock that other level? He doesn't get – I just feel like the route tree is odd. And I don't know if it's his fault. Maybe it's his fault. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't run the clean routes that he needs.
I think it's the player that he is. First off, he's not a clean route runner. I don't think that's going to be his specialty. His specialty last year, and we saw it over the last 7-8 games of the season, was when they started using him in all kinds of gadgety ways. It was Mims in the slot, and then he motions into the backfield, and a bunch formation is in front of him, and suddenly the secondary clears out, and boom, you got the ball in his hands. He's going to make the first guy miss. He's the NFL's all-pro punt returner. He's going to make the first guy miss. Like, that is his elite skill as a football player. I think there's going to be games that look like the Cincinnati game where he was targeted 8 times. He had 8 catches in that game. He was over 100 yards. He had a couple of touchdowns. He was absolutely elite in that game. There's going to be other games where it's just quieter. But you know what? Like, that's what Deebo Samuel was like. Fair enough. Deebo Samuel was never an elite route runner. That's what they had Brandon Ayuk for. Like, that's what Mims is going to be able to do. And I just consistently in this camp, I've been looking at it and going, you don't see Mims getting the ball much, and I think that's by design. I think my guess is Sean Payton saw the way that year finished. He thinks back to the Cincinnati game, the Cleveland game, the Charger game, the Raider game. Like, Mims had huge plays in all of those games. He looks back on those games, and it's like, okay, I think that stuff is in development. That's one of those areas, and this might sound silly, but it's like, in Sean, I trust.
Okay.
I think he's going to have that stuff dialed up. I have said on this show, by the way, I believe this team's number 2 wide receiver is Troy Franklin. I think he's the number 2 receiver on this team this year. And I thought he looked pretty good the other day.
Yeah, I know. Troy's had a good camp.
He's had a good camp.
And I think he's on his way. By the way, I got to really lock in on the old weight loss.
Yeah.
My gigantic jug of water seemed a little off-putting to you. Because you were making a point and you had to look away for a minute when the giant blue jug. I came to take a drink.
Yeah.
And you had to turn away.
You are
it's very large.
You are sporting a bucket of water over there.
It is, yeah, it's a half gallon.
It's it seems larger than that.
Is it the Carolina blue that maybe also is a little throwing you off?
It's got it's funny, you know. Like, I worked I worked in construction when I was in college. That was my summer job, okay? And like, you'd have one of those like on the job, but it'd be like you'd be roofing in like 95-degree Midwestern humidity, and you would need that.
You're not going down.
You'd have the cooler of, like the full handles of Gatorade that everybody was just chugging. The handkerchief, you douse that in the cold water and then tie it around your neck. It's just it's a lot for a air-conditioned radio studio is all.
I need to drink 2 of those a day. Don't know what to tell you.
Hey, I support you in your journey.
Sure.
It's day 1 of me having to live in the same room as the jug.
The jug is big. The jug will be at remotes. Unless I just say the hell with it, then yeah.
It's a little out of hand. But again,
you'd like to tell the jug to calm down. Is it more that it's just for me and maybe not the team?
Here's the other thing about and especially a jug like that. I feel like I have this memory a lot of the time.
I got to tweet it out now so people can see it.
You do. Of like getting, so my dad drove the truck. I didn't drive the truck.
All right.
Okay.
What kind of truck we talking?
Honestly, by that point, he may have been rocking the cargo van by then.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the white van, the kind that, people post on Facebook.
Get work about.
Exactly. This was what we were rocking. The 2-ton.
A windowless van that you don't want in your neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly. But like, you never knew. You're exhausted at the end of the day and you're chugging out of your giant jug. You're not paying attention to the road. Suddenly the
jug is taking up the whole windshield.
The brakes get hit and you're like chattering the thing off your teeth. It's like, yeah.
Oh, chipped tooth.
You're either soaked or you have a facial injury. That's what I feel like I'm looking at right now with the jug. Maybe that's what it is. It's just I'm having flashbacks, and they're not terribly positive.
We've all done that, though. We've all done it. So I got to get one more picture of you. Look, this thing's as big as my head. We'll get a picture of you with your
Andy Lindahl is we're all
water guy.
We're all on
Andy's
journey with him right
now.
now.
But real quick,
they
sell like Armour. Under Armour has got like this. It's like a hardened plastic. It's a milk jug for a gallon of water.
Okay,
but it's cooled out. It's like green and a little bit of tint, and it's the most aggressive milk jug you've ever seen. And I almost bought that. I'm like, I can't take this milk jug seriously. It's literally a milk, like what you would go and buy the gallon of milk at the store.
Well,
with cool colors everywhere.
Sometimes you got to protect this house, and that requires a giant milk jug.
I don't know, the igloo, I could definitely protect a few things with this igloo.
Seriously.
It's got a handle I could swing.
If anybody ever tried to steal your European carry-all, you could smack them right in the head.
This is bigger than most women's purses right now.
By the way, Andy also has a European carry-all these days.
I do.
You have so much new gear this year. It's really exciting. I can't wait to see you tomorrow at training camp with your carry-all and your giant jug
Just
of water.
walk around like I got crap to handle. Even though I don't.
Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy is well hydrated. We're on a journey. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, we're just underway in St. Louis, Andy. Rocks Cardinals. Colorado trying to snap a 7-game skid. A mere minus 56 on the run differential here on the losing streak. You know, they had climbed back to within 50 games of 500. Now down to 30 and 87, 57 games under. Chase Dollander makes his return tonight.
Oh, really?
For Colorado. First start since the 6th of July.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Bud.
How about the Diamondbacks yesterday in the 5th inning? 9 consecutive hits with 2 outs in the 5th to score 8 runs in the inning. 9 consecutive.
That's pretty cool.
With 2 outs.
How about us begging for them to trade Seth Halverson and immediately he's unavailable after you don't do so? Now, unfortunately, because it's because of an arm injury, but I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's bad.
It's all going well.
It's
what
not
do you
good.
think? Is DMac making the walk? Are they going to be the worst team ever?
I mean, what I saw in the Toronto and then Arizona series, we're back into walk conversation. I believe right now they're on pace to win 42.
He said he needs 12. Can they win 12 between here, the middle of August, and the end of September?
I mean, they
should.
They should, but God, do they? Ooh.
You know where I think helps them? That natural. You know what I think they're going through now? Their version of being out of it for September call-ups when
Right.
you just lost your hope. I think a lot of guys are hoping to get traded, and they didn't, and now they've all just kind of
Again, like I mean, I'm looking at the lineup right now. Like Tovar is back and healthy, and that's good. And like Warming Bernabel is playing. Like Kyle Karros is playing. Adiel Amador is
I didn't know
playing.
they had Eric Karros' kid until the other night. When
They
did
do.
that happen?
He's been in the
When did
system
they
for
draft
some
him?
time. Yes.
Holy cow. I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah, Eric Karros, by the way. Eric Karros was one of that run. Didn't the Dodgers have like the National League Rookie of the Year like 4 years in a row, and Eric
He's a
Karros
Rocky
was one of
killer.
them?
Wasn't he with Piazza?
He was, yes. Classic Rocky killer. His kid looks exactly like him,
How do you
too.
think he feels about this? That's what I kept wondering.
Eric Karros?
Like, are you psyched your kid? I mean, your kid got to come up and play a big league game. That's cool. You'll always
Yeah.
be grateful for that.
His kid's in the bigs. He's thrilled. Absolutely. Hitter's paradise, Colorado.
I had suggested, should they go get Bo Bichette? Should they just go for the all-junior team?
I'd be fine with it. Yeah. Can't be any worse than what you're trying to do right now. By the way, MILB Pipeline today gave us the latest, the updated top 100 prospects in baseball right now. The Rockies have 2 in the top 100.
Were they theirs already, or did they acquire them?
One was Ethan Holiday, who was at
Okay, that
17.
was a draft.
The other, Charlie Condon, at 60.
So, yeah, they did not acquire any top 100 prospects for the trades made, is what you're telling me.
No.
Now it's going well.
No. Mm-hmm. So, there you go. Go. Can't wait to see the Savannah Bananas again out there again next year, which people did seem to enjoy that. So, that's good.
Does that anger you?
Not at all.
Is it just too wacky for you?
No, it's nice. It's a nice
good to
thing.
see good enjoying of baseball down there again.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like Andy, like they have me, right? Like I'm a baseball fan. So like I don't need to be convinced. I can also recognize there's a lot of people that are not baseball fans anymore, or people that have not become baseball fans. So if the Savannah Bananas get you excited about it, by all means, man.
Are they going to start going to more major league parks? Is this something else Dick Monford's shown the league?
Well, this is something they have been doing. Like they've been in Baltimore, they played in Chicago. Like they've been barnstorming like big league parks all over the place. They're selling it, and they're selling them out everywhere.
Really? Because they had said this was the biggest crowd this weekend they played for.
Yeah.
So I guess I didn't think they'd hit the regular stadiums yet.
You pack Coors Field, you can. It's one of the bigger ballparks in the majors. So yeah, it's really fun to see. I'm all for it. I don't have to be mad at the gimmick.
All right, let's get to this story. I don't want to delay you.
This is so good. Okay.
I have.
So Michael Sean Dugar, friend of the program, has a new book coming out. Seattle Seahawks: A Curated History of the Legion of Boom Era. And specifically, an excerpt was printed today in The Athletic about the end of Super Bowl 49. All right? The final seconds in which Russell Wilson was intercepted by Malcolm Butler, and Pete Carroll famously gave us one of the most memorable quotes in the history of football. Oh, no. He was quite upset. So the fallout of this story, and Andy, granted, this is 12 years ago, and we're out of market, so I get all of that. Some of the fallout of this story kind of amazed me. Like, Marshawn's frustration with it, the defense's frustration with it, but also, like, the way that the fallout of the play call to not give the ball to Marshawn Lynch at the goal line, but rather have Russell Wilson try and throw the ball to Doug Baldwin. The way it was handled by some of the particulars here. Notably, Pete Carroll, okay? Pete Carroll, who doubled down on the decision to not give the ball to Marshawn, both publicly and in the locker room after the game and in a team meeting back in Seattle. Pete Carroll defended it up and down, okay? And said no matter what, we were going to have to throw the ball once. We only had one timeout left, and I love the play call. So Pete Carroll defends the decision, okay? Darrell Bevell, the offensive coordinator.
Man who called it.
Defends it up and down, okay? Defends that play call to this day. Darrell Bevell is of the belief that it was the right call. He said the Seahawks had failed on a pair of short yardage runs earlier in the game, which is, of course, BS because they had also succeeded on some short yardage runs earlier in the game. But Bevell's saying, quote, the process was solid. I think the play call gave us a great opportunity to be very successful. Of course, Marshawn Lynch's reaction to it was not only did they take a ring, a moment, they took a dream. That's a once-in-a-lifetime situation. And then there's the guy, Andy, that threw the interception.
Your favorite guy.
So Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson, listen to this, okay? So that locker room is as distraught as they can be after that play. After they lose that game and the Patriots are celebrating the Super Bowl, okay? They have a team meeting back in Seattle. It was hideous, okay? There were guys on the team that were just like, we needed therapy, but we didn't trust each other. We hated each other. There was a divide between offense and defense, between defense and coach, between coach and quarterback, all of it. Listen to this. Russell Wilson organized a trip to Hawaii for his teammates with over 30 attendees. He wanted them to hang out and air their grievances in a safe space. It worked for some of the guys. They let it all out on the island and were able to leave the past where it belonged. It didn't work for everyone, though, and Wilson didn't make the situation any better by echoing Carroll's sentiment that he'd run the same play again if given the opportunity. Wilson had every right to share his truth, but that's not a truth anyone wanted to hear, especially if their truth was that doing anything other than handing the ball to Lynch was idiotic and unforgivable. The Hawaii trip was a decent idea, but it was mostly a flop. Does that not sum up Russell Wilson?
Yeah, it does. Right intention, trying to do the right thing.
No ability to read the room.
But not reading the room.
No tact.
Not understand. And again, how do you not realize that, of course, you're going to call it. It's your play. Do you remember? I don't know about you. So here's what I remember about that Super Bowl. I was sitting with Vic Lombardi and Rick Lewis, and we were getting ready to do commentary on this game on Channel 4.
Okay.
When it was done. Just one of these fun ideas that Vic had. We all watched the game together.
Yeah.
And they literally put on there, you're passing? That's what I said. We were all wondering, were they going to pull like a Packers against the Broncos and let Marshawn in? Not saying Marshawn wouldn't have got in anyway, but were the Packers just going to let him have the TD in hopes of trying to get back down the field?
Right.
And instead you go and do this?
The play before it, Marshawn, he got down to the half-yard line. Just give him the ball. Let him finish. Unbelievable. I know they got Vince Wilfork in there. Just give him the ball. And again, that said, crappy play calls happen all the time in football. The inability for any of, again, it being Carroll and Bevell and Russ, for any of them to step back and say, it was a mistake. We screwed it up. That's incredible to me. That is the part of it that is so painfully tone deaf. It's one of the most famous or infamous plays in Super Bowl history, in NFL history, one of the most infamous play calls in the history of the game. And again, none of you could just raise your hand and go, we shouldn't have done that.
And it broke up what people thought might replace the Patriot dynasty a little bit earlier.
The vibes weren't there anymore.
Well, no, because they were all mad at each other.
Right. Yeah, that's a tough thing to come back from right there. Richard Sherman would never let it go. A bunch of his teammates felt exactly the same way.
You should have been back-to-back Super Bowl champs.
Yeah. You should be viewed as an NFL dynasty. You really should.
And instead, it's what could have been.
Yeah. Unbelievable, man.
347 wants to know, is he doing high leg kicks on that flight?
The flight to Hawaii.
Somebody also asked, is Sleep Number going to be a little worried about Matthew Stafford and the bad back? I don't know why you would. The guy plays football.
Well, I think that their
Sleep
answer...
Number is like he can sleep because